In a twist of fate, Su-Mu unexpectedly finds himself inhabiting the youthful form of Gohan from the Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, he has successfully activated a unique attribute acquisition system. Ding! A combat attribute of 100 has been obtained ahead. Ding! The skill attribute of the Kaioken technique has been acquired. From that moment on, his life took a remarkable turn, astonishing everyone around him. Goku exclaimed, "I never anticipated that the latent power within Gohan could be so formidable. His combat strength has far surpassed my own." King Kai commented, "This boy's talent is nothing short of monstrous. I can master the Kaioken technique after just one glance." Vegeta protested, "No, this cannot be. How could I possibly be outmatched by the son of a lowly warrior?" Krillin remarked, "Piccolo truly deserves his reputation as a former Demon King. He has managed to raise such a terrifying prodigy." Frieza stammered, What? Are you a Super Saiyan?" Cell questioned, "How could this be? How can Gohan possess such immense power?" The Supreme Kai pondered, "What is happening? This power has transcended that of the gods." Chapter 1. Crossing into the Dragon Ball world. In the Dragon Ball universe. On Earth. What on Earth? Isn't that the bald character, Nappa? And isn't the one chasing behind him the protagonist, Goku? Why are they charging towards me? Could it be that I have truly crossed into the Dragon Ball world? Su-Mu stared in shock at the two figures hurtling towards him. Gohan quickly dodged. Krillin shouted, mistakenly believing Gohan was paralyzed by their overwhelming aura. After all, Gohan had only trained with Piccolo for a year. Encountering such formidable opponents for his first battle was daunting. Vegeta, arms crossed, smirked at the unfolding scene. Kakarot's son had lived a life of such comfort on Earth that he was repeatedly intimidated by situations like this. Hadn't he just exhibited tremendous strength after defeating that Namekian? Why had he suddenly turned into a coward? Suddenly, a surge of powerful memories flooded Su-Mu's mind. He finally comprehended that he had indeed traversed into the Dragon Ball world and had assumed the identity of young Gohan. Originally, Su-Mu was a chef from another Earth, standing at 6 feet tall with striking features. One night, during his shift at a hotel, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered that his soul had merged with that of young Gohan. Their souls had unexpectedly fused, meaning they were now inseparable. In essence, he had been granted a second chance at life. Now bearing the name Gohan, a fervent fan of Dragon Ball since childhood, Su-Mu admired Goku's indomitable spirit and his journey from a low-level warrior to surpassing the genius, Vegeta. Now he found himself inhabiting Gohan's body, with Goku as his father. While he indeed admired Goku, this narrative felt excessively contrived. "Gohan, there's no time." Kaioken, with an expression of urgent desperation, Sun Wukong shouted as Nappa was merely 5 or 6 meters away from Gohan and Krillin. He decisively unleashed the Kaioken, his speed surging exponentially as he closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Nappa's spine. Then, with astonishing velocity, he single-handedly restrained the severely injured Nappa and tossed him towards Vegeta. What? Just moments ago, Kakarot's power level skyrocketed to over 8,000. Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as the readings from his scouter surged momentarily before returning to normal. He gazed at Kakarot with shock, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. The scouter merely clouded my judgment. The Earthlings and Kakarot's power can fluctuate at will. He promptly removed the scouter from his ear and crushed it in an instant. A year prior, Kakarot's power level was only in the hundreds, barely sufficient to team up with the Namekians to defeat Raditz. Now, he had effortlessly dispatched Nappa, who possessed a power level of 5,000. How had he trained to achieve such an extraordinary feat? "Gohan, are you alright?" Sun Wukong inquired tenderly, looking down at his son with concern. Moments ago, Nappa had been poised to attack Gohan and Krillin, and in a critical moment, he had resorted to the Kaioken. A single, forceful blow had shattered Nappa's spine, as he feared for the safety of his son and brother Krillin. The cost to Earth had already been devastating, with Piccolo and others sacrificing themselves to protect their home. He would not allow such tragedies to occur again. That was terrifying. "Thank goodness you arrived just in time, or Gohan would have been in grave danger," Krillin remarked, patting his chest to calm himself. He observed Gohan, who appeared momentarily stunned by Nappa's menacing presence. Approaching him, he grasped Gohan's arm and reassured him, "Gohan, everything is fine now. With your father here, we are safe." After all, Gohan was still a child, and the intensity of the battle had been overwhelming. "Dad, Uncle Krillin, I'm okay," Gohan replied, surprisingly unfazed by the utterance of Dad. It was as if the souls of Su-Mu and Gohan had merged, awakening memories of a past life. As the storyline of Dragon Ball unfolded, Yamcha and others were being slaughtered by the invading Saiyan Nappa. Piccolo had also sacrificed himself to protect Gohan, resulting in the disappearance of Earth's Guardian and the Dragon Balls. At the brink of disaster for Gohan and Krillin, Su-Mu's soul had transcended into Gohan's being. After a fierce confrontation between Sun Wukong and Nappa, Vegeta recognized that Nappa was no match for Kakarot. He ordered Nappa to withdraw from the battle and prepared to step in himself. However, in a fit of rage, he aimed to attack Gohan and Krillin once more. Sun Wukong would not permit such insolence before him. He decisively intervened, incapacitating Nappa. Thus, Sumu witnessed the scene of the bald-headed Nappa and Sun Wukong charging towards him. As he surveyed the characters of the Dragon Ball world, they appeared remarkably similar to those from the anime. While scrutinizing the perennial second Dinkaman Vegeta and the diminutive Krillin, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the pickup attribute system. The system is capable of collecting the combat power attributes and skill attributes dropped by the opponent. A system. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. It is truly an essential tool for a time traveler, a golden finger. Son Gohan was overjoyed. Vegeta, save me. The severely injured Nappa weakly extended his hand toward Vegeta, his face pleading. He never anticipated that after receiving a heavy blow from Kakarot, he would be utterly unable to rise again. Die, Nappa, I have no need for useless trash by my side. A wicked smile crept across Vegeta's lips. With a flick of his wrist, he spun the terrified Nappa around in a full circle before launching him into the sky, conjuring a colossal energy wave in his hand to pursue him. Vegeta, may you meet a cruel fate. I will haunt you even in death. Ah, Nappa could scarcely believe that after faithfully serving Vegeta all this time, he would meet such a tragic end. Having narrowly escaped death at Kakarot's hands, to perish at the hands of a comrade was truly ironic. The energy wave swiftly engulfed Nappa's body, and thus the universe lost yet another scion. Ding! 100 combat power attributes detected ahead. Do you wish to collect them? A mechanical voice resonated in Son Gohan's mind. He was overwhelmed with excitement and glanced toward Vegeta. Indeed, he saw an attribute drop at Vegeta's feet, visible only to him. The bald-headed Nappa finally met his demise at the hands of the perennial second, Vegeta. It seemed that the trajectory of the Dragon Ball saga had not altered due to his transmigration. Collect! Son Gohan silently chanted in delight. The attributes instantly surged into his body, and he felt a surge of power within. This system is simply extraordinary. I have just gained an increase of 100 in combat power. Chapter 2. The attributes of the King of the World Fist. How could you kill your own comrades? Have you lost all sense of humanity? Goku exclaimed. His face contorted with rage as he beheld Vegeta's actions. He could not fathom the cold-heartedness of the scion, one who would eliminate even his own brothers and friends. Ha ha. Kakarot, you're nothing more than a mud Buddha crossing the river, yet you still have the audacity to concern yourself with others? Vegeta gazed at Goku as if he were a fool. Even if you could annihilate that Ba, there is no way you could defeat me. I am the prince of the Scions, the prodigious warrior, Vegeta. This place is unsuitable for battle. Those who possess true strength, follow me. Upon finishing his words, Goku cast a glance at Krillin, then soared into the sky in the opposite direction. He believed that after training with King Kai, his strength had reached its zenith. However, upon encountering the Scion Vegeta, his confidence began to waver. The overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta instilled doubt in his ability to prevail. He braced himself for the worst-case scenario, mutual destruction. Fearing that Gohan and Krillin might distract him on the battlefield, he deliberately chose a more remote location for combat. Krillin and Goku shared a profound bond, able to comprehend each other's thoughts with merely a glance. Goku's decision to distance himself was driven by his concern for both Gohan's and Krillin's safety. Kakarot, wherever we fight, the outcome will be the same. Do you really think I would allow you to seize the opportunity for mutual destruction like that fool Raditz? Vegeta confidently pursued Goku, his self-assuredness unwavering. He was, after all, the prince of the Scions, an exceptional warrior. You, a low-class warrior, dare to challenge me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Currently, only Kakarot possesses the strength to rival me, and I am aware that he will fight with all his might. Vegeta's immense pride rendered him fearless, viewing Goku as merely a subordinate warrior. Meanwhile, Gohan, elated by his newfound system, had little time to contemplate its functions. Observing that both Vegeta and Goku had taken flight, he could not bear to squander this rare opportunity to enhance his combat prowess. With a swift motion, he followed in pursuit of Goku and Vegeta. Krillin, witnessing this, was filled with anxiety and hurried after them. He had previously been instructed by Goku to keep a close watch on Gohan, intending to prevent their distractions from the confrontation with Vegeta. Aware of his own limitations, Krillin understood that he currently lacked the strength to contribute meaningfully. By the time Gohan and Krillin arrived, Goku and Vegeta were already engaged in fierce combat. They perched atop a hill, observing the clash. The combatants' power levels had only just surpassed 1,000, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to the onlookers. The air was filled with the sounds of colliding forces, while shockwaves reverberated, causing the ground to buckle and small hills to collapse in an instant. The battlefield was left in utter disarray. The mechanical synthesized prompts echoed incessantly in Son Gohan's mind. He gazed at the countless battle power attributes descending from the heavens, akin to a torrential rain, and felt an exhilarating thrill within. Was it true that the greater the release of his ultimate move, the more significant the battle power attributes that would fall? Kaioken, battle power attributes, he eagerly proclaimed. All shall be collected. The fact that even the Kaioken could be obtained was astounding. The system was indeed extraordinary. Battle power attributes and Kaioken attributes surged into Son Gohan's body like a continuous stream of tadpole scriptures, causing his battle power to escalate exponentially. The Kaioken was a secret technique that instantaneously amplified one's battle power. A twofold Kaioken would double one's strength, while a threefold Kaioken would triple it. This pattern continued, with the battle power increasing correspondingly. In the Dragon Ball anime, Son Goku had demonstrated tremendous prowess on Namek using the Kaioken. He had once battled the cosmic tyrant Frieza with a 20-fold Kaioken, a scene of sheer devastation. The clash between Vegeta and Goku mirrored the anime. Both warriors fought with all their might from the outset. Son Gohan quickly deduced that the only way to defeat Vegeta was to conclude the battle swiftly. Goku commenced with his utmost limit, employing a threefold Kaioken. His body was enveloped in crimson flames, elevating his battle power to 15,000, while Vegeta stood at 12,000. Thus, Goku, wielding the threefold Kaioken, overwhelmed Vegeta. However, Vegeta, seasoned from years of interstellar combat, possessed remarkable resilience and durability. Despite being thoroughly dominated under the threefold Kaioken, it was sheer folly to expect a swift resolution. How could Kakarot possess greater battle power than I, the Prince of Science, the universe's strongest warrior? I shall not succumb to a lowly warrior. Vegeta, battered and bruised, felt his pride wounded. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, glinted with rage as he maximized his aura. Charging at Kakarot with a barrage of punches and kicks, Goku denied Vegeta the opportunity to retaliate, executing the threefold Kaioken with exquisite precision. Vegeta could scarcely keep pace with his strength and speed. Seizing the moment, Goku delivered a powerful punch that sent Vegeta soaring into the air, then pursued him at breakneck speed, unleashing a relentless flurry of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike rained down upon Vegeta, culminating in a devastating punch that drove him into a hillside. The hill crumbled as Vegeta's body pierced through, burying him beneath the debris in an instant. Goku gradually descended to the ground, breathing heavily, the crimson flames around him dissipating. He understood the necessity of conserving his strength and refrained from expending more energy. Retracting the threefold Kaioken, as he released the technique, Goku staggered backward a few steps, the soreness coursing through his entire body. It seems that utilizing the triple Kaioken is still too strenuous for Goku, who helplessly shakes his head and forces a bitter smile. Each punch exchange between the two warriors causes a cascade of battle power attributes to rain down around them, littering the ground. Collect it all, Gohan exclaims, his eyes wide in astonishment, realizing that this is indeed akin to wielding a cheat. The battle power attributes flow towards him like a river, gradually melding into his very being. In mere moments, the entirety of the battle power attributes on the ground has integrated into his limbs and bones. He opens his personal attribute screen, and suddenly a virtual holographic display appears before him, visible only to himself. Host, Gohan. Race, Scion. System space, 100 cubic. Special abilities, none. Skills, instant transmission, key perception and manipulation, magic flash, energy wave, Kaioken. Transformations, none. Battle power, 10,000. Chapter 3, The Pinnacle Showdown, a cataclysm of energy waves. On the battlefield, boom. The hill is obliterated into dust by the white aura erupting from Vegeta, who spits out a mouthful of blood. Enraged, he soars into the sky, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his hands. This is his most formidable technique. Damn it, Kakarot. I never imagined that a low-class warrior could challenge a superior warrior to such an extent that I would bleed. There is no reason for you or this earth to exist any longer. This is my strongest move, you cannot withstand it. If you dare evade, the earth will be utterly destroyed. Vegeta, now blinded by rage, cannot fathom that a lower-class warrior has inflicted such damage upon a higher-class warrior. His immense pride cannot accept this reality, compelling him to annihilate both Kakarot and the earth. Are you insane? The triple Kaioken's energy wave. Goku grits his teeth, cursing as he observes the immense energy Vegeta has amassed. The earth cannot possibly endure such a powerful energy wave. If he dodges, the planet will be reduced to ruins. It is clear that Vegeta is forcing him into a direct confrontation. In an instant, Goku unleashes the triple Kaioken once more, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha, placing his hands at his waist to gather energy. Instantly, the debris on the ground begins to levitate in the air. Both warriors stake their fates on this single move, as the energy waves swirl with relentless intensity. Damn it, the Scions have truly lost their minds. The earth cannot withstand such a tremendous energy wave, Goku. You must hold on. Krillin trembles in fear at the sight of Vegeta's colossal energy, placing all his hopes on Goku's Kamehameha wave. The fate of the Earth hinges on this clash of energies. Should Goku falter, the planet shall cease to exist. He clenches his fists, fervently praying. Beep. Kamehameha wave has dropped ahead. Would you like to collect it? Battle Power Attribute 100 has dropped ahead. Collect it all. The emotions of Krillin and Gohan stand in stark contrast. Haha. Gohan feels an overwhelming urge to laugh joyfully, as the system's notifications echo in his mind. In this battle between Goku and Vegeta, the ultimate victor is undeniably himself. Thanks to the selfless dedication of two individuals, they now harness the formidable techniques of the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken, alongside an ever-increasing reservoir of combat power. Vegeta propelled a massive energy wave from his hands, while Goku, undeterred, unleashed the energy of the Kamehameha in response. The earth trembled as the two colossal energy waves collided, sending forth a terrifying shockwave that caused the surrounding hills to crumble. Even Yajirobe, who had been watching the battle from a distance, was swept away by the force of the clash. This is impossible. This is my strongest technique. You cannot withstand it. Vegeta was astounded that his ultimate attack was countered by Kakarot. In a frenzied display of power, the final flash began to push down upon Goku's Kamehameha. Goku, you must hold on. If you lose, Earth is doomed, Krillin said, his fists clenched, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. In this confrontation, Goku clearly found himself at a disadvantage. Gohan's expression was devoid of emotion, yet within him surged a tempest of anxiety. The system alerts echoed in his mind, indicating that the clash of energy waves between Goku and Vegeta was resulting in a catastrophic drop of their combat power attributes. King Kai, who had been closely monitoring the battle from North Kai's planet, was equally anxious. The Saiyans, true to their warrior nature, exhibited terrifying strength and resilience. Yet, was there no hope? The Kaioken ×3 was already Goku's limit. King Kai felt the tension rise as he observed Goku's Kamehameha, augmented by 3 times the Kaioken. Failing to overcome the Saiyans' might, his fists tightened, sweat beading on his forehead. If Goku were to lose, Earth would cease to exist. If Goku continued to amplify the Kaioken, he risked overwhelming his body with such ferocious energy. I have no choice, my body, hold on. Kaioken ×4. Goku realized that prolonging this stalemate would be detrimental. His body could not sustain the prolonged exertion. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the Kaioken to 4 times its limit. An excruciating pain surged through him, contorting his face into a grimace. What? This is my strongest technique. How can Kakarot's power surpass mine? Vegeta exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face, his heart filled with dread. His energy wave was completely overwhelmed by Kakarot's force, propelling him skyward through the clouds. It took all of Vegeta's strength to descend from the energy wave. The Kamehameha continued its ascent into Earth's atmosphere. How infuriating to be defeated by a lower-class warrior. I cannot lose. Vegeta thought of disregarding appearances and transforming into a great ape to crush Kakarot. His face twisted with rage as he swiftly searched for the moon. He had intentionally chosen to invade Earth during a full moon, planning to eradicate the inhabitants. Haha. Piccolo has destroyed the moon to prevent Gohan from transforming into a great ape. Saiyan, your search is futile. Far beyond the North Kai's planet, the Kai observed the movements of the Saiyans and realized they were in pursuit of the power to transform. Are the Saiyans truly monsters? How is it that they remain unscathed? Krillin, witnessing the battle, noted with incredulity that Vegeta was still alive. System, collect battle power attributes. Gohan exclaimed as he beheld the multitude of battle power attributes scattered across the ground, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The attributes flowed towards him like a gentle stream, surging into his body. The battle power attributes displayed on the screen escalated rapidly. After a few breaths, he sensed the attributes had ceased to increase. Upon closer inspection, he involuntarily gasped, noting a battle power of 30,000. Goku, I never imagined you were concealing such strength. That last battle was utterly terrifying. Yajirobe, akin to a character from an anime, appeared from nowhere and lavished praise upon Goku. Goku explicitly warned him that the Saiyans were not yet defeated and urged him to flee quickly, as he had exhausted his energy and could no longer protect him. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe replied, take care, before hastily retreating. How foolish, Kakarot. Do you think by destroying the moon of Earth, I can no longer transform? Vegeta scoffed. It's truly laughable. While it may have cost me some battle power, it matters not. He searched the sky, finding no trace of the moon, gradually descending before Goku. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Transform. Goku queried, confusion etched on his face, unaware of what Vegeta was insinuating. Has this guy's mind been damaged? Kakarot. Surely you are aware that Saiyans transform into giant apes upon gazing at a full moon, unlocking the latent power within us. Our tails are the key to our transformation. I bet you regret losing yours now. Vegeta exclaimed with glee. Once we become giant apes, our battle power multiplies tenfold. Noticing Goku's lack of a tail only fueled Vegeta's excitement. He conjured a white aura of energy in his hands, which rapidly took shape, before hurling it into the sky. Chapter 4, Goku's Shock. Earth. Arise Moon. The energy Vegeta launched instantly transformed into a full moon. As the moon materialized, his own energy began to plummet, and he started to breathe heavily. Yet, Vegeta appeared unfazed, wearing a satisfied smile as he beheld the moon he had created. Trouble loomed. The Scion had just summoned the moon, aiming to transform into a giant ape. At that moment, Krillin also realized the gravity of the situation. Staring in shock at the luminous orb above, he had not anticipated that the Scions could be so formidable, capable of conjuring a moon. Goku had once transformed into a giant ape upon witnessing a full moon during the World Martial Arts Tournament, losing all rationality and wreaking havoc with a terrifyingly violent demeanor. It was only after Master Roshi destroyed the moon that Goku returned to his human form. North Kai's planet. What? The Scions can actually create a moon? The King of the North, who had been observing the battle, was utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. He slumped to the ground, muttering in disbelief, "It's over. This time, Earth is doomed." Sun Wukong, having unleashed the quadruple Kaioken, was now at the brink of exhaustion. Even without transforming into a great ape, he stood little chance. Should Vegeta choose to transform, his combat power would surge tenfold, leaving no one on Earth capable of opposing him. Thus, the likelihood of Earth's survival dwindled to a mere zero. The king sat dejectedly on the ground, already foreseeing the fate that awaited Earth. What? A full moon? The great ape? Suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to recall something, standing frozen in place as tears streamed down his face. Wukong, do not venture outside when the moon is full. For monstrous creatures akin to great apes emerge then. They are fierce and wreak havoc, encountering one spells disaster. You must remember what your grandfather told you. The words of his grandfather, Gohan, echoed in Wukong's mind as he grappled with the impending doom. Grandfather, I am sorry. If I perish this time, I will come to apologize to you. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong finally comprehended the truth. His grandfather had never disclosed the full reality to him. The great ape was, in fact, the form he took under the full moon, the very form that had inadvertently caused Gohan's demise. His grandfather had withheld the truth, fearing that the knowledge would burden him with guilt and remorse for eternity. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, are you already so frightened that you are talking to yourself before I even transform? Vegeta mocked, his face alight with pride as he turned his gaze toward the moon. His heart raced, and the tail at his rear began to stir with fervor. Thrashing wildly, the rhythmic pounding of his heart grew ever more frenetic, and Vegeta's body began to swell like a mountain, revealing sharp fangs as he transformed into a great ape. How could this be? A great ape? Sun Wukong watched in stunned silence as Vegeta underwent the transformation. Once transformed, Vegeta exuded a terrifying aura, yet gathering energy required time. Coupled with the exhaustion from exerting the quadruple Kaioken, Wukong found himself at the mercy of fate. How do you feel now, wishing you had your tail? Vegeta relished the sight of Sun Wukong's astonishment, his heart brimming with satisfaction at the thought of annihilating Kakarot and everyone on Earth. Vegeta, allow me to witness your power. Came a sudden voice as Son Gohan materialized before Sun Wukong. Krillin, witnessing Gohan's sudden appearance, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing he must have misseen. Instinctively glancing beside him for Gohan's presence, he was met with an empty space. What could he do now? Although Krillin could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the Scion transformed into a gigantic gorilla, far surpassing that of Goku, he pondered what actions he could take. Should he charge forward to fight like Gohan? No, he needed to remain composed and devise a strategy to assist Goku and his son. An idea struck him. If he could unexpectedly sever the Scion's tail, it would revert to its original form. Krillin quickly set his plan into motion. Flying near Vegeta while concentrating a thin layer of energy in his hand, preparing his signature move, the Energy Sphere Slash. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind, alerting him to Krillin's technique. He recognized the Energy Sphere Slash and promptly decided to acquire it. Instantly, it appeared in his personal attributes. The Energy Sphere Slash, a creation of Krillin, often made its appearance in the Dragon Ball series, with many attempting to replicate it. In the anime, Krillin nearly severed Frieza's tail with this powerful move, showcasing its immense potency. Hurry, Gohan, Goku urged. But he was taken aback as he sensed Gohan's energy surging at an astonishing rate. He had been so focused on dealing with Vegeta that he had overlooked the presence of others on the battlefield. If not for Yajirobe's sudden appearance, he might still be oblivious. Now, witnessing his son Gohan emerge, he was astonished. Was this truly his son? Gohan radiated a powerful energy that seemed to awaken within him. Trust me, Dad, Gohan declared, exuding unwavering confidence. His gaze sharpened, resembling that of a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. Earth is in your hands, Gohan, Goku nodded, advising him before swiftly departing from the battlefield. He sensed the formidable energy and understood that Gohan's strength had far eclipsed his own. Moreover, having forced himself to quadruple his Kaioken, he was no longer capable of fighting. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you truly are a wonderful father, leaving this little brat to battle me. Have you lost your mind? Vegeta scoffed, witnessing Goku's retreat without attempting to intervene. Seeing Kakarot's son here indicated that the little bald-headed boy must be nearby as well. Vegeta grew wary of his surroundings. Despite the immense power he possessed in this form, his safety remained paramount. Die Saiyan. Krillin hurled the energy sphere slash with force toward Vegeta, knowing that if it connected, it would surely cleave him in two. Chapter 5. Gohan's intervention, astonishing everyone. Merely a trivial technique. Did you think I wouldn't notice you? Vegeta, in his gorilla form, leapt away from the path of the energy sphere slash, turning to Krillin with a dismissive expression. Upon hearing this, Krillin involuntarily stumbled backward several steps. His heart trembled as if ensnared by the devil. Krillin could hardly fathom that Gohan's strength had far surpassed his own. Goku flew to Krillin's side, enduring excruciating pain while wearing a proud expression. He realized that Gohan's battle power might now eclipse his own. Could this truly be Gohan? It seemed that Piccolo had indeed possessed foresight, finally drawing forth the immense power within him. As Krillin noticed Goku's arrival, his fear gradually subsided. He also sensed Gohan's energy surging wildly, akin to an expansive ocean. His heart began to settle as the two departed from the battlefield, taking refuge atop a hill to observe the chaos below. Reflecting on Piccolo's words, they understood the necessity of harnessing Gohan's formidable power to vanquish the Saiyans. It appeared that Piccolo's decision was indeed sound. Kakarot, you overestimate your son. I shall crush his bones. Vegeta seethed as he beheld Kakarot relinquishing the battlefield to his offspring. He felt no anger, for he planned to annihilate all of Earth's inhabitants shortly. This was the very purpose of his invasion during the full moon. Though the moon of this planet had been destroyed by the Earthlings, it did not hinder his transformation into a great ape. Boom. The sky darkened ominously. Thunder and lightning crackling as if heralding the apocalypse. The ground trembled and the hillside began to collapse. A wave of energy surged from Gohan, radiating outward like a tempest, scattering debris and obliterating nearby hills and rocks. How is this possible? This little brat, Vegeta, now a great ape, staggered back as he was pushed by the force of the energy wave. He stared in disbelief. How could Kakarot's son possess such overwhelming strength? Goku and Krillin exchanged incredulous glances. Was this what Piccolo had meant? That Gohan harbored such immense power within him? Could it be attributed to the fusion of Saiyan and Earthling blood? This strength far exceeded what Goku had previously displayed. To think that Kakarot's son concealed such formidable prowess. Meanwhile, far away on King Kai's planet, King Kai himself was taken aback by Gohan's revealed battle power. Saiyans truly were monstrous beings. Who would have imagined that such a small frame could conceal such might? It appeared that the Namekian, Piccolo, had indeed been prescient. After training the boy for a year, had this power finally awakened? Now, everyone believed that Gohan had unleashed the latent power within him. In mere moments, the Earth returned to its previous state, and Gohan had escalated his strength to 30,000. His body brimming with energy, he yearned to experience the exhilaration that such power could bring. This was his first battle since arriving in this world. Arrogant, I am the mightiest Saiyan. Vegeta watched in astonishment as Kakarot's son unleashed his power, creating a spectacle beyond comprehension. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his colossal fist toward Gohan, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. But no matter the magnitude of his strength, he remained a mere child. Triple Kaioken. Gohan, undeterred, retaliated with his own Triple Kaioken, his entire being enveloped in a crimson aura as he too hurled a punch, the two fists forming a stark contrast. With a resounding crash, a powerful shockwave radiated outward. Yet Gohan stood firm, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. In stark contrast, the robust gorilla, Vegeta, was staggered several steps back by the force of the blast. The collision between the two was decisive and immediate. Ding! Combat power attribute 100 dropped ahead. A notification echoed in Gohan's mind, and a pleasing smile graced his lips. Incredible! Kaioken. This child's talent is astonishing. Witnessing Gohan replicate the Kaioken after observing Goku was nothing short of miraculous. What a prodigy! That Namekian, what kind of monster have you trained? King Kai's jaw dropped in shock at Gohan's display of the Kaioken, realizing the Saiyan's transformation into a gorilla, coupled with the Kaioken, left him at a distinct disadvantage. A glimmer of hope reignited within him for Earth. If Gohan had overheard King Kai's thoughts, he would surely have brushed them aside with a laugh. Learn? That's impossible. I merely acquired these attributes with the assistance of the system. How could such an extraordinary individual exist? Isn't that akin to cheating? It appears this timeline does indeed harbor such extraordinary beings. Majin Buu, who could learn techniques merely by observing them once, and after devouring his opponents, would inherit their skills and traits. Kaioken, I never imagined Gohan would master it. Goku was equally astonished. The Kaioken had taken him months to learn under King Kai's guidance. Yet Gohan had grasped it simply by watching him fight Vegeta. Seeing his son's remarkable prowess, Goku's heart finally eased. Is this the ferocious power that resides within Gohan? Truly incredible. Piccolo, you are indeed a great teacher. Gohan's strength now far surpasses my own. Remarkable. Krillin, witnessing the confrontation between the gorilla Vegeta and Gohan, sparkled with excitement. Such a formidable gorilla, and yet he was pushed back several steps. Go, Gohan. Earth is entrusted to you. Ding. Combat power attribute 300 dropped. After the exchange, another notification resonated in Gohan's mind. A smile tugged at his lips. The greater the combat strength, the more substantial the attributes dropped. This was indeed the largest drop yet. No, it can't be. My combat power multiplies tenfold upon transforming into a gorilla, even if this is not my peak battle power. This little brat cannot possibly be my opponent. Vegeta glared ferociously at Gohan. After transforming, his strength surged tenfold, which meant his power now exceeded 60 or 70,000. Yet, he was unexpectedly sent staggering back several steps by a single punch from Kakaroto's son. It must be that I was not steady on my feet just now, he thought. As he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous energy wave. Gallic Gun. Gohan raised both hands above his head, executing Piccolo's signature move, the Gallic Gun. The two unleashed their energy waves, and in an instant, two massive forces collided. Boom. The ground instantly caved in, and the mighty Vegeta was pushed backward by the overwhelming energy, carving two deep furrows into the earth beneath him. Collect. The system's voice continuously echoed in Gohan's mind. As battle power attributes plummeted like rain, an endless stream of battle power attributes surged into his body. Witnessing the relentless rise of his battle power, he felt an exhilarating joy. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Vegeta's face displayed sheer disbelief. Even with his power amplified tenfold after transforming, he found himself at a disadvantage in this energy clash. No matter how fiercely Vegeta fought back, he could not alter the outcome. Rumbling. The Gallic Gun obliterated a nearby mountain in an instant, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Chapter 6. 3 Seconds of True Manhood. Vegeta. On the battlefield. Bang. 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 Gohan and the mighty Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle, their punches landing with bone-crushing force. With each clash, battle power attributes fell like confetti. He grew increasingly confident, reveling in the sight of scattered battle power attributes across the ground. If it weren't for the attributes dropping from the system, he could have easily dispatched Vegeta in one blow. It seemed the system guaranteed a 100 drop of battle power attributes. However, skill attributes did not appear to drop consistently, as evidenced by the absence of attributes from Vegeta's Big Bang attack just moments ago. How infuriating. After transforming into a giant ape, Vegeta's size rendered him an easy target, continuously subjected to Gohan's relentless onslaught. Try this. Kamehameha. Gohan began the familiar pose for the Kamehameha, eager to experiment with every technique acquired from the system. With the system's assistance, he had amassed 30,000 battle power. Employing the Kaioken technique at 3 times multiplier, his battle power surged to 90,000. Thus, Vegeta had become nothing more than a training partner for Gohan. The Kamehameha? When did Gohan learn that? Krillin and Goku exchanged incredulous glances as they observed Gohan's movements. They stared at each other in astonishment, but quickly found solace in the realization. Given Gohan's extraordinary talent for training, it was hardly surprising. Just moments earlier, he had utilized the Kaioken, and mastering the Kamehameha was undoubtedly within his reach. The Kamehameha wave. Gohan's Kamehameha had amassed an overwhelming energy. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing the immense energy, which transformed into a colossal beam of energy aimed at his opponent. Whoa, not this move again. No, I must evade, Vegeta exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the colossal energy beam. He had already experienced Goku's formidable technique, and now his son's attack radiated an even greater energy. Vegeta dared not take the risk of facing it head-on. His life was at stake. He swiftly dodged the massive energy wave, which soared into the sky, breaking through the Earth's atmosphere and vanishing into the cosmos. Where do you think you're going? Take this. Observing Vegeta successfully evade the Kamehameha, Gohan unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, striking Vegeta with relentless force akin to a machine gun, causing the Saiyan to howl in agony. Boom. Dust and smoke began to billow from Vegeta's form until he was obscured from view. Gohan ceased his assault, opting instead to try Krillin's signature technique, the Destructo Disc. Raising his right palm skyward, a delicate ring of energy materialized in an instant. What? The Destructo Disc? Krillin watched in awe and disbelief as Gohan effortlessly executed a move that had taken him 3 years to master. The dust settled, revealing a disheveled Vegeta, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Who would have thought such terrifying power lay dormant within Gohan? Even the mighty great ape transformation of a Saiyan was no match for him. King Kai, witnessing Vegeta's loss of combat ability, was taken aback. This boy seems only 5 years old, yet his strength has reached such staggering heights. If he continues to train, just how powerful will he become in the future? I can hardly wait to see how far he will go. Gohan, show some mercy. It would be a shame for such a worthy opponent to perish on Earth. Goku's voice boomed from a distance. Goku, are you insane? How can you ask Gohan to show mercy? The Scions have taken countless lives on this planet, including Yamcha and Tien. Krillin retorted, his expression filled with fury. The losses Earth had suffered were monumental. Even if the Scions died 1,000 times over, it would not suffice. Yet, upon facing Vegeta, Krillin realized his own inadequacies. If he were to die now, it would be a great loss. I promise you, I will train diligently and defeat him next time, Goku implored earnestly. The thrill of battling Vegeta left him exhilarated, as if his very blood were ablaze. The thought of Vegeta dying on Earth stirred a deep sense of reluctance within him. Very well, Goku, you've earned the right to be headstrong. Not only is your strength formidable, but Gohan's power is truly terrifying, Krillin conceded, his anger dissipating in light of Goku's unwavering resolve. After all, Goku had saved the Earth time and again. I understand, Gohan nodded at the two, acknowledging their sentiments. Vehemently, the key sphere was hurled towards the gorilla's tail, severing it instantaneously. How infuriating it is that I, the mightiest Scion warrior, have succumbed here on Earth, Vegeta lamented, expelling a mouthful of blood as he spoke weakly. Now, he lacked even the strength to rise. Struggling, he managed to turn over and painstakingly retrieved a remote from his pocket, pressing a few buttons before collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, in the distance, a spaceship received the signal and promptly initiated its flight towards him. Vegeta, I hope to fight alongside you again in the future, Goku said, his body racked with pain from overexerting himself with the fourfold Kaioken technique. He felt as though his body were on the verge of splitting apart. During the fight, he had gritted his teeth to endure, but now that he had relaxed, a wave of exhaustion and pain washed over him, leaving him somewhat unsteady. Goku, are you alright? Krillin quickly rushed to support him, astonished by the extent of Goku's physical depletion. Had it not been for Gohan awakening the latent power within him, the outcome could have been dire. I'm fine, but I've overexerted myself using my ultimate technique. Please help me down, Goku replied with a foolish grin. Krillin assisted him, and together they flew to Vegeta's side. Gather everything, Gohan commanded, having reverted from the threefold Kaioken. He beamed as he collected the scattered battle power attributes, which flowed into his body like a gentle stream. After a few breaths, the influx ceased, and he observed his personal battle power had surged to 50,000. The system is remarkable. After battling, my power has increased by 20,000. Kakarot, I will not be grateful to you. Next time, I will surely kill you. Vegeta spat weakly upon seeing Goku, his body feeling utterly unresponsive and cumbersome. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet in the cosmos, a report was made to Frieza. Lord Frieza, we have intercepted a transmission from Vegeta on Earth. There exists something called Dragon Balls on Namek, which can grant wishes. As the electronic door opened, a dog-headed alien entered, bowing respectfully to Frieza, who lounged on his throne, swirling a glass of red wine. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I did not expect you to bring me such good news, Frieza exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Prepare the fleet, we depart for Namek in 3 days. He had long desired eternal life to dominate the universe, and regardless of the truth of this information, he was determined to investigate Namek. Chapter 7, The Method to Revive Everyone. On Earth, amidst the battlefield, Goku expressed with delight. Hee, I look forward to our next battle. He felt a sense of joy, akin to a game of chess with Vegeta, relishing the indomitable spirit of his rival. In Vegeta, he perceived a reflection of his former self, reminiscent of his struggle against Piccolo Daimao, where it was his unyielding spirit that ultimately led to victory. Whoosh! At that moment, Vegeta's spaceship descended before him, its hatch already ajar. He climbed aboard step by step, with Goku and the others making no attempt to hinder him. You worthless scum, I shall not spare you. When I return to Earth, I will eradicate every last one of you, Vegeta declared as he ascended into the ship, his words dripping with menace. Krillin's lips twitched involuntarily. He yearned to rush forward and drag Vegeta down to deliver a sound thrashing. What a bitter reward for his kindness, granting Vegeta mercy only for the latter to harbor vengeful thoughts. The hatch slowly closed, and the spacecraft departed, leaving Earth behind. Not long after Vegeta's departure, a jet aircraft landed on the battlefield. Gohan, my poor Gohan, Mama's here. Master Roshi and the others arrived aboard the jet. Chi-Chi leapt from the plane, rushing to embrace Gohan, her words a constant murmur of concern. I'm fine, Gohan protested, struggling momentarily, but ultimately surrendering to her embrace. This was his first experience of maternal love. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. Now, he gradually embraced the identity of Gohan in the Dragon Ball world. In this timeline, he had both a mother and father, along with a multitude of dear friends. Chi-Chi, Goku is quite injured. Perhaps you should take a look, Krillin said, linking arms with Goku, seeking justice. The disparity in treatment between the two fathers and their sons was striking. I don't care. If it weren't for him, my Gohan wouldn't be entangled in adult conflicts at such a tender age. It had been a year since she last saw Goku and his son. Now, witnessing both of them unharmed, a great weight lifted from her heart. Yet, resentment lingered within her, leading her to deliberately ignore Goku, channeling her inner turmoil. If not for her husband, her son would not have faced such inequitable treatment. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Goku's lips twitched as he remained silent. Had he not perished, perhaps Gohan would not have strayed from Chi-Chi's side. If she wished to blame him, it was understandable. However, had it not been for Gohan's assistance, Earth might have faced dire peril today. Goku, it's such a relief to see you unharmed. Master Roshi and Bulma approached him simultaneously, concern evident in their eyes, which glistened with unshed tears upon seeing Goku and Krillin alive. Grandpa, I'm sorry, the Saiyan has fled, Goku explained. No matter, merely driving the Saiyan away is commendable. Let us take you to the hospital. The Senzu beans are depleted, and the next harvest will take at least a month, Karin remarked with a smile. They were unaware of Gohan's magnificent display of power, mistakenly believing Goku was responsible for driving the Saiyan off. I've thought of a way to revive everyone, Krillin suddenly announced, sensing the somber mood as they boarded the aircraft. Gohan, upon hearing him, realized that Krillin was suggesting they venture to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. He did not utter any further words. What? Krillin, have you thought of a good method? Please share it with us. The crowd, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, turned their eager gazes toward Krillin. They were all curious about the implications of his words. Did he possess some hidden knowledge? Bulma, let us first preserve the bodies of Piccolo and the others, and then I will explain everything. Krillin led everyone to the site of the battle with the Vegetable Man, collecting the remains of Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo. Krillin, can you tell us now? Bulma asked impatiently. Given that Yamcha was now her boyfriend, she was particularly keen to understand the method Krillin had mentioned for reviving everyone. Krillin recounted the moment when Vegeta had ordered Nappa to kill Piccolo, revealing that the Dragon Balls existed on Namek. Indeed, we can travel to Namek using the Saiyan spaceship. Gohan chimed in suddenly. Bulma began calculating the time required to journey from Earth to Namek using her computer. Gohan is correct. Look at this, it's the remote control for the Saiyan spaceship. Krillin waved the remote control in his hand, his spirits evidently lifted. Yay, really? Let me examine it. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her face alight with excitement, akin to that of a child. As long as they could reach Namek and find the Dragon Balls, they could resurrect Yamcha and the others. In a hospital room with 3 beds, they gathered to discuss who would venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor had examined them. Goku's injuries were severe, necessitating a 2-month stay. Master Roshi had also indicated that it would take a month to cultivate the magic beans, meaning Goku would remain hospitalized for an additional month. What? Is Gohan really that powerful? Krillin recounted Gohan's heroic deeds, and everyone realized the immense talent possessed by Goku's son. They looked at Gohan with envy and admiration, questioning whether such power could truly belong to a child. Were Saiyans indeed monstrous beings? A 5-year-old harbored such terrifying strength. It appeared that Demon King Piccolo had a discerning eye, as he immediately recognized the formidable power within Gohan and drew it out. After the initial shock, they deliberated on who would embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls on Namek. All eyes turned to Bulma. What? You want me to go to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls? I'm just a frail woman. Bulma exclaimed, astonished, pointing at herself in disbelief. Although she was eager to seek the Dragon Balls to revive Yamcha, the journey was perilous and fraught with unknowns. As a delicate woman, what would she do if danger arose? Chapter 8, Bulma's Compromise. In West City, at the hospital, Bulma was reminded, aside from you, who else can pilot a spaceship? You need not worry, I will ensure your safety. Klin spoke nonchalantly, his expression unperturbed. Now, with Yamcha and the others having perished in battle, only he, Son Goku, Master Roshi, and Yachirobe remained with any fighting capability. However, Son Goku was currently confined to his bed, Master Roshi was aging and needed to oversee Earth, and Yachirobe was, as always, cowardly. Thus, it was only he and Son Gohan left, but given Chi-Chi's nature, she would undoubtedly prevent her son from leaving. Goku glanced at his son Gohan, hesitating with unspoken words. His intentions were clear. He wished for Gohan to safeguard Bulma and Klin. He recognized Gohan's strength was sufficient to bear this responsibility. All eyes turned towards the bedridden son Goku, then back to Gohan. Goku, don't even think about it. I have made up my mind that I will not allow my Gohan to venture to Namek, Chi-Chi declared vehemently. One being like Piccolo is already terrifying enough. I cannot fathom sending him to his homeland. It is far too perilous. Chi-Chi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly agitated. She understood her husband's intention of having Gohan accompany him to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Earthlings. Yet, she was indifferent to whether the inhabitants of Earth could be revived. If it were not for the Demon King Piccolo, she wouldn't have gone a year without seeing her son. As a mother, her sole desire was for Gohan to be safe and to avoid any dangerous situations. Mom, I know you want what is best for me, hoping I will grow up to be a scholar. But have you considered that if Earth is destroyed by aliens, what use is there in being a scholar? Gohan spoke earnestly. The Saiyan invasion of Earth is merely the beginning. If everyone were like you, unwilling to let their children take risks, who would protect the Earth? Gohan's words were laden with sincerity, as he did not wish to see Chi-Chi distressed. In truth, Chi-Chi was a pitiful woman. Ever since their marriage, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to their family. With Goku constantly off fighting, she had no one else to rely on. Her entire focus was now on Gohan. From a mother's perspective, her thoughts were not misguided. She merely hoped her son would grow to be a scholar, so that life would not be so arduous. Her reluctance to allow Gohan to train stemmed from a desire for him not to follow in his father's footsteps. Embroiled in endless conflict, which she deemed a path without prospects. The onlookers were incredulous, gazing at Gohan. Were these truly the words of a 5-year-old? His year of training alongside Piccolo had proven fruitful. They regarded him with newfound respect. In this year of absence, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, not only in strength, but also in maturity of thought. Truly, he was the son of Son Goku, capable of grasping such profound concepts at such a tender age. This only further highlighted Piccolo's excellence as a mentor. I cannot concern myself with anything else. You simply cannot go, Chi-Chi insisted firmly, disregarding the fate of others. All I desire is for my son to lead a safe and secure life. Gohan, there is no real danger. I can accompany Bulma. Upon witnessing Gohan's incredible strength, Krillin wished for him to join as well, providing some comfort to his anxious heart. However, observing Chi-Chi's protective nature, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Mother, do you not often teach me the importance of responsibility? It was Uncle Piccolo who sacrificed himself to save me from the Saiyans. I must journey to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect him. Otherwise, I shall never forgive myself, Gohan declared with unwavering determination. He understood that the expedition to Namek was fraught with peril. Should he choose not to go, Krillin and Bulma would undoubtedly be risking their lives. Indeed, Chi-Chi, Gohan has matured. He possesses a sense of responsibility that should make you proud, Bulma encouraged Chi-Chi, taken aback by Gohan's unexpected maturity. She recalled the first time Goku had brought Gohan to Master Roshi's island, a timid child who had hidden behind his father. Is this truly the same child who, just a year ago, sought refuge behind Goku? Yes, Chi-Chi, you are aware of Gohan's prowess. He can even defeat the Saiyans. There is little danger, Master Roshi chimed in, affirming Gohan's capabilities, which would significantly increase the likelihood of success. Goku, lying contentedly in bed, nodded in approval, proud of his son for understanding the importance of gratitude and responsibility. It was not in vain that Piccolo had dedicated a year to training him, ultimately sacrificing himself for Gohan's safety. Now that Gohan possessed the strength, it was his duty to seek the Dragon Balls and bring Piccolo back. Chi-Chi hesitated, knowing the logic was sound, yet her heart was heavy with concern for her 5-year-old child. Piccolo had indeed shared a year of his life with Gohan, and it was in the pursuit of saving him that he had fallen to the Saiyans. I promise, I will return safely, Gohan reassured her, wrapping his arms around her legs in earnest. Very well, my son, I promise you can go, but you must return safely and keep up with your studies. Chi-Chi finally conceded. She was not unreasonable. She recognized the gratitude owed to Piccolo for his selfless act. Although others claimed the journey to Namek was not perilous, she allowed her son to embark on the quest to find the Dragon Balls. A peculiar spherical object, seemingly an artifact left behind by extraterrestrials, had been discovered yesterday. Initially, there were 2, but one had flown away, and the remaining one was now under investigation in the laboratory. The television in the hospital room was broadcasting live, featuring a host introducing the Scion spacecraft with a microphone. Hee, I have finally deciphered the Scion remote control. I shall summon the spacecraft now. The researchers in the lab will surely be astonished, Bulma announced as she inputted a series of codes into the remote. The gathered spectators watched the screen intently. This was their hope for the journey to Namek. As Son Gohan observed Bulma's actions, a realization struck him, compelling him to intervene. Yet he was ultimately a moment too late. The anime had previously revealed that Bulma inadvertently activated the self-destruct mechanism of the Scion spacecraft, leading to its catastrophic explosion. With a resounding bang, the Scion spaceship erupted in a fiery conflagration. In Chapter 9, titled The Goddess Attendant, Mr. Popo, Master Roshi lamented, Bulma, how could you have pressed the self-destruct button, shattering everyone's hopes? The group felt a heavy gloom settle over them, rendered speechless by the unfolding disaster. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi felt a surge of joy. Without the spacecraft, Gohan would no longer have to journey to Namek. Son Gohan, however, anticipated that Mr. Popo would soon appear at the window to inform them that even gods possessed their own spacecraft. Ahem, Bulma coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. This shouldn't have happened. Where did it all go wrong? What are we to do now? Without the spaceship, how can we reach Namek? Krillin expressed his desolation, realizing that their sole means of travel to Namek had been rendered inoperative by Bulma's actions. There's no spacecraft left. It's all your fault, Krillin, for picking up that remote control. Otherwise, the spaceship wouldn't have exploded. Bulma unleashed her frustration with a fierce tenacity. Krillin's mouth twitched in response. Bulma, is that truly fair? Does your conscience not ache? The others gazed at Bulma's deflection with incredulity, exasperated by her irrationality. You pressed buttons without understanding the mechanism, and now you blame the one who found the remote? Everyone, do not panic. I recall taking a spaceship when I was a child. Besides, my brother Raditz spacecraft is still intact, albeit damaged by Gohan. Goku reminisced about his grandfather's tales of retrieving a spherical, unidentified object. That must have been the Scion spacecraft. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Goku. Why didn't we think of that? We can modify our spacecraft. Krillin exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of hope rekindled. Hello, everyone. I know where there's an available spacecraft. Just as joy permeated the group at Goku's revelation, a voice from the window interrupted, drawing their attention. A man, dressed in a manner reminiscent of an Indian, with distinctive dead fish eyes and fiery red lips, stood there. Was this not Mr. Popo, the attendant of the god? Oh, how terrifying. Bulma gasped, startled to find the imposing figure looming behind her. She nearly stumbled backward, convinced she had encountered a specter, especially considering they were on the upper floors. As Son Gohan observed, a subtle smile graced his lips. Indeed, this was Bobo, remarkably identical to his animated counterpart. Fear not, everyone, for this is Mr. Bobo, who has always been by the Supreme Kai's side, explained Son Goku as he lay in bed, introducing Bobo to the gathering. The origins of Bobo remained a mystery to all. The Supreme Kai had mentioned him in the anime, noting that he had served the previous generation of the Supreme Kai. Following Goku's introduction, the crowd relaxed their vigilance, realizing he was merely the attendant of the Supreme Kai. Suddenly, a man of African descent stood by the window, drawing the attention of many in the hospital. This is indeed newsworthy, a century-old individual. At that moment, the onlookers noticed that this man was standing upon a flying carpet. Mr. Bobo, is it true that you mentioned a spaceship? Where is it? Krillin eagerly approached the window, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, it is true, though I cannot specify the exact location. However, I can take you there. Who will accompany me? Bobo replied with a nod. He was familiar with the route, having been taken there by the Supreme Kai before. Bulma, you should go with Mr. Bobo. Krillin turned to Bulma, for she was the only one capable of piloting a spaceship. Me? But Bobo looks rather sinister. As a mere woman, what if he tries to take advantage of me? Bulma said, eyeing Bobo with trepidation, unable to shake off her fears. A distressing image flashed through her mind. What if this man took her to a deserted place and acted improperly? In such a scenario, no one would hear her cries for help. Bulma, I shall accompany you, Son Gohan remarked after seeing Bobo, his thoughts drifting to the Supreme Kai's realm and the miraculous hyperbolic time chamber. It was the perfect opportunity to train and enhance his abilities. Excellent. With Gohan by my side, I feel reassured, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, relieved to have such a powerful companion. Gohan, be careful. Chi-Chi hesitated, wanting to keep Gohan close. After all, they had been apart for a year. Yet, she knew she could not hold him back, especially since Earth was no longer in peril. Son Goku and the others also cautioned their sons to ensure everyone's safety. We are off now, await our good news. Bulma and Son Gohan leapt onto the flying carpet, and with a swift motion, Bobo piloted it, vanishing from sight. At the edge of Earth, in a frigid expanse, Bulma dismounted from the carpet. Bobo, where are we? Why is it so cold? She complained, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself as a chill wind swept through the air. This is the edge of Earth, a place that has not seen sunlight for ages, hence the cold. I will take you to see the Supreme Kai's abode. I cannot say whether it is a spaceship. Bobo informed them as he led them over mountains towards the Supreme Kai's residence. Gohan, do you not think the Supreme Kai's house resembles a dung beetle? Bulma gazed upon the spacecraft before her and, unable to restrain herself, remarked to Gohan, it bears a striking resemblance. This was Gohan's first encounter with a spaceship as well. The vessel before them resembled an insect, propped up by 4 elongated pillars and draped in a blanket of moss. Bulma, known for her straightforward nature, lacked the propensity for subtlety. She pondered the absurdity of uttering such distasteful remarks. Was this truly a spaceship? It appeared anything but. How was one to gain entry? Circling the peculiar abode of the Supreme Kai, she discerned no visible entrance. Chapter 10, The Supreme Kai's Spaceship. Piccolo, Bubbles called out, as a segment of the Supreme Kai's dwelling descended. In previous visits, the Supreme Kai had always ventured inside, allowing Bubbles to memorize the access code. Wow, it even responds to voice commands. The technology of these extraterrestrials is truly advanced, Bulma exclaimed, her admiration evident. If Earth's technology were as remarkable as that of the aliens, they would have constructed their own spaceships long ago, rendering the need to search for alien vessels unnecessary. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that Earth was woefully behind. Bulma, enough with the lamentations, let us enter and explore, Gohan urged, as he and Bubbles leapt onto the descended portion of the spacecraft, beckoning Bulma to join them. Upon hearing their call, she extended her hand, and Gohan pulled her aboard. After calling out to Piccolo, Bubbles activated a mechanism that transported them into the interior of the structure, illuminating the space with a sudden burst of light. Why is there nothing inside? Is this truly a spaceship? Fly for me, won't you? Bulma exclaimed, surveying the vessel's interior, which was in disarray, resembling a dilapidated house. There was merely a single chair and a contraption that seemed to control the spaceship. She shouted a few commands at the control panel, but there was no response. It was highly likely that this spacecraft also operated via voice commands. However, the language barrier posed an obstacle. She recalled the exchange between the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, which took place in the language of Namek. Bubbles, could you use the Namekian language to command the ship to fly near Jupiter? Gohan, experiencing the novelty of a spaceship for the first time, felt a sense of excitement. In his previous world, the fastest mode of transportation was an airplane, and now he yearned to experience the speed of this spacecraft. Bubbles muttered a series of incomprehensible Namekian phrases to the vessel. Instantly, the control panel illuminated and emitted a stream of Namekian words. Goodness, it truly is voice-activated. What does it mean? Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Realizing that Bubbles could comprehend the Namekian language. It means it understands, Bubbles explained. Suddenly, the spaceship ascended at an astonishing velocity. The occupants, caught off guard by the rapid ascent, found themselves pressed against the floor of the spacecraft as Bulma let out a terrified scream, overwhelmed by the sheer speed of their ascent. In the span of half a joss stick's time, the spacecraft traversed the Earth's atmosphere, coming to a halt in close proximity to Jupiter. Is this truly the cosmos? How wondrous! Is this our beloved Earth? Inside the vessel, Bulma and her companions stood in awe, gazing at the breathtaking vista before them, Earth resembling a basketball in their midst. It was Gohan's inaugural journey into space, and he couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. At last, they had succeeded. This was indeed a spacecraft, enabling their quest to the planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Supreme Kai. Baba was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he retrieved a white handkerchief to wipe his eyes. His exhilaration at finally discovering the spacecraft was palpable. However, he noted that this vessel was rather antiquated, necessitating significant modifications, which would likely take about 10 days. After sharing their sentiments, Bulma addressed Baba and Gohan, expressing her desire to transform the dilapidated interior into a 2-bedroom suite with a bathroom and other amenities. That's no problem. We must also prepare, she added. Could you please inform my parents? I will be training with Baba. Gohan readily agreed, also asking Bulma to update her family on his whereabouts. Together, Bulma and her father, the doctor, embarked on the task of researching and refurbishing the spacecraft. Meanwhile, Gohan sat upon Baba's flying carpet, contemplating Baba's profound strength, which allowed him to engage in battle with Gotenks in the anime. He pondered whether fighting him might lead to a more substantial enhancement of his own combat abilities. Gohan was determined to utilize these 10 days for rigorous training to elevate his power further. Despite the aid of the system, he was resolute in not squandering his remarkable potential. He recalled the Majin Buu saga, where the old Kai awakened the full extent of Gohan's latent abilities, transforming him into the revered Gohan the God. Remarkably, Gohan could triumph over Super Saiyan 3 Goku without transformation, a testament to his extraordinary training aptitude. Under Piccolo's stern tutelage, he had cultivated resilience and unwavering dedication. I must become a formidable warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, evolving into Gohan the God, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and Super Saiyan Red. Baba, despite his aversion to combat, readily consented to Gohan's request, acknowledging that the opportunity to resurrect the Supreme Kai hinged on their strength. The urgency of their mission overshadowed any uncertainties about how Gohan had learned of the hyperbolic time chamber. The Supreme Kai's realm. There echoed the sounds of clashing figures in the plaza. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Gohan and Baba. Incoming, mastery and utilization attributes. Incoming, combat power attribute 10. Combat power attribute 50. A cacophony of system notifications resonated in Gohan's mind. With each collision, combat power attributes fell like rain around them. Witnessing the abundant attributes scattered across the ground filled Gohan with uncontainable joy. This method of enhancement was simply extraordinary. Every day, apart from eating and sleeping, the two of them were engaged in relentless combat. Bobo proved to be a competent sparring partner, no matter how fierce Goku's attacks were. He could easily lie down without feeling fatigued. Collect all, Gohan silently chanted, as the combat attributes from the ground infused into his being. Dad, there's a shower room here, and the restroom is arranged nearby, along with some speakers. Bulma, I believe this setup lacks aesthetic appeal. The speakers should be suspended to free up more space, he suggested. Far away in West City, Bulma and her father, the doctor, were collaborating on the research and design of a spacecraft. They were not constrained by finances and prioritized comfort in their endeavors. Once the father and daughter reached an agreement, they immediately began modifying and repairing the spaceship. Chapter 11. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Time flew by. Days passed, and soon it was the 8th day. Bulma and her father had completed the construction of the spacecraft. During these 8 days, Gohan and Bobo engaged in continuous combat, with only meals and sleep as interruptions. Now, Gohan had decisively harvested Bobo's combat attributes, while Bobo generously imparted all his skills and experience to Gohan. At the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo said, "Gohan, I've left ample food and water inside. The time flow within the chamber differs from the outside world. Each individual can only train for 2 years inside, equivalent to 2 days outside. Should you exceed that time without emerging, the door will close forever, and you will be eternally trapped in that dimensional space." Bobo earnestly cautioned. Having never spoken so much before, his concern for resurrecting the Supreme Kai weighing heavily on him. "I understand. I will return on time," Gohan replied with a smile. Recalling the saga of Majin Buu, when Trunks and Goten fused to become Gotenks, they attempted to confine Majin Buu within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Buu, with his formidable strength, managed to tear a hole in the chamber's space and escape. Witnessing this, Gotenks followed suit, breaking through the chamber's confines and emerging. As long as one's power was sufficient to transform into Super Saiyan 3, even if the door vanished, one could shatter the restraints and exit. "All right, you may enter. I've ensured there is enough food and water inside." Bobo finally felt at ease, placing all his hopes of resurrecting the Supreme Kai upon Gohan. "Thank you. I'm going in." Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, everything was shrouded in white. The gravity was 10 times stronger than outside, compounded by the harsh weather conditions. "I will first acclimate to the gravity here," Gohan thought. Utilizing his control over ki and attributes to compress his internal power, he began performing simple movements within the chamber. In his training regimen, Gohan diligently practiced push-ups and sit-ups, while also mastering the art of creating clones, employing methods to summon them for combat training. Engaging in duels to enhance his combat attributes, he soon spent 1.5 years honing his skills within the hyperbolic time chamber, his aura evolving into something both profound and formidable. "Surely, my power has now reached a level where I can transform into a Super Saiyan," he pondered. With 6 months remaining, he was determined to shatter the barriers of his Saiyan lineage. Anger. Only through unbridled fury can one attain the Super Saiyan form. But how can I ignite such rage within myself? Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek due to the devastating loss of his dear friend Krillin at the hands of Frieza. The fury of that moment propelling him to new heights. In the lore of Dragon Ball, there exists a notion of offering Krillin as a sacrifice to channel energy. Gohan racked his brain for a method to incite anger, even entertaining the notion of self-harm. He soared into the sky, plummeting downwards, with his head plunging into the earth. Yet no anger surfaced. Now he resolved to employ the techniques taught to him by Vegeta, particularly the method of channeling energy to his back to facilitate the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gohan unleashed a torrent of energy to his rear, and his hair stood on end, the energy within him surging. His body oscillated between white and yellow, flickering like a candle-less flame. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Break through." With a resounding bang, it felt as though something within him shattered. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. But before he could revel in his newfound power, he reverted back to his normal state, having maintained the transformation for but a fleeting second. "Huh, I never anticipated this method would prove effective," Gohan exclaimed joyously. The raw power he had just experienced was astonishing. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would amplify his combat strength 50-fold. With this transformation, I shall face the challenges on Namek without hesitation. His thoughts turned to Den's healing abilities and Goku's time-stopping technique employed by Guldo of the Ginyu Force. A glimmer of determination sparked in Gohan's eyes. He had a purpose for his journey to Namek. He sought to harness the time manipulation of Guldo and the healing prowess of Den. It was said in the anime that Den's healing techniques rivaled the Senzu beans of Earth. Guldo's time-stopping ability granted him several seconds of pause time, which could decisively alter the outcome of a battle. Meanwhile, in West City, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, a spacecraft resembling an insect hovered over the arena. "Where's Gohan? Has he forgotten today is the day of departure?" Krillin mused, glancing at the time. Since their last visit to the hospital, he had not seen Gohan in quite some time and wondered where the young Saiyan had wandered off to. "Gohan, where are you? Your mother has brought you books and supplies." The distant voice of Chi-Chi rang out, filled with excitement. Her vehicle was laden with numerous pieces of luggage, leading one to believe that Gohan had already arrived. "Kiki, allow me to assist you. Gohan has yet to make his appearance." Krillin entered the car and began unloading the several bags, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Was this a journey? Why such an abundance of baggage? Heavenly Temple. Host, Son Gohan. Race, Scion. System space, 100 cubic meters. Special abilities, none. Skills, flight, key perception and manipulation, instant transmission, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Keyblade. Transformation, Super Saiyan 1. Battle power, 3,000,000. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly creaked open, and a young man emerged, his resolute visage brimming with confidence. With his battle power now reaching 3 million, one could not help but marvel at Gohan's extraordinary aptitude for training. "Gohan, it has only been 2 days. Yet you have transformed almost beyond recognition." Buu had been waiting at the entrance, and upon catching sight of Gohan, He involuntarily blinked. The change was indeed remarkable. The youthful softness on Gohan's face had dissipated, the cherubic roundness replaced by a chiseled countenance, and he had grown to approximately 1 meters tall. Mr. Buu, it has been 2 years since I last saw you. Gohan, having changed into fresh attire after a refreshing shower, jested upon noticing Buu's presence. Now go forth. The resurrection of the deities rests upon your shoulders. Buu waved at Gohan, sensing that the latter's physique had undergone a profound transformation. I appreciate your care over the past few days. I must take my leave now, as everyone awaits my departure. With that, Gohan took a running leap toward Korin Tower. Passing by the residence of Master Roshi, who bellowed, "The hope of resurrecting everyone depends on you, Gohan. I shall not disappoint anyone. Anticipate our good news," Gohan declared, a surge of energy erupting from him as he soared at incredible speed toward West City. Master Roshi, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Gohan, could not help but nod in acknowledgement. Just how far could this young man push his limits? The Saiyan physique was indeed extraordinary, harboring such terrifying power within such a youthful form. Chapter 12, Frisia's Army Headquarters. West City. What is this power? Gohan. While conversing with others, Krillin suddenly glanced skyward, feeling a potent energy rapidly approaching. Could this possibly be Gohan's aura? How could it have grown so immensely in just 10 days? What? You say Gohan is coming? Kiki, upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, turned her gaze in the same direction. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing the onlookers to stagger slightly. Once the gust subsided, a young man stood before them. Goodness, that was swift. Just moments ago, I sensed that energy from a great distance, and in the blink of an eye. Here you are? Are you Gohan? Among the crowd present, Krillin possessed the keenest eyesight, swiftly discerning the identity of the newcomer. The resolute visage and stature bore no resemblance to Gohan, yet the essence was unmistakable. Moreover, the unmistakable tail, identical to the one Gohan had in his childhood, adorned the visitor's rear. Is that truly you, my Gohan? What have you endured? How is it that your appearance has transformed so drastically? A mother's intuition guided Chi-Chi as she recognized her son, whom she had not seen for a mere 10 days, standing before her with tear-filled eyes. In that brief span, the cherubic softness of his face had vanished entirely, now standing at an impressive height of 1 meters. It was no wonder Krillin had failed to recognize him. He had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Having not seen Chi-Chi for 2 years, Gohan embraced her tightly. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Krillin finally confirmed the identity of the individual before them. Wow, is that really Gohan? He looks so handsome. Bulma, upon verifying his identity, could not help but tease. It was astonishing how much Gohan had changed in just 10 days, to the point that they barely recognized him. Bulma, your boyfriend is Yamcha. And besides, Gohan is still just a child, Krillin interjected, believing Bulma's infatuation had resurfaced. TCH, Krillin, your thoughts are utterly filthy. Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes in disdain. You truly lack any sense of romance. Bulma, you two are becoming increasingly beautiful, Gohan remarked after sharing a warm embrace with his mother and exchanging pleasantries. After parting from Chi-Chi, he playfully teased Bulma. Observing the gathering, Gohan felt a surge of joy, a stark contrast to the 2 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber devoid of conversation. Oh my, it appears our Gohan has truly grown up. His words are so delightful now. Since you are here, let us prepare to depart. What woman does not appreciate being told she is beautiful? Bulma was no exception. She strode towards the spaceship, calling out to Piccolo. The spacecraft's underside lowered a lift, allowing Krillin and the others to board. Gohan, remember to wash your hair tonight. I've prepared your homework. You must remember to study diligently, Chi-Chi urged with concern. I understand. Gohan waved farewell as Bulma ascended the lift. Calling for everyone to fasten their seatbelts, they proceeded to the spaceship's control panel, issuing commands to embark towards Namek. At Frisia's headquarters, a soldier from the Frisia Forces Inspection Unit spotted a spaceship approaching their base on the monitor. He promptly reported to the Supreme Commander, Lord Chill. Let us see if he is still alive. Chill's tone was indifferent, recalling that a few days prior, Vegeta's ship had sent a distress signal, indicating he was gravely injured and required assistance. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's spaceship landed at Frisia's headquarters, the doors slowly opening. Ha ha ha, my Prince Vegeta. It seems you have found yourself in quite the predicament. Usually, you are so arrogant. How is it that you find yourself in such a state now? As Chio-E and the others beheld Vegeta unconscious and battered, with the ship's emergency medical functions activated, a sense of satisfaction washed over them. You lot. Expedite Vegeta's transfer to the medical bay. The soldiers, witnessing Vegeta's grave injuries and his state of unconsciousness, realized that without prompt treatment, his life would be at stake. Although Chio-E harbored disdain for Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, he recognized that now was not the time to eliminate him. In the vast cosmos, a brilliant white light streaked swiftly through the void. As the perspective zoomed in, it revealed a spherical spacecraft, inside which lay the severely injured Vegeta. How dreadfully boring. Had I known, I would have brought a cryogenic pod, Bulma lamented, munching on snacks while watching a soap opera her expression rife with exasperation. Gohan, just how powerful are you? May I witness your strength? Krillin inquired with palpable curiosity, eager to gauge Gohan's might, which would undoubtedly provide him with a sense of reassurance. Very well, I shall reveal my power to you, Gohan replied, gradually unleashing his energy. Instantly, Krillin was engulfed by an overwhelming aura, cold sweat beating upon his brow. Suddenly, the spacecraft began to tremble. Hey, what are you two doing? If you wish to spar, do so in the training room. We are in space, and if something goes awry with the ship, it could spell disaster for us all. Bulma shouted, her voice laden with urgency. For the safety of the trio hung in the balance. My apologies. I have been exceedingly cautious in controlling my energy, Gohan said sheepishly as he reined in his aura, causing the ship to stabilize. That pressure was utterly terrifying. I nearly lost my footing, Krillin confessed, his heart racing as fear coursed through him. Confronted by such formidable energy, he found even basic movement challenging. Krillin, shall we seize this opportunity to train? If we bolster our strength, we will be safer, Gohan proposed. Fully aware that their journey to Namek would entail encounters with the cosmic tyrant, Frieza, he hoped for Krillin to grow stronger, thus enhancing their chances of survival. With a powerhouse like you on our team, what is there to fear? Krillin replied with a newfound sense of pride, feeling a measure of comfort after witnessing Gohan's prowess. Though he often reassured himself that their expedition posed little danger, the universe was fraught with uncertainties. Then let us head to the training room for a sparring session. Gohan chuckled in response to Krillin's suggestion. He found it amusing that someone with no determination to grow stronger constantly sought reliance on others. While Earthlings indeed faced significant physical limitations, the prerequisite for improvement was the resolve to become stronger. Without such ambition, how could one expect assistance from others? Chapter 13, Preparations for Departure, Destination, Planet Namek. Alright, with that, the two made their way to the training room. And soon the sounds of their sparring echoed throughout the ship. Truly, two foolish souls. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning whether these two rascals could think of anything beyond training and fighting. She resumed munching on snacks while idly watching a soap opera. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in Goku's mind within the training room. Ding. 10 battle power attributes dropped ahead. Ding. Battle power attribute 10 dropped ahead. He resolutely collected all of them. Believing that even the smallest morsel was valuable, it would be a shame to waste time during their cosmic journey. The battle power attributes flowed into Gohan's body like water, gradually enhancing his strength. Due to the rushed circumstances, Bulma had only equipped the spaceship with basic furnishings and had not constructed a gravity chamber. Consequently, their combat was executed with utmost caution, keeping their battle power at a minimum to avoid damaging the ship. Time swiftly passed, 7 days elapsed in a blur. Aside from training, the two engaged in meditation, while Bulma spent her days either reading or glued to her soap operas, leading to a rather monotonous existence. Suddenly, the spaceship jolted as if under attack. This is bad, we're under attack. Bulma rushed to the control room, her fingers flying over the keyboard, inputting a flurry of codes. The display screen revealed a swarm of vessels assaulting them from outside. Bulma, attack now, Krillin shouted, alarmed at the sight of the colossal ship heading their way. If they were struck down, they might perish in the void of space. Observing the situation, Gohan seemed to have an epiphany. Come on, do you really think I wouldn't know? This spaceship is ancient. While Bulma continued to type furiously, entering commands, the weapons of the spaceship fired, obliterating the attacking vessels into fragments. Krillin, witnessing the destruction of the assailants, was puzzled. Look, there's another spaceship approaching that looks just like ours. It's going to collide with us. Bulma gasped in horror, her complexion turning pale. A collision would surely spell disaster. Krillin trembled in fear, realizing they might meet their end in space before ever reaching planet Namek, let alone finding the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. Bulma, Krillin, calm down. The spaceship approaching us is merely a reflection. It won't actually crash into us, Gohan reassured, noting their frightened expressions. In the animated world, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan encountered a group of mysterious children in the cosmos, and it appeared they were the ones in question. Gohan, is what you said true? Bulma and Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the vessel that mirrored their own. Could it truly be as Gohan had described? Though Son Gohan had previously elucidated that what was approaching was merely a reflection, Bulma and Krillin chose to trust his words. However, when the moment of collision arrived, Bulma, gripped by fear, shut her eyes and could not help but scream. Bulma, it's all right, Krillin reassured her. Observing their surroundings and noticing that their spacecraft had indeed come to a halt. Gohan, your keen observation has proven invaluable. You've immediately identified that the opposing spacecraft is merely our shadow. As Bulma regained her composure and saw that their ship had stopped, she commended Son Gohan, realizing that his presence was indeed a fortuitous decision. At such a tender age, his meticulousness, formidable strength, and acute perception were commendable. We must exercise caution. We appear to be inside another colossal spacecraft. With Gohan's profound awareness, he sensed numerous faint energies around them, indicating a lack of combat prowess among their foes. The trio soon exited their spacecraft, confirming that they were indeed aboard another vessel, the floor composed of steel plating. Is anyone here? We mean no harm. Son Gohan called out loudly, feeling it unnecessary to waste time. Suddenly, a group of children armed with guns approached them, ranging in age. The eldest perhaps only 11 or 12. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Bulma demanded, emboldened by Gohan's formidable presence. We were merely traversing the cosmos, unprovoked. Yet you launched an assault on us. Are you not minions of Frieza? A slightly older child, intrigued by the trio's apparent lack of hostility, inquired. Frieza? We've never heard of him. We are en route to Namek, Krillin retorted, exasperated. The audacity of these children, attacking without knowing their adversaries, was reckless and perilous. We are not affiliated with Frieza's army, you need not worry. We are merely passing through and will take our leave, Gohan suggested, believing further discourse was unnecessary. Forgive us. Frieza's forces are treacherous. They have seized our planet and slain our parents. We were frightened that you might be associated with them and felt compelled to act. We sincerely apologize and will allow you to depart. One of the older children, appearing around 11 or 12, said with an expression of regret. Sensing the potent aura emanating from Gohan and Krillin, he recognized that they were not to be trifled with. He felt a similar apprehension towards Frieza's troops. If they were incapable of annihilating their opponents, it would likely be their own demise. Observing the youthfulness of the trio, he concluded that they must possess some formidable abilities to navigate the cosmos so boldly. Not wanting to gamble with the lives of his companions, he commanded the nearby children, escort them to the ship's exit. The overhead hatch slowly opened as Bulma piloted the spacecraft, setting course for the planet Namek. Chapter 14. The Resurrection of Vegeta and the Journey to Namek. Due to Gohan's influence, the plot took a different turn. The children did not divulge the shortcut to Namek. And even if they had, they would not have taken that route. In the anime, they became ensnared in a space tunnel, landing on a desolate planet. There, they encountered two stranded aliens who conjured illusions to lead them to the 7 Dragon Balls, ultimately seeking to seize their spacecraft and confine them eternally to this barren world. Gohan, remarkable. You resolved the situation with just a few words, Krillin remarked with admiration, astonished that Gohan could clarify matters so effortlessly with the children. I recall when I first met you. You were quite shy, often hiding behind your father, Bulma reminisced. Recalling the scene from a year ago when Goku brought Gohan to Master Roshi's island. Both Krillin and Bulma believed it was Piccolo's training that had fostered Gohan's growth, never considering other factors. Indeed, life is unpredictable. One must inevitably grow up. Gohan echoed, reflecting on his unexpected journey into the Dragon Ball realm, where strength dictated existence, and realizing he would never lead a normal life. To pass the time, Bulma continued watching her soap operas. The two resumed their training, with Gohan absorbing the battle power attributes that Krillin provided. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of the Frieza Force, chaos erupted. What? Frieza has already departed for Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, having fully recovered from his injuries, was informed by Koei that Frieza had overheard their conversation on Earth and had set off for Namek to seek the wish-granting Dragon Balls. Vegeta was frantic, akin to a restless ant on a hot stove. If Frieza obtained immortality, his own chances of resurgence would vanish. Vegeta, I understand your desire for the Dragon Balls, but they are coveted by Lord Frieza. Attempting to seize them would be an outright betrayal, and you cannot bear the consequences, Koei cautioned, relishing Vegeta's predicament. The Dragon Balls are mine, Vegeta declared fiercely before racing out toward his spacecraft. In a swift motion, he snatched a nearby device from another ship as he hurried to reach Namek. In the blink of an eye, he was aboard his spacecraft, hurtling toward the planet. Vegeta, how dare you openly betray Lord Frieza? I will not let you escape, Koei shouted as he boarded another vessel, pursuing Vegeta. Namek. This serene world is adorned with natural beauty, inhabited by kind-hearted beings who cherish peace, devoid of conflict and strife. The planet knows no night. 3 suns rise and set in harmony, and its year comprises merely 90 days. A day prior, the spaceship of Frieza's army descended upon this planet, shattering its tranquility and peace. Upon their arrival, they commenced a spree of slaughter and pillaging, mercilessly exterminating the inhabitants of various tribes, subsequently gathering the Dragon Balls, evidently in pursuit of their mystical power. The newcomers emanated several formidable auras, one of which was an overwhelmingly terrifying malevolent presence. Both Namek and Earth are home to 7 Dragon Balls. When united, they can summon the eternal dragon Porunga to grant wishes. In a towering spire resided the Grand Elder of Namek, a place reminiscent of Earth's Korin Tower, easily identifiable from a distance. Grand Elder, what shall we do? The essence of our kin is vanishing at an alarming rate, expressed Nail, the foremost warrior of the Namekians. His face etched with urgency as he gazed at the Grand Elder, who sat in serene meditation upon his throne. One must remain calm in times of adversity. One must believe in the existence of miracles, the Grand Elder murmured, his eyes remaining closed, his voice barely above a whisper. The 7 Dragon Balls were his creation. Towering over ordinary Namekians, his life force was waning, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Once the Grand Elder perished, the Dragon Balls would cease to exist alongside him. He clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for a miracle to manifest, to utilize the Dragon Balls to revive their fallen kin. Thank you for your guidance, Grand Elder. Nail inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, hoping that the miracle the Grand Elder spoke of would indeed come to fruition. In the vast cosmos, a spaceship resembling an insect was visible from afar, approaching a verdant planet. Estimated arrival at Namek in 10 minutes. The ship's artificial intelligence announced. Wow, how beautiful. We have finally arrived at Namek. I feel as if I might burst with excitement. Bulma stood, stretching her limbs, showcasing her curvaceous figure. Is this truly the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? Gohan pondered, observing the increasingly large Namekian planet from the ship. A great battle is about to commence. And I anticipate your contributions, he mused. Dragon Balls, here I come, exclaimed Krillin, brimming with eagerness after a month aboard the spaceship, now just moments away from their destination. Gohan, inspired by the enthusiasm of his companions, couldn't help but smile. Soon, the spaceship landed safely on Namek's surface. The trio exited the vessel, reveling in the fresh air of this new world. Who would have thought that the air on Piccolo's planet would be so pristine, seemingly devoid of pollution? Bulma inhaled deeply, relishing the invigorating atmosphere, feeling rejuvenated after a month of utter monotony aboard the ship. Upon arrival, Gohan sensed several potent auras, realizing that Frieza had indeed arrived on Namek before them. Ha ha ha, no wonder Lord Salza summoned us to investigate. It turns out you 3 little ones have landed here. At this moment, 2 small members of Frieza's army arrived. They habitually pressed the detectors in their ears, revealing that their battle power barely exceeded 1,000. Upon their descent, they had been pinpointed by Frieza's devices. Allies of the Science? What malevolent auras enveloped this planet, some far exceeding even Vegeta's own. Krillin was taken aback to discover Scion associates on Namek, suggesting that the notorious Vegeta had also arrived on this planet. How could such a formidable wicked presence manifest? Annoyed, Gohan had already sensed 2 faint energy signatures approaching. He swiftly unleashed a burst of energy, dispatching the 2 small foes without hesitation. There was no time to squander on them. Chapter 15, The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. What? The Scions have allies? And individuals far stronger than Vegeta? Bulma vividly recalled the incursion of the Scions on Earth. What would happen if they sought revenge with their companions? Yamcha and the others had fallen to the Scions, and were it not for the wish to resurrect them, she would never have ventured such a great distance to Namek. Upon arriving on Namek, she was confronted by those clad in Scion battle attire. Bulma seethed with rage, wishing to flay them alive, especially now that beings more potent than Vegeta were appearing. This energy felt oddly familiar. Could it be Vegeta? Another signature, of equal strength, was tailing closely behind. Suddenly, Krillin raised his gaze to the sky, spotting 2 spacecraft descending onto the planet. He immediately recognized Vegeta's energy. Forget them, they are merely small fry. Bulma, retrieve the Dragon Ball radar and locate the Dragon Balls, Gohan declared with an air of dominance. Even if Vegeta is here, he will be crushed into the ground. Observing the newcomers' battle attire, it was evident they belonged to Frieza's Legion. What is going on here? Has someone beaten us to gathering the Dragon Balls? Bulma examined her radar and noted 4 Dragon Balls clustered together. Realizing that Vegeta had also arrived on this planet, she quickly contacted Master Roshi on Earth, informing him of their safe arrival on Namek and the presence of Vegeta along with numerous allies, as well as an exceptionally potent energy signature. Earth. What? All the Science allies have arrived on Namek? And another extraordinarily powerful energy has materialized? I must inform Goku immediately. After hanging up, Master Roshi hurriedly made his way to the hospital to relay the developments on Namek to Goku. Although Gohan was formidable, he was still quite young, and Master Roshi harbored concerns for their safety. Half an hour later, Master Roshi appeared in Goku's hospital room. That rascal Vegeta has gone to Namek? And now, an even stronger presence has emerged there? Sun Wukong was taken aback by the severity of Vegeta's injuries and the rapidity of his recovery. He had already ventured to planet Namek, and the energy signatures of his companions surpassed even his own. The anticipation of engaging in battle with them again filled him with excitement. Wukong, the Senzu beans have sprouted, and Master Yajirobe has instructed me to bring them all to you, spoke a figure at the door. It was indeed the end of a month, and the Senzu beans had matured. Wonderful. Truly, this is divine assistance. Please, let me have one. Wukong exclaimed eagerly. Just moments ago, he had received news from Bulma regarding planet Namek, making Yajirobe's timely arrival feel like a stroke of fortune. You, despite being unable to match your opponent, are still so enthusiastic, Yajirobe scoffed, tossing a Senzu bean to Wukong from his bag. This was the essence of Scion lineage. Battling formidable foes brought them immense delight. As Master Roshi noted, having observed Wukong's combative nature since his childhood, the Scion's extraordinary combat prowess was undoubtedly honed through countless battles. When Bulma's father visited previously, I had asked him to assist in modifying the spacecraft that brought me to Earth in my youth. Now, I shall visit Bulma's home to see if the modifications are complete. With that, Wukong snatched the Sins of Being from Yajirobe's hand, leaped out of the window, and summoned the flying Nimbus to soar towards Bulma's abode. Even as a father, Wukong remains as impetuous as ever, Master Roshi remarked with a chuckle, shaking his head as he observed Wukong's departure. At the headquarters of Capsule Corp, Bulma's residence. Uncle, is the spacecraft truly ready for flight? Please teach me how to operate it. I must reach planet Namek at once. Wukong exclaimed, having accelerated to his utmost speed and soon arriving at Bulma's home, where he was met with the astonished gazes of Bulma's father and a colossal spacecraft before him. Yes, I worked tirelessly day and night to get it ready. We can depart immediately. Just press this button, and we will reach planet Namek in 6 days, Bulma's father replied with pride. This spacecraft was a personal project he had meticulously upgraded. He proceeded to explain its operation and usage to Wukong, who was astounded by the array of supplies prepared, including the gravity chamber's functionality. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. Even the God spacecraft takes a month to arrive at planet Namek. Yet your upgraded version can make it in just 6 days, Wukong said in admiration, then invited Bulma's father out of the spacecraft. With a whoosh, the massive spacecraft ascended into the sky, swiftly exiting Earth's atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. This was Wukong's first encounter with the cosmos. The darkness beyond offered little in terms of beauty, prompting him to commence his training under 20 times the Earth's gravity. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Lord Frisia, the 2 scouts we dispatched have lost contact. It seems their fate is grim. Sabo cradled 2 Dragon Balls, respectfully reporting to Frisia, who sat in the vehicle. What is the battle power of those who killed them? Frisia inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. It was merely 2 scouts. Their deaths are of no consequence. He was entirely indifferent to the fates of the 2, solely intrigued by the strength of their assailant. Lord Frisia, their power level is just over 1,000. It seems they are not Namekians. Sabo recalled the conversation he had overheard between the 2 scouts. They must have just arrived on Namek. Incompetence. Slain by mere warriors with over 1,000 in battle power. Let them be. We shall deal with them when we encounter them again. For now, we must seek another Dragon Ball. Upon hearing their power was merely over 1,000, Frisia dismissed them entirely. With such a paltry battle power, he could eliminate them with a mere glance. They soared towards another Namekian tribe, guided by the detector, which indicated the presence of numerous life forms. This planet harbors several formidable presences. We must tread carefully, Krillin remarked, sensing the malevolent aura that enveloped the planet, alongside several energies that surpassed his own. What has befallen this world? Why are there so many sinister entities? From the gathered evidence, it was apparent that these individuals had come in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, Gohan had accompanied them. Otherwise, their lives might have been forfeited on Namek. Let us head toward the direction of the nearest Dragon Ball, Gohan suggested. Observing the Dragon Radar indicating a Dragon Ball nearby, he pressed his palm against the Supreme Kai's spaceship, summoning it into the system's space with a mere thought. Both Bulma and Krillin watched in astonishment at Gohan's actions, bewildered by how he accomplished such a feat. Chapter 16, Rescuing Dandy. Namek. Frisia led Sabo and Dodoria into the tribe's settlement, herding all the Namekians into the square. He employed threats and coercion, demanding their Dragon Balls. Where have the others gone? Does your tribe not consist of 10 members? How is it that only the weak and infirm remain? Dodoria remarked with a smug grin. He had acquired the 4 Dragon Balls in his possession through force. As Frisia's right-hand men, both he and Sabo were crucial to his operations. But Sabo's power overshadowed his own. Thus, Dodoria often handled the minor tasks. You possess 4 Dragon Balls, the elder of the tribe exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the 4 Dragon Balls in their grasp. This indicated that 4 tribes had already fallen victim to their malice, as each tribe safeguarded 1 Dragon Ball. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls would never be willingly surrendered to extraterrestrials. How could these aliens possibly know the number of inhabitants in their tribe? Simultaneously, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma followed the Dragon Radar's signal to the same tribe. Concealed on a nearby mountain, they suppressed their energy signatures, quietly observing the unfolding events. Uncle Krillin, please take Bulma away from here first. I need to assess the situation. Son Gohan urged, observing an elderly Namekian with 2 children behind him, one of whom was likely Dend. In the anime, Dend played a pivotal role, utilizing the Namekian language to summon the eternal dragon Porunga for wishes. Furthermore, both Dend and the Grand Elder possessed extraordinary abilities. Dend's healing technique mirrored that of the Sins of Beings. He could heal as long as there was breath left in the recipient. The Grand Elder, by merely placing his hand on someone's head, could access their memories and unlock their inner potential. Gohan contemplated harnessing the exceptional powers of these 2 individuals for himself, prompting him to send Krillin and Bulma away. With his current battle prowess, he was confident that no one would be able to pursue him. Gohan, be careful. Bulma and I will leave first, Krillin cautioned before departing with Bulma. He understood that remaining there would only hinder them, and they left without hesitation. Beep. 10 battle power attributes dropped ahead. Beep. 10 battle power attributes dropped ahead. The system notifications echoed incessantly in Gohan's mind. A smirk crept onto his lips as the battle between the Namekians and the Frieza force commenced, causing battle power attributes to continuously fall. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, Vegeta and Kaiatsu faced each other. Vegeta, I've long found you insufferable, and now that you've brazenly betrayed Lord Frieza, don't blame me for being merciless. Kaiatsu declared with a smug grin. He had always yearned to eliminate Vegeta, but lacked a pretext. Finally seizing the opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. It was his ambition to subdue Vegeta. Kaiatsu, you dare challenge me? Allow me to demonstrate the new skills I've acquired on Earth. Vegeta retorted with pride, relishing the chance to flaunt his Earth-learned abilities and deliver a resounding rebuttal to his opponent, who had yet to grasp the extent of his strength. Ha ha ha, you haven't. By chance, learned the art of retreat from Earth, have you? That skill merely controls battle power. Open your eyes and witness my current strength. Vegeta defiantly channeled all his energy. Kaiatsu's forehead beaded with sweat, his heart gripped by fear as the data from his scouter skyrocketed. 15, 000, 18, 000, 20, 000, 22, 000, 23, 000. With a thunderous bang, the scouter by his ear could no longer withstand the surge of power and exploded. What? Vegeta's battle power has reached 23, 000, surpassing that of any Earthling? Simultaneously, the scouter beside Frieza exploded as well. Impossible. Your scouter must be an outdated model. It must be malfunctioning. Allow me to take a look, Dodoria interjected, pressing his own scouter, which confirmed that Vegeta's battle power indeed reached 23, 000. Experience proves invaluable. The Namekian elder keenly observed the unfolding battle. Upon overhearing the extraterrestrial discourse, it became evident that the devices embedded in their ears were capable of revealing their locations and combat prowess. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly destroyed all these instruments. Dodoria, now engulfed in fury, proceeded to slay the inhabitants of Namek, while two frightened children retreated in terror. Gather, Gohan decisively commanded, retracting all his combat attributes. He then unleashed his aura, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear beside Dodoria. With a powerful kick, he sent the bulky creature crashing into a nearby structure. He swiftly lifted the two children and fled the battlefield. It was not the opportune moment to confront Frieza head-on. The detectors of Frieza's army had been annihilated by the Namekians, rendering them incapable of sensing any presence or gauging the strength of their adversaries. The onlookers were left bewildered by Gohan's actions, astonished that another combatant lurked within their midst. Dodoria, in a disheveled state, rose from the rubble and scanned his surroundings for the enemy's whereabouts. Mr. Dodoria, what are you hesitating for? Go after them, Frieza directed, pointing skyward with a smile. The inhabitants of this planet possessed feeble combat power, barely igniting Frieza's desire to engage. Lord Frieza, what should we do now that we have lost our detectors? Should we summon nearby reinforcements? Zarbin, observing the destruction of the detectors, realized that without their assistance, they were akin to being lost, unable to locate the remaining Dragon Balls. He promptly ordered the Ginyu Force, stationed nearby, to deliver new detectors. Frieza recognized the significance of the devices. The most expedient solution lay in summoning the Ginyu Force, who were currently on a mission. Damn it, let us see where you think you can escape. Dodoria exclaimed, spotting a distant black darting away at great speed. He erupted with a white aura, pursuing the fleeing figure with all his might. Chapter 17, Krillin vs. Dodoria. On the battlefield, Vegeta, spare me. Allow me to join your ranks. Together we can vanquish Zarbin and Dodoria. I harbor a deep-seated loathing for Frieza as well, Kaiatsu implored, eyeing the overwhelming power emanating from Vegeta as his mind raced with schemes. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Kaiatsu, your insincerity disgusts me. Do you even believe your own words? Vegeta advanced menacingly towards Kaiatsu, who continued to retreat. A palpable aura of death enveloped Kaiatsu. It appeared he had no choice but to fight with all he had. Lord Frieza, Kaiatsu shouted towards Vegeta, prompting an instinctive glance over his shoulder from the scion. Vegeta, you've fallen into my trap. Prepare to lose your life. Kaiatsu's lips curled into a sinister smile, reveling in his cunning. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, akin to a machine gun, all aimed at Vegeta. The battlefield erupted with thunderous explosions. The energy wave erupted instantaneously, causing the ground to cave in, a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky amidst a whirlwind of dust and debris. Chio-E gazed upon his creation, a smirk gracing his lips. No matter how formidable your strength may be, facing my assault would leave you gravely wounded, if not dead. Fool, are you unaware that the pace of combat power enhancement also accelerates? You have successfully provoked my ire. Vegeta materialized behind Chio-E, having narrowly escaped the catastrophe through rapid movement. His gaze was cold and indifferent, akin to that of a man observing the lifeless. No, this is impossible. A chill ran down Xiao Yi's spine as he retreated, a crimson aura erupting from his being as he ascended into the sky. Desperate to flee the terrifying intensity of Vegeta's stare. Want to escape? Ask my fist. Vegeta suddenly appeared before Xiao Yi, delivering a punch as large as a sandbag directly to his abdomen. Xiao Yi's expression twisted grotesquely as he clutched his belly, succumbing to waves of nausea as if his insides were coiling in agony. Vegeta concentrated a massive surge of energy in his hand, obliterating Xiao Yi's form into mere dust. He gritted his teeth and turned his gaze towards another direction, sensing a familiar presence. Gohan, the son of Kakarot. To encounter him once more on Namek ignited a fierce blaze within him. Once I gather all 7 Dragon Balls and attain eternal life, I shall methodically eradicate you worthless beings. First, I must locate a Dragon Ball, and then pilfer the 5 from Frieza, especially since they no longer possess their detectors. Gohan descended with 2 small children directly in front of Krillin and Bulma, who were fleeing. He bore no fear of Dodoria pursuing them. Wow, those Namekian children are so adorable. What are your names? Bulma exclaimed as she approached, kneeling to pet the children's heads, only for them to shy away in trepidation. I'm Dondi, and he is Dajia. Thank you, Dondi responded, the two resembling each other closely. However, Dondi was slightly taller and less bashful, while Dajia remained silent, clearly intimidated by strangers. Gohan, there's a powerful presence closing in from behind, Krillin warned. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he sensed the overwhelming energy approaching. Ha ha, why aren't you running? Dodoria flew in, observing Gohan and the others below with a mischievous expression. He descended slowly, casting a sweeping glance over the group. Gohan, leave this to me. You keep an eye on them, Krillin said, steeling himself as he stepped forward to shield Bulma and the others. Though he sensed the formidable might of his opponent, he could not allow himself, a grown man, to hide behind children. After all, he was older than Gohan. He too wished to discover the limits of his own strength. Very well, it all rests on you. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, then moved Bulma, Dandy, and Dajia aside. This was precisely the effect he desired. Patiently awaiting the accumulation of battle attributes. All right, you little bald head. Today I shall demonstrate my prowess. Without his scouter, Dodoria had no idea of Krillin's current strength. Observing Krillin's small stature, he presumed he possessed little combat power and decided to toy with him. Come on, you big fat pig. Krillin, sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from his opponent, remained vigilant and sought to strike first. He unleashed over 1,000 units of battle power, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Krillin's fists rained down like a barrage of gunfire upon Dodoria, yet the latter evaded each blow effortlessly, no matter how swift Krillin's movements were. Ha ha ha, pitiful human, allow me to show you my punch. Just as Dodoria finished speaking, his fist, the size of a sandbag, struck Krillin squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Krillin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling like a cannonball through the hillside. Battle attribute drop, 50. Ever since the battle commenced, a system prompt echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. He observed the duel with keen interest, relishing the prospect of acquiring battle attributes while remaining stationary. Wukong, please hurry and help. Krillin seems to be no match for that fat pig. Bulma exclaimed, her face pale as she grasped Sun Wukong's arm in distress. Her palms grew clammy with anxiety. The enemy's power was overwhelming. Yes, Wukong brother, you must assist him, or Uncle Krillin might be killed. Dandy and Dajia echoed. Fear etched on their faces. These foes were terrifying, having slain many of their kin just moments ago. Rest assured, I will ensure Krillin remains unharmed, Sun Wukong replied calmly. He was acutely aware of his intentions behind this course of action. Damn it, let me try that move again. Krillin struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth. Aware of his opponent's formidable strength, he knew that ordinary attacks would be futile. He quickly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Boom. The energy beam of the Kamehameha struck Dodoria, enveloping the area in smoke and dust. Little bald head, it's time to end this. As the smoke cleared, Dodoria's figure emerged, looking amused as he regarded Krillin. The little bald head's strength failed to pique his interest. He concentrated a massive energy sphere in his palm and hurled it towards Krillin. Seeing the enormous energy wave charging at him, Krillin despairingly closed his eyes. Are you giving up so soon? The people of Earth are counting on us to revive them. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared before Krillin, deflecting the colossal energy blast with a swift motion. Krillin's heart soared with joy. He had momentarily forgotten the formidable ally he had on his side. Chapter 18, Healing Attributes Acquired. Kid, your battle power is impressive. You managed to deflect my energy blast. You are worthy of my attention. Doria gazed at Gohan with a serious expression. Anyone capable of effortlessly deflecting energy blasts surely possessed formidable combat prowess. Porky, allow me to demonstrate my Kamehameha. Gohan displayed a look of disdain, estimating Doria's combat power to be around 22,000, hardly worthy of his concern. He assumed the stance to unleash his attack, gathering a tremendous amount of energy in his palms. How dare you underestimate me? Prepare to witness my true strength. Doria began to concentrate his own power, incredulous that such a small child could harbor significant energy within. If his opponent dared to engage in a beam struggle, he must be prepared for the consequences. In an instant, both warriors unleashed their energy waves, the two colossal beams colliding with a blinding flash that rendered the onlookers momentarily sightless. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The energy wave swiftly enveloped Doria, who could only emit a horrified scream before being obliterated by Gohan's Kamehameha. In his final moments, he failed to comprehend how he had met his demise at the hands of a mere child. Ultimately, without his scouter, he had been oblivious to his opponent's true combat capabilities, mistakenly believing the child to possess power akin to that of the bald warrior. Collect. The combat attributes scattered across the ground converged towards Gohan, who watched in awe as his power level surged to an astounding 3 million. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, he had only increased his strength by 300,000. If Piccolo were to witness such progress within a mere month, he would surely exclaim in disbelief. I've toiled for years to reach a power level of 1,000, and you complain about it being insufficient? Why not aim for the heavens? As the blinding light dissipated, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. The once present figure of Doria completely vanished, leaving behind a deep trench in the ground. Gohan, your strength is incredible. Thank goodness you accompanied us to Namek, or we would have surely perished, Krillin exclaimed, grinning despite the lingering pain from Doria's earlier blow. Oh, my low power level, he lamented. Let me heal you, Uncle Krillin. Dandy observed Krillin clutching his abdomen. His face contorted in discomfort. He extended his palm towards Krillin, a gentle wave of energy surging into him. That feels wonderful. The pain is subsiding, Krillin remarked, reveling in the soothing energy that enveloped his injuries, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Bulma, with curiosity etched on her face, gazed at Dandy. Can healing be achieved this way? Witnessing Krillin's evident relief, the Namekian's abilities seemed truly remarkable. Ding. Healing attributes detected ahead. Would you like to collect? Collect. Gohan instinctively muttered, suddenly finding a healing function added to his personal attribute panel. His spirits lifted, as the purpose of luring Doria had been to acquire Dandy's healing attributes. Uncle Krillin, you're all better now. Upon witnessing the remarkable recovery of the other party, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Dandy. Your treatment is simply extraordinary. Without the need for injections or medication, the body has completely healed, akin to the miraculous Senzu beans from our Earth. Krillin clenched his fists and leapt with joy, feeling invigorated. Are all Namekian children this impressive? Such technology at such a young age. They, being the offspring of the Grand Elder, were not bound by gender distinctions. Unlike the various types among the Namekians, intelligent, healing, and combat-oriented, Dandy elaborated on the origin and classification of the Namekians to Krillin and the others. The notion that this planet's inhabitants lacked gender left Bulma momentarily astounded. They are all akin to the Grand Elder, much like the great Demon King of Earth, capable of producing eggs from their mouths. Brother Gohan, can you take us to see the Grand Elder? I need to inform him and Brother Nail to leave here swiftly, as this planet is infested with nefarious individuals. Dandy gazed earnestly at Son Gohan, aware of the imminent danger surrounding them. No problem, we shall go at once. Gohan nodded, as visiting the Grand Elder was also one of his objectives. The group soared toward the Grand Elder's location. On North Kai's planet, after their demise, Piccolo and the others, guided by the Supreme Kai, spent a month traversing Snake Way to reach North Kai for training. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu praised Piccolo's keen insight, recognizing the immense power lying dormant within Son Gohan. Furthermore, his ability to draw out that power was truly remarkable. Piccolo felt a sense of pride for Gohan's impressive achievements. In truth, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation, gradually integrating into this circle. Lord Kai, could you allow us to express our gratitude to Son Goku? Tien, aware of their quest for Dragon Balls on Namek, wished to convey their heartfelt thanks. Absolutely. As long as you place your hands on my back, you can converse with Goku. Let me establish the connection. North Kai responded cheerfully, delighted by the lively atmosphere on Kai's planet, knowing there would be no shortage of humor with them training there. In the vast cosmos, a spaceship raced towards Namek. Inside the vessel, Son Goku was fervently performing push-ups to acclimate to the 30-fold gravity. He understood that an individual stronger than Vegeta had emerged on Namek, and he had to utilize these 6 days to adjust to the increased gravity. Although he knew Gohan possessed immense strength, his youth and lack of combat experience necessitated rapid growth to confront the powerful beings on Namek. Goku, can you hear me? Many guests have arrived here, all of whom you know. At this moment, King Kai established communication with Son Goku through the 2 antennas atop his head, informing him of Tien Shinhan and the others training on North King Kai's planet. Yamcha and the others also engaged in a brief exchange with Goku via the communication from King Kai's back. They were all aware that Gohan and the others had journeyed to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect themselves. Now, As Goku was also en route to that distant planet, they expressed their gratitude profusely. Finally, North King Kai cautioned Goku against provoking the tyrant Frieza, a merciless being who, at a whim, would annihilate entire planets for mere amusement. Chapter 19, Namek, the Grand Elder. On the planet Namek, at the residence of the Grand Elder. Thank you for saving my child. Dend and Dend led Gohan and the others to the Grand Elder's dwelling, recounting the tale of their rescue. The Grand Elder addressed the trio, his form towering over ordinary Namekians, his face lined with deep wrinkles, resting with closed eyes upon his throne. There is no need for thanks. It is what we ought to do. In truth, our purpose on Earth was to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect our fellow Namekian. Krillin explained their mission, succinctly narrating the unfolding events, the Saiyan invasion of Earth, the disappearance of the Dragon Balls, and his connection to Piccolo, who was also a Namekian. Earthling, approach so I may touch your head and discern what has transpired. The Grand Elder, perplexed, could not fathom the existence of Namekians on Earth. However, as he delved into Krillin's memories, the full story swiftly unraveled before him. Is it truly so remarkable? Skeptical, yet curious, Krillin stepped forward, feeling the Grand Elder's massive hand rest upon his head. In an instant, images of his memories unfurled in the Elder's mind, revealing the birth of the Guardian and the separation from the Demon King Piccolo, along with Piccolo's demise. Ding, a memory retrieval attribute has been detected ahead. Would you like to claim it? A notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Earthling, I now comprehend the entirety of the situation. Allow me to awaken the latent potential within you. I hope you can assist us in overcoming this crisis. After gleaning Krillin's memories, the Grand Elder recognized his exceedingly low combat power, realizing how close he had come to perishing. Suddenly, a white aura emanated from the Elder's palm, enveloping Krillin entirely. How extraordinary! I feel as though I am being reborn, Krillin exclaimed, sensing an immense power awakening within him, invigorating his very being. He had never felt so revitalized. The Namekians possessed unparalleled prowess. Ding, a potential enhancement attribute has been detected ahead. Would you like to collect it? Collect all, Gohan instinctively murmured, awestruck by the remarkable method of potential enhancement. The memory and enhancement attributes fused within him. Gohan, come quickly. Let the Grand Elder help you unleash your latent abilities. After receiving his enhancement, Krillin expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder. Quickly, Sun Wukong was brought to the Elder Namek. Elder, I apologize for the trouble, Sun Wukong said with a beaming smile, eager to discover the latent potential of this body. He recalled how the Elder had previously helped him unlock his abilities on the planet Namek, much like the old Kaioshin had assisted Goku in awakening his powers. Both instances led to substantial leaps in strength. Do not mention it. You are all good children. I hope you can help our planet Namek through this crisis, the Elder said, placing his large, calloused hand upon Sun Wukong's head. A faint white aura emanated from his palm, enveloping the young warrior instantly. Within Sun Wukong, a terrifying power was beginning to awaken. He struggled to contain this ferocious battle energy, realizing that if unleashed, the entire room would be obliterated. What incredible potential! I cannot fully unlock it all. Are you a Scion? The Elder was taken aback by the overwhelming strength, his previously closed eyes snapping open. He perceived the child as if a primordial beast were awakening within him, resembling a colossal gorilla. I indeed possess Scion blood, but I was born on Earth, Sun Wukong exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fists. The realization that this body still harbored untapped potential was exhilarating, affirming the truths depicted in the animated series. It seemed he would have to seek out the old Kaioshin to further explore this potential. Open the attribute screen. Host, Sun Wukong. Race, Scion. System space, 100 cubic units. Special abilities, healing, memory reading, potential awakening. Skills, flight, key perception and manipulation, instant transmission, energy waves, Kaioken. Special beam cannon, Kamehameha, Keyblade. Transformation, Super Saiyan 1. Battle power, 4, 310, 000. Goodness, the battle power had surged by 1,000,000, revealing the vast potential hidden within this body. Sun Wukong himself found it hard to believe. With a battle power of over 4, 3 million, utilizing a 10-fold Kaioken would yield over 40 million. If I employed a 20-fold Kaioken, wouldn't that amount to 80 million? Of course. The Kaioken technique could not be used arbitrarily. With a base power of over 4 million, a 10-fold increase was feasible, but a 20-fold would demand a desperate effort. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would elevate his battle power to a staggering 50-fold, surpassing 200 million. Children, take the Dragon Balls with you. From now on, I entrust the fate of Namek to you. Bring Dandy along to seek the Dragon Balls, and instruct him on any tasks you require. My time is limited. You must find the Dragon Balls and make your wish swiftly. The Elder's face was radiant with a smile as he slowly closed his eyes. A miracle had finally manifested. The key to overcoming this crisis lay within their hands. He saw hope in Sun Wukong. Yes, Elder, I understand, Dandy replied, tears welling in his eyes. He had spoken to his brother Naru. who informed him that the elder had chosen to remain due to his advanced age and the indifference he felt towards life and death. Moreover, his life has reached a point of utter depletion, with only a handful of days left to live. The crowd bid farewell to the elder and set forth in search of the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the Namekians systematically dismantled all of Frisia's army's devices. Devoid of these instruments and lacking the ability to sense energy, the group could only scatter to seek the Dragon Balls. In another Namekian tribe, Vegeta was engaged in a frenzied slaughter. He mercilessly eliminated all inhabitants and seized one of the Dragon Balls. However, its considerable size made it cumbersome to carry, so he discarded it into a fish pond. Suddenly, the detector signaled the approach of an individual with a power level exceeding 20,000. He surmised that it must be Zarbin. At last, the moment had come for them to be isolated, a slight smirk curling at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. He soared toward the energy signature, intent on vanquishing his opponent one by one. Soon, the two encountered each other in midair. "Vegeta, hand over your detector," Zarbin barked. Noticing the device adorning Vegeta's ear, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. With the entire army stripped of their detectors, locating the Dragon Balls had become increasingly arduous. "Zarbin, you wish to obtain my detector? You shall not," Vegeta retorted, removing the device with an air of arrogance. With a fierce grip, he crushed the detector to oblivion. Having already mastered the control of energy on Earth, he deemed the device unnecessary. "You shall pay for this, Vegeta," Zarbin seethed, his fury palpable as he charged at Vegeta, momentarily oblivious to the fact that it was Vegeta's power that had rendered his detector inoperative. "Come at me, Zarbin. It's been a while since I've seen you alone. Now I shall demonstrate my true strength," Vegeta declared, a surge of white energy engulfing him as the two stood face to face. With Zarbin's power level at 20,000 and Vegeta's at 24,000, the disparity was significant. The two exchanged blows initially, but once Vegeta unleashed his full might, he sent Zarbin soaring into the air with a single punch, swiftly pursuing him. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage upon Zarbin, treating him as if he were a mere plaything. Finally, he raised his hands high, delivering a crushing blow to Zarbin's body. With a resounding crash, Zarbin was propelled downward like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact. Vegeta glanced toward the sky, sensing two formidable energies approaching. Who could they be? They felt so familiar. On the battlefield, "Vegeta, you have utterly provoked my wrath. Appearances no longer matter. Prepare to witness the transformation of a demon," Zarbin declared. A burst of white energy erupting from him as he forcefully launched himself into the air, his visage twisted in fury as he stared at Vegeta. In the face of mortality, he realized transformation was his only recourse to subdue Vegeta. His image had become irrelevant. "Continue without me." In mere moments, Son Gohan and his companions, guided by the Dragon Radar, arrived at the scene charged with tension. Choosing to observe from a nearby towering mountain, Gohan reveled in the opportunity to witness the fierce battle while also absorbing their combat prowess. Vegeta glared with fury, astonished at the swift encounter with this scoundrel. What could he possibly do now, especially when even in his great ape form on Earth, he was outmatched? "Tail Science, you come from Earth? That little Namekian brat is leading you? How did I not think of such a simple solution?" He laughed derisively. "Once I deal with Vegeta, I shall take care of you as well." Sabo, observing Gohan and his friends, noticed Gohan's brown tail and quickly deduced that only Earth harbored Science. Mistaking them for mere children, he underestimated their strength. With the guidance of a young Namekian, locating the remaining Dragon Balls would be a trivial task. Clenching his fists, a formidable aura surged from Sabo's being, and his visage contorted into an unsightly grimace. Impossible. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Sabo's overwhelming presence, having spent so long in his company without realizing his capacity for transformation. "Gohan, what has transpired between those two?" Krillin, despite knowing that Vegeta had arrived on this planet, had yet to witness their meeting. With the Grand Elder's assistance, his combat strength had increased, and he felt less intimidated. "Why are you so foolish? It's undoubtedly the Dragon Balls that instigated this conflict." Bulma rolled her eyes at Krillin, her disdain evident. "We followed the Dragon Radar and stumbled upon their battle. Anyone with sense would recognize they are also here for the Dragon Balls." "Oh dear, my brain." Krillin sheepishly scratched his bald head, understanding dawning upon him after Bulma's explanation. "Let them fight. It would be best if they both perished, making our task much simpler. That villain is responsible for the deaths of many of our kin. Gohan, you must avenge our fallen brothers." Dandy recognized Sabo as the one from their village, his teeth gritted as he spoke to Goku. If he were a battle-ready Namekian, he would have charged in to tear Sabo apart. "Fear not, I will help you seek vengeance," Gohan assured, patting Dandy's shoulder, although he had more to say. First, he needed to harvest their battle energy. Dandy nodded vigorously, aware of Gohan's formidable strength and confidence in his words. "What is the matter, Vegeta? Weren't you enjoying the fight just now? Continue." Sabo, now fully transformed and feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, proclaimed arrogantly. With a combat power of 27,000, Surpassing Vegeta S23000, he could hardly contain his eagerness to dominate his opponent. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that was evaded by his adversary with an uncanny agility. Vegeta sensed the imminent danger posed by Zabo. He had to muster all his strength. Strike after strike. Realizing his attack had failed, Zabo accelerated his movements, launching a relentless barrage of punches akin to a tempest. The system notification echoed in Gohan's ears, indicating a drop of 100 in combat power attributes. Soon, he beheld the ground littered with combat power attributes, a smirk creeping onto his lips. This was exhilarating. He urged Zabo to continue his onslaught with greater fervor. How could this be? The power you gain from your transformation is immense. Vegeta felt increasingly overwhelmed as Zabo's speed escalated. The strain was palpable, pain radiating through his arms. Vegeta awakened. Seizing the moment, Zabo struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen, the force propelling him into a mountain peak. Crash! The mountain crumbled instantaneously, burying Vegeta beneath its debris. Boom! Suddenly, radiant beams of light erupted from the earth, incinerating the soil to ashes. Zabo, you shall not escape unscathed. With crimson eyes ablaze, Vegeta concentrated energy orbs in his hands, unleashing them at Zabo like a machine gun's relentless fire. Suspended in midair, Zabo did not retreat. Instead, he dashed forward, nimbly evading the energy blasts and descending at an astonishing speed. The transformation not only enhanced his power, but also his velocity. The system chimed again, indicating a further drop of 100 in combat power attributes. As Vegeta unleashed this wave of attacks, the ground was inundated with falling combat power attributes. Gohan's mind was awash with the system's notifications. Collect them all, he thought, realizing that Vegeta was an easy target, reaping dozens of combat power attributes from him. The attributes surged into his being, causing his combat power to soar within the system's interface. How delightful! Such a battle is truly exhilarating. Zabo, employing his super speed, deftly dodged the energy blasts before arriving before Vegeta, executing a sweeping kick aimed at his head. Chapter 21. The severely wounded Vegeta. Bam! Once more, Vegeta was sent flying by Zabo's kick, embedding himself into a large boulder, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This marked the second time he had sustained such grave injuries, the first being during the battle against Kakarot and his son on Earth. Cursed be it. I am the mightiest warrior. I will not succumb. I must defeat you. A fierce aura erupted from Vegeta, enveloped in a white blaze as he unleashed an energy orb towards Zabo, only for it to be effortlessly swatted away. Zabo too began to gather energy orbs, mirroring the prince's technique, launching them all at Vegeta. The ground erupted in explosions as Vegeta dodged clumsily, leaping left and right, but the barrage of energy orbs was relentless. And soon he was struck repeatedly. Thunderous roars echoed as more and more energy slammed into him, the smoke thickening around him. After unleashing hundreds of energy blasts, Zabo finally ceased his assault. Bang! As the thick smoke dissipated, Vegeta's battle attire lay tattered, his body marred with numerous wounds, and he gasped for breath. Blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the ground, evidently bereft of combat capability. Should Zabo continue to unleash another 100 or so energy blasts, he would surely meet his demise here. Gathering the remnants of battle power, Gohan collected the attributes from the ground, witnessing his own strength surge to 4,000,000. Elation surged within him, a delightful curve gracing his lips. This enhancement was indeed exhilarating. How formidable! This creature's prowess eclipses even that of Vegeta. What shall we do? Krillin exclaimed, his mouth agape at the ferocity of the confrontation. Despite the Elder's assistance in augmenting his power, he knew it would still pale in comparison to Vegeta's. What else can we do? For the sake of the Dragon Balls, let's take the fight to him. Bulma shouted at Krillin, her eyes wide with disbelief as the combatants moved with such blinding speed that their figures were nearly imperceptible. It resembled a clash of deities, the landscape around them crumbling, the ground marred by deep indentations. The air was filled with the sounds of their mighty clashes, akin to a bombardment from missiles. Had it not been for Gohan and the others by her side, she would have been utterly terrified. Gohan, my power has increased significantly. Allow me to test it, Krillin declared, eager to gauge his newfound strength, having yet to engage in battle since his enhancement. Go ahead, I shall watch over you. Gohan encouraged, relishing the opportunity for more power harvesting. He had just glimpsed his attribute panel and noted the substantial gains from the skirmish between Vegeta and Zabo. You monster. Let me gauge your strength. With Gohan's approval, Krillin erupted in a brilliant white aura, flying towards Zabo. In the event of defeat, he still had formidable allies behind him. Arrogant, utterly oblivious to your fate. I shall teach you a lesson, Earthling. Zabo, empowered by his transformation, felt invincible. It had been ages since he had utilized this form, and he welcomed the challenge. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Krillin. Impressive, I underestimated you. Let me show you my punch. With a surge in both power and speed, Zabo unleashed a devastating blow. Krillin, caught off guard, raised his arms in defense, but the impact sent him hurtling through the air, pain radiating from his arms. Kamehameha. Krillin executed a swift 360-degree turn to dissipate the force, gathering energy for his signature attack. You wish to challenge my strength? Very well. Zabo, having gained the upper hand in their physical exchange, prepared to respond with an energy assault. Undeterred, he concentrated a brilliant white energy in his palm. In an instant, both warriors thrust their gathered energies forward. Boom. Two colossal beams of light collided with tremendous force, neither yielding an inch. Klin, observing the scene unfold, felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. He never anticipated that the Grand Elder could unleash such formidable potential, rendering him so powerful. Ha ha ha. Is this truly the extent of your strength, you little baldy? Prepare to meet your demise. Just as Klin reveled in his triumph, a single remark from Sabo doused his exuberance like a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the bone. No sooner had Sabo spoken than his energy erupted wildly, the energy beams soaring to unprecedented heights, causing the Kamehameha wave to retreat at an astonishing pace. Hee, I thought my power had surpassed Vegeta's, but it appears this fellow has merely been toying with me, never revealing his true strength. Klin's mind raced as he watched the Kamehameha wave continuously recede, acknowledging his own inadequacy. Now, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Kamehameha. In an instant, Son Gohan vanished, only to reappear before Klin. He unleashed his own Kamehameha wave towards Sabo, showcasing the unparalleled techniques of Earthlings. The colossal energy wave swiftly engulfed Sabo, who, until the very end, did not emit a single cry of despair. What a close call. Klin exhaled in relief upon witnessing Sabo reduced to mere fragments by the Kamehameha wave. This adversary had concealed his true capabilities far too well, nearly leading him to defeat. Gohan, you truly are remarkable. Bulma gazed at Son Gohan with admiration and respect, feeling a profound sense of security with him by her side. As Gohan smiled and nodded, he sensed the battle energy attributes from the ground surging into his being. The system continuously registered an increase in his battle power, elevating it yet again. This scion is not dead. What shall we do? Klin approached Vegeta, noticing he was still breathing, and inquired of Gohan, Bulma, and Dandy. He secretly admired Vegeta's resilience, having endured such relentless assaults and still clinging to life. I will kill him to avenge my brothers, Dandy declared fiercely, eyeing the fallen Vegeta. Though he had not witnessed the slaughter of his kin, the uniform they wore was identical. It seems they are not allies. Let us awaken him first. Gohan pondered, recalling how Vegeta ultimately redeemed himself in the anime. It appeared that his inherent nature had not been entirely corrupted during the Majin Buu saga. He sacrificed himself to protect Earth. Moreover, sparing him might facilitate the future harvesting of battle energy attributes. Gohan knelt beside Vegeta, extending his palms as a white aura slowly enveloped the fallen warrior. What? Dandy gasped in astonishment at Gohan's actions. Isn't that my healing technique? How could Gohan also employ such a skill? Did he merely learn it from my previous use? Klin, realizing the peculiarity of the situation, was utterly flabbergasted. You only demonstrated the healing technique to me once, and he has already mastered it? His jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Son Gohan. However, Krillin soon laughed joyfully, realizing that the more formidable Gohan became, the safer they all would be. Chapter 22. The Arrival of the Ginyu Force. Bulma, upon witnessing that familiar gesture, immediately recalled how Dandy had treated Krillin in a similar manner previously. To her astonishment, Gohan had also learned the art of healing. Goku, you truly have an exceptional son. Learn? How could that be? I merely possess a borrowed attribute. Observing the expressions of those around him, Gohan surmised the thoughts of Dandy and the others. Did you save me? And what about Sabo? Within a few breaths, Vegeta's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Feeling that all his injuries had mended, he was filled with elation at the surge of powerful energy within him. Vegeta swiftly rose to his feet, gazing incredulously at Gohan and the others, questioning their intentions. The monster you mentioned has been slain by Gohan, Krillin declared proudly. Though he had not dealt the killing blow himself, they were indeed allies. With Gohan by his side, he felt no fear of any tricks Vegeta might attempt. Vegeta, you may leave, Gohan stated coldly. The dragon radar indicated the presence of a Dragon Ball nearby, likely one that this individual had hidden away. He was not inclined to consider what the other might do. His immediate priority was to locate the Dragon Ball. You truly intend to let me go? Vegeta asked. Disbelief etched on his face. He expected ulterior motives, yet here they were, offering him freedom, which he found hard to accept. If I do not allow you to leave, what purpose would you serve by remaining? This individual is utterly inhumane, having even slain his own comrades. If it weren't for Goku's insistence on sparing you, I would have already disposed of you. Krillin thought of the danger posed by this man, who had shown no mercy even to his own allies, and thus felt compelled to keep his distance. Who knows, he might stab me in the back, leading to my demise. You wretched Earthlings, mark my words. One day I shall eradicate you all. Vegeta seethed at the mention of Earth. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be in such a dire predicament. He yearned to hang Gohan and the others up for punishment, but his strength was insufficient. After making his threats, a white light enveloped Vegeta, and he soared into the sky. We should depart swiftly. The Dragon Ball lies 20 kilometers in that direction, Bulma announced, glancing at the Dragon radar that pointed northward. They had already acquired one Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder, and now another was here, with the remaining 5 gathered together. They all flew towards the direction indicated by the Dragon radar, soon arriving at a village where all the Namekians had perished. Damn it! Those 2 scoundrels must have slaughtered everyone in this village. Dandy shouted in anger upon witnessing the scene. The entire village, men, women, and children alike, had suffered, leaving not a single soul alive. It was undoubtedly that bastard Vegeta's doing. We should not have saved him, such a heartless creature. Krillin exclaimed in fury, deeply pained by the sight that echoed the suffering inflicted upon their friends back on Earth by the Saiyans. Do not mourn, for according to the radar, the Dragon Balls are located within the fish pond. By gathering all 7, we can restore their lives. At this moment, Bulma remained remarkably composed. Their purpose was to seek the Dragon Balls to revive their companions. Once Earth's Piccolo is resurrected, he can summon the Eternal Dragon to restore the Namekians. Suddenly, Gohan and Krillin sensed several formidable energies descending upon the Namekian planet at an alarming speed. Namek. Boom, boom, boom. 5 spherical spacecraft crashed onto the surface of Namek, creating 5 deep craters in an instant. Tendrils of black smoke curled into the air, and the scent of charred earth permeated the atmosphere. The hatch slowly opened, revealing 5 legendary figures. It was Frisia's first mercenary squad, the infamous Ginyu Force. They were the vanguard of Frisia's army, commonly referred to as enforcers. Captain, Ginyu. Lieutenant, Guldo. Team members, Berta, Rikum, and Jis. They had been on a mission nearby, and, upon Frisia's command, arrived to assist in the search for the Dragon Balls and to deliver a device. We are the Ginyu Force. The 5 emerged from their spacecraft, striking a flamboyant pose, shouting in unison, You 4 shall seek the Dragon Balls. I will report to Lord Frisia and deliver the device. Ginyu, true to his role as captain, remained clear-headed, immediately recalling his duties. After affirming their orders, the group dispersed to commence their tasks. Over here, there is a power level exceeding 500,000, likely belonging to Lord Frisia. There are 4 individuals, 2 of whom possess power levels above 3,000. One has a power level of 12,000. It must be Vegeta. There are several others as well, one boasting a power level exceeding 20,000. Let us first observe our dear Prince Vegeta, who dares to betray Lord Frisia. He shall be our first target. Indeed, let us capture Vegeta and present him to Lord Frisia as a greeting gift. The 5 instinctively activated their scouters to locate the Dragon Balls on the planet. The readings indicated that the planet was nearly devoid of life signs. After a discussion where everyone contributed their thoughts, they unanimously decided to pursue Vegeta first. Whoosh! Ginyu soared toward Frisia's location, while the others headed in the direction of Vegeta. Alas, it was unexpected that the Ginyu Force would arrive on Namek so swiftly, and they seemed to be approaching my direction. I cannot sit idly by. I must seek assistance, or I am doomed. Vegeta sensed the presence of the enemies the moment the Ginyu Force landed on Namek. He had detected their trail. He had not anticipated that they would immediately commence their search upon arrival. Vegeta was aware of the Ginyu Force's prowess. Alone, he had no chance of victory. The only option left was to seek allies. Son Gohan is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Without hesitation, he soared towards the direction from which he had just come. In the vast expanse of the universe, he realized that 6 days had inexplicably passed. How were Gohan and the others faring? They must hold on. I shall soon land on Namek. Sun Wukong also ceased his training, indulged in a hearty meal, donned a fresh set of martial attire, and prepared for action. Through relentless training over the past days, he had mastered the ability to withstand 100 times the normal gravity. And now he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his entire being. If he were to engage in battle with Vegeta again, he would undoubtedly overpower him. Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with excitement at the prospect of facing a being even mightier than the one Bulma had described. The mere thought of battling a formidable opponent sent thrilling shivers down his spine, not out of fear, but pure exhilaration. Chapter 23, Guldo. When Son Gohan and his companions sensed the arrival of the Ginyu Force, they had already secured Bulma and denned in a cave. For the outside world was fraught with danger, and they feared any unforeseen mishap. Krillin gazed at Son Gohan in perplexity. Why had another group of extraterrestrials appeared on Namek? They had just landed and were heading towards them. Were they indeed allies of the Saiyans? They must be delivering a device for Frisia, and Vegeta's approach seemed to indicate he was seeking refuge, as he currently lacked the power to confront 4 adversaries. A subtle smile crept upon Son Gohan's lips. Guldo, are you finally making your entrance? I can hardly contain my excitement for the pause time ability. His heart swelled with joy at the thought of pausing time during combat. executing a perfectly timed energy sphere attack. In mere moments, Vegeta and several members of the Ginyu Force arrived overhead. "My dear Prince Vegeta, I thought you might have fled. It appears you are in search of assistance," exclaimed one of them. "Look, that little brat is a scion. He even has a tail." Another chimed in. "They must be the scions from Earth, right? Ha ha ha." It seems Vegeta is not foolish. He knows he cannot contend with us and is seeking allies, regardless of their numbers. I, Hulilin, could single-handedly annihilate them all. Hulilin, you cannot be so selfish. We shall draw lots to fairly determine our opponents. The Ginyu Force dismissed Son Gohan and the others entirely, engrossed in their own discussions about who would strike first. Son Gohan regarded them as one might gaze at fools, particularly focusing on Guldo. They bore a striking resemblance to their animated counterparts. "You scoundrels, do you truly believe I, Vegeta, am defeated? You, Frieza's lackeys, are far too arrogant." Vegeta seethed with fury, his status as the prince of the Scions and a prodigious warrior rendering him unaccustomed to such indignities. He unleashed an energy blast towards the four. Bang! "My dear Vegeta, there is no need for haste. We shall attend to you once we have concluded our discussions." Hulilin casually deflected Vegeta's energy blast with a grin. Vegeta's face twisted in rage, his teeth clenched, for these foes were notorious for their formidable prowess. From the ease with which the opponent had deflected his energy blast, it was evident that their strength was at least on par with his own. With the formidable Son Gohan as his ally, Krillin felt a sense of security. He chose to remain silent, curious to see what tricks these individuals had up their sleeves. Ultimately, Guldo of the Ginyu Force triumphed in their game of rock, paper, scissors. The duel was to commence with these two young fighters. Guldo's four eyes darted between Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan, ultimately settling on Krillin and Gohan, as their scouters indicated a mere battle power of over 3,000 soft targets. Indeed. "Vegeta, allow me to clarify the rules of this game. During their battle, you must not intervene, or we shall not hesitate to retaliate," Kuririn remarked with a mischievous glint, his tone laced with menace. This confrontation was merely a game for them. The trio soared towards another towering mountain, intent on observing the clash. "Watch yourselves, you little rascals. This fellow possesses a formidable superpower. Time stop technique," Vegeta declared, arms crossed, feigning indifference. Inside, however, he was reveling in delight. They dared to challenge Kakaroto's son, truly tempting fate. "Gohan, I shall take the lead this time. Seize the opportunity to eliminate that fellow," Krillin instructed, disregarding Vegeta's warning, feeling the fade of benevolence was disingenuous. He volunteered to fight, having recently enhanced his strength thanks to the Grand Elder on Namek. Now, he needed to hone his skills, as the battles ahead would only intensify. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired, as it would allow him to acquire the time stop technique. "Ha ha ha, ignorance breeds audacity," Guldo scoffed, witnessing the bald fighter's audacious challenge, boldly proclaiming his intent to defeat him. Did he truly regard him as a mere plaything? He was the essence of the Ginyu Force, and the time stop technique was indeed formidable. Enough with the idle chatter. Behold my prowess. Krillin struck first, vanishing from sight, his speed propelling him above Guldo, launching a powerful energy wave. Sensing the overwhelming presence of the three spectators above, he aimed for a swift resolution, determined to eliminate the four-eyed monster in an instant. "What? Time stop!" Guldo exclaimed, realizing Krillin's figure had vanished, only to reappear with an energy wave barreling toward him. Cold sweat poured from his brow. Could this truly be a fighter with a power level of just over 3,000? He held his breath, raising his hands to activate the time stop technique, only to witness a shocking scene. The energy wave had already manifested before him. Guldo nearly stumbled in fright, hastily retreating from the impending attack. Unable to contain his breath any longer, he exhaled forcefully, and time resumed its flow. With a thunderous boom, the ground was instantaneously transformed. A massive crater left in the wake of the energy wave. Guldo, witnessing the aftermath, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. Fortunately, he had escaped in time. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death or severe injury. The duration of the time pause technique is akin to the brief moment of holding one's breath. Once that breath is exhaled, time resumes its course. Son Gohan gazed in astonishment at the actions of the two, perplexed as to why they had not lost their temporal attributes. Moments ago, this individual had employed the time pause technique. Vegeta seemed to perceive something as well, his eyes darting restlessly. Surely, this fellow must possess the extraordinary ability to halt time. Otherwise, my eyes would not be able to keep pace with his speed. This individual's mastery of the time pause technique is truly formidable. I must seize the opportunity to eliminate him, for if they join forces, it will spell trouble. How infuriating. Is your speed truly so exceptional? I refuse to believe it. Once the time pause technique was lifted, Krillin found himself confronted with the absence of Goku's figure, mistakenly attributing it solely to the latter's swiftness. He had not considered that his opponent had utilized supernatural powers to freeze time, relentlessly launching energy blasts in his direction. This is bad, the time pause technique. Goku observed the colossal energy sphere hurtling towards him, Should he be struck, it would surely mean his demise. Without hesitation, he activated the time pause technique once more, holding his breath, unwilling to gamble with his life. He fled the scene, only daring to exhale once he felt safe. Boom. Goku watched as the spot where he had just stood erupted in a violent explosion, the ground caving in, billowing smoke rising. Something is amiss. Why am I fleeing? I could simply eliminate my opponent instead. Alas, how foolish can I be? He slapped his forehead, a look of dawning realization crossing his face. Chapter 24, the time pause technique acquired. Ding. A time pause attribute and 100 combat power attributes have dropped ahead. Would you like to collect them? Once the time pause technique faltered, a deafening explosion reverberated, and a notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind. Elation surged within him as he turned his gaze towards Goku, discovering that indeed, the properties of the time pause had fallen beneath his feet. Collect them all. Without a moment to spare, Gohan silently recited his intention. Suddenly, the special ability section of his personal attribute panel displayed the time pause attribute. He had not anticipated that his opponent's use of the technique twice would yield such a fortunate outcome. Goodness. Krillin witnessed Goku's figure distance itself significantly from its previous location, unable to suppress an expletive. He recalled Vegeta's words about this individual's ability to pause time, leading to a sense of dread. What an exasperating extraterrestrial. If he were to pause time again and ambush me, I would surely be out of lives. The mere thought was terrifying. Gohan, you must keep a vigilant watch over me. Krillin shook his head, dispelling his anxious thoughts, and focused on dealing with this troublesome adversary. A surge of white energy erupted from his body, and with a powerful push of his foot, the ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web. On the battlefield, Goku, what on earth is going on? Have you been inactive for too long, causing your mind to rust? Ha ha ha, has your intellect grown moss? You are merely a denizen of Earth. How did you find yourself in such disarray? The opponent's combat prowess barely exceeds 3,000. Was it truly necessary to halt time on 2 separate occasions? Indeed, let us teach him a lesson, for we must not tarnish the reputation of the Ginyu Force. The members of the Ginyu Force are merely bystanders, and Goku's performance has led them to perceive excessive cowardice. Who would have imagined that a small bald-headed earthling could chase us down? This is indeed a disgrace to the Ginyu Force. Such superpowers should not be wielded in this manner. This scoundrel must not be forgiven. I have lost face. Bind technique. Upon hearing the jeers of his teammates and the relentless advance of Krillin, Goku finally resolved to fight back. He had undoubtedly been caught off guard earlier. But with his superpowers, he could surely defeat his adversary. Alas, my body refuses to move. Krillin felt as though he were ensnared by an unseen force, utterly immobilized. This power resembled that of the Earthling Dumpling's abilities. He struggled fiercely in the air, yet could not escape the binding force that held him captive. Control technique. Goku observed the small bald-headed figure suspended in midair, gritting his teeth and straining against his restraints. A surge of joy filled him as he unleashed the control technique, launching a continuous barrage of sand and stone at the trapped Krillin. The relentless assault of earth and debris echoed with Krillin's anguished cries. He never anticipated that this four-eyed creature possessed such formidable powers, rendering him completely helpless, unable even to engage in battle. Ding. The attributes of bind technique and control technique have dropped ahead. Will you collect them? At that moment, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. A delightful smile graced his lips. This individual had mastered 3 techniques, and now they all belonged to him. Collect, he silently affirmed, as the attributes of both techniques surged towards him, merging instantaneously with his being. The special abilities section of his personal attributes panel suddenly displayed these newfound powers. Though the control technique might not serve a significant purpose in combat, it would certainly be excellent for showmanship. Ha ha ha, little bald head, were you not quite arrogant moments ago? Now perish. Goku utilized the control technique to uproot a large tree, sharpening its ends, and hurled it towards the howling Krillin. He intended to skewer him and see if he dared to diminish his dignity again. Witnessing this turn of events, Vegeta acted decisively, vanishing from his position only to reappear behind Goku. He aimed to demonstrate his alliance with Gohan, hoping that Kakarot's son would offer his assistance. Bang! In an instant, Goku's head was severed, his life signs extinguished, blood spilling profusely. He could never have anticipated such an end. Vegeta concentrated a blast of energy in his hand, obliterating Goku's head into a fine mist. He could not help but glance towards Gohan, observing that the latter displayed no disgust, merely casting him a fleeting glance. Before the powers of super abilities were relinquished, had Vegeta taken action to eliminate Goku, Gohan would undoubtedly have intervened to save him. He was resolute, determined to seize this extraterrestrial and compel him to pause time for the purposes of his own advantage. However, in the present moment, Goku had lost all value. Even if Vegeta refrained from acting, Gohan would have taken matters into his own hands. What? Goku, that scoundrel, perished at the hands of Vegeta? How dare this rogue flout the rules of the game? With Goku's demise, the Ginyu Force was now 1 member short. How could they possibly maintain their splendid poses? Vegeta, how audacious of you to disrupt our endeavors. The Ginyu Force seethed with indignation at Vegeta's blatant disregard for their established protocols. They cared little for Goku's death. Their concern lay solely in the fact that their ranks had been diminished, and thus their signature poses would suffer. TCH, did I ever declare I wouldn't make a move? Those were your rules, not mine. Vegeta asserted with conviction. He had made his stance clear. Should Kakaroto's son choose not to assist him, he would bear the burden alone. Vegeta, since you refuse to adhere to the rules, I shall make you my first target, Kalium retorted through gritted teeth, lunging towards Vegeta. This rogue dared to disregard his warning, shattering the game's regulations and tarnishing his own reputation. He showed no concern for Gula's fate, but prioritized his own image instead. Vegeta and Kalium stood face to face, the battlefield charged with tension. With Gulu's demise, Krillin's binding spell dissipated instantaneously, granting him mobility once more. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would be the one to strike. It seemed this fellow sought to curry favor with them. Krillin remained airborne. Observing the confrontation between Vegeta and the pineapple-headed Kalium, Gohan watched with keen interest, pondering why he should intervene when the clash would yield the coveted power attributes. Why not simply await the fallout of the battle? Kalium, ever the attention seeker, always rushed to seize the spotlight in every thrilling encounter. There was no remedy for such behavior. Bart could not help but voice his frustrations to Vice Captain Guise. What can we do? Kalium is obsessed with appearances. Vegeta's audacity to ignore his counsel and disrupt the game's rules will surely provoke him. Guise, as the vice captain and strategist for the entire team, was well acquainted with the intricacies of each member. The battlefield crackled with anticipation as the two figures vanished in an instant, and the battle ignited with fervor. Chapter 25, The Misfortunes of Vegeta. Vegeta, prepare to meet your end, Kalium declared, vanishing only to reappear directly before Vegeta, delivering a thunderous punch. With an uncanny grace, Vegeta evaded the assault and swiftly countered. Bam! 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 The sound of combat resonated as the system's alerts chimed in Gohan's ears, indicating the scattering of power attributes across the ground. His heart soared with delight at the sight. As Kuririn sought to lend a hand, he found himself lacking a suitable opportunity, for the enemy of his enemy is indeed his friend. Although the formidable strength of Son Gohan provided ample support, rendering Vegeta's assistance unnecessary, the latter still chose to intervene, making their alliance unmistakably clear. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, obliterated the mountain in an instant, charging towards Kuririn with a tempest of attacks. Whoa, Prince Vegeta seems determined to fight to the finish. How frightful, Kuririn mocked, deftly evading Vegeta's onslaught. I relish your frustration. It's amusing to see you so vexed yet unable to defeat me. Damn it, do not underestimate me. I am a scion warrior of unparalleled genius. There is no way I could succumb to a scoundrel like you. Vegeta seethed, his pride ignited by Kuririn's derision, as his power surged forth and his movements accelerated. He could not afford to lose this battle. He was resolute in his intention to decapitate his opponent and use the head as a ball. With a resounding kick, Kuririn's body soared into the air, and Vegeta followed suit as if playing a game of soccer. The impact resonated loudly as Kuririn's form crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Hovering above, Vegeta seized the moment, employing his princely techniques to unleash a barrage of energy blasts upon Kuririn, who lay ensnared in the pit. Ding! 100 combat power attributes have fallen ahead. As Vegeta relentlessly discharged energy blasts, Son Gohan's mind was inundated with system notifications. Boom! The energy blasts erupted within the crater, shrouding the area in thick smoke. After unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts, Vegeta panted lightly, observing the swirling dust. Kuririn, that guy simply revels in chaos. Collect. The combat power attributes continuously flowed towards Son Gohan, merging seamlessly into his being. The numerical value of his combat power fluctuated on his personal attribute screen, gradually stabilizing after a few moments. Son Gohan marveled at the surge of over 30,000 in his combat power. The system was truly remarkable, allowing him, a mere bystander, to gather such attributes. My beloved Prince Vegeta, you nearly vanquished me just now. The thrill of defeating others must be exhilarating, huh? It is now my turn to strike. As the smoke dissipated, Kuririn emerged, his tattered clothing revealing a rather disheveled appearance. He rose from the crater, facing Vegeta with a sinister grin. This is impossible. How can this scoundrel be so powerful? Vegeta, witnessing Kuririn's unscathed form, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He involuntarily stepped back, realizing that he had already expended his full strength. Unleashing his might, Kuririn emanated an overwhelming aura, channeling every ounce of his power into the fight. Small stones on the ground began to levitate, propelled by the fierce energy radiating from him. There was no longer any reason to play. Two fists, each the size of a sandbag, struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The energy wave surged upward from the ground, striking Vegeta instantaneously and sending him soaring into the sky. Kuririn offered no respite. his speed amplifying as he charged toward Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of punches akin to a tempest. The air was filled with Vegeta's anguished screams. With a powerful blow, Kiririn sent Vegeta crashing down to the earth. Thud! The impact of his body created a deep crater in the ground, resembling a missile strike. Vegeta lay weakly at the center of the pit, gasping for breath and occasionally spitting out blood. He found himself in a dire predicament, completely overwhelmed by Kiririn's assault. Ha ha ha, the little brat from Earth is here, Kiririn exclaimed, turning to face Gohan and Krillin with a mischievous glint in his eyes. His confidence soared, having rendered Vegeta incapacitated. How could these two small fry pose a challenge? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Allow me to demonstrate my binding technique. Gohan, eager to test his newly acquired skills, felt that their mission on Namek had been accomplished. Den's healing abilities and Guru's temporal powers were now within his grasp. What? My body 1T move. Kiririn gasped in horror, staring at Gohan as if he had seen a ghost, trembling in fear. His body felt as though it were ensnared, completely immobile. He recognized this sensation all too well. Binding technique. Impossible. An Earthling can wield binding technique. Kiririn realized he was in trouble. Ginyu Force's guys and Berta looked on in shock, bewildered by Gohan's newfound abilities. How could this little brat possess Guru's superpowers? Could he have just learned them? They pondered, terrified at the implications. Remarkable, Gohan. You are truly extraordinary. Krillin, standing nearby, was speechless, astonished that Gohan had mastered such a technique. Having just experienced its potency, he understood the gravity of being immobilized and rendered powerless. Ha ha, enjoy this, Gohan declared, employing his telekinetic powers once more. The rocks on the ground levitated, bombarding Kiririn mercilessly like a machine gun. Kiririn's cries echoed as he was pummeled in the air, his strength entirely restrained, unable to retaliate. In mere moments, he was left bruised and battered. Guys, as the vice-captain, quickly recognized the precarious situation. The game rules no longer mattered. Observing Kiririn's utter helplessness, he feared the little brat would soon claim victory. He exchanged a knowing glance with Berta, who understood his intent in an instant after years of collaboration. They vanished from sight, reappearing right before Gohan. Guys and Berta aimed a kick at Gohan's head. If struck, he would undoubtedly shatter like a gourd. They were confident of rescuing Kiririn, believing their speed to be the swiftest in the universe. Yet, their assumptions were about to be proven tragically misguided. What transpired next utterly shattered their understanding. Chapter 26. Sun Wukong arrives on the battlefield. On Namek, a circular spaceship gracefully descended upon the ground. The hatch opened, and Sun Wukong emerged, beginning to sense the energies of this planet. Why are there so many powerful presences? Moreover, several of them exuded distinctly malevolent aura. How did Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin come to be gathered together? And what are these other formidable energies surrounding them? From the intensity of Vegeta's aura, it is evident that he has sustained severe injuries. Sun Wukong concentrated all his energy and swiftly flew towards Gohan and Krillin's direction. On Frisia's spaceship. What? A battle power of 90,000? Ginyu exclaimed in bewilderment. As Sun Wukong landed on Namek, Frisia and Ginyu's scouters displayed a battle power reading of 90,000, which surprised them slightly. Frisia had been closely monitoring this formidable power's movements. Upon landing on Namek, the individual was rapidly approaching the other members of the Ginyu Force. A sinister smile crept across Frisia's face. A battle power of 90,000 is hardly worth my effort. Ginyu can handle it. I must continue my search for the Dragon Balls. Through his scouter, he pinpointed Elder Namek. Frisia believed the final Dragon Balls were in the possession of these Namekians. Yes, I shall attend to this matter at once. Ginyu swiftly flew towards Sun Wukong, while Frisia, aboard his vehicle, sped towards the direction of the Elder and the prodigious warrior. Nail. On the battlefield, Gohan observed the shifting aura of Frisia. It appears he believes the last two Dragon Balls are in the hands of the Namekians. Now that Frisia's energy is moving, he is heading towards the remaining Elder and the talented Nail. Gohan. Krillin felt a flicker before him, and two extraterrestrial beings appeared. So fast, he was taken aback, instinctively warning Gohan. However, the opponent's strength was overwhelming. Here they come. Gohan smiled with confidence. He struck like lightning, swiftly seizing the feet of Jisoo and Buddha as they attempted to kick him. What, no? This is impossible. Jisoo and Buddha were utterly astonished. Their cooperation had never failed before, especially Buddha, who had always believed his speed was the fastest in the universe. The two unleashed their full battle power, desperate to break free from Gohan's grasp. Krillin was instantly blown away by this tremendous energy. A massive force erupted, causing the ground to sink beneath them. Yet, Gohan remained unfazed, his grip on the two akin to a vice. Trying to escape won't be so easy. Gohan swung their legs with great force, hurling them towards one another. Bang! The two were immediately dazed from the impact. He then flung them towards the direction that imprisoned Kulam. Magic flash. Gohan raised his hands above his head, unleashing a colossal beam of energy directed at the three. Upon awakening, Bart, Guys, and Kaleem let out heart-wrenching screams. Yet, their bodies remained shackled, leaving them utterly incapable of escape. In an instant, a colossal beam of energy engulfed the trio. From that moment forth, the Jinyu force was left with but a solitary leader. Klein, witnessing Gohan's remarkable display, was utterly captivated. In one fell swoop, he had vanquished 3 formidable opponents, which was truly a source of immense satisfaction. Suddenly, the device of Captain Jinyu, who was en route to the battlefield, erupted in an explosive burst, startling him. "Curse that wretched brat from Earth. I vow to rend you limb from limb," he bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth clenched in fury, as he accelerated to his utmost speed. Simultaneously, Frisia's device also detonated. He paused, casting a glance in Gohan's direction before resuming his flight towards the Grand Elder. Jinyu was en route there as well. He would take care of it. My primary objective now is to locate the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Such a powerful aura. That must be Goku, Klein exclaimed, gazing into the sky, his heart brimming with elation. His spirits lifted, for Goku had finally arrived. In mere moments, the small fragments of Earth began to levitate. A fierce gust of wind swept through, raising a cloud of dust from the ground, causing Klein to wobble unsteadily. "Gohan, Klein, are you both all right?" As the dust settled, Goku's figure emerged. Seeing that both were unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Dad, you made it!" Gohan exclaimed, his face radiant with joy. "Goku, it's wonderful to see you," Klein echoed, as the trio exchanged pleasantries. Klein eagerly recounted the events of their arrival on Namek. A powerful presence was approaching. "Let us first rescue Vegeta," Goku suggested, glancing towards the deep pit where Vegeta lay. He believed the warrior still retained some semblance of decency, having just fought alongside Klein. This time, Klein remained silent, reassured by the presence of both father and son, their auras so formidable that he felt confident in their chances. "Dad, the Grand Elder's life is nearing its end. I wish to seek the Dragon Balls first," Gohan advised. "The incoming presence may not match your strength, but they possess a unique ability to swap bodies, so please be cautious." As he spoke, Gohan spotted a large worm on the ground, stunning it and handing it over to Goku. "What? An alien capable of body swapping? How astonishing!" Goku replied, astonished as he accepted the worm. "I'll be careful. You go ahead and find the Dragon Balls. Let us search for the Dragon Balls together, Gohan." "I can't be of any assistance here," Klein interjected, his surprise evident as he recalled the bizarre power of the four-eyed adversary. "All right, let us depart." Son Gohan nodded at Krillin, then soared towards Dend and Bulma. The dragon of Namek could only grant wishes in the Namekian language. Soon, the two figures vanished from Goku's sight. Goku tucked the worm into his bosom and leaped down the pit to confront Vegeta. "Kakarot, you bastard, I shall slay you." Vegeta seethed at the sight of Goku, his memories of Earth igniting a fire in his eyes. Lying in the pit, he ground his teeth in frustration, astonished by the immense power radiating from Goku. "I am the prodigious warrior of the Saiyans. You, a lowly warrior, have only been absent for a month. How could your battle power soar so rapidly?" "Cough, cough, Vegeta. Your temper remains as fierce as ever. First, consume this Senzu bean to restore your strength. An imposing adversary is approaching," Goku said with a cheerful expression, placing a Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. "Such a formidable opponent must not perish." Gulp. Vegeta had encountered the miraculous effects of this bean during the invasion of Earth. He unceremoniously chewed and swallowed it. Suddenly, it was as if he had been invigorated, fully revitalized. He stood up, astonishment etched across his face as he surveyed his body. Not only were all his injuries healed, but his battle power had also significantly increased. "Why does my battle power surge so dramatically each time I recover from injury? Is it due to the Saiyan physiology? Or perhaps battle itself enhances my power? I must find an opportunity to verify this." "Here it comes," Goku said, gazing upward. He spotted an alien, clad in attire akin to Vegeta's, hovering above them, looking down with palpable disdain. Chapter 27, Dragon, Porunga. On the battlefield. "Haha, Jinyu, your speed is truly lacking. Now that you have arrived, the Jinyu force is left with but one commander." Upon being fully revitalized, Vegeta taunted Jinyu, still reeling from the earlier humiliation inflicted by Cooler's oppressive force. "Vegeta, it's a pleasure to see you. Where are those little earthlings?" Jinyu inquired, unfazed by the mockery. Surveying the chaotic battlefield where only Goku and Vegeta remained, the two Earth children nowhere in sight. "It seems the reading of 90,000 must belong to this person," he mused, eyeing Goku with curiosity. "You mean Gohan and Krillin? They have gone to search for the Dragon Balls," Goku replied. Your energy is exceedingly powerful. You must be quite a formidable opponent." Goku felt an exhilarating rush at Jinyu's formidable presence, as if his very blood were boiling. "What? The Dragon Balls?" Jinyu exclaimed, taken aback. "This is bad. Frieza is already seeking the remaining Dragon Balls. Within the spaceship, chaos reigns, and there are still 5 Dragon Balls left. If those 2 Earthlings reach there first, the consequences are unimaginable." Vegeta remained composed, for he had concealed the last Dragon Ball at the bottom of a fish pond. Even if those two little brats were to find the other Dragon Balls, they would be unable to make a wish. However, Vegeta never anticipated that the very Dragon Ball he had hidden would be discovered by Bulma using the Dragon Radar. He had been rather smug about his clever concealment. Suddenly, Jinyu made a swift decision, unleashing a surge of white energy as he propelled himself toward the spaceship. Attempting to escape? That would not be so simple. He activated a threefold Kaioken, maximizing his speed to instantaneously block Jinyu's path. Jinyu, uninterested in combat, veered off in another direction, and the two engaged in a relentless chase through the sky. On Frieza's spaceship, alarms blared, signaling an enemy attack. It turned out that Gohan and Krillin had located Bulma and Den through the Dragon Radar. The Frieza force sounded the alarm. Suddenly, a swarm of small warriors erupted from the depths of space. These beings possessed battle powers of around 2,000 to 3,000. Within minutes, Gohan and Krillin dispatched them with ease. With the aid of the Dragon Radar, the four quickly located 5 Dragon Balls. Gohan retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from the system space, gathering a total of 7. Come forth, Shenron. Den cried out in the Namekian tongue. Instantly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Bulma, filled with trepidation, hid behind Gohan. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light that shot into the heavens. Suddenly, a dragon resembling a toad materialized in the sky. Porunga. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and I shall grant them. However, you are limited to 3 wishes. Porunga's crimson eyes scanned the crowd, his imposing voice resonating. Finally, the 7 Dragon Balls had been assembled. A faint smile graced the wrinkled face of the Grand Elder seated upon his throne. We entrust the fate of Namek to you. Just as Frieza's ship came to a halt, he looked towards the sky, where a golden monstrosity appeared in the direction of his spaceship. Could this be the dragon? He unleashed his full firepower, soaring toward the dragon. Which fool dares to seize my Dragon Balls? He seethed, his teeth clenched, veins pulsating on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. Now, the cooked duck had flown away. It was evident how enraged he was. Meanwhile, Jinyu and Vegeta stood in shock. Why had the sky darkened? They gazed into the distance, where a colossal creature radiated a golden light, stark against the night. Could this be the dragon? No, it's impossible. I still have 1 Dragon Ball hidden away. How could those 2 little brats from Earth possibly gather all 7? I shall not allow you to succeed. A fierce aura erupted from Vegeta as he soared towards the radiant Shenron. Jinyu, taken aback by Vegeta's declaration, was astonished to realize that those 2 young ones from Earth had managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls so swiftly. He too flew towards Shenron, hoping to arrive in time. Meanwhile, Goku observed the unfolding scene with a smirk, also heading towards the dragon. Dondi, the first wish is to resurrect a being named Piccolo from Earth. For my second wish, I desire the skill of instant transmission. And for my third wish, grant me the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Unlike the characters from the anime, Gohan spoke without hesitation, articulating all 3 wishes in one breath. In the series, before the 3 wishes could be fulfilled, the Grand Elder had passed away, causing Shenron to disappear and wasting the opportunity to make wishes. The skill of instant transmission is indeed a remarkable ability within the Dragon Ball universe. Goku has accomplished numerous incredible feats using this skill, such as transporting the self-destructing Cell away from Earth during the Cell Saga and rescuing Vegeta and Mr. Satan when Majin Buu obliterated the planet. Instant transmission allows one to traverse the cosmos, saving others and oneself. Gohan's third wish was made with safety in mind. If he could survive in space, even if a planet were to be destroyed, he could endure and later utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect that planet. Brother Gohan, I understand, Dondi said, utilizing the Namekian language to point at Gohan while rapidly communicating with Shenron. The Grand Elder had once instructed him to assist Gohan in making wishes, leaving the specifics of the wishes to Gohan's discretion. Krillin and Bulma had no objections to Gohan's wishes, though they were left bewildered by the Namekian language, akin to deciphering an alien script. These 3 wishes are quite simple and shall be granted forthwith. Shenron's crimson eyes glimmered. Far away on King Kai's planet, the light ring atop Piccolo's head vanished instantaneously. The Supreme Kai appeared in the Kai's temple on Earth. Bubbles, upon witnessing this, was overjoyed, resembling a child as tears of exhilaration streamed down his face. The first wish has been fulfilled. Now I shall grant you your second wish. Shenron's eyes flashed with enchanting light once more. A white flame enveloped Gohan, filling his mind with clarity and bestowing a delightful sensation throughout his being. The skill of instant transmission integrated into his consciousness. The second wish has been granted. Now I shall fulfill your third wish. Shenron's voice echoed again, his eyes shimmering. A beam of white light surged into Gohan's body. He felt as though every pore in his body was alive, capable of breathing. Is this the ability to survive in the cosmos? With all 3 wishes now fulfilled, farewell. Shenron Porunga transformed into stone, and the sky brightened instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. 7 stones fell from the sky. Chapter 28. Son Gohan attempts a new skill. At long last, The moment has arrived, and I can finally feel at ease. After the dragon's disappearance, the Grand Elder wore a smile upon his face. He had been holding on to a glimmer of hope, awaiting a miracle. Now that he has fulfilled his mission, there is no longer a need for a prolonged existence. His voice grew fainter, until it seemed he had drifted into slumber. The Grand Elder, Nael, and Dend, with tearful eyes, knelt before him. Now, only the three of them remained on Namek. How infuriating! I shall not let you escape. Frisia, still on his way, saw the sky suddenly illuminate. The dragon had vanished, indicating that his wish had been dashed. Traveling such a great distance in search of the Dragon Balls, only to end up facilitating someone else's desires, was utterly agonizing. He clenched his teeth in frustration, as if he had bitten into a rotten fly. When had the Cosmic Emperor Frisia ever endured such humiliation? He vowed to torment his foes until they perished, in order to relieve the resentment swelling within him. Simultaneously, witnessing the sky brighten and the dragon's disappearance, he fumed. You shall not be forgiven. Those wretched earthlings. I will ensure your demise. Vegeta halted in his tracks, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had not anticipated the failure of his wish. Aware that such a commotion would surely draw Frisia's attention, he realized that there was no point in continuing forward. You dare to seize what belongs to Lord Frisia? Prepare to face his wrath. Guldo, observing the sky's illumination and the dragon's vanishing, understood that Frisia's wish was now unattainable. Upon seeing Vegeta stop, he felt a wicked sense of schadenfreude. Ha! It seems the wish has been thwarted. Let us settle this once and for all. Son Goku, noticing that both had come to a halt, exclaimed with excitement. He had not been incapable of catching up. Rather, he merely wished to reach Son Gohan's side. However, now that the wish had been fulfilled, there was no longer any necessity to proceed. Krillin, take Bulma and Den somewhere safe, Son Gohan instructed Krillin. He then placed Frisia's spaceship into his system storage. The vessel appeared quite luxurious and spacious. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Understood, I will protect them well. Gohan, you must be cautious. Krillin, Bulma, and Den warned Son Gohan before departing. Krillin recognized his limitations and deemed it more prudent to safeguard Bulma and Den. Shortly after their departure, Son Gohan thought, let me test this new skill. He unleashed his energy and soared into the sky, swiftly breaking through Namek's atmosphere and entering the cosmos. Ha! This skill is truly marvelous, he exclaimed, feeling no discomfort in the vastness of space. As Son Gohan gazed upon the inky expanse of the cosmos, he found little beauty therein. Silently, he attuned himself to the essence of each planet. Who could be responsible for this devastation? The sight of countless corpses strewn across the battlefield, while the spacecraft had vanished, ignited a fierce indignation within him. His veins throbbed, and his eyes blazed with fury. This was intolerable. If only he could discern the road behind this atrocity, he would ensure they suffered a slow and torturous demise. Amidst his thoughts, he recognized that the one with a battle power of 90,000 must be you. I am acutely aware of Vegeta's prowess. Jinyu has long harbored a disdain for Goku. Had it not been for the need to thwart the Earthling's wishes, he would have dispatched that scoundrel already. Now that the dragon has vanished, there are no more reservations. After eliminating these two foes, he would set his sights on the diminutive Earthling. This wretch should cease underestimating others. Vegeta's pent-up rage had no outlet. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, his fury surged. He acted with lightning speed, unleashing a formidable energy blast. Jinyu's form evaporated, narrowly evading the attack. The explosion resonated, obliterating a mountain and sending a colossal mushroom cloud spiraling skyward. Could this be the individual who pilfered the Dragon Balls? Frisia, gritting his teeth, witnessed the mushroom cloud rising in the distance and propelled himself towards the explosion, fully armed. Vegeta, how dare you play tricks? He is my adversary. Goku, observing Vegeta's premature assault, refused to be outdone and charged at Jinyu. When did he ever become your opponent? Vegeta's ire intensified. He craved a vigorous battle to release the tempest within him. Ha ha ha, you two wild monkeys. Even united, you do not frighten me. Jinyu, undeterred by their aggressive advance, launched himself towards Goku and Vegeta. The clash was instantaneous. The three engaged in fierce combat. At last, the battle had commenced. In the vastness of space, Gohan sensed the turmoil on Namek. A smile crept upon his lips as he detected Goku's energy. In a flash, Gohan vanished from his location, reappearing on the battlefield. In the realm of Dragon Ball, instant transmission manifests in two forms. The technique of the Yardrat people requires the ability to sense energy signatures for its use, facilitating the search for others. Conversely, the instant transmission employed by King Kai's attendant, Kibito, allows traversing the cosmos without relying on energy signatures. Gohan realized that the instant transmission bestowed upon him by the dragon was flawless. A harmonious blend of the Yardrat technique and Kibito's method. He found himself in a position of his choosing, not necessarily adjacent to Goku. In the anime, Goku often used instant transmission to appear beside others, recalling an instance when he nearly decapitated Gohan, while Gohan wielded the sword of the Kai. Ding. Battle power attribute of 300 acquired ahead. Suddenly, Son Gohan appeared on the battlefield, drawing no attention from anyone. As his figure materialized, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. In the sky, the fierce clash between Vegeta, Jinyu, and Goku rained down combat power attributes as if it were pouring rain. He eagerly collected them all, observing the ground littered with combat power attributes. Gohan's joy knew no bounds. The attributes scattered about resembled flowing rivers, gradually merging into his limbs and bones. The combat power bar on his personal attributes interface spun wildly, akin to a money printer at work. Suddenly, the stones scattered across the battlefield began to levitate. A formidable aura surged onto the scene. The three combatants halted their struggle, gazing intently at the newcomer. Chapter 29. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza arrives on the battlefield. Ho ho ho. I did not expect this place to be so lively, Frieza remarked, his voice laced with mockery. Vegeta, it seems your wings have grown strong. A chill swept through the air as he surveyed the trio, his gaze ultimately resting upon Vegeta. Upon seeing Goku, he experienced a fleeting sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before, though the memory eluded him. Meanwhile, Gohan was wholly disregarded, merely a child in their midst. As he approached, Frieza had already devised plans to torment those who dared to steal his Dragon Balls, vowing to make them wish for death. Frieza, Vegeta stammered, a hint of trepidation evident as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. At last, you have arrived. Lord Frieza, Jinyu proclaimed respectfully. The arrival of Frieza invigorated him immensely. Has he finally made his entrance? Gohan thought, equally exhilarated by Frieza's presence. The stronger the opponent, the more potent the combat power attributes that would fall. During Jinyu's battle, the highest attribute dropped was over 300, a remarkable feat indeed. Are you the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? May I engage you in battle? Goku inquired, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza stirring his restless spirit, compelling him to challenge the foe. Ho ho ho. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, Frieza sneered. You, a pitiful wild monkey, what gives you the audacity to challenge me? A wicked smile crept across his face, recalling how those who had spoken to him in such a manner had been reduced to cosmic dust. Lord Frieza, my subordinates and I will eliminate them at once, Jinyu declared, eager to seize the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Very well, I shall relish in their torment, ensuring their suffering is profound, Frieza replied, biding his time to witness the unfolding drama. A scion with a combat power of 90,000? This fellow grows increasingly familiar, he mused. I recall a similar individual who bravely stood against my energy wave before the destruction of planet Vegeta. It appears this Earth scion is undoubtedly the offspring of that man. What a twist of fate. I shall slay his father, and then him and his grandson. Ha! The mere thought of it evokes a sense of amusement and thrill. The subordinate comprehends. A formidable aura emanates from Jinyu, who resolves to unleash his full strength to impress Lord Frieza. Encased in a layer of white energy, the ground begins to tremble as waves of force surge outward in all directions. The entire Namekian planet subtly quivers. The battles in Dragon Ball rely heavily on sheer vocal prowess. Goku adopts a hoarse stance, channeling all his energy. Instantly, a gust of force manifests into a swirling tornado, causing the earth to tremor slightly. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, relentlessly amplifies his own power, enveloping himself in a white aura. The enmity with Frieza has escalated. Today, it is either his demise or that of his opponent. Now, he stands shoulder to shoulder with Kakarot. The two resolve to eliminate Jinyu first before turning their attention to Frieza, as this may provide a sliver of hope. Is it about to commence? Such an impressive aura, even from this distance, is palpable. Krillin, accompanied by Bulma and Dende, observes the unfolding battle from a distant peak. His current task is to safeguard the two, ensuring they remain unscathed by the chaos of the battlefield. What is happening to this planet? Is it experiencing an earthquake? Bulma remarks, gazing at the quaking Namek. It signifies that Goku and the others are about to engage in combat. This planet trembles under the influence of their immense power, Krillin explains, directing his gaze toward the source of the energy. Come at me, wild monkey. Jinyu initiates the assault, swiftly appearing before Goku and delivering a punch. In response, Goku strikes back, eager to gauge his opponent's strength, true to his nature. With a resounding crash, their fists collide. Jinyu remains unmoved, while Goku is propelled backwards, the force sending him flying several meters. Kakarot, that scoundrel is still concealing his power. At this moment, Vegeta charges in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Jinyu. His approach is relentless, a stark contrast to Goku's style. Strike after strike, Jinyu effortlessly dodges Vegeta's attacks. No matter how swift, they are all evaded. Impressive. Goku quickly returns to the fray, joining forces with Vegeta against Jinyu. Witnessing this clash, Gohan is overjoyed, for he perceives the diminishing battle power of the three combatants. Akin to a torrential downpour, Goku aims a punch at Jinyu, yet he strikes only an illusion, as Jinyu swiftly counters with a blow to the right. Bang! Goku is soon met with a sweeping kick from Jinyu, sending him crashing toward the ground like a kite severed from its string. He executes a 360-degree flip, dissipating the impact, his feet carving deep furrows into the earth. Kakarot, stop toying around. Quickly dispose of this scoundrel. We still have Frieza to contend with. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, shouted at Goku. This scoundrel had been concealing his true power, unwilling to unleash his full strength in battle. Is this not your might? Jinyu, looking down from a superior vantage point, questioned Goku with a puzzled expression. At present, Jinyu's combat power stood at 110,000, while Goku's normal state was merely 90,000. The disparity in their strengths was staggering, leaving Goku at a disadvantage from the outset. Vegeta, step aside, Jinyu commanded, unleashing a barrage of punches that struck like a machine gun. Vegeta, unable to withstand Jinyu's ferocious onslaught alone, took a brutal blow to the abdomen. Racked with pain, he coughed up bile, clutching his stomach and bending over in agony. Jinyu interlaced his fingers and delivered a powerful punch that sent Vegeta crashing into the ground. The impact created a deep crater in the earth. Having just battled Jinyu, Goku felt a persistent tingling sensation in his hands. He believed that attacking Jinyu alongside Vegeta was unnecessary. If he employed the Kaioken technique, he could easily overpower Jinyu. There would be no need to join forces with Vegeta. He desired a fair fight against Jinyu, but after Vegeta's earlier reminder, he realized his initial thoughts were misguided. Frieza was the true threat. With the Kaioken doubled, Goku, though not particularly sharp in other matters, possessed a clarity of mind when it came to combat that surpassed all others. He let out a mighty roar, his white aura transforming into a vibrant red. Aware of Frieza's immense strength, he understood the necessity of preserving his own power. He swiftly entered the fray, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With the Kaioken, Goku's combat power surged to 180,000, overwhelming Jinyu's defenses. Soon, Jinyu found himself tossed about like a soccer ball, utterly at Goku's mercy. Notification, 300 combat power attributes dropped ahead. Since the three had commenced their battle, Gohan's mind had been inundated with the system's notifications. He eagerly collected the attributes as they flowed into his body like a deluge, filling him with joy. Frieza's triangular eyes widened in shock at the sight of the trio's escalating power. How could the Scions become so formidable so suddenly? Especially the one who had come from Earth. Chapter 30, Jinyu's Ambition. On the battlefield, Gohan remarked, Vegeta, your combat power is still too weak. Allow me to assist you. In a flash, he appeared at the bottom of the crater, observing the battered Vegeta. He hoped for Vegeta to contribute significantly to his own combat power attributes. Gohan extended his palm towards Vegeta, channeling a gentle energy that visibly accelerated the healing of Vegeta's injuries. Instantly revitalized, Vegeta stood up, exhilarated and feeling the surge of power within him. It seemed evident, with each injury healed, his combat power would increase. Vegeta, do you wish to enhance your strength further? Gohan asked with a warm smile. To make the horse run swiftly, one must ensure it eats well. At first, there was no intention to employ the Elder's method to help Sun Wukong unlock his potential. The plan was simply to use Jinyu's hands to severely injure Sun Wukong's body, as Scions experience a significant power boost after recovering from injuries. However, Frieza's sudden appearance has completely disrupted those plans. Do you have a solution? Help me, Vegeta instinctively uttered, his eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. This little brat had surprised him far too many times. He had always pursued power. All right, relax. Son Gohan levitated beside Vegeta, placing a hand atop his head. Vegeta, in a state of confusion, wondered if this would truly enhance his combat strength. He was entirely unconcerned that Son Gohan might suddenly strike him down, as Gohan had spared and saved him on numerous occasions. A torrent of white energy surged from Gohan's hand into Vegeta's body. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Vegeta, causing the deep pit to expand exponentially, the ground cracking like a spider's web. Son Gohan then withdrew his hand. This overwhelming presence was emanating from Vegeta. Sun Wukong felt a formidable energy, his gaze instinctively drawn to Vegeta. Was this commotion truly conjured by Gohan? What other secrets did he possess that he had yet to reveal? Haha, is this really my strength? How powerful! It seems Frieza is no longer my adversary, Vegeta mused, exhilarated by the violent energy coursing through him. He realized that this aura surpassed even Frieza's current might. If a scouter could detect it, his power would have reached 500,000. It was no wonder he felt that his combat prowess had eclipsed Frieza's. Vegeta, a genius warrior of remarkable potential, pondered whether this was the work of that little brat. Meanwhile, Frieza had been closely observing the battle between Jinyu and Sun Wukong and had paid no attention to what transpired with Vegeta. Now, witnessing such a tremendous upheaval, he was utterly perplexed. Splendid. Jinyu, who was being mercilessly tormented by Sun Wukong in the air, experienced a blend of anguish and delight. His screams of agony were interspersed with bouts of laughter. Anyone witnessing this would think him mad. He had not anticipated the Scion strength to be so formidable, rendering him utterly defenseless. He had already set his sights on this body, merely waiting for Sun Wukong to brutalize him further. Knowing that the body-swapping moment would be all the more exhilarating. Jinyu has completely relinquished his resistance. Has he decided to employ that move? Frieza remarked with excitement. If they were to swap bodies soon, he could only imagine the expression on the other's face. The thought alone was thrilling. Vegeta, seek vengeance while you can. Delay any longer, and the opportunity will vanish. Son Gohan smiled at Vegeta, glancing upward toward the clash between Jinyu and Sun Wukong. He then soared out of the pit to continue observing the unfolding battle from the sky. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, he instantly discerned the intentions lurking within the other's mind. You wish to exchange bodies? How presumptuous. Jinyu, prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta exerted force with his feet, causing the very ground to collapse beneath him. In an instant, his form vanished. Bam! When he reappeared, he stood before Jinyu, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. He was a man who repaid grievances in kind. Had Jinyu not relished the prior assault? Now, it was his turn to experience the sting of defeat. Gagging, Jinyu's stomach twisted painfully, forcing him to double over in agony as he violently retched. Vegeta followed up with another heavy punch to Jinyu's back. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, leaving Jinyu utterly unprepared. His body plummeted towards the ground like a cannonball. He retaliated with a similar approach, striking Jinyu. Goku watched in astonishment as Vegeta transformed so dramatically, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired moments earlier. The disparity between the two was staggering, akin to an adult thrashing a child. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. Coughing, Jinyu lay in the depths of the pit, glancing up at the airborne Vegeta with excitement, as if beholding a stunning beauty. Drool escaping his lips. This vessel was nothing short of perfection. With just a few punches, he had rendered himself incapacitated. His battle power of 110,000 felt trivial before Vegeta. At last, this was the body I have longed for. Vegeta, I shall claim your form. An energy beam erupted from Jinyu's body, ensnaring Vegeta in an instant. A white light emanated from his mouth, hurtling towards his opponent. What? My body is utterly immobile. Vegeta struggled fiercely, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he was powerless. This is dire. Could this be the superpower Gohan spoke of? The white light Jinyu projected must be his very soul. Goku hastily tossed a worm towards Vegeta. Frieza, save me. Jinyu shouted desperately to Frieza upon spotting the worm Goku had thrown. How could this fool carry such a thing with him? Do the Saiyans anticipate my ability to exchange bodies? Audacious. Frieza unleashed a red energy wave towards the worm, determined to protect his sole subordinate from being incapacitated before him. Not on my watch. Gohan, having anticipated Frieza's move, swiftly intervened to deflect the energy wave, sending it careening away. Boom. The energy wave pierced through a mountain. Frieza was slightly taken aback, contemplating another strike, but it was already too late. He had not expected this brat to withstand his energy wave. No, there was no hindrance. The worm successfully shielded Vegeta. In that instant, Jinyu's soul exchanged places with the worm. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Jinyu, vanish from my sight. As Vegeta regained his mobility, he unleashed a furious energy wave, obliterating the worm before him and the lifeless body of Jinyu on the ground. Although he had been rendered immobile moments before, he had witnessed everything with clarity. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Kakarot and his son, his very soul might have exchanged places with Jinyu's. Gohan gathered the scattered battle power attributes, watching as his personal combat stats soared dramatically in the display. I underestimated you all, Frieza sneered, his gaze growing increasingly sharp as he regarded the trio. Chapter 31, Vegeta vs. Frieza. Frieza, cease your arrogant prattle. I've long found you intolerable. Vegeta felt his own energy surpassing that of Frieza, an urge to overpower him bubbling within. My dear Vegeta, I never imagined you would transform so drastically upon arriving on Earth. It has been ages since I've exercised my muscles. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Frieza stepped out of his vehicle, stretching his limbs. Now stripped of his former allies, he had no choice but to rely solely on himself. Vegeta erupted with a formidable aura, waves of energy radiating outward, scattering the clouds above. The sea crashed violently against the shore as the ground trembled beneath them. Impressive, but I wonder just how far your strength has truly progressed. Frieza observed Vegeta quietly, though turmoil brewed within him. Prepare to meet your end, Frieza. Vegeta summoned all his battle power, charging toward Frieza with uncontainable fervor. Come forth. I shall demonstrate the chasm that separates us. Frieza, unwilling to back down, surged forward to meet him. Boom. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions. In their first clash, Frieza found himself at a disadvantage, his body involuntarily recoiling several steps. Ding, 300 battle power attributes dropped ahead. As the battle commenced, Gohan's mind was filled with system notifications, a beaming smile plastered on his face as he observed the unfolding spectacle. Frieza, have you grown so soft from inactivity that you've become a mere shrimp? Vegeta pressed his advantage, charging forward once more. Frieza steadied himself and retaliated with a punch aimed at the oncoming attack. However, it merely pierced through a mere afterimage of Vegeta. In truth, this was a feint. And Vegeta reappeared behind Frieza, delivering a powerful blow. Boom. A tremendous force sent both combatants staggering back as they engaged in a fierce melee, each strike resonating with raw power. Do not let your pride blind you. I laser. As Frieza and Vegeta exchanged blows, two crimson beams erupted from Frieza's eyes, catching Vegeta off guard. Watch out. Vegeta sensed the shift in energy, executing a roll just in time to evade the assault. Were it not for the skills he had honed on Earth, he would have been in grave danger. Ding, I laser attribute dropped ahead. Do you wish to collect it? Nowhere to run. Multi-death beam. Frieza's fingers unleashed a barrage of crimson and white beams directed at Vegeta, reminiscent of the prince's own techniques. Astonishingly, Vegeta managed to evade the onslaught of radiant projectiles, his agility barely keeping him from being overwhelmed. The ground trembled as if bombarded by artillery, erupting into chaos with smoke and debris swirling around. Ding! Death beam dropped, echoed the ominous sound. How could this be? How could Frieza possess such overwhelming power? In terms of both speed and strength, they seemed evenly matched. Vegeta, increasingly unnerved, desperately dodged the lethal energy. Remarkable. How can Vegeta's strength be so formidable? Goku observed, noting that Vegeta's prowess was on par with Frieza's. His expression was a mix of envy and admiration, especially after witnessing Vegeta's earlier plight against Jinyu. Dad, let me help you unlock your potential, Gohan exclaimed, sensing his father's eagerness. It appeared that Vegeta was struggling to defeat Frieza alone, realizing his father's longing for action. Gohan knew that if Goku joined the fray, they could amplify their combat prowess together. What? Gohan, you enhanced Vegeta's strength? Hurry, help me too. I've been itching for a fight. Goku's excitement was palpable. He had not anticipated Gohan's abilities. Gohan smiled and nodded, placing his hand atop Goku's head, employing the same method he used on Vegeta to elevate Goku's power. With a thunderous blast, Goku's body radiated an overwhelming aura, sending shockwaves rippling outward. He reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him. How's that? Are you satisfied with my power? He inquired. Meanwhile, Frieza, relishing Vegeta's disarray, chuckled with a sense of superiority, eager to dominate the once mighty warrior. Don't get too cocky, Frieza, Goku retorted, immediately entering the battlefield after augmenting his strength. In a flash, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Frieza. The villain, unprepared for the surge of energy, was struck and sent hurtling into a mountain like a missile. Vegeta's peril was momentarily alleviated. Attack, 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 Vegeta shouted, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts at Frieza's fallen form. The projectiles erupted with abandon, detonating with thunderous roars. The mountain crumbled into oblivion, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky. As the dust settled, Vegeta paused to catch his breath, seizing the opportunity to gather the spoils of battle. Gohan witnessed the attributes scattered across the ground, flowing into him like a tide. His personal abilities expanded, acquiring the skills of Light Beam and multiple Death Beams. As his combat powers surged dramatically, the Light Beam skill enabled him to emit beams from his eyes, catching opponents off guard in battle, while the Death Beam, one of Frieza's signature attacks, concentrated energy into his fingertip before unleashing a swift red laser. With a single, devastating strike, one can pierce through an opponent or inflict non-lethal harm upon a target. In his golden form, this technique's potency is magnified, as Frieza swiftly annihilated numerous assassins from Universe 9 using this method. The double Death Beam, far swifter than the ordinary Death Ray, is unleashed with but 2 fingers. Frieza once intended to employ this move to eliminate Gohan, only to be thwarted by Vegeta. The multiple Death Beams serve as a rapid-fire version of the Death Beam, wherein purple waves of energy are consecutively discharged from the fingers to assault the adversary. The frantic Death Beam, utilized by Frieza in his third form against Piccolo, possesses lower power yet boasts exceptional firing speed, rendering it a tool of torment against his foes. The Death Beam net is executed with both hands, unleashing a multitude of death beams that coalesce into a net, ensnaring the opponent's movements. Contact results in injury. This technique is exceedingly depleting in terms of energy. Ha! Frieza, this move is exceedingly practical, Gohan exclaimed with a triumphant laugh. With this technique, launching energy waves becomes far less cumbersome. Ho ho ho, how amusing. You are indeed fortunate. Allow me to unveil my second form. Experience the terror of true power. As the dust settled, Frieza stood unscathed, having activated his protective shield. Enough with your incessant prattle. Frieza, today marks your demise, Vegeta retorted, skeptical of Frieza's strength, having never heard of his second form despite years of proximity. The second form? Goku observed Frieza with a look of confusion. Is this not his true strength? Let us continue the battle, so I may reap your power, Gohan remarked with a slight smile. In truth, since ascending to the role of Cosmic Emperor, Frieza had seldom engaged in combat. Vegeta's ignorance of his transformation was understandable. A formidable and domineering aura emanated from Frieza, enveloping him in a shroud of white energy. Both Vegeta and Goku felt the shockwaves of this presence. Could he be a monster? This overwhelming and terrifying energy continued to escalate. Chapter 32. Frieza's second form. Ho ho ho, my apologies for the wait, Frieza declared, a satisfied grin adorning his face as he completed his transformation. He relished the astonishment evident in Goku and Vegeta's eyes, feeling a sense of secret pride. In his second form, he stood taller and more robust, resembling his father, King Cold, in his natural state. I did not anticipate your strength would increase further. You are indeed a fearsome adversary, Goku remarked, his admiration evident as he scrutinized Frieza's new form. His intentions were simple. He merely sought to battle a formidable opponent. Enough of your idle chatter. Vegeta, known for his fiery temperament, was the first to charge forward, throwing a punch with blinding speed. He recognized that Frieza's energy surpassed his own, and he aimed to clinch victory through sheer velocity, though the gap between aspiration and reality proved stark. Bang! Frieza effortlessly caught Vegeta's punch with an outstretched palm. A notification echoed in Gohan's mind as the battle commenced. What? How can this be? Vegeta gasped in astonishment, straining against Frieza's iron grip. Did you think my second form was merely an enhancement of power? Vegeta, you are still too inexperienced to confront me, Frieza taunted arrogantly. Do not underestimate me. I am the strongest Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, his energy surging violently as he unleashed another furious punch. Arrogance. Frieza struck first, landing a blow to Vegeta's abdomen, his eyes gleaming with amusement and disdain. Ugh! Vegeta staggered from the brutal hit, his vision blurring. The pain in his gut was excruciating, as if his insides were tangled in knots. He spat a mouthful of blood onto Frieza's face. Ha ha ha, Valmonkey. Your blood reeks, Frieza remarked disdainfully, licking the hot blood from his face. Vegeta hunched over, his energy waning. Gohan observed the scene with a stoic expression. This had truly become a tragedy. One punch had rendered him incapacitated. The disparity in their strengths was immense, akin to a grown man fighting a child. Frieza's battle power in his second form stood at 1,600,000, while Vegeta's was a mere 500,000. How could he possibly fight back? Had Frieza not sought to humiliate Vegeta, that punch might well have claimed his life. 3 times the Kaioken. Witnessing Vegeta's plight, Goku decisively activated the threefold Kaioken. Enveloping himself in a crimson aura, he charged at Frieza like a bolt of lightning, delivering a punch. Did you think this move would still be effective against me? Frieza had learned from past encounters, keenly observing Goku's actions, aware of the pitfalls he had previously encountered. Releasing Vegeta, he raised both hands high and delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's back. Boom! Vegeta's body shot forward like a cannonball, creating a deep crater in the ground. He had completely lost his fighting spirit. Goku, with a heart full of compassion, witnessing Vegeta's brutal thrashing, accelerated his speed. He instantly closed the distance to Frieza, throwing a punch, but Frieza, undeterred, retaliated with one of his own. Bang! 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 The two exchanged several blows, their powers evenly matched. Frieza was slightly taken aback. He had not expected the Saiyan from Earth to be so formidable, capable of keeping pace with his speed and strength. If every Saiyan possessed such terrifying power, the universe would have been dominated by them long ago. It seemed that the decision to annihilate planet Vegeta and eradicate all Saiyans had indeed been a prudent choice. As the battle raged on, the notifications continued. Ding, battle power attribute dropped by 400. The higher the combat power, the greater the attributes that fell. As Sun Wukong witnessed the grand attributes dropping, he remained unfazed, having grown somewhat numb to the events unfolding. Frieza executed a sweeping kick aimed at Sun Wukong's head. Yet the latter extended a hand to block the assault. In a swift counterattack, Sun Wukong retaliated with a kick directed at Frieza's abdomen. However, Frieza adeptly twisted his body, evading the blow. Ah, what a thrill. It has been ages since I encountered a true opponent. Frieza reveled in the exhilaration of battle, invigorated after a long period of inactivity. Today, he rediscovered the joy of combat. He chuckled to himself. If it weren't for my use of the Kaioken ×3, you would have already succumbed. You are the most formidable adversary I have ever faced. Sun Wukong, beaming with pride, replied, I relish the challenge of battling the strong. Oh, then let us indulge in some delightful fun. Sphere of confinement. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's lips as he conjured a shimmering mist that ensnared Sun Wukong, rendering him immobile. What? Why can't I move? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock, enveloped by the luminous fog that immobilized him, reminiscent of a dumpling's superpower. To his astonishment, Frieza too wielded such extraordinary abilities. Let us play football, Frieza declared gleefully, intent on subjugating the Saiyan, treating him like a mere toy. It was as if he were playing a game, relishing every moment. Sun Wukong, now incapacitated and dizzy from Frieza's relentless kicks, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. How infuriating. How could Frieza's combat prowess be so overwhelming? I cannot afford to lose. Meanwhile, Vegeta, trapped in a deep pit, furiously pounded the ground in frustration. I refuse to be forever trodden beneath Frisia's heel. I must grow stronger. Is this all you are capable of, Vegeta? What good does sulking in a pit do? If you're a man, confront Frieza once more. Son Gohan approached, intent on harvesting another wave of Vegeta's combat power. He healed Vegeta, and upon recovery, the latter felt a significant surge of power. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists in exhilaration. You insufferable brat. So it was you pulling the strings. Frieza seethed upon realizing that Gohan had restored Vegeta. He had deliberately inflicted severe damage earlier, puzzled by how Vegeta, who had been thoroughly defeated by Jinyu, could suddenly revive with even greater strength. Now, it dawned on him that the source of this resurgence was the young Saiyan. If this boy were not eliminated first, trouble would be relentless. At that moment, a murderous intent stirred within Frieza. Chapter 33, The Fear of the North KO. Once fully revived, Vegeta's first act was to rejoin the fray. He charged at Frieza, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and hurling it towards his adversary. What an annoying pest. Frieza retorted, as he began to gather energy into a luminous sphere of his own. He aimed directly at the confinement sphere surrounding Sun Wukong. Spotting Vegeta's revival, he resolved to eliminate one adversary first. The binding technique. In an instant, Gohan unleashed his latent powers, restraining Frieza's movements. He perceived the murderous intent flickering in Frieza's eyes. What? My body I cannot move. This was indeed the binding technique of Gudo. Suddenly, Frieza realized that he was utterly immobilized. The energy he had begun to gather vanished as well. He was taken aback. Was this the extraordinary ability of Gudo? He had not anticipated that even a young Saiyan could wield such powers. He needed to resolve this swiftly, lest he become a significant threat. Boom. The energy blast unleashed by Vegeta struck the ensnared Frieza, the explosion reverberating with deafening intensity. Turning in shock, he gazed at Gohan, astonished that this young boy could also harness such abilities. Subsequently, he concentrated energy in his hands, directing a furious barrage towards Frieza. Ah, that was truly perilous. Sun Wukong remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The memory of the energy sphere Frieza had conjured earlier still haunted him. As Gohan immobilized Frieza with his powers, Sun Wukong regained his mobility. Thick clouds of smoke billowed around them as he conjured energy blasts in abundance, unleashing them with reckless abandon. The flurry of actions was nothing short of ferocious. Ding. Combat power attribute of 500 acquired ahead. Ding. Combat power attribute of 500 acquired ahead. The system notifications echoed in Gohan's mind incessantly. Observing Vegeta's relentless output, the combat power attributes cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Witnessing the abundant combat power attributes scattered across the ground, a smile crept across Gohan's lips. His efforts to heal Vegeta were not in vain. Booming sounds erupted. Vegeta released hundreds, even thousands, of energy blasts. The explosion's radius expanded dramatically. Satisfied with his handiwork, he nodded affirmatively, pausing his onslaught. At that moment, Vegeta too was catching his breath. You bothersome wild monkeys shall witness what true, overwhelming power looks like. After a considerable time, as the smoke began to dissipate, Frieza's form became visible. He wiped the blood from his mouth, and a formidable aura surged from his body. A white aura enveloped Frieza, accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity. His body began to mutate, horns sprouting from his back. How is this possible? Can Frieza transform yet again? What manner of creature is he? Feeling this overwhelming presence, Vegeta's cold sweat streamed down his brow. He could hardly fathom that Frieza had been concealing such might. What is happening? Is this truly his real power? Sun Wukong, sensing Frieza's formidable and oppressive aura, was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that his adversary would continuously challenge his understanding of power. All shall be collected, Gohan thought resolutely. He paid no heed to Frieza's transformation. The mightier the opponent, the greater the combat power attributes that would be yielded in battle. As he witnessed the overwhelming power attributes flooding into his body, a striking change overtook his visage. The combat power displayed in the attribute bar was incessantly fluctuating. On the North Kai's planet, the realization that Frieza could still transform was a troubling surprise. Observing the battle from afar, the North Kai felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably in response to the terrifying energy emanating from Frieza. He had long warned Goku not to provoke the cosmic tyrant Frieza. What could be done now? The North Kai's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Gohan, who appeared unperturbed by Frieza's dreadfully oppressive aura, seemingly reveling in the confrontation. Could it be that Gohan's strength surpassed that of Frieza? Witnessing Gohan's calm demeanor ignited a flicker of hope within the North Kai. It was this very boy who had once turned the tide during Earth's crisis. Might another miracle unfold? Lord Kai, what is troubling you? Yamcha inquired, noticing the North Kai lost in thought and trembling. Tien and the others had ceased their training. Their collective attention now focused on the unfolding drama. The confrontation between Frieza and the Saiyan duo was imminent. The North Kai turned to the group to clarify. To ascend to the throne of a cosmic emperor, one must possess extraordinary skill. I can already sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from Frieza. Is that so? With Goku and his son empowered by the Kaioken, Frieza surely cannot prevail against them. Alas, we are unable to witness their Kaioken battle, Tien lamented. His eagerness to see the situation on Namek was palpable. Lord Kai, you must have a way to show us, mustn't you? Yamcha chimed in, his excitement evident. The previous battle on Earth had left him feeling quite stifled. Piccolo, too, perked up, curious to see what his homeland looked like, though he often struggled with communication. Ha! You underestimate me. I am the North Kai, the overseer of the North Galaxy. Is it so difficult to view the situation on Namek? Simply place your hands upon my back, he declared, his spirits lifted by their flattery. With hands resting on the North Kai's back, the scene on Namek vividly materialized in their minds, akin to a cinematic experience. On Namek, fierce winds howled, and the sky crackled with lightning, resembling an apocalyptic scenario. Waves crashed violently against the shore, as if the very ground were trembling from an earthquake. Ah, Krillin, what is happening to this planet? Bulma exclaimed, teetering on the brink of madness. It seemed as though Namek was perpetually on the verge of catastrophe, with thunderous sounds echoing from the heavens and the earth quaking beneath them. Bulma, this planet is incapable of withstanding Frieza's overwhelming power, which is why such phenomena have arisen. Krillin, Dende, and Bulma have been observing the battle from a distance. The confrontation between Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta continually shatters their understanding. They bear witness to this historic clash of titans. Frieza has finally achieved his third form. With clenched fists, he is brimming with power. Upon seeing Frieza in this form, Vegeta instinctively takes a few steps back, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of his opponent's aura. Compared to his previous forms, Frieza's third transformation is visually striking, with muscles further expanded and his physique developing laterally. His visage appears grotesque, exuding an unmistakable malevolence, reminiscent of the extraterrestrial beings from the renowned sci-fi series Alien. Ha ha ha, to instill in you the terror that transcends hell, I have decided to skip this form and engage you in my ultimate state, Frieza declares. His triangular eyes sweeping over Vegeta and Goku, filled with a playful malice. His aura continues to emanate an overpowering force. What? Is this not Frieza's full strength? Can he transform again? This is terrifying. Vegeta and Goku look at Frieza with expressions of shock, akin to gazing upon a monster. They never expected him to continuously redefine their comprehension. A tidal wave of energy surges from Frieza's being, the force radiating outward and pushing Goku and Vegeta backward. Chapter 34, Overwhelming Power. King Kai's Planet. How is this possible? Does Frieza have no limits? This power is unfathomably immense. Is Frieza truly a monster? The intensity of this force keeps rising. Could he genuinely transform again? I wonder if Goku and his son can contend with Frieza in his transformed state. The terror emanating from Frieza has exceeded their understanding. Yamcha and the others, observing the events on Namek from behind King Kai, are utterly astonished by Frieza's formidable combat prowess. Cold sweat pours from their foreheads, their bodies trembling in fear. They have never before felt such a terrifying presence. They never anticipated that such a powerful creature could exist in the universe. Unconsciously, their attention shifts to Gohan, hoping this child might once again perform a miracle. They see Gohan remaining calm, seemingly unfazed by Frieza's presence. Their hearts find a modicum of solace. King Kai, too, is at a loss, devoid of any plan. Even deities are not omnipotent. He can only let events unfold as they will. Frieza, are you finally ready to unleash your full power? It is time for me to reveal my true strength as well. Gohan observes Frieza's form beginning to transform, as the miniaturized version of Frieza starts to take shape. A formidable wave of energy swept across the battlefield, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder in the sky. The sea relentlessly battered the shore, while the ground erupted with deep, unfathomable fissures. The entire Namekian planet began to tremble as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Krillin sensed this overwhelming force, feeling as though he had been pulled from the depths of water. Sweat had thoroughly drenched his body. Ha ha ha, thank you for your patience, came a voice after what felt like 5 or 6 minutes, as the ground ceased its quaking. It was Frieza in his final form. His original visage, now compact, boasted a combat power raised to 50, equating to 60 million, amplified by the 20-fold Kaioken technique. Goku felt the immense aura emanating from Frieza and escalated his own Kaioken to 20-fold, bringing his combat power to an impressive range of 10 million. The disparity in their strengths was striking. In a flash, Frieza's speed was astonishing, appearing behind Goku in the blink of an eye. What? Goku sensed Frieza's presence behind him, yet he had no time to react. With a thunderous impact, Goku felt a searing pain in his back, his body hurtling towards the ground like a missile. With a tremendous crash, Goku executed a 360-degree flip to dissipate the force of the blow, then charged at Frieza once more. If the opponent had not been merely toying with him, that punch could have been lethal. Otherwise, Goku would have already met his demise. Vegeta surged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Frieza, but the latter effortlessly evaded each blow. At this moment, Goku joined the fray, yet their combined assaults were swiftly neutralized by Frieza. Damn you, wild monkeys. Do you think my transformations merely alter my appearance? Frieza taunted, dodging Vegeta's strikes with ease. With each transformation, my speed and strength multiply several times over. I am merely playing with you. Frieza's current power and velocity were beyond what Vegeta and Goku could match. You underestimate us. Frieza, Vegeta retorted, his aura erupting with renewed intensity, fueled by rage, resulting in another surge in his combat prowess. Goku's eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire for battle. He was unconcerned with the strength of his adversary. The thrill of combat invigorated him. The Saiyans thrived in the heat of battle, continually growing stronger with each encounter. You should take a breather. Now it's my turn to strike, Frieza declared with a smug grin. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. Here, Goku spun around, delivering a punch to his rear, only for his fist to pass through Frieza's body, merely an illusion. When Frieza reappeared, he was already behind Vegeta, launching a powerful punch. Boom! A shockwave radiated outward, sending Vegeta flying from the sheer force. Multiple death beams. Frieza and Vegeta clashed with a mighty punch, yet Frieza remained utterly unmoved, as if his feet had taken root in the ground. His slanted eyes narrowed at Vegeta, while his fingers unleashed a barrage of deadly energy beams. I refuse to be defeated. Vegeta's furious voice echoed once more as he launched another energy blast. Boom! The air was filled with the sound of multiple explosions as the death beams and energy blasts detonated, resembling a dazzling fireworks display amid billowing smoke. The scale of the explosions expanded, forcing Vegeta to retreat relentlessly. Experience this technique of mine, Supernova? Frieza concentrated a dark red energy at his fingertip, which began to swell at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the energy sphere grew to the size of a mountain. With a swift motion, he directed the colossal energy sphere toward Vegeta. Supernova, an evolved version of the Death Ball, possessed greater power. The mechanical Frieza had previously utilized this technique against Trunks, but it had been effortlessly dodged. As Vegeta beheld the immense energy, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back. However, he steadied his resolve, casting aside his fear. Channeling all of his strength, he prepared his most formidable technique, the Final Flash, aiming it at the approaching dark red energy sphere. Yet, Vegeta's current combat prowess seemed insufficient to withstand such a devastating energy blast. Boom! The two energy waves collided in an instant, with Frieza's dark red energy sphere mercilessly overpowering Vegeta's Final Flash. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta desperately poured his energy into the beam. This is bad. I can't hold back this energy blast. Kamehameha. Observing the massive dark red energy sphere, Goku broke into a cold sweat. In a flash, he appeared beside Vegeta, unleashing a Kamehameha amplified by 20 times the Kaioken. Bang! Do you think that sheer numbers grant you an advantage? In the face of absolute power, you are but insignificant ants. Frieza boasted arrogantly, as he intensified his output, causing the dark red energy sphere to swell even further. Withstand it. Goku struggled against the immense dark red energy sphere, which relentlessly pushed him back. Yet, he gritted his teeth, determined to hold his ground. Damn it! How can Frieza's power be so overwhelming? Vegeta seethed in fury, exerting every ounce of strength he could muster. However, he saw no effect. The dark red energy sphere continued its advance, forcing him to stagger backward. This is not good. I can't hold on much longer. Goku's desperate effort saw the Kamehameha's energy beam surge dramatically. Ding! Combat power attribute of 1000 dropped ahead. Ding! Combat power attribute of 1000 dropped ahead. Chapter 35. The universe's strongest warrior, Super Saiyan. All attributes collected. Gohan's thoughts stirred. The attributes of battle power surged wildly into Son Gohan's body. For several minutes, the battle power indicator continued to climb before finally stabilizing. Upon witnessing the display of 10 million in battle power, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Arriving on Namek had indeed proven to be a bountiful experience. With the aid of the system's attribute acquisition, his battle power had increased by several million. He had also gained Den's healing abilities, the Elder's potential unlocking attributes, and the ability to read others' memories. Additionally, he inherited Guru's psychic powers, including binding techniques, object manipulation, and time attributes, along with Frieza's skills, such as Death Beam and Eye Laser. With Goku's Kamehameha, amplified by the 20 times Kaioken, the energy surged dramatically. The two forces aligning in a moment of fierce confrontation. Humph, wild monkeys, is this truly all your strength? Frieza taunted. Let me discreetly inform you. This is far from my full power. Frieza's strength surged once more, elevating his battle power to over 60 million. Neither Vegeta nor Goku could withstand this overwhelming force. A massive dark red energy sphere momentarily halted its advance before pushing Vegeta and Goku back relentlessly. Damn it! Am I really to perish here today? I refuse to accept it. Vegeta roared in fury, attempting to vent his inner rage and frustration. With a cough of blood, his stamina began to wane, indicating he was nearing his limits. Remarkable, we seem utterly powerless to counter this, Goku admitted, straining against the onslaught of the dark red energy sphere. Gohan, it's your turn. I can't hold on much longer. Goku, having exhausted his strength, could do nothing but call upon Gohan for assistance. Ever since the latent power within his son had been unleashed, Gohan's battle power had become unfathomable, although he had managed to suppress it somewhat. An aura of danger still emanated from him. Humph, wild monkey, are you truly paralyzed by fear? You dare to send a mere child to confront me? No one shall leave this planet today. The Scions will face extinction. Frieza laughed maniacally, emboldened by his immense power, perceiving all before him as insignificant insects. Suddenly, Gohan let out a low growl, planting his feet firmly and clenching his fists. An energy pillar shot skyward, dark clouds gathered overhead, and thunder rumbled ominously. Rocks on the ground began to levitate, disintegrating into dust as they reached a certain height. A shockwave radiated from Gohan, sweeping outward with the ferocity of a typhoon, sending debris swirling in all directions. His aura surged with an astonishing, domineering ferocity, causing the ground to crack and crumble under the pressure of his overwhelming power. The relentless waves of the sea crashed against the shore, as if heralding the apocalypse. As Gohan's energy surged, the entire Namekian planet began to tremble violently. The soil in the mountains crumbled, and seawater surged inward. Could it be that this insufferable brat is a Super Saiyan? No, that is impossible. The universe's mightiest warriors. The Super Saiyans appear only once every millennium. Surely, the one most likely to transform into a Super Saiyan is none other than me, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta sensed this overwhelming and domineering aura, involuntarily murmuring to himself. This terrifying energy surpassed even that of Frieza just moments ago. It suddenly reminded Vegeta of an ancient legend regarding the Super Saiyans. How could a Saiyan possess such extraordinary power? Today, without fail, I must eradicate all Saiyans from this planet. Although Frieza did not comprehend the significance of the powerful aura, he could sense a hint of danger amidst the tremors of Namek and the changing weather. A Super Saiyan? Are you saying Gohan is a Super Saiyan? What nonsense is this about a Super Saiyan appearing once every 1,000 years? Goku posed a series of soul-searching questions, utterly oblivious to the concept of a Super Saiyan. Having never heard Vegeta mention it before. Boom. An even more terrifying aura swept across the scene as Gohan's energy reached its zenith. A golden flame erupted from him, his hair and eyebrows transforming instantly into a brilliant yellow. His pupils shifted to a piercing blue, his gaze sharp and cold, radiating a chilling presence. Gohan's fierce eyes scanned Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza, ultimately locking onto Frieza with an emotionless stare, as though gazing upon a lifeless corpse. The transformed Super Saiyan's blue eyes were imbued with a ruthless, merciless intent. A Saiyan can actually transform? That gaze is terrifying. I cannot bear to meet it. Frieza squirmed uncomfortably, feeling as if he were being stared down by a primordial beast, his heart brimming with fear. A Saiyan with golden hair? Frieza murmured to himself as he beheld Gohan's golden locks. Suddenly, the dying words of his ancestor from the Frost Demon clan echoed in his mind. From this day forth, should you encounter a Saiyan with golden hair, never provoke them. Super Saiyan. Vegeta, witnessing Gohan's formidable aura and the golden flame enveloping him, roared in frustration. He had always believed himself to be the most likely candidate to become a Super Saiyan, being the prince of the Saiyans, possessing pure and noble royal blood, as well as being a prodigious warrior. To his astonishment, a lowly warrior's offspring from Earth could transform into a Super Saiyan. How astonishing. I never imagined Gohan could achieve such a transformation. Is this truly what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? The aura emanating from him was reminiscent of the vast cosmos. Sun Wukong's face was a canvas of excitement and envy. He had never anticipated that his son possessed such formidable strength, especially considering what Vegeta had said about a Super Saiyan only appearing once in a millennium. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, the sovereign of this realm. Damn it, those yellow-haired Saiyans are not to be trifled with. Who would believe such nonsense? My race, the Frost Demons, is the most powerful in this universe. Saiyans, today I shall annihilate you all upon this planet. Frieza suppressed the fear within him and ignited his anger. The energy sphere in his hand surged wildly. There was no longer any need for games. Chapter 36, Frieza's Full Power. King Kai's Planet. What? Gohan can transform like Frieza? Is this truly the aura of Son Gohan? It is utterly terrifying. It is now clear that Frieza stands no chance against Gohan. It is almost unbelievable. Gohan can also transform, and his power after the transformation is staggering. Saiyans truly are monstrous beings. Who would have thought that such a small body could harbor such immense combat prowess? Son Gohan's potential is indeed astounding. It was Piccolo who successfully drew out this hidden power within him. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, and King Kai were all left in shock. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the spokesperson could transform into such a form in addition to becoming a giant gorilla. Cursed wild monkey vanish. Frieza was momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of the transformed Super Saiyan Gohan. He unleashed all his battle power, a staggering 60 million. And the dark red energy sphere in his hand surged with ferocity. The sky was overshadowed by the expanding crimson energy orb, which ballooned in size exponentially. Frisia intended to obliterate both the planet and the Scions, for he sensed the imminent danger approaching him the moment Gohan transformed. This was the instinct of a true master. Beep, battle power attribute of 10,000 has dropped ahead. Beep, battle power of 10,000 has dropped ahead. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Gohan's mind, continuously prompting him. The discovery of a drop of 10,000 in battle power attributes filled his heart with joy, for he had never encountered such a high yield before. Frisia, you must contribute more to the battle power. Uft. Vegeta spat out another mouthful of blood. He no longer had the strength to support the colossal dark red energy sphere descending. Sun Wukong was not faring much better either. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had given it his all. Alas, the disparity in their battle powers was insurmountable. Kamehameha. Son Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A powerful beam of energy surged forth, instantly propelling Frisia's dark red sphere away from planet Namek. Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After Sun Wukong retracted the 20-fold Kaioken, the side effects hit him like a tidal wave. He staggered backward a few steps and collapsed onto the ground, his breath coming in rapid gasps. No, it cannot be. How could your combat power possibly be so formidable? I am the mightiest warrior in the universe. Frisia, witnessing his dark crimson energy sphere effortlessly obliterated by Gohan, felt as if his very essence had been struck. In a frenzy, he charged at his opponent, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Gohan deftly evaded Frisia's assault, soaring into the air, yet his adversary pursued him relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Goku and Vegeta could scarcely perceive the movements of Frisia and the Super Saiyan Gohan. They were only aware of the deep, resonant sounds of power colliding in the sky. The ground occasionally bore the marks of craters and collapses. Flame crack wave. Frisia's palm erupted with a formidable energy attack. The distance between them was perilously close, and the energy instantly engulfed the Super Saiyan Gohan. Suddenly, Goku witnessed his son being consumed by the energy unleashed by Frisia, and in a moment of panic, he shouted out. He had never felt such tension in battle before. Frisia, that move was clever, but it will not work on me. Gohan surged forth, breaking free from the energy to deliver a powerful punch to Frisia's head. Ah! Frisia screamed in agony, hurtling through the air like a cannonball towards the sea. Splash! The ocean erupted into towering waves. In the anime, Frisia employed this very technique against Super Saiyan Goku, yet Goku emerged unscathed. Now, however, Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan, possessed even greater strength than the Super Saiyan Goku from the anime. All collected, Gohan exclaimed as he noticed the vast amounts of combat power attributes cascading down. His heart ignited with fervor as the energy surged into his body. Within mere moments, the numbers reflecting his combat power ceased their ascent. To his astonishment, it had increased by 1 million. Damn, is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Even a freak like Frisia can be taken down with a single punch? Frustration washed over him as he lamented, I am utterly unable to witness their battle. Is this the chasm of power between Frisia and the Super Saiyan? Vegeta, upon seeing Gohan dispatch Frisia with a single blow, clenched his teeth and roared, this honor belongs to me. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the rightful candidate to become a Super Saiyan. How could things have gone awry? His dissatisfaction and fury erupted forth. Ha ha ha. You nearly frightened me to death just now. I never imagined Gohan was so powerful that he could disregard Frisia's attack. Goku gradually relaxed, reflecting on the duel of masters, where a single move could reveal the victor. He retrieved a small pouch from his belt, containing the last 2 remaining senzu beans. Tossing one to Vegeta, the latter said nothing, simply popping it into his mouth and chewing it down. Suddenly, both individuals found their injuries completely healed, and a formidable aura surged forth from their bodies. Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed a significant enhancement in their combat prowess. Abruptly, the ocean began to churn violently, bubbles rising as if the water were boiling. Frisia erupted from the depths, emanating an even more potent energy. His slanted eyes were bloodshot, and his visage twisted into a grotesque expression. Frisia, this battle holds no meaning. Unleash your full power and fight, declared Gohan dismissively, eager to harvest more of Frisia's combat attributes. Such formidable beings, even their discarded power was substantial. You have forced my hand, do not regret this. Frisia hissed through gritted teeth, fully aware that his current strength was no match for his opponents. How is this possible? Is this not Frisia's true capability? Has he concealed even greater strength? Vegeta pondered, utterly bewildered by their exchange. Frisia continuously shattered his understanding of their confrontation, revealing that his strength could indeed escalate further. A powerful aura erupted from within Frisia, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. His combat power soared at an astonishing rate. Chapter 37, The Fierce Battle. King Kai of the North stared in shock and disbelief. This is not even Frisia's true strength. Incredible. His power continues to rise. What kind of race is he? To transform repeatedly while augmenting his strength. Is there truly no upper limit to his power? Gohan's naivety was disheartening. He should have eliminated Frisia at this juncture. Piccolo and the others felt the tremors of this cataclysmic battle, their hearts pounding with trepidation. The intensity of the clash between Super Saiyan Gohan and Frisia rendered their eyes incapable of tracking the movements of either combatant. On the planet Namek, Frisia boasted, "Ha ha ha, this is my full power." Surprised? Unexpected? Are you ready to meet your demise? With his combat power at its peak, he reveled in his explosive muscular form. His strength had reached a staggering 12 million. Is this all you have? How pitiful, Gohan scoffed. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power had multiplied 50-fold from its base level, equating to a terrifying 5 to 600 million. Do not underestimate me, you insolent brat. I am the mighty Emperor Frisia. Frisia seethed, charging at Gohan, intent on tormenting him to death for the repeated humiliation. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. A nearby hill crumbled as the ocean churned violently. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows and kicks with relentless fervor. The incessant chime of the system echoed within Son Gohan's mind, announcing, a combat power attribute of 500,000 has dropped ahead. A delightful smile graced his lips. His plan was finally coming to fruition. 500,000 in combat power. Frisia, are you prepared to meet your demise? Without pausing his movements, Son Gohan suddenly unleashed 2 beams of energy from his eyes. How could you possibly wield that technique? Frisia exclaimed, caught off guard. As he lacked the ability to sense energy, struck unexpectedly, he was propelled backward by the force of the energy wave. Fortunately, his resilient physique spared him from harm. Frisia, astonished, realized that this attack was one of his own, his signature move, the Death Beam. What is this? Just take a look at my technique. Supernova? Son Gohan's 5 fingers unleashed energy blasts aimed directly at Frisia. He was familiarizing himself with the combat techniques acquired from the system. The Death Beam? How could this be? Frisia, a seasoned warrior, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. He retaliated with his own version of the Death Beam. A thunderous clash ensued as the beams collided in midair, producing a dazzling explosion. Incredible. That's Frisia's technique, yet Gohan has mastered it as well, exclaimed Goku, his face alight with excitement. His son's exceptional prowess brought pride to him as a father. He was not at all surprised that Son Gohan could execute the enemy's ultimate move. After all, during his training with King Kai on Earth, he had taken 6 months to learn the Kaioken, while Gohan had grasped it with a mere glance. How infuriating. I never imagined this brat possessed such extraordinary talent, capable of perfectly replicating Frisia's techniques. At that moment, Vegeta could only feel envy and resentment. As a Saiyan warrior of genius, he pondered why he lacked such innate ability, while this so-called low-class warrior's son exhibited it so effortlessly. The explosion's radius expanded, prompting both combatants to cease their death beams. As the smoke cleared, they appeared unscathed. You wild monkey, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Do you dare to confront my next move? Frisia taunted, gathering a thin layer of purple energy at his fingertips. This technique is within my grasp as well, Son Gohan declared, channeling Krillin's signature move. He concentrated energy into a delicate energy disc. The technique, akin to Krillin's Kienzan, formed a disc-like projectile capable of slicing through with precision and could change direction freely while tracking its target. In the anime, Frisia had employed this technique against the Super Saiyan Goku, yet he could not match Goku's speed, ultimately leading to his own demise. A cutting disc attribute has dropped ahead. No, this is impossible. You shall perish. Frisia stared in disbelief at the disc in Son Gohan's hand, feeling as though this little brat was merely imitating his techniques. He furiously flung the cutting disc from his hand. What is impossible? Son Gohan likewise tossed the energy sphere he held. In an instant, the two techniques collided. With a resounding bang, the two forces annihilated each other. Retrieve everything, Son Gohan silently chanted within his mind. The attributes of combat power and cutting disc surged wildly into his body. His personal attribute panel swelled with over 1 million in combat power and cutting disc attributes. The detestable wild monkey, Frisia, bellowed in rage, continuously condensing cutting discs in his hands, aiming to shred Son Gohan into fragments. He could not believe that the opponent could mimic such a formidable technique, which could only be used twice. Heh, I can do it too, Son Gohan countered, employing the cutting discs he had just acquired from the system. He hurled several discs that clashed with Frisia's. Boom. The two sides cutting discs detonated against each other. You bastard. Frisia gritted his teeth in fury, having never encountered such an anomaly. The audacity to use his own techniques against him. This time, he learned his lesson, abandoning any skills and lunging at Son Gohan to contest strength and physical prowess. Frisia, adopting a stable stance, unleashed 2 powerful punches. Son Gohan caught Frisia's fists with his hands, their fingers interlocking as they began a fierce contest of strength. Frisia grounded himself, gritting his silver teeth. Exerting his power with fervor, Son Gohan, expressionless, continued to channel his energy. Stones on the ground began to levitate. The very planet Namek trembled under the weight of their clash. As their hands remained locked, Son Gohan leaned back, and Frieza sensed a tremendous force surge forward, lifting his entire body. Bang! Super Saiyan Son Gohan delivered a kick to Frieza's abdomen, causing the latter to involuntarily loosen his grip. Frieza's body soared into the air like a kite severed from its string. Son Gohan suddenly vanished from his previous position, reappearing in the sky, awaiting Frieza's arrival. With hands clasped together, he delivered a heavy fist strike to Frieza's back. Frieza expelled bile, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as his body plummeted towards the ground. Boom. The earth was instantly cratered by the impact. Chapter 38, Frieza's Nightmare. Incredible. I never anticipated that Gohan, after transforming, would possess such overwhelming strength. Even the cosmic tyrant Frieza was being dominated. Krillin, watching the battle from a distance, could hardly believe his eyes. He instinctively rubbed them. The Grand Elder was entirely correct. Gohan had indeed triumphed over the villains. Bulma and Dandy, upon hearing Krillin's words, were overjoyed. They had always known that Son Gohan would not disappoint them. On the battlefield, the cursed Saiyan must not be forgiven. Frieza erupted with an astonishing aura of fury, causing the area of the pit to expand exponentially in an instant. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards Gohan. The ground could scarcely withstand such force, instantly caving in and cracking under the pressure. Boast all you want. Show me what you've got, Gohan retorted, his face a mask of disdain as he assumed a combat stance, ready for battle. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza unleashed the entirety of his strength, and the two combatants clashed in a whirlwind of motion, their speeds reaching a peak that rendered Goku and Vegeta unable to discern their movements. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their collisions, while the ground intermittently bored deep gouges, and mountains crumbled under the strain. They shook their heads in resignation, acknowledging their own inadequacies. If they were to face Frieza, they feared they would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Frieza's punch pierced through Gohan's body, yet contrary to expectations, blood did not flow. Instead, Gohan's form gradually faded, revealing it to be naught but an afterimage. Alarmed, Frieza began to scan his surroundings warily. However, he was too slow. Gohan materialized behind him, landing a resounding blow to his back. Wah! Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood as Gohan executed a sweeping kick, sending him crashing into a mountain. With a deafening boom, Frieza's body was driven deep within the mountain, where the rocks swiftly engulfed him. Thunderous rumblings followed as a terrifying surge of energy erupted skyward, obliterating the mountain into dust. Cursed planet, you no longer warrant existence. You shall perish alongside it. Frieza, battered and bloodied, appeared disheveled and furious. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he soared into the air, gathering a colossal energy sphere that expanded ominously in his grasp. Frieza's hatred for Gohan and this planet reached a boiling point. Neither energy attacks nor physical confrontations could rival Gohan's prowess. He harbored a singular thought: to annihilate this planet and its inhabitants, ensuring that no one would ever know that Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, could be vanquished by a Saiyan. This is bad. Frieza intends to destroy the planet. Vegeta observed the overwhelming energy sphere in Frieza's hands, fear creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, Goku wore a confident expression, firmly believing in his son's ability to overcome this crisis. Frieza, if you seek a swift end, then I shall oblige you. Kamehameha, Gohan declared coldly, forming the signature Kamehameha stance. A terrifying and domineering energy sphere rapidly expanded in his palm, radiating a blinding light that was nearly unbearable to behold. Wild monkey, perish! Frieza bellowed as he hurled the colossal energy sphere, imbued with terror and destruction, towards the ground. He derived a perverse pleasure from witnessing the struggles of others before him. Gohan propelled the Kamehameha away from his hands, unleashing a colossal beam of energy that surged towards Frieza's energy sphere. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, sending forth a terrifying shockwave that radiated in all directions. Vegeta and Goku anchored themselves in stance, their fists tightly interlocked to shield their heads. Their feet appeared as if rooted to the ground, yet they were still pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force. The ground beneath them was carved into deep ravines. No, this cannot be. You dare to withstand my energy assault? Frieza's eyes blazed with fury as he retaliated against the energy sphere. The energy visibly surged, multiplying exponentially. A mere parlor trick. Gohan, undeterred, amplified his own energy output, causing his beam to swell dramatically. This is impossible. Frieza bellowed in a heart-wrenching roar. The immense energy column of the Kamehameha engulfed him entirely, his form gradually dissolving away. He was obliterated beyond recovery, leaving not a single cell behind. Thus, a notorious cosmic tyrant met his demise. On King Kai's planet, the atmosphere was electric with jubilation. Yes, we won. Gohan, you have truly exceeded my expectations. I never imagined your power could be so formidable, they exclaimed, laughter echoing among them. What of the Cosmic Emperor? When faced with Gohan, his downfall was inevitable. This battle was nothing short of spectacular. In their exuberance, King Kai, Piccolo, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu celebrated, witnessing Frieza's annihilation at the hands of the Kamehameha. They expressed their elation in a flurry of words, reveling in the exhilarating news. Gohan had not only accomplished their mission but also saved Piccolo's home, Namek. The once feared Frieza had been reduced to cosmic dust. On Namek, Vegeta stared at Gohan, bewildered and astonished. I cannot believe Frieza has been vanquished. This Brad's transformation into a Super Saiyan has revealed unparalleled strength. Gohan, well done. I never anticipated such a terrifying power lurking within you, Goku exclaimed, flying over to pat Gohan on the shoulder, brimming with excitement. I had no idea you were so formidable. Dad, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, my power increased 50-fold. If you were to become a Super Saiyan as well, your strength would be unimaginable, Gohan replied with a smile. Due to his own circumstances, Goku had not achieved the pinnacle of Saiyan power on Namek. Is that true? I too can transform into a Super Saiyan? He now felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, never having anticipated that he would have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. If his fighting power were to surge to 50 upon transformation, it would indeed be an astronomical figure. What? Every Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan? Wasn't it said that a Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years? Upon overhearing the conversation between Goku and his son, Vegeta's face was a canvas of shock and excitement. He had always doubted the veracity of the ancient Super Saiyan legend, believing it implausible that lower-tier warriors could transform into Super Saiyans while talented fighters could not. Now, Vegeta had finally confirmed that he too had a chance to become a Super Saiyan. How could this revelation not leave him astonished and elated? Gathering all the energy, Gohan dispelled his Super Saiyan form, the golden aura dissipating, and his hair returning to its natural black, as he surveyed the battlefield strewn with attributes of fighting power. A charming smile involuntarily graced his lips. The attributes surged into his body like a raging river. In mere moments, his fighting power escalated to 30 million. Chapter 39, The Wrath of King Cold. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, on Planet 67, King Cold, Frieza's father, felt as if he had lost something vital. A tear involuntarily escaped the corner of his eye. What is happening to me? Why does my heart feel so heavy? Just as King Cold was engulfed in confusion, a report came in. King Cold, we have just detected the disappearance of Lord Frieza's life signs. It appears he was engaged in battle with someone possessing immense fighting power. And then our detector exploded. An electric door opened, and a frog-like alien hurriedly approached King Cold's throne, bowing respectfully. What? My son Frieza's life signs have vanished? The shocking news ignited a furious blaze within King Cold. However, he quickly reassured himself, knowing that his son, a member of the resilient Frost Demon race, could not easily perish. Even if they found Frieza's cells, he could be resurrected. He continuously calmed his restless heart. We must depart immediately to the last known location of Frieza. Alive or dead, we shall find him, King Cold bellowed to his subordinates. I wish to know who dared to lay a hand on my son. They shall suffer for their audacity. Yet, he failed to consider that Frieza's cells had melted under the energy of the Kamehameha wave. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it at once, the frog-like alien replied. Trembling as he exited, he had never witnessed King Cold in such a rage. In truth, Frieza had not informed his father about his quest on Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. He desired immortality to extend his reign over the universe. If King Cold were to learn of his intentions, he would undoubtedly compete for the wish. On Namek, the Supreme Kai. Lord Kai, can you hear my voice? Son Goku shouted into the sky. At that moment, Krillin, Bulma, Dend, and the others had gathered together. After much deliberation, they decided to first revive all the Namekians, and then use the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect the people of Earth. Yes, Goku, I can hear you. Gohan has vanquished Frieza. That is truly a cause for celebration. You all have rendered a great service to the universe, the North Kai exclaimed with joy. Previously, Frieza had wreaked havoc across the cosmos, forming alliances and spreading chaos. He was a malignant tumor in the universe, and now this blight had finally been eradicated. Lord Kai, I would like you to inform the God of Earth to use the Dragon Balls to revive the Namekians. Then, we can utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to bring back everyone on Earth. Son Goku succinctly conveyed the group's plan. Excellent. This method will allow both sides to be restored, the Kai responded, finding merit in Goku's suggestion. He promptly contacted the God of Earth, recounting the events that had transpired on Namek. Upon hearing this, the God of Earth immediately set to work, searching for the Dragon Balls to make the wish. Meanwhile, on Namek, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Ding. Combat Attribute 10-000 acquired. Gohan smiled, intrigued by the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. The sounds of powerful clashes reverberated through the air. Indeed, the combatants were none other than Goku and Vegeta, two fervent warriors. Saiyans are inherently combative, and both were fighting with utmost determination for the sake of their promise to protect Earth. They understood that Gohan and Den's healing abilities were extraordinary. As long as there was breath, life could be restored. Thus, they fought without restraint, delivering blows as if their opponent were a sworn enemy. Ah! The air was filled with their anguished cries. Wow! The Scions are truly monstrous, Krillin remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy at their cries. His nerves were frayed at the sight of their brutal combat. Were it not for Gohan's presence, he would have retreated far away. The ground shook as they clashed, leaving destruction in their wake. Craters and debris scattered everywhere. Goku refrained from using the Kaioken, otherwise, Vegeta would have been utterly overwhelmed. Both warriors unleashed their full potential, striving to best one another. Vegeta swiftly moved behind Goku to launch an attack, but midway through, he altered his trajectory to strike to the right. However, he was still a moment too late. Goku's knee collided with his back. With a gasp, Vegeta coughed up blood as they crashed into a mountain. Gohan, is it really safe for them to fight like this? Bulma questioned, witnessing the heart-stopping spectacle up close. She instinctively grasped Son Gohan's arm in search of a semblance of security. The intensity of their battle was nothing short of terrifying, akin to a celestial clash between divine beings. If this relentless combat persisted, it might very well obliterate their planet. Fear not, they will exercise restraint. After all, I am here, aren't I? Just relax and observe this confrontation, Son Gohan assured her confidently. Even if the Namekian planet were to explode, he would utilize instant transmission to escape. Moreover, he would not allow such a calamity to transpire. Damn it, Kakarot, I shall fight you to the end. Vegeta yelled in fury, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped him in a radiant white flame. He ascended into the sky to confront Son Goku, arms wide open, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy. Kamehameha. As soon as Son Goku witnessed this, he decisively unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave. A dazzling light erupted between his palms, causing the stones on the ground to levitate. Boom. Two colossal beams of energy collided instantaneously, generating a shockwave that engulfed the entire battlefield. Debris flew about as if a tempest of magnitude 10 had swept through. Son Gohan, recognizing the impending danger, had already conjured a protective shield to safeguard everyone. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, awestruck by the monumental clash of energies. He could not help but swallow hard. Were it not for Gohan's protective barrier, they might have been swept away by the force of the blast. Kakarot, I will not be bested by you, a mere lower-class warrior. I am the Prince of the Scions, a prodigious fighter, Vegeta declared, pouring every last ounce of his battle power into the fray. Vegeta, you are deluding yourself. Break. Son Goku countered, channeling all of his energy. Even without the King Kai fist, he was determined to defeat Vegeta. He had not forgotten his promise to Krillin on Earth. When Vegeta had invaded Earth, Gohan had incapacitated him, yet Goku had stubbornly allowed him to escape, vowing to Krillin that he would defeat Vegeta the next time they met. Damn it! With a resounding explosion, Vegeta was struck by the Kamehameha, erupting into a cloud of smoke. Collect everything, Son Gohan silently urged. As an overwhelming surge of battle power flooded into his being, his combat power reached an astonishing 32 million. He had not anticipated that together they would contribute 2 million in battle power. As the wind swept through, the smoke dissipated, revealing Vegeta, his battle attire tattered and torn, resembling a beggar in disarray. Both warriors hovered in the air, panting heavily. In the end, Vegeta had faltered, succumbing to defeat in this encounter. Chapter 40. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan. Planet Namek. W. Watt. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan is to concentrate all energy in the back. Son Wukong and Vegeta have been rejuvenated by Son Gohan's healing, returning to full strength with a significant enhancement in their combat power. Due to the Scion's unique physiology, their revival has granted them a considerable boost in strength. Upon learning from Son Gohan the techniques to transform into Super Saiyans, both warriors were struck with astonishment and exhilaration. They had not anticipated that the transformation into a Super Saiyan required a particular skill set. Son Gohan observed their joy, reminiscent of children. In truth, by the time the saga of Majin Buu unfolded, the Super Saiyan transformation had become rather commonplace, with even the young Goten and Trunks capable of achieving it. Oh, so this is the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta exclaimed with fervent excitement, having long sought immense power. Witnessing Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan had filled him with envy and resentment. He had never imagined he too could attain such a form. Suddenly, two fierce roars echoed as Son Wukong and Vegeta summoned all their energy, eagerly desiring to become Super Saiyans. They concentrated their strength at their backs. Crackle. However, there were no signs of transformation, and after several attempts, the results remained unchanged. Exhausted and drained, they had yet to achieve the Super Saiyan form. Is our power insufficient? Son Wukong panted heavily, a look of confusion on his face. Could my method be flawed? This shouldn't be. Damn it, I still can't transform. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. As a genius warrior, why was he unable to become a Super Saiyan? You both are currently too weak. Your bodies cannot withstand such immense power, Son Gohan explained patiently. Do not rush. Once your physical foundation is solid enough, the transformation will come naturally. What? Our power is too low? Our bodies cannot endure the ferocious strength of the Super Saiyan transformation? Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had overestimated their capabilities. Their bodies were still unprepared to contain the terrifying force of a Saiyan. Time flew by. 3 days had passed. The Earth's Guardian utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians. However, due to the Grand Elder's passing, he could not be revived, leading to the ascension of the Second Elder. Dend conveyed the events that transpired on Namek and the revival of their kin by Earth's dragon to his people. The Namekians, filled with gratitude and a love for peace, united their strength, and after half a month of dedicated effort, they successfully created new Dragon Balls. With the emergence of these new Dragon Balls, the Namekians have elevated the dragon's capabilities, now allowing for the resurrection of multiple individuals at once, as well as the granting of 3 wishes. Son Wukong made a wish to resurrect Vegeta and Nappa, as well as those who perished at their hands on Earth. Gohan subsequently made his 2nd and 3rd wishes to grant eternal youth to his mother, Chi-Chi, and Bulma, as a small consolation for their sacrifices. After invoking the Dragon of Namek, a luminous white aura descended from the heavens, enveloping Bulma and Chi-Chi, gradually transforming their physical forms. While Bulma was elated by her newfound vitality, Chi-Chi was less than pleased with the prospect of eternal youth. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Chi-Chi and Bulma are often regarded as the most unfortunate women, primarily due to their marriages to Saiyans. Saiyans are perpetually consumed by their training and battles, neglecting familial responsibilities. Vegeta, however, fared somewhat better by marrying a wealthy woman, securing his sustenance without worry. In stark contrast, Chi-Chi endured the harshest fate since marrying Son Wukong. She devoted herself tirelessly to their household. Throughout the series, Son Wukong is often preoccupied with training, fighting, or even facing death itself. When Raditz invaded Earth, he perished for a year, and during the Cell Saga, he was gone for another 7 years. Now, having traversed into Gohan's body, I am determined to shoulder any burdens that arise. I shall not permit this family to fragment. King Kai's planet. Huzzah, we have returned. Wukong and his companions have finally succeeded. It is splendid. I am alive once more. The halos above Tien and the others vanished in an instant. And the Dragon of Namek also aided Dend in restoring his physical form. They leapt with excitement, while King Kai looked on with approving eyes. The existence of the Dragon of Namek had been an unexpected revelation. As they bid farewell to the Namekians, Son Wukong extended an invitation to Vegeta. Come to Earth with us. We can ask Bulma to construct a gravity chamber for our training. Finding a formidable opponent like Vegeta is a rarity, especially now that he has no place to go. Humph, I refuse to dwell on that wretched planet. Vegeta retorted coolly. In truth, he was homeless and uncertain of his next steps. Perhaps training on Earth would be beneficial, providing an opportunity to defeat Kakarot in the future. As a genius warrior and the prince of the Saiyans, he could not fathom losing to a lower-class fighter. However, his overwhelming pride prevented him from lowering his noble head. Vegeta, are you afraid of losing to me? Is that why you hesitate to come to Earth? If you are still a man, prove your worth and accompany me. We shall have our chance to battle later. Son Wukong grinned, taunting Vegeta in an attempt to coax him to Earth for future confrontations. Fear? I, Prince Vegeta, have never known fear. Kakarot, there will come a day when I will personally eliminate you. Vegeta seethed, gritting his teeth in anger, taken aback by the childish provocation of his rival. Very well, it is settled then. You shall accompany me to Earth, Son Goku proclaimed with a mischievous grin, reveling in his triumph. To his surprise, Vegeta agreed almost immediately. Gohan, he addressed the group, I prefer not to waste time aboard a spaceship. I wish to try my hand at the instant transmission technique. Showing off, are we? The others questioned, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity as they gazed at Gohan. Do you truly think us children? Yet, they complied, grasping one another's hands. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Chapter 41, Instant Transmission Earth. Goodness, is this truly Earth? Why do I sense Master Roshi's aura? Exclaimed one of them. Earth? Someone tell me this isn't a dream. I can sense Master Matato's presence as well. Gohan, how did you accomplish this? The group materialized on Earth, their sudden arrival leaving them astounded. My word, not even the gods possess such extraordinary skills. Gohan smiled, a hint of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. The exhilaration of using instant transmission for the first time was unparalleled. No longer would they need to board a spaceship to reach their desired destinations. Huh, how convenient and effortless. Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Gohan, how did you manage this? Let us try again. He found the technique to be nothing short of miraculous, envisioning the ease it would bring to their travels. All right, let's head to Master Roshi's place, Gohan replied, eager to test the instant transmission skill once more. He concentrated, tuning into Master Roshi's aura, and soon located it. Got it. Hold hands, everyone. With Gohan's power now unparalleled on Earth, no aura could elude his perception. In a flash, they vanished once again. Came house. This is perfect. Master Roshi was engrossed in a magazine, drooling in delight. Grandpa, Master Potato. Suddenly, he heard what sounded like Goku and Krillin's voices. Startled, he set aside his magazine and beheld Goku and the others materializing before him. What the? Goku? Is that really you? Master Roshi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The group appeared as if conjured from thin air. Am I hallucinating? How did the Scions arrive here with you? You old pervert, have you lost your mind? It's only been a little over a month since we last met. And you already don't recognize us, Bulma teased, laughing at Master Roshi's bewildered expression. That old lecher spends all day with those ridiculous magazines. Ahem. So it truly is you. I thought I was seeing things. He chuckled. This is a new skill Gohan has mastered, instant transmission. We just teleported from planet Namek. With a proud expression, Sun Wukong seemed eager for everyone to recognize his son's remarkable achievements. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi regarded Son Gohan as if he were an extraordinary creature. After exchanging greetings, they recounted all that had transpired on planet Namek. At last, Son Gohan comprehended the instantaneous movement technique granted by the dragon on Namek. This technique was a fusion of the instantaneous movement of the Yardrat people and that of King Kai's attendant, Jebbit. In the Dragon Ball anime, there exist two variations of instantaneous movement. The Yardrat's technique relies solely on sensing energy. Without this energy, the skill remains inaccessible. In contrast, the instantaneous movement of Jebbit does not require energy sensing, allowing for travel to any location on Earth or other planets at will. Bowsy Mountain. Oh my Gohan. I haven't seen you in nearly 2 months. I wonder if you've been washing your hair daily and keeping up with your studies? Chi-Chi mused absent-mindedly at home, her thoughts wandering since Goku and Gohan had departed. Chi-Chi, how are you faring? Krillin, meanwhile, stayed with Master Roshi. Vegeta was training in Bulma's gravity chamber. Son Gohan had sold 3 spacecraft belonging to the Ginyu Force to Bulma's Capsule Corporation, earning a substantial sum in return. Upon hearing Gohan's news, Chi-Chi appeared as if struck by lightning. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Goku and Gohan, and after confirming her vision, she sprang forward to embrace Gohan, showering him with affection. Gohan then presented Chi-Chi with the considerable amount of money acquired from the spacecraft sale, explaining its origin. Chi-Chi beamed with joy, praising her son for growing up and contributing to the family's income. Thus, the family embarked on a new chapter in their lives. Goku also began training in the gravity chamber, finally putting the weight device of the spacecraft to good use. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Son Gohan calculated that King Cold would likely arrive on planet Namek in search of Frieza. He devised a plan to gather everyone and assess their battle capabilities. After all, even the smallest morsel has its value. They could match fighters against fighters. Utilizing instantaneous movement, Gohan and Goku found Vegeta and Krillin, inviting them to join in the battle. The two eagerly followed along. On North Kai's planet, a few guests suddenly materialized out of thin air. These were Sun Wukong and his companions, having arrived via instantaneous movement. What? How did you just appear out of nowhere? Incredible. We didn't sense your energy at all, exclaimed Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Piccolo, all astonished by this impressive display. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, as he embraced Piccolo's waist, tears of joy streaming down his face. Memories flooded his mind, reminding him of the times Piccolo had risked his life to protect him. In that moment, Piccolo, with tears streaming down his face, declared, "The only one who truly engages in earnest conversation with me is you, Gohan. You have made me proud." Even the eyes of the Demon King Piccolo glistened with emotion. He had long harbored great expectations for Son Gohan, and Gohan had not disappointed him, successfully saving both Earth and his native planet, Namek. Son Goku explained that the purpose of their visit was to engage in battle, igniting a spark of excitement among the group. Utilizing the Elder's extraordinary abilities, Gohan elevated the potential of everyone present. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu all saw their combat power rise beyond 10,000. Chapter 42, The Gathering of the Dragon Ball Warriors. In the vast expanse of the universe, a comet-like light streaked across the sky. As the view zoomed in, it revealed a spaceship identical to Frieza's. It was King Cold, rallying his forces with fervor. Report to the king. We will land on Namek in 20 minutes. Frieza's life signs have vanished from this location, announced a respectful alien from the intelligence department. King Cold's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. We have approached the vicinity of Namek, yet we have not detected Frieza. It seems his fate is dire, he growled, his gaze fixed on the verdant planet before him. Anguish etched on his face. Deep down, he had sensed the death of his son long ago, but had clung to a sliver of hope in searching for Frieza's cells. As they drew nearer to Namek, his heart grew heavier, haunted by a gnawing pain. He could not accept the notion that Frieza was truly gone. Namek, this is bad. A powerful and malevolent presence is approaching our planet, along with numerous entities even stronger than us, he warned. What shall we do? These scoundrels must be here to seize the Dragon Balls. This energy is several times more formidable than Frisia's was a month ago, and their numbers are significant. Could it truly be that our Namekian race faces annihilation? Who will come to our aid? At that moment, the Namekians sensed the overwhelming evil energy closing in on their world, accompanied by many alien beings far stronger than themselves. They were haunted by the memories of Frisia's previous assault. These aliens were terrifyingly powerful and devoid of mercy. Had it not been for Gohan's timely intervention, Frisia would have obliterated their race. If only Brother Gohan were here, he could surely defeat the villains once more, Den suddenly remarked, drawing the attention of the group. Indeed, only a Super Saiyan can vanquish these malevolent invaders. How can we possibly reach out to them? As time ticked away, the Namekians found themselves in a frenzy, utterly helpless to avert the impending disaster. Boom! A colossal spacecraft traversed the sky above them, casting an ominous shadow over the entire planet. An aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings, sending the Namekians into a state of sheer terror. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a sudden flash heralded the arrival of a multitude of figures. It was Gohan, who once again employed his instantaneous movement technique to transport everyone to this location. Gradually, they descended before the Namekians. Gohan, brother, it's wonderful to see you, Den exclaimed, rushing into Gohan's embrace as though he had grasped a lifeline. Moments earlier, the others had been paralyzed by fear, and he shared their trepidation. The sight of Gohan and his companions descending from above filled the Namekians with elation. It was as though they had ingested a calming elixir, instilling hope for the salvation of their planet. Gohan sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence approaching. It seemed King Cold, Frisia's father, had arrived. Piccolo gazed upon his kin and homeland, overwhelmed with a profound sense of nostalgia. He inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling to alleviate the exhilaration swelling within him. At that moment, Piccolo felt as if he were living abroad, having not encountered his people for so long. His emotions were beyond articulation. As the Namekians calmed down, they were drawn to Piccolo's words, finally recognizing their kin from Earth. They exchanged greetings and soared toward the direction of the spacecraft's landing. The Namekians, lacking combat prowess, along with the Grand Elder, refrained from approaching the battlefield, for should the Grand Elder perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish, rendering their resurrection impossible. The colossal doors of the spacecraft creaked open, revealing King Cold, flanked by a throng of henchmen. This time, King Cold had intentionally brought his forces to seek vengeance. Upon seeing his imposing figure, the assembled warriors grasped the situation. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia, revealing the familial connection. Vegeta, so you are here as well. It seems Frisia's demise is intertwined with your fate, King Cold roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, reminiscent of an enraged lion. Suppressing his wrath, he directed his ire at Vegeta and the others. His stature closely mirrored Frisia's second form, towering and formidable. In the past, I lacked the strength to eliminate Frisia. But now, dispatching you will suffice, Vegeta retorted with a sinister smirk, relishing the prospect of confronting Frisia's father. Why waste words? Let us engage directly. As Gohan beheld King Cold, it felt as if the very essence of battle power surged exponentially. This encounter promised bountiful rewards. Saiyans are indeed untrainable dogs. It seems Frisia was justified in eradicating your planet, Vegeta, King Cold boasted, reveling in his superiority. He also took note of the brown tail protruding from Gohan, surprised to discover another Saiyan apart from Vegeta. Curse you all. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a fire ready to erupt. He stood there like an enraged tiger. Saiyans. What is so remarkable about them? Truly, the fearless spirit of the Na'vi. King Cold glanced dismissively at the young Gohan, underestimating his combat abilities. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd as he scoffed. The strongest among you barely exceeds a power level of 10,000. Goku sensed that King Cold's strength surpassed even that of Frisia. Kill them, King Cold commanded, waving his hand towards the troops behind him. As he ascended into the sky to observe the battle, he shouted, eliminate them. Avenge Lord Frisia. A swarm of soldiers surged forward like flies, charging at Goku and his companions. There were hundreds of Frisia's minions among them. Fear not. Fight with all your might, even if we perish. We can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, yelled the formidable warrior Nail from Namek. Today, it is either your demise or mine. With Gohan and the others joining the fray, they felt invincible, knowing they could return to life if they fell in battle. Chapter 43, The Great Chaos. Planet Namek. Ding. Combat power attribute of 100 detected. Ding. Combat power attribute of 100. As the battle commenced, Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Fight to your heart's content. The more intense the battle, the faster the power attributes will drop. Witnessing the large-scale conflict, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This was an opportunity for immense gain. The scene mirrored that of Dragon Ball Super, when Frieza returned with his army to seek vengeance on Earth, a chaotic melee. King Cold refrained from entering the fray, hovering in the air to watch the clash unfold. Goku and his son, along with Vegeta, also chose to remain spectators, knowing that if they were to intervene prematurely, the weaker fighters would be crushed by their overwhelming energy. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Krillin moved with the ferocity of wolves among sheep. Nail, the genius warrior of Namek, ruthlessly harvested the lives of the invaders as if cutting through vegetables. Empowered by Gohan's latent potential, Piccolo and the others found their combat power exceeding 10,000. This was their battlefield. If they waited for Gohan and the others to arrive, their chance to strike would vanish. The soldiers of Frisia's army merely served to bolster their numbers, with most possessing a combat power around 2,000 to 3,000. The last elite members of Frisia's forces had perished on Namek. The Ginyu force, though formidable, had been decimated. Zarbon and Dodoria had just crossed the threshold of 20,000, earning Frisia's favor. It was evident that Frisia's army was nothing but a ragtag group, and without a doubt, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The king of the Kurds gazed impassively at the unfolding battle, showing no sorrow for the fallen Lolo. Suddenly, a notification echoed. Bloodline attribute of the Namekian has dropped. Astonishing. The Namekian bloodline? Is it possible that even this can be obtained? This system is truly remarkable. Without hesitation, he collected it all. Gohan instinctively murmured, as the attributes of combat power and the Namekian bloodline seamlessly integrated into his being. This is simply splendid. With this, I could possess the bloodlines of multiple beings. Just like Cell. As long as my head remains intact, I can resurrect infinitely. The battle raged on for an hour, with Frisia's forces utterly decimated. The Namekians suffered heavy losses as well, leaving only 5 or 6 survivors. Had it not been for the assistance of Nail and Piccolo, the Namekians might have faced total annihilation. Krillin and the others sustained injuries. Despite their formidable power, they could not withstand the sheer numbers of their adversaries. Gohan collected all the combat power attributes, and his personal attribute panel now displayed a combat power of 35 million. This meant he had gained 5 million in combat power from this skirmish. Useless. All of you are utterly worthless. The king of the Kurds bellowed in frustration. Such a vast army, yet not a single competent subordinate remained. Now that the show is over, it's our turn to act, Vegeta remarked, his impatience palpable. He had been training in the gravity chamber for the past 2 weeks and felt a significant increase in strength. Vegeta, I will make you wish you were never born. The king of the Kurds sneered. Wait until you witness my true power. Let us see if you can remain so arrogant. We shall change the venue for our battle. Goku called out to the king of the Kurds, unleashing a powerful aura as he soared away. There were too many injured here. Fighting in this location would surely endanger their lives. It matters not where we battle. Today, I will eliminate all Saiyans. The king of the Kurds declared defiantly, pursuing Goku to a separate location with the intent of annihilating the Saiyans and the inhabitants of this planet. Kakarot, you bastard, how dare you steal my opponent? Vegeta roared, chasing after the king of the Kurds, taken by surprise by Goku's maneuver. The three did not fly far before coming to a halt. Allow me to assist you with your injuries. Gohan descended and addressed Piccolo and the others. Since the healing Namekians were absent from the battlefield, failure to receive timely treatment could prove fatal. Gohan, thank you. You are our great benefactor from Namek, Nail said sincerely, recognizing that without Gohan's protection, they might have already perished. The Earth warriors exchanged bewildered glances. Did Gohan possess the mystical Senzu beans? They were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom how he could place his hand upon the Namekians. Do not be alarmed, for Gohan has now mastered the art of healing. Krillin observed Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo, all of whom wore expressions of eager curiosity. He explained, what? Healing? When did Gohan become so formidable? Did he acquire this skill on Namek? Piccolo and the others awaited Gohan's demonstration with bated breath. They watched as white energy emanated from his palm, gradually mending the wounds of the injured Namekians. The injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. In an instant, a life on the brink of expiration was revitalized with vigor. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were left astounded. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg within. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would have found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary healing technique existed. This method rivaled the magical beans of Earth. Within moments, all the wounded Namekians were restored to full health. Gohan, this healing ability is simply remarkable, a divine skill indeed. Your future is boundless. Piccolo and the others expressed their admiration, having experienced the effects firsthand. After the fierce battle, their strength had dwindled significantly, and they bore various injuries. Thanks to Gohan's healing, they not only recovered but also regained their full combat prowess. Once they had recuperated, they all soared towards King Cold, Goku, and Vegeta. Gohan deftly stored the luxurious spaceship that King Cold had piloted into the system's space, alongside Frisia's vessel. Perhaps due to Gohan's past as an orphan, or perhaps to spare his mother Chi-Chi from financial worries, he chose to secure the spaceship and then found a comfortable spot to observe the unfolding events, collecting combat attributes. A deep voice resonated as Goku assumed a fighting stance, unleashing a surge of energy that soared into the heavens. He erupted with all his might, enveloped in a brilliant white aura, gazing at King Cold with exhilaration. "Scion, your courage is commendable, but you have chosen the wrong opponent," King Cold remarked disdainfully, as a powerful aura radiated from him as well. The battlefield was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and Tien and the others awaited the impending clash with eager anticipation. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. Chapter 44. The Struggle of Two Great Races. On the battlefield, King Cold declared, "Prepare to meet your end." At that moment, Vegeta arrived, launching a punch directly at King Cold, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. "Vegeta, you are too cunning," Goku exclaimed as he charged towards King Cold, witnessing his prey being snatched away. "A mere trick, I see you," King Cold responded, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Neither party opted for subtlety. They chose to confront each other head-on. Although in the anime, King Cold meets his demise at the hands of future Trunks, his combat prowess is not to be underestimated. A resounding thud echoed as two fists collided, releasing a formidable shockwave. King Cold remained steadfast, as though rooted to the ground, while Vegeta was forced to retreat several steps. With a thunderous crash, Goku charged in, landing a punch against King Cold's chiseled abdomen. Yet, the opponent remained unscathed, as Goku felt as though he had struck a steel plate. With relentless determination, Goku unleashed his Wolf Fang fist, repeatedly assaulting King Cold's midsection. System notifications echoed in Gohan's mind as the battle commenced. He watched with keen interest, pondering if this was truly the extent of their strength, merely a tickle in his eyes. King Cold, with a smirk, regarded Goku and remarked on the futility of his efforts. Seizing Goku's hand, he executed a swift rotation, hurling him towards the incoming Vegeta. Vegeta, employing an unorthodox maneuver, evaded Goku's trajectory and revealed his true power. A fierce aura enveloped him, radiating a brilliant white flame. He sought to pin King Cold to the ground, showcasing his might. Was there an insurmountable disparity in their strengths? Goku, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his attacks, resolved to amplify his power, unleashing a 20-fold Kaioken. A crimson aura surrounded him, significantly enhancing his speed and strength as he charged once more. In a split second, King Cold seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to Goku's abdomen. However, Goku's feint allowed him to evade and swiftly maneuver behind King Cold. Yet, the seasoned warrior instinctively countered, landing a blow that sent Goku hurtling back. King Cold's eyes suddenly emitted twin beams of energy. Vegeta, adept at sensing energy, leaned back and executed a kick to King Cold's chin, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Emboldened by his success, Vegeta launched a rapid assault, positioning himself above King Cold. With both hands raised, he delivered a devastating blow to King Cold's head. The impact sent King Cold crashing into the sea like a cannonball. Together, Goku and Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the waters. The explosions erupted, sending plumes of water soaring dozens of meters high. Witnessing such a fierce clash up close was nothing short of breathtaking. The magnitude of their combat capabilities rendered their movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Truly, their might was astonishing. The battle was utterly terrifying. At that moment, the Namekians and the Earth Warriors observed the conflict, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat from fear. Had Goku and his son, along with Vegeta, been present, Namek might have been obliterated long ago. The seawater continuously erupted with steam, as if it were boiling. A colossal column of water surged skyward, with King Cold standing atop it. How is this possible? Despite enduring such fierce firepower, the opponent remained unscathed. Our combat prowess pales in comparison. Goku, witnessing King Cold emerging from the water, wore an expression of astonishment. Like father, like son. No wonder Frieza's power was so formidable. Vegeta, incensed by King Cold's unblemished state, felt rage boiling within him. He never anticipated that his and Kakarot's attacks would bear no fruit. Science, the warm-up is over. Now, brace yourselves for my wrath. King Cold gazed down upon Goku and Vegeta, as if toying with his prey. His aura suddenly erupted forth. What? His power continues to escalate. King Cold refers to this as a warm-up, yet Goku has already unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken. Damn it, I am utterly helpless. Piccolo and the others gritted their teeth in frustration, blaming their own insufficient power. Little did they know, Goku had already revealed his true strength while the opponent was merely warming up. I apologize for the wait. King Cold reveled in the immense power surging within him. Laughing heartily, that damned laughter makes me want to retch. Vegeta seethed with fury, taking the initiative. In a flash, he charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at King Cold's head. Bang! King Cold did not flinch, his face meeting Vegeta's fist in a close encounter. Yet he stood tall and unwavering, like the Eiffel Tower, completely unharmed. What? How is this possible? Vegeta's eyes widened in horror, his forehead glistening with sweat. He noticed his fist still pressed against King Cold's face, the latter effortlessly blocking his strike while regarding him with a look of disdain. Nothing is impossible. The game is over now. Lie down, Vegeta. King Cold's massive fist struck Vegeta's abdomen. Oof. A searing pain shot through him, causing Vegeta to spit out a mouthful of blood. He cradled his stomach, his body curling into a shrimp-like posture. Unbelievable. Instantaneously defeated? I never imagined the disparity in their strengths was so vast. Vegeta could not even withstand a single punch from King Cold. The spectators were left in shock, wondering how this battle could possibly continue. The clash resembled that of an adult against a child. Does it hurt? It's meant to. I will torment you until you wish for death. King Cold snarled menacingly, unleashing a barrage of deadly energy beams that struck Vegeta mercilessly. Heart-wrenching screams pierced the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 45. The Fear of King Cold. Vegeta. The events unfolded in an instant. Little did one anticipate the terrifying might of King Cold, who effortlessly subdued Vegeta. Goku let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an energy blast toward King Cold. Hee. Are all you Saiyans so impulsive? Do not fret, your turn will come soon. King Cold ceased his assault, raising his hand to deflect Goku's energy with ease. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Vegeta, once I have dealt with your companions, we shall have our fun. Suddenly, King Cold materialized above Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom. The earth was transformed, leaving behind a massive crater. Vegeta lay in the pit, utterly defeated, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of unwillingness and despair. Kamehameha. It was Goku. Realizing that his energy blast was ineffective against King Cold, he decisively unleashed the Kamehameha wave, amplified by 20 times the Kaioken. A colossal beam of light surged towards his adversary. Pitiful Saiyan, meet your demise. With a mere finger, King Cold conjured a colossal energy blast that overshadowed the sky. A swift motion of his finger sent the immense energy projectile hurtling toward Goku's Kamehameha. Boom. The two tremendous energies clashed, causing the very planet Namek to tremble and quake. As the sea surged backward, the sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds accompanied by thunder and lightning. The weather itself shifted in response to their titanic confrontation. Beep. Combat power attribute dropped. 20,000. Beep. Combat power attribute. 20,000. Remarkable. Goku, you must hold on. If that immense energy sphere descends upon Namek, the entire planet may be obliterated. The onlookers gripped their palms tightly, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they beheld the clash of powers. Die. King Cold, noticing the struggle of his opponent's energy beam to withstand his own, had merely conjured that energy blast on a whim. He immediately intensified his energy output, causing his blast to surge exponentially. Goku's Kamehameha beam was pushed back relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, Goku persisted, pouring every ounce of energy into his attack. The Kamehameha beam swelled with power, yet it seemed futile. King Cold's energy blast continued its relentless advance with an overwhelming force. Ha. Tremble, Saiyan. We, the Frost Demons, are the true masters of this universe. King Cold reveled in his apparent superiority. Goten, make your move. Your father is nearing his limit. Krillin exclaimed anxiously, observing the dire situation. Yet, the shadow of their adversary loomed large. In a flash, Gohan's figure suddenly appeared beside Goku, enveloped in a fiery aura of red and white. Empowered by 5 times the Kaioken, Gohan's Kamehameha surged forth, aimed directly at King Cold's energy blast. Boom. I did not anticipate the magnitude of your prowess. His heart surged tumultuously, astonished that the strength of these two Saiyans could be so formidable. Ha. Gohan, the forthcoming battle shall be entrusted to you. It is time for me to withdraw. Sun Wukong retracted the Kaioken, returning to his normal state, and with a look of satisfaction, he patted Son Gohan's shoulder. Having said that, he soared away from the battlefield, joining Krillin and the others as a mere spectator. The ensuing conflict was no longer his concern. Remaining to assist would only hinder progress. Moreover, in the previous skirmish, King Cold had yet to unleash his true power. Should the opponent grow serious, he would find himself incapacitated like Vegeta. Gather it all. Son Gohan silently chanted. The combat power attributes on the ground surged toward him like a raging river, wildly flooding into his being. His battle power skyrocketed, stabilizing at 40 million within mere breaths. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as his power surged by an additional 5 million. What is this? You truly underestimate me. You dare to send a mere child to combat me? Saiyans, I must commend your audacity and ignorance. You shall not regret this, soon. I will snap this little brat's neck. King Cold, witnessing Sun Wukong's departure from the battlefield, was left astounded and disdainful, questioning how a mere child could pose a challenge. King Cold, your arrogance is excessive. My strength is far beyond a trivial measure of might. Prepare to experience the terror of overwhelming power. Boom. Son Gohan dispelled the Kaioken, unleashing an energy that soared skyward. A terrifying aura erupted forth, causing the ground to cave in instantaneously. In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge as he glared at King Cold. What? The golden-haired Saiyan. Frieza, was it you who killed him? King Cold staggered back, unnerved by the intensity of his eyes. He recalled the dying words of his ancestor. Beware of the Saiyan with golden hair. Indeed, it was I who vanquished Frieza. Son Gohan stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. The atmosphere itself seemed to chill. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This power is utterly terrifying. Witnessing it at close range made breathing feel arduous. Is this Gohan's true might? It is simply frightening. Those observing the battle were gripped with trepidation, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the aura. Previously, they had not felt it up close. Now, they were thoroughly intimidated. King Cold unleashed his full power, his strength surpassing even that of Frieza by several folds. To the onlookers, he appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell. Little did they know that King Cold had concealed his true capabilities. Science, prepare to perish. Curdle King, seizing the initiative, unleashed a colossal energy blast directed at Son Gohan. Boom. With a swift motion, Son Gohan deflected the energy orb. In an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, a massive energy sphere erupted from his palm, crashing into the back of Curdle King. A piercing scream escaped Curdle King's lips as his body was sent hurtling through the air. Without delay, Son Gohan executed a rapid movement, pursuing Curdle King's airborne form. He drove a knee into his opponent, propelling him towards a mountain. Thunderous rumblings echoed as Curdle King's body collided violently with a massive boulder, shattering it upon impact. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Chapter 46. Frieza's Brother. Cooler. The Ice Demon Clan is the mightiest race in this universe. Curdle King bellowed in fury. His eyes began to gather energy as he prepared to unleash his I-beam technique. He realized he had underestimated his opponent, mistaking the child for having little combat prowess. He would not be caught off guard again. I can perform that move as well, Son Gohan declared, sensing his adversary's intent. Bang! The two I-beams collided instantaneously, sending Curdle King crashing into the mountainside. Son Gohan followed suit, racing into the fray. Remarkably, the formidable Curdle King was being ruthlessly dominated by Gohan. Gohan's strength was simply astounding. What was happening? Tien, can your three eyes perceive their movements? The onlookers were bewildered, unable to grasp the intricacies of the battle. Son Gohan's combat power surpassed their comprehension. It was astonishing how much he had transformed in just 2 months, leaving his peers far behind. Piccolo and Goku exchanged smiles of delight. Boom. The entire mountain was reduced to rubble in an instant as the two ascended into the sky. Curdle King, battered and furious, unleashed a flurry of death beams, attempting to strike back with energy attacks. Such trivial techniques, Son Gohan scoffed, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power soaring to 20 billion. At this stage, he disregarded all energy assaults. Boom, boom, boom. Son Gohan allowed a torrent of energy blasts to rain upon him, completely unfazed. Curdle King, drenched in sweat and panic, found himself at a loss. In a decisive move, Son Gohan burst through the energy blasts and delivered a powerful punch to Curdle King's head. Bang! Curdle King was sent spiraling away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Without granting his foe a moment's respite, Son Gohan swiftly moved in front of him and delivered a kick, playing a cruel game of aerial soccer. The air was filled with Curdle King's anguished cries, which echoed incessantly. The spectators could only hear the cacophony of screams, rendering them unable to discern the actions of the two combatants. Vegeta, trapped in a deep pit, gritted his teeth in frustration, as if forgotten by all. This is intolerable. This planet no longer deserves to exist. King Cold was toying with Gohan, his rage blinding him as he unleashed a surge of energy towards the Namekian planet, intent on reducing it to rubble. The inhabitants, lacking the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, would perish without a trace. A sense of dread enveloped Gohan. Would they all meet their demise? King Cold, you fiend. The others were drenched in cold sweat, the consequences of Cold's assault looming ominously over them. Should that energy strike the Namekian surface, the planet would be obliterated in an instant, claiming their lives. Yet, Cold's intentions were misguided. He had simply chosen the wrong target. Time stop. Gohan activated his extraordinary ability, holding his breath as everything around him froze, akin to a television screen paused mid-broadcast. Only he remained in motion, swiftly darting to the point where the energy blast was set to land. As he gathered the power for his Kamehameha wave, he silently calculated how long he could maintain the suspension of time. Cold's fury was palpable, and he could not be permitted to remain unchecked. At the 5-second mark, Gohan felt an immense pressure building within him. Exhaling forcefully, the time-stopping technique dissipated, and reality resumed its course. Gohan unleashed his Kamehameha wave, a colossal beam of light engulfing Cold's incoming energy blast, surging forward with unwavering momentum. How is this possible? Your speed is unparalleled. Cold's shock was palpable. The immense energy beam swiftly consumed him, leaving only a piercing scream in its wake. Collect everything. Gohan mentally urged, as the energy of combat prowess flowed into him, enhancing his very being. His power level surged to an astounding 45 million. Yes, victory is ours, he exclaimed, relief washing over him. You had me terrified just moments ago, someone remarked, recalling Gohan's earlier pallor. Tien and the others, momentarily stunned, soon erupted with excitement. The battle had profoundly altered their understanding of strength, igniting a fervent desire to train and surpass Gohan. Gohan, thank you for once again saving our planet. The Namekians cheered, their joy palpable as they celebrated their deliverance. Following Kuld's defeat, the Namekians utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen kin. Gohan made a wish for Goku to be free from ailments. Aware that during the Cell Saga, Goku would suffer from chronic heart disease. Without future Trunks' intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Time flew by, and a year slipped away unnoticed as everyone embarked on their training journeys. Suddenly, a colossal spaceship breached Earth's atmosphere, casting a terrifying and malevolent aura over the planet. Oh no, Earth is in peril. The Supreme Kai sensed the overwhelming evil, his face paling in fear. Sweat trickled down his forehead, a testament to the overwhelming intensity of the situation. He gazed towards the direction of Baozi Mountain, murmuring, Son Gohan, the fate of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Could this sinister aura belong to Frieza? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps it was. As this malevolent presence approached Earth, Son Gohan instinctively sensed it. It appeared that his previous annihilation of King Cold and Frieza had altered the course of events. Now, Frieza's brother, Cooler, sought vengeance on Earth. Cooler, the ruler of a particular region of the universe, first emerged in the Dragon Ball Movie 5, The Strongest versus The Strongest. While Frieza exterminated the Saiyans, Cooler observed from afar, allowing the young Goku, Kakarot, to be sent to Earth, mocking Frieza's carelessness. 24 years later, Frieza was vanquished by the Super Saiyan Goku. In the film, to defeat Goku, Cooler and his minions launched an assault on Earth. It was surprising that he had arrived so swiftly. Soon, the Dragon Ball warriors, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Krillin, detected this terrifying and wicked aura invading Earth. They hastily set out towards the source of the malevolent energy. Chapter 47, Future Trunks. As they rushed towards the sinister presence, a time machine suddenly materialized and descended gently to the ground. Mom, we did it. The cabin door of the time machine slowly opened, and a young boy, carrying a sword, leapt down. He wore a coat emblazoned with the Capsule Corp emblem, his light blue hair suggesting he was around 16 or 17 years old. Observing the familiar surroundings, he exclaimed with excitement, have I mistakenly arrived in another timeline? Why are there 3 Saiyan energies? The powerful aura belonged to his mentor, Son Gohan. How could it resemble him so closely? The other 2 Saiyan energies must belong to Uncle Goku and his father. Indeed, he had arrived in the past as future Trunks, his mind swirling with questions. Why was there only one malevolent presence? Wasn't King Cold resurrecting Frieza to seek revenge on Earth? Shaking his head, he dismissed his thoughts. Never mind that. With a burst of white energy, he propelled himself towards the evil aura. What is this power? Trunks? Son Gohan sensed a Saiyan presence. A boy with a long sword slung across his back suddenly materialized in his mind. To his surprise, future Trunks had also appeared. This aura belonged to a Saiyan. Vegeta too felt a familiar Saiyan energy. With so few Saiyans remaining, who could it be? It seemed as if the presence had simply manifested out of thin air. Without further contemplation, Vegeta soared towards the malevolent energy, drawn by the powerful Saiyan aura converging in that direction. Why do I suddenly feel another familiar presence, seemingly a Saiyan? Goku queried, looking at Gohan with an expression of confusion. How could 2 extraordinarily potent auras suddenly emerge on Earth? Let us visit the past to comprehend. Gohan grasped Goku's hand and utilized instant transmission to transport them forth. Boom. A colossal spaceship descended upon Earth in an instant. Is this Earth? Indeed. It is a splendid planet. No wonder the Saiyans chose to settle here. The hatch slowly opened, and Cooler stepped out of the spacecraft. Feeling the planet's gravity to be remarkably light, he expressed his astonishment. Following Cooler, his subordinates emerged one after another. Shaviza, with a calm demeanor and formidable combat power of 170,000. Dre, possessing immense strength, with a battle power of 185,000. Nez, with a battle power of 163,000. The 3 of them resembled the Ginyu Force of Frieza's army, serving as Cooler's vanguard. Swish. Goku and Gohan arrived first via instant transmission, followed closely by future Trunks. How could Uncle Goku be here? Have I truly arrived in the wrong timeline? Cooler, robust, and of a stature akin to Goku, retained an ordinary posture, occasionally crossing his arms. His blood-red eyes and purple-black lips were striking. Beneath his eyes lay 2 lines resembling blood tears, and his purple armor gleamed. With 3 toes on each foot, his footsteps echoed with a crunching sound. Ha ha ha, I never expected you to come to me. Saiyans, allow me to introduce myself. I am Cooler, the brother of Frieza. I have come to Earth to annihilate all of you Saiyans. The strongest warriors in the universe belong solely to our Frost Demon lineage. Cooler regarded Goku, Gohan, and future Trunks as he spoke. He sought vengeance on Earth, believing that Frieza and King Cold had brought disgrace to their family. He felt compelled to eradicate the Scions to restore their honor. What? Have I truly arrived at the wrong time? Shouldn't King Cold and Mechanical Frieza be the ones seeking revenge on Earth? Where did Frieza's brother come from? Greetings, Trunks. Gohan paid no heed to Cooler's words. He approached future Trunks and greeted him in a tone only they could hear. In truth, he felt deep sorrow for future Trunks, who fought alone in a desolate timeline. Future Trunks was a resolute Scion. Gohan-sensei actually knows me. Future Trunks was taken aback, astonished that this timeline's Gohan-sensei recognized him. Could it be that I have not arrived in the wrong timeline? I, too, traversed through time like you, so I am familiar with your origins, Gohan casually remarked. Deflecting the conversation, a sharp voice interrupted their exchange. Foolishness. While I am speaking here, you dare to engage in idle chatter below? You wild monkeys are exceedingly rude. I shall kill you. Cooler, observing Gohan and future Trunks whispering, narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, directing it at them. Two beams of deadly energy shot forth, aimed at Gohan and Trunks. Son Gohan unleashed two lethal beams aimed at Gula, while Trunks launched an energy blast in tandem. The opposing death rays from Gula and Son Gohan clashed, resulting in a spectacular display of energy. In an instant, Trunks' energy attack reached its target, but Gula effortlessly deflected it with a mere flick of his hand. How dare you? Are you a Scion? Why is your hair a light blue? Vegeta demanded upon his arrival, directing his ire at future Trunks. He had never encountered a Scion with such lavender locks before. Why yes, Mr. Vegeta, it's natural, future Trunks stammered. His head bowed in deference, unable to meet Vegeta's gaze. Tears of excitement glimmered in his eyes. I finally see my father. What do you think? Am I a disappointment? Son Gohan placed a reassuring hand on future Trunks' shoulder. I feel elated, just as my mother described, future Trunks replied, his spirits lifting with palpable excitement. His childhood wish had always been to meet the proud father his mother spoke of, especially since Vegeta had met his demise at the hands of the androids in Trunks' timeline. At that moment, Piccolo and the others had arrived on the battlefield, witnessing the figure resembling Frieza commanding, kill them all, leave no survivors. With Gula's order, the armored troops surged forth like a swarm of locusts, filling the sky as they charged towards Vegeta and the others. Son Gohan ascended into the air, deeming these foes unworthy of his effort. Future Trunks followed suit, but it was clear that this was not the moment for inquiries. They veered away from the battlefield to observe the conflict. Yet, Gula spotted their retreat and pursued them, shouting, kill them. Spare no Scion. The formidable trio of Shaviza, Dre, and Nez engaged Vegeta and Goku, as the scouter indicated that these two possessed the greatest combat power in the vicinity. Piccolo and the others joined the fray, their own power having significantly increased over the past year of training. This battle would serve as a perfect opportunity to test their newfound strength. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and the air was filled with anguished cries. As the battle commenced, Son Gohan's mind was inundated with system notifications. Ding. Combat power attribute drop of 1000 detected. Combat power attribute drop of 100 detected. Chapter 48, Gula and Future Trunks. On the battlefield, Gula seethed. You two little brats, so this is where you've been hiding. Today, you shall meet your end. Feel the terror of a power akin to that of hell itself. Gula had been searching for Son Gohan and Future Trunks, incensed at their blatant disregard for his presence. How dare they ignore him while he spoke? Their audacity in attacking him was truly foolish. They would learn the consequences of their actions. Boom. Gula's body radiated a terrifying and malevolent aura, enveloping the entire planet in an ominous shroud. He could not afford to follow the path of Frieza and King Cold, revealing his true power all at once. This was merely the beginning of his final form. After the transformation, his body had enlarged significantly, becoming more robust. From the head, for horns extended backward, while his mouth was shielded by a mask, though it was optional to cover it. His eyes turned crimson, the pupils fading away, and his shoulders jutted out like a chest plate, with two horns sprouting from his back. His arms grew into blade-like protrusions, enhancing his strength further. What was happening? How could Gula's aura be so formidable? Could he possibly transform once more? Future Trunks instantly ascended to Super Saiyan. He was the most unassuming Saiyan and immediately unleashed his true power. With a clang, his sword unsheathed, a chilling aura enveloping the battlefield. What? This bastard could also become a Super Saiyan? At that moment, Vegeta witnessed Future Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan. Gritting his teeth, he seethed with rage. These brash youngsters can all become Super Saiyans, yet I, the Prince of the Saiyans, a gifted warrior, cannot achieve the same. Consumed by fury like a tiger, Vegeta unleashed his wrath upon his adversary. His power surged, unleashing full force, swiftly decimating Gula's three formidable lieutenants. The opponent's power level barely exceeded 100,000, while his own surpassed 1,000,000. He too soared away from the battlefield, opting to observe from a distance. Piccolo and others, akin to tigers among wolves, relentlessly claimed their enemies' lives. They aimed for a swift conclusion to the battle, eager to witness the grand conflict unfold. Remarkably, this lad could transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Goku felt a surge of fighting spirit, radiating a powerful aura that sent a throng of lesser foes flying. His face reflected envy and resentment. He had not anticipated that the younger generation would be so formidable. Gula was capable of transforming once more, his aura seemingly exceeding that of the youth. Like Vegeta, Goku moved to another vantage point to observe. What? That young man was also a Saiyan? Why hadn't Vegeta or Goku mentioned this? Was he perhaps a friend of Gohan? The warriors on Earth sensed the two terrifying powers. However, with Gohan present, Earth remained steadfast. They harbored no fear. Super Saiyan, the Ice Demon clan, is the true strongest in the universe. Gula was not surprised to see Saiyans transform. He had learned of their capabilities over the past year. Gula had thoroughly prepared, undergoing grueling training, his battle power now at 470 million. Future Trunks, sword in hand, aimed to strike at Gula's head. With a resounding clang, Gula merely extended a finger to block the assault. In the anime, Goku had utilized a similar tactic, effortlessly stopping Future Trunks' sword with energy concentrated in his finger. Now, Gula radiated his aura throughout his body, completely disregarding Future Trunks' blade. In the distant future, Trunks unleashed a formidable sword technique, yet it proved utterly futile. Even when struck, Gula's physique was as impervious as iron, rendering the blade incapable of inflicting any harm. Infuriated, Trunks resolved to employ energy waves and physical assaults, launching a furious onslaught against Gula. Alert! Combat attribute dropped. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. Alert! Combat power attribute. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. Cursed be this fiend. How could his battle prowess be so formidable? As Trunks fought on, a sense of dread enveloped him. Gula's strength had surpassed that of the androids. Is this all you are capable of? Gula taunted, seizing the moment to deliver a powerful punch aimed at Trunks. However, Trunks, with deft agility, evaded the blow, retaliating with an energy blast. Boom. The energy sphere struck Gula, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. Yet, he emerged from the haze unscathed, landing a punch squarely on Trunks' abdomen. Wow. Trunks gasped, spitting blood, the pain contorting his body like that of a shriveled shrimp. Curse you. Saiyan, have you come to realize our disparity? I have yet to unleash my full potential. Now, experience the terror of death. Gula swiftly positioned himself behind Trunks. Bang! A devastating blow struck Trunks from behind, sending him crashing into the earth with tremendous force. A colossal crater formed upon impact. Gula's combat power was undeniably formidable, and he exhibited unwavering confidence in his abilities. Remarkable, he is truly a terrifying adversary. Who would have thought that even a Super Saiyan could not withstand Gula's assault? I wonder if Gohan's strength could rival him? Son Goku expressed his concern as he watched Trunks plummet to the ground. I cannot afford to lose. I must not allow this Earth to descend into the same despair as our future. I shall eradicate you. With a surge of determination, Trunks emerged from the deep pit, fury igniting in his eyes. He raised his hands, channeling a colossal energy beam directed at Gula. The thought of defeat haunted him. Should he falter, the entire planet would fall under Gula's dominion, plunging this timeline into the same endless despair that plagued their future. Humanity would be reduced to mere vermin, scurrying in fear, barely clinging to existence. Come forth, let me demonstrate what true, overwhelming power entails. Gula observed Trunks' energy attack, refusing to relent. He was determined to outclass Trunks in every regard, showcasing that his frozen demon lineage was the mightiest in the cosmos. In an instant, Gula's fingers coalesced energy into a sphere, preparing to counter the incoming energy beam. What? Magic flash? How could he wield my technique? Was it taught by Gohan? Piccolo pondered, momentarily taken aback by Trunks' display. Boom. The two forces collided in a cataclysmic clash. A violent surge of energy erupted instantaneously. Chapter 49. The Shock of Future Trunks. Disperse, Saiyan. Gula's frenzied output caused the energy sphere to swell to the size of a basketball court in an instant. He aimed to obliterate Earth alongside everything else. I will not be defeated. Trunks gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the energy coursing through him. My radiant energy beam also surged dramatically. It appeared that Gula had already vanished above. Suddenly, he materialized behind Future Trunks, delivering a powerful punch. How could this be? Future Trunks sensed Gula's presence at his back, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, he felt a sharp pain in his back and was sent flying toward the edge of the deep pit. Gula shadowed him closely, unleashing a torrent of fierce attacks. Both combatants exchanged injuries, each striving to outlast the other. However, the disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Bang! 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 The two clashed violently within the pit, creating a deep ravine in the ground. Future Trunks was struck by an uppercut from Gula, soaring into the air. A barrage of deadly beams followed. Gula unleashed countless purple energy beams toward Trunks, inflicting relentless damage. The anguished cries echoed through the air as the energy beams rained down upon future Trunks, eliciting desperate screams. Ding! Combat power attribute dropped by 1 million. Ding! Combat power attribute at 1 million. Scion, the more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Ha ha! Gula cackled maniacally. He reveled in tormenting the Scions, determined to demonstrate who truly held dominion over the universe. After unleashing hundreds of energy waves, future Trunks reverted to his normal state, his voice dwindling. Gula too ceased his assault, resembling a cat toying with its prey, relishing the fear he instilled before delivering the final blow. Panting heavily, future Trunks struggled, his tattered clothing barely clinging to him. How is this possible? I have lost. This foe's power is overwhelming. What can I do? Disorientation enveloped future Trunks. Collect everything. Gohan silently urged himself. The combat power attributes scattered across the ground surged into his body. In mere moments, his power escalated to 50 million. Gula, do not let your arrogance blind you. Today, you shall witness the terror of the Scions. Boom. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant, exuding a far more terrifying aura. Future Trunks stared in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his injuries. Isn't it Uncle Goku who transforms into a Super Saiyan? How can Master Gohan achieve this? Moreover, his transformed aura is several times more terrifying than mine. At this moment, future Trunks is utterly bewildered. It appears that Gohan's fighting prowess has once again surged. I cannot help but notice that every time I encounter Gohan, he brings forth a delightful surprise. Is there truly no limit to his strength? The Saiyan physique is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Tien and his companions effortlessly handle the small foes before them. Among this group of extraterrestrials, only 3 possess considerable strength, all of whom Vegeta has dispatched. The remaining adversaries are mere misfits, easily managed by them. Vegeta gazes at Gohan as he transforms once more into a Super Saiyan, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. One day, I shall have you both beneath my heel. Ha ha ha, you Scions revel in your pretentious displays. That Super Saiyan from earlier was but a plaything in my grasp, wasn't he? No matter how many Super Saions come forth, the outcome will remain unchanged. We, the Frost Demons, are still the mightiest warriors in this universe. Guldo boasts arrogantly after defeating future Trunks, his confidence soaring, believing that Super Saions are merely trivial. Had Guldo possessed the ability to sense Ki, he might have been seized by terror, for the Ki of Super Saiyan Gohan is on an entirely different plane from that of future Trunks. Is that so? Gohan's form suddenly vanishes, only to reappear directly before Guldo, delivering a powerful punch. What? How can your speed be so astonishing? Guldo had assumed that Super Saiyan Gohan's strength paled in comparison to that of future Trunks, and thus he paid little heed to Gohan's combat capabilities. After all, he was merely a child. Even if his power were formidable, could it surpass that of an adult? Yet, Guldo's calculations were gravely mistaken. Bang! As Gohan's fist connects with Guldo, regret washes over him. He feels a numbing sensation travel through his arm. A tremendous force propels him away. Ding! Combat attribute dropped by 1 million. What? A single punch sent Guldo flying? Gohan's power is astonishingly formidable. Future Trunks stands in stunned silence. This Gohan from our timeline not only can transform into a Super Saiyan, but also possesses terrifying combat prowess. The opponent, whom Trunks could not contend with, was effortlessly dispatched by Gohan with a single blow. Alright, let us teach him a lesson for daring to wreak havoc on Earth. I never anticipated Gohan's power post-transformation to be so overwhelming. That young man's Super Saiyan abilities seem to pale in comparison to Gohan's. Meanwhile, Tien and his allies have eliminated all the smaller foes, cheering Gohan on from the sidelines. These extraterrestrial invaders dare to rampage on Earth without considering their own limitations. Is this not akin to an old man hanging himself, wishing for an extended life? How is this possible? This boy's strength is astonishingly powerful. It seems my detestable brother met his demise at your hands without injustice. Gula steadied himself, a look of vigilance etched on his face as he regarded Son Gohan. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. It appeared that he must proceed with utmost caution. Nothing was impossible. King Cold and Frieza had perished at his hands. Unleash your full power in battle, or you shall find yourself without any opportunity soon, Son Gohan remarked disdainfully, his piercing gaze devoid of emotion. As if he were looking at a corpse. How dare you underestimate me? Gula bellowed in frustration. A terrifying aura surged forth from him. Powerful gusts of energy radiating in all directions. Instantly, the entire planet began to tremble, dark clouds amassed in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Ah, help! Is this an earthquake? Quick, take cover. I don't wish to die yet. The inhabitants of Earth mistook the chaos for an earthquake. Roads became congested while buildings and billboards toppled. People scurried to escape this calamity. Chapter 50, Gula's full combat power. How about that? This is my full power. You should feel honored. No one has ever compelled me to unleash such terrifying strength in battle. You are the only one, and the last. Gula proclaimed proudly after revealing his full power, eager to see fear and despair reflected in Son Gohan's eyes. However, Gula's expectations were dashed. His opponent's expression remained inscrutable. This power is simply too weak, Son Gohan remarked coldly, intent on forcing Gula to reveal his true strength. He was keen to discover whether the system would provide an even greater attribute of combat prowess. Arrogance, pure arrogance, Gula seethed, unable to fathom that he was being underestimated. In a fit of rage, he charged at Son Gohan, delivering a left hook. Yet, it did not send the boy flying as he had envisioned. Son Gohan's form began to dissipate. Gula retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at his opponent's back. Bang! The two collided once more. The ground could not withstand the force and erupted beneath them. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows and kicks. Battling fiercely with no clear advantage. The air was filled with resounding booms, each impact generating powerful shockwaves. Beep. 1,000,000 combat power has dropped ahead. Beep. Combat power decreased by 1,000,000. Son Gohan's mind was flooded with the system's notifications. It appeared that a decrease of 1,000,000 in combat power was the ceiling. Suddenly, beams of light shot from Son Gohan's eyes. Gula scarcely had time to react before he was blasted away. The pain elicited a cry from him. Damn it! Gula gritted his teeth, completely taken aback by the boy's surprise attack. Fortunately, his armor absorbed a portion of the energy assault. Was this truly just a mere child? The combat prowess is formidable, and the agility of movement is remarkable, complemented by a wealth of battle experience. What a striking move. It is utterly unpredictable. I never anticipated Gohan's fighting strength to be so overwhelming. This extraterrestrial being seems to stand no chance against him. Tianjin and the others felt an immense relief, their faces beaming with joy. They had just witnessed future Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan and struggle against this alien foe. They harbored quiet concerns about whether Gohan could indeed triumph over him. Clearly, they had underestimated Gohan's capabilities. Well done, Gohan. As he observed, Piccolo's eyes sparkled with pride. Gohan had remarkably mastered his special beam cannon, and his fighting strength was indeed formidable. Ha ha ha. Piccolo, I truly appreciate your guidance, Gohan expressed sincerely. Having a mentor like Piccolo was indeed a blessing for him. Goku, acknowledging Piccolo's contribution, felt grateful, recognizing that his son's prowess was largely due to Piccolo's influence. Cut it out, Goku. One day, I will surely defeat you. Piccolo retorted, irritation evident in his voice. This fellow was undeniably infuriating, and he vowed to one day show him who's boss. However, witnessing Gohan's performance brought a sense of gratification to Piccolo. Vegeta gritted his teeth, vowing to train diligently to become a Super Saiyan at the earliest opportunity. This honor was rightfully his, and it was unbearably frustrating to merely observe others engage in battle from a distance. But the excitement was far from over. After launching Gula away, Gohan concentrated and summoned Frieza's signature technique, the Energy Disc. He unleashed 5 of these razor-sharp discs, reminiscent of Krillin's Kienzan. These discs, forming circular blades in his palms, possessed slicing capabilities and could change direction freely, tracking their targets. What? Upon witnessing this technique, Gula turned to flee. He was all too aware of its devastating power. This was his brother Frieza's ultimate move, and he was astonished that this Saiyan could wield it too. If struck, he would undoubtedly be shredded into countless pieces. He swiftly distanced himself from the impending attack. Gohan skillfully maneuvered the 5 energy discs, relentlessly pursuing Gula. What a prodigy! I never imagined this technique could be utilized in such a manner. Krillin mistakenly believed it was his own Kienzan. Suddenly, he felt a spark of inspiration, realizing that this technique could be employed similarly to Yamcha's Spirit Ball. Once this crisis was averted, he resolved to experiment with it himself. This technique is futile against me, Gula declared, launching his own energy discs. The two techniques collided, resulting in a brilliant display of energy dissipating each other. Gula had merely lacked the opportunity to unleash his own power, but now, with distance on his side, he could execute the same technique. Is that so? Gohan's voice suddenly echoed from behind Gula, causing him to break into a cold sweat. This kid was truly elusive. Gula swiftly turned, gathering his energy into an immense ki blast aimed directly at Gohan. Boom. Gohan was instantly engulfed by the energy wave. Ha ha ha, this time you shall not escape. Upon witnessing this, Gula's heart swelled with delight. Surely, this little brat is destined to be obliterated. The fellow's laughter resembled that of a simpleton. Indeed, he remains oblivious to the whereabouts of his opponent. One cannot entirely blame them, for extraterrestrials lack the ability to sense the movement of energy. They must rely solely on their vision and instincts to ascertain the location of their adversaries. Those observing from below were acutely aware that Son Gohan had narrowly evaded the energy attack just in time. Yet Gula continued to revel in his arrogance, believing he had vanquished the Super Saiyan Gohan. You are utterly ignorant of your opponent's strength, yet you dare to seek revenge on Earth. I truly admire your audacity. Gohan couldn't help but retort at Gula's foolish grin. How infuriating. The Frost Demon Clan is indeed the mightiest race in the universe. I shall eradicate every last one of you. Do the Scions only know how to flee? Upon hearing Gohan's words, Gula bellowed in rage. He abruptly turned around, only to find Gohan had positioned himself behind him. Flee. You overestimate yourself. Now, allow me to demonstrate the chasm that separates us. Gohan spoke with disdain, his power surging ever higher. He had already ascertained that the maximum combat power attribute dropped by the system was 1 million. It was time to showcase true skill. What? Gohan's strength is truly unfathomable. Krillin sensed Gohan's escalating energy and couldn't help but swallow hard. Kid, you are far too arrogant. Gula charged furiously towards Gohan, intent on snapping his neck. This little rascal is insufferably presumptuous. Bang! Gula arrived swiftly, yet departed even faster. Chapter 51, The Fall of Gula. No, this cannot be. How can this Scion brat be so formidable? This is my full power. I must have been too careless to fall prey to a Scion's attack. Yes, that must be it. What is impossible? By this time next year, you shall meet your demise. Once you arrive, there shall be no escape. At that moment, Gula once again heard Gohan's voice whispering in his ear. Boom. It turned out that Gohan had already caught up with his flying body. A powerful punch landed heavily on Gula. Blood spewed forth as his body was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a soccer ball being kicked. Ah! Gula's anguished cries echoed through the air. He could never have imagined that he had traversed great distances to seek vengeance on Earth, only to be treated as a mere plaything. Incredible. Who would have thought that the formidable Gula would be kicked around like a ball by Gohan? Indeed, Gohan is astonishingly powerful. With him guarding Earth, we need not fear any demonic invaders in the future. You see, if we do not diligently train, we shall find ourselves relegated to mere spectators. You speak the truth. We must strive to cultivate our skills and one day match Gohan's prowess. In the eyes of the onlookers, a dazzling spectacle unfolded, truly exhilarating. Everyone engaged in animated discussions, joyfully exchanging words. However, due to the limitations of human physiology, the notion of catching up to Gohan was nothing short of a futile dream. Magic Flash. Gohan propelled Cooler upward with a powerful kick. With his hands clasped above his head, he began to gather energy. What? I refuse to be defeated. I shall obliterate everything here into nothingness. Supernova. Cooler. Witnessing Gohan's immense energy build up, felt a chill run down his spine. Faced with the specter of death, even Cooler could not escape fear. Summoning all his strength, he resisted the force, focusing on gathering his own energy. With a single finger, he concentrated his ki, forming a colossal energy sphere capable of annihilating a planet. Cooler intended to reduce both this planet and its inhabitants to cosmic dust. The Scions, whom he once considered mere ants, now possessed the power to crush him. How could Cooler bear such humiliation? He was determined to eradicate everything here. The game must come to an end. Gohan unleashed his massive energy beam toward Cooler, believing there was no need to prolong the battle. Let all of this become cosmic dust. Cooler hurled his ominous energy sphere, brimming with terrifying power, at Gohan, intent on turning this place of his humiliation to ashes. Boom. The two immense energies collided instantaneously, sending shockwaves through the air, raising clouds of dust. The ground cracked deeply, and the entire planet trembled. Gohan, you must hold on. Our Earth depends on you. Go for it. The spectators clenched their fists, witnessing the terrifying clash of powers. The ground nearby crumbled, forcing them to ascend into the air for a clearer view. Future Trunks was equally astonished by the confrontation. Unable to fathom that this timeline's Gohan could be so formidable, the adversaries he could not conquer seemed to be mere playthings in Gohan's hands. Piccolo, observing the ferocity of Gohan's magic flash, felt a surge of joy. He had never anticipated that his signature move could wield such incredible power in Gohan's hands. Goku looked on with unwavering confidence as his son and Cooler exchanged blows, unable to suppress his gratitude toward Piccolo. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. Damn that brat. I can't believe your battle power has skyrocketed so quickly. Just wait. One day, I will surpass all of you. You little pest, go to hell. Cooler's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot as he madly channeled energy into the sphere. The colossal energy orb doubled in size almost instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, Gohan unleashed all his might, a blinding flash that rendered the onlookers momentarily sightless. The enormous energy beam of Magic Flash transformed into a blue-white flame, consuming Cooler's energy sphere with unstoppable force. Cooler let out a chilling scream as the energy beam engulfed him, melting his very being. The fates of the three father and son figures converged, rendering them naught but a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Thus, the era of the Emperor Gula came to a close. In the animated series, Gula descended upon Earth to exact vengeance upon Sun Wukong, unleashing the Kamehameha wave upon the sun. Upon being cast into the sun, he did not perish. Rather, he remained alive with but half a head intact. Utilizing the advanced technological chip from the cosmic graveyard of planet Namek, he repaired his form, his body continuously regenerating and amplifying its strength, his energy reaching a staggering 10 billion, transforming into mechanical Gula. His physique was enveloped in numerous mechanical chips, significantly enlarging his stature. The right side of his head retained remnants of his original form, while the left was entirely replaced by mechanical components. However, Gula had lost all remnants of his physical body and cells. Any hope of revival would have to await his next reincarnation. Collect it all, Son Gohan thought as he relinquished his Super Saiyan form, silently summoning strength. A torrent of combat power attributes surged through his limbs. The data reflecting his battle power on the personal attribute panel fluctuated wildly. After a few breaths, he sensed the figures gradually stabilize. His combat power amounted to 80 million, indicating that he had accrued an impressive 30 million in this encounter. Yes, we have finally triumphed, he exclaimed, laughter echoing. I knew Gohan would come through. Victory is ours. Indeed, I have always believed in Gohan, came the chorus of voices, each celebrating with animated gestures. With Gohan safeguarding Earth, they felt invincible against any malevolent forces. In the Heavenly Temple, the wrinkled face of the Supreme Kai wiped away beads of cold sweat from his brow. He was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a Saiyan on Earth, his astonishment palpable. Little did he anticipate that this individual would come to aid in resolving the planet's crisis. As future Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet struggled against the invader, the Supreme Kai was drenched in cold sweat, astounded by the alien's terrifying battle power. Fortunately, the subsequent Super Saiyan Gohan managed to overpower and eliminate the threat. Otherwise, Earth would have faced dire peril. He nodded in satisfaction, marveling at the immense energy contained within such a diminutive frame. The Saiyan physique was indeed extraordinary. This was his first glimpse of Gohan's true power. Chapter 52, A Journey to the Future. What? He is the child of Vegeta and Bulma, he exclaimed in disbelief. And in 3 years, formidable androids would emerge? Sun Wukong had succumbed to chronic heart disease, unable to partake in battle. One by one, the defenders fell in their quest to protect Earth, leaving the future world to be dominated by androids. The people of Earth endured a living hell, akin to rats scurrying in the streets, barely clinging to life. The Namekians possessed unique physiology and extraordinary hearing. Upon overhearing Gohan's conversation with future Trunks, Piccolo felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, shaken to the core by this explosive revelation. It was utterly unfathomable. Yet, Gohan remained unfazed by Trunks' words. He understood that the androids of the main timeline were vastly different from those of the future. Androids 17 and 18 did not view humanity as mere insects, nor did they revel in destruction and murder as their future counterparts did. Their very creation was aimed solely at eliminating Sun Wukong, who had, in his youth, obliterated the Red Ribbon Army. The mastermind behind the androids was none other than Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. Mr. Gohan, I implore you, please do not reveal my identity for the time being, said future Trunks, who stood beside Son Gohan. He feared that disclosing his identity might alter the course of history, potentially preventing his own birth. Rest assured, we will keep your secret, Gohan reassured him, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Piccolo. He was acutely aware of the Namekians' unique physiology, which allowed them to overhear conversations even from afar. Now, infused with Namekian blood, he could clearly hear the discussions of Tien and the others across the way. Mr. Gohan, your strength is formidable. I would like to request your assistance in the future to help us eliminate the androids, future Trunks stated earnestly, wishing to spare his mother and the people of Earth from further threats posed by the androids. Of course, Gohan replied without hesitation. Intrigued by the boundless energy properties of androids 17 and 18, who had initially been ordinary humans before Dr. Gero's modifications. Let us depart at once, future Trunks declared, retrieving a capsule from his pocket and tossing it aside. With a resounding boom, a time machine materialized. He opened the door and stepped inside, casting a final glance at Vegeta. Goodbye, father. I am grateful to have seen you this time. Hello, father, Uncle Piccolo, everyone. This friend has come to ask for my help, and I must accompany him now. Gohan swiftly approached the others to bid farewell, handing a special medicine to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, please explain this to them. In an instant, Gohan and future Trunks vanished into the time machine. What? That boy is a time traveler? Piccolo exclaimed. On May 12, 767, Android 19 will appear in South City. That is merely 3 years from now. The others, upon hearing Piccolo's words, could hardly believe it. It was utterly astonishing. Piccolo withheld Trunks' true identity, pondering the formidable strength of their impending adversary. Should we seek out this enemy and eliminate them? Krillin suggested cautiously, fearing the unknown. Indeed, that is a wise course of action. We can quash the danger before it arises. Yamcha concurred, sharing the sentiment that risking confrontation was unwarranted, especially given that he had already faced death once. Whoever dares to proceed with such a plan, I shall kill, Vegeta declared with a fierce countenance. When Saiyans encounter formidable foes, they become stronger. The swiftest means of enhancement lies in battle. All eyes turned towards Son Goku, eager to glean his thoughts. I too yearn to engage in combat with powerful adversaries, Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The mere mention of formidable opponents stirred his heart. Ahem, I haven't finished speaking, he continued. Tragically, Son Goku would succumb to a chronic heart virus 3 years hence, and thus would not partake in this conflict. A young man had arrived bearing a miraculous remedy for heart disease. Piccolo then revealed a startling piece of news that left everyone astounded. He handed the miraculous medicine to Goku, who was met with shock. The mighty scion, Goku, was to perish from illness. The irony was striking, a warrior not felled in battle, but by ailment. Oh my goodness, I can't believe there's a cure. Goku gasped in astonishment, patting his chest. He did not ponder deeply. The existence of a remedy sufficed. We must take our leave now, he declared. It was imperative to intensify their training in preparation for the impending battle 3 years hence. Tenshinhan and Chaos bid farewell and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Vegeta, too, set his course towards West City. Next time, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan, he vowed. In a future timeline, a city lay desolate, resembling a hellish landscape. The ruins spoke of devastation. Buildings lay in shambles, as if a fierce battle had just transpired. The ground was pockmarked, as though bombarded, with wisps of black smoke rising. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Bodies lay sprawled in pools of blood, severed limbs scattered about. Suddenly, a time machine materialized in the sky, descending slowly. Damn it, I can't believe West City has fallen as well, Future Trunks fumed, surveying the decimated landscape. It has been but a short while, and the androids have resumed their rampage. Everything will be all right, Gohan said, his expression steely upon witnessing the devastation. The androids in this timeline reveled in bloodshed and destruction. Mr. Gohan, we must seek out the androids immediately. They are likely wreaking havoc in Peppa City. I can feel it. Trunks gritted his teeth, having dealt with the androids for so long that he could sense their energy fluctuations through unique channels. Future Trunks transformed the time machine into a capsule and stored it away. An intense aura erupted from him as he prepared to soar towards Peppa City. Is flying still necessary? It's too slow, Gohan remarked, grabbing hold of the almost airborne Future Trunks. Upon arriving in the future timeline, his heightened perception had locked onto the planet. He knew precisely where androids 17 and 18 were located. In a flash, Gohan and Future Trunks vanished from their position. Chapter 53, The Future of Artificial Beings. Peppa City. The ground trembled with a cacophony of energy blasts colliding with towering edifices, the reverberations deafening. It felt as if the city were under siege by relentless missiles. Flames soared into the sky, and magnificent structures crumbled in an instant, shrouding the air in a thick cloud of dust. The anguished cries and wails of the populace pierced the chaos, sending shivers down one's spine. It all began half an hour prior when the artificial beings launched a sudden assault. Number 17, adorned with a red scarf, and number 18, with golden tresses, unleashed waves of energy upon the buildings and the unsuspecting inhabitants. They reveled in the sight of destruction and the mournful lamentations of those trapped beneath the rubble. Little mice, let us engage in a game, they taunted. Run with all your might. In 10 minutes, we shall make our move. Suspended in midair, the two fiends cast a playful glance at the terrified crowd. The atmosphere was fraught with pandemonium, rendering any hope of escape within the time frame utterly futile. Yet, amidst the despair, the citizens of Peppa City surged forward, desperate to flee. In mere moments, the countdown reached its conclusion. Ha ha ha, time is up. Prepare to meet your demise. They cackled, their laughter echoing with malice. We do not deny you chances. Rather, you fail to cherish them. Do not blame us for your folly. You two demons aim to annihilate us, cried the terrified masses. I do not wish to perish. Trunks, please save us. Mother, farewell. We shall meet again in another life. Trunks, where are you? The anguished pleas of men, women, and children filled the air, for they stood on the precipice of death. Their only recourse a silent prayer for the arrival of Earth's great hero, Trunks. Ha ha ha, Trunks? That little mouse cannot even protect himself. How could he possibly save you? Mocked the artificial beings, their lips curling into sinister smiles as they began to coalesce spheres of energy in their hands. With a flick of their wrists, they hurled the energy orbs towards the terrified crowd below. In the face of this impending doom, despair enveloped the onlookers. Some closed their eyes in resignation, accepting their fate as the devastating spheres descended, threatening to obliterate the city in an instant. Suddenly, before the crowd, two figures materialized. They raised their hands and effortlessly deflected the energy blasts. The ground shook as the two orbs detonated in the distance, erupting into mushroom clouds that soared into the heavens. Their power akin to that of missiles. Trunks, you truly have come to our rescue. Am I dreaming? One citizen exclaimed. A dream? I see it too. It is truly splendid. It seems my prayers have indeed borne fruit. This time, we shall not meet our demise. Indeed, Son Gohan has utilized his instant transmission skill, arriving here just in the nick of time to deflect the descending energy blast. Trunks, you have finally made your appearance. I thought you would remain a coward. Yet here you are, lured out at last. A devious smile graced the face of Android 17, for for this entire scheme was devised to draw Trunks into the fray. Just moments ago, the siblings had been wreaking havoc, and now that the bait has been taken, how could one not revel in their triumph? Androids, you two fiends. Today marks your demise. Upon encountering their adversaries, Trunks spoke through clenched teeth. He then turned to Son Gohan and said, Gohan, I entrust this to you. Ah, Trunks. So you sought assistance, Android 18 remarked with a smirk. What did you just call him? Gohan. No wonder he looks so familiar. It is indeed the young Son Gohan from days gone by. Trunks, have you truly brought the child version of Gohan? Have you lost your wits? How formidable could he have been in his youth? Are you attempting to amuse us? As they laughed, Android 17 added, Once we eliminate you, we shall use the time machine to traverse to another timeline for our amusement. The two androids continued to mock Trunks and Gohan. Trunks, it appears, has truly lost his mind. Currently, he is the sole individual capable of standing against them on Earth, for all others are utterly inept. One energy sphere could obliterate an entire area. How audacious of you, Son Gohan remarked, observing the androids with interest. Android 18, the quintessential goddess of the Dragon Ball universe, possessed striking golden hair, a curvaceous figure, and exquisite features. Regrettably, these androids are irredeemable, created solely for destruction and slaughter, devoid of humanity. Audacious? Not at all. Android 18 replied with a playful grin. Today, Son Gohan, I shall demonstrate what true audacity entails. With that, she lunged towards Gohan. Observing this, Gohan swiftly darted away, mindful of the many innocent lives at stake behind him. Should a battle erupt here, it would endanger countless innocents. What's this? Are you fleeing from my sister? Android 18 taunted as she pursued him, believing he was afraid, for he was merely a child. She followed Gohan as he evaded her. 17. Let us find a suitable place to settle our scores, Trunks declared, his face a mask of fury as he addressed Android 17. Gradually, he began to levitate, pursuing Gohan's direction. With a wicked smile, Android 17 followed suit. I was nearly terrified to death just now. Thankfully, Lord Trunks arrived, or we would all have perished. After the androids, Trunks and Gohan took flight. A profound sense of relief washed over the group. The exhilaration of narrowly escaping a dire fate was simply overwhelming. They silently prayed, hoping that Trunks and the child would vanquish the two demons and liberate the people of Earth from their torment, wishing for a peaceful life for all. Where are you running, Gohan? Android 18 pursued him relentlessly, her impatience evident as she casually hurled an energy blast in his direction. Chapter 54, The Fury of the Androids. In a distant future, atop a towering mountain, a man and a woman hovered. 18. Are you in such haste to meet your demise? Gohan deflected the incoming energy blast with a swift motion. He halted and inquired, Why do you find such amusement in this? Hee, I simply adore your fiery spirit. I hope you remain this defiant for a while longer, Android 18 replied with a smirk, finding the situation amusing. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, sensing the dread in the air. To her, the lack of resistance from ordinary people rendered the encounter rather dull. I have always been resolute. Allow me to show you the taste of death, Gohan exclaimed, a massive aura erupting from him, causing the entire planet to tremble. At that moment, Trunks and Android 17 arrived at the scene, choosing to observe rather than intervene, silently watching the confrontation unfold. Hee, you Scions have an affinity for flamboyant transformations. I shall take down any Super Saiyan that dares to face me, Android 18 declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of facing a worthy opponent. Is that so? Let us see what unfolds, Gohan replied, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Android 18 with a powerful left hook. Wow, what? How can he move so fast? Android 18 thought, barely registering his sudden appearance before being struck in the face. Her body flew sideways like a kite severed from its string. But wait, you wanted to play, didn't you? Let us have some fun, Gohan declared, unleashing a barrage of deadly energy blasts as he instantaneously teleported to where Android 18 was headed. He showed no mercy, his attacks relentless. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Android 18 screamed as she was pelted with blasts, her anguished cries echoing through the air. 18. Android 17, witnessing his sister being mercilessly assaulted, felt a surge of urgency to intervene. Don't forget, your opponent is me, Trunks said, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form, spreading his arms wide to block Android 17's path. He anticipated Gohan's overwhelming strength, which had swiftly subdued Android 18. Get out of my way. 17 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, intent on overpowering Trunks to rescue 18. Trunks deftly dodged the relentless assault, aware that their combat prowess was nearly equal. There was no need to endure the hits from these energy orbs. Amidst the chaos, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. A combat power attribute of 100. 000 has been dropped. Following this, another message chimed. Infinite energy attribute dropped. Gohan collected the abundant attributes that surged into his body. Indeed, as he had surmised, 17 and 18 were modified beings. Their artificial bodies merely housed a minuscule explosive, the rest remained original. Thus, the possibility of acquiring infinite energy was tangible. From this moment forth, Gohan too would possess boundless energy, escaping the fate of exhaustion that often befell Goku in their previous battles. During the Cell Saga, Goku had faltered after his clash with Cell, leading to his brutal defeat by the younger Cell. In the Majin Buu Saga, Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 but succumbed to Buu due to insufficient energy to maintain that form. Even when he attempted to obliterate Buu with the Spirit Bomb, it was only through Shinran's wish to restore his stamina that he could finally vanquish the foe. Die. 17's intentions were far from concealed. Seizing the moment while Trunks evaded, he redirected his energy blasts towards Gohan, his true objective. Realization dawned on Trunks. 17's target was none other than Gohan. Come forth. Super Saiyan Gohan aimed his energy towards 17, now a bearer of infinite energy, unperturbed by the thought of a prolonged battle. Boom, boom, boom. Their energy waves collided in midair, erupting into a cacophony of explosions and billowing smoke. At that moment, 18 spat blood, her body marred and injured. She appeared disheveled, her attire torn and ragged, resembling a beggar in her disarray. How dare you, Gohan? I will make you pay for this. 18's eyes, now bloodshot with fury, glared at him. Since Dr. Gero had transformed them, they had never faced such a setback. The siblings had always toyed with their opponents, the Saiyans. Yet now they found themselves in such a vulnerable state. This humiliation was unbearable. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug into her flesh, blood dripping from her fingertips. In this moment, 18 had lost all reason. Like a raging bull, she charged towards Gohan, consumed by her wrath. On the 18th, your opponent is me. Trunks did not foresee falling for Android 17's trick. Swiftly, he positioned himself in front of Android 18. Had he shielded his teacher, Gohan, from 17's attack, 18 might have met her end at Gohan's hands. Get out of the way. Android 18 seethed, launching a fierce assault on Trunks. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their power clashing intensely. Ding. Combat power attribute dropped. 1 million. With a sweeping kick, Android 18 aimed for Trunks' head. Bang. Trunks raised his hand to block, then retaliated with a punch aimed at her abdomen. Ah! A cry of anguish escaped her lips as Trunks landed a blow to her midsection, catching her off guard. Like a shadow, he pursued her relentlessly, denying her any respite. In a flash, he appeared before her, sending her soaring into the air with a kick. Then, akin to a soccer player, he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon her as she hung suspended in the sky. Ah! The air was filled with her desperate screams. At this moment, Android 18 was utterly disoriented. Rage clouded her judgment, and compounded by her injuries, she was left vulnerable to Trunks' relentless onslaught. Come on, 18. Trunks channeled his pent-up frustration and drew his sword from behind, his expression fierce as he bellowed. Chapter 55, The Nightmare of Future Androids. How is this possible? My power is limitless. How can you sustain a battle of such energy for so long, without faltering? Android 17 inquired, astonished. He had intended to deplete Gohan's energy by leveraging his own infinite stamina. Yet, to his bewilderment, Gohan showed no signs of exhaustion despite their prolonged confrontation. Nothing is impossible. Did you think you alone possessed boundless stamina and energy? Gohan replied with a grin. Arriving in this future timeline was meant to unlock infinite energy. Now that he had experienced it, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. The two had been unleashing their energy fervently, and now, their internal reserves remained untouched, akin to an ever-flowing fountain, inexhaustible and abundant. This feeling was simply delightful. What? Do you also possess infinite energy? 17 was taken aback by Gohan's revelation, astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of this alternate version of Gohan. Congratulations, you are correct. Here is a reward, a fist. Suddenly, Super Saiyan Gohan appeared behind Android 17, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Wow. Pain surged through 17 as the force of the blow sent him flying. Now, relish the taste of death. Gohan's voice echoed as he began to fade from view, only to reappear ahead of 17. Bang. Another heavy punch struck 17's abdomen. Puff. 17 coughed up blood, overwhelmed by the onslaught. A searing pain engulfed him, causing him to clutch his abdomen and curl up like a shrimp. The combat prowess of the two was simply not comparable. They were like the emotionless artificial beings from a future era, utterly devoid of humanity, unworthy of existence in this world. Son Gohan showed no mercy, delivering a single, devastating punch that incapacitated his opponent. How could this be? It was unfathomable. Coughing violently, Number 17 felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping his entire being. He had never anticipated that he would face such a day. The Super Saiyans of this timeline wielded their power with ease, while the child version of Son Gohan from another timeline proved to be astonishingly formidable. It was simply unbelievable. Nothing was impossible. I have yet to unleash my true strength. The chasm between us is insurmountable. I lack even the desire to engage you. Son Gohan seized Number 17's head and hurled him towards Trunks. At that moment, Number 17 was utterly stripped of his combat capability, rendered a mere pawn. Trunks had been observing the battle between his mentor and the adversary. When he saw number 17 being thrown in his direction, he decisively abandoned his attack on number 18. This is it. Number 17 screamed as he soared towards Trunks, a chilling dread coursing through his spine. An overwhelming fear of death swept over him, as if he had been doused in icy water from head to toe. Is this what it feels like to face death? It was terrifying. Perish, number 17. With sword in hand, Trunks unleashed a flurry of strikes at the approaching number 17. Slash, slash, slash. The unfortunate number 17 was instantaneously reduced to countless fragments. Trunks then unleashed an energy wave, turning the remnants of his foe into dust. Number 17. Number 18 witnessed the demise of her comrade before her eyes. Her heart shattered as she cried out for him in anguish. It was Trunks' decision to relinquish his pursuit of number 18 that allowed her the chance to escape. Ha ha ha. How laughable. Number 18. Do you possess emotions after all? You have taken so many lives. Do you not think others have familial bonds? Trunks, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. At last, he could avenge his deceased father and liberate the people of Earth from these two fiends. Number 18. I will fight you to the end. Finally regaining her composure, she launched an energy attack at Trunks and executed a swift maneuver to evade. The most pressing concern was to escape and preserve her life. She needed to recover before seeking vengeance. Number 18. Where do you think you're going? Trunks, realizing her intent to flee, unleashed a formidable aura and pursued her relentlessly. Binding technique. Super Saiyan Son Gohan flickered and positioned himself before number 18, casting a powerful ability to immobilize her movements. If number 18 were to escape, finding her again would prove exceedingly difficult, because the androids lacked any breath of life. How could this be possible? My body is paralyzed. Android 18, filled with dread, realized she was utterly immobile. She had never encountered such a situation before. Faced with the specter of death, she too felt fear. Die? Trunks paid no heed to whether Android 18 could move. In an instant, he appeared before her, unleashing a flurry of slashes. With a swift motion, Android 18 was reduced to countless pieces. Trunks, harnessing his energy wave, obliterated her remains into dust. He could hardly fathom that the ally he summoned would possess such formidable power. Before the two siblings, Gohan and his childhood self, she was utterly defenseless. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Father, Master Gohan, people of Earth, I have finally avenged you. Trunks cried out from the depths of his soul. The long-suppressed wish had at last been fulfilled. He could finally set down the heavy burden he had carried for all those years. Life had been unbearably stifling. To survive, he had endured countless hardships. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Now, Trunks could release years of pent-up resentment. He gathered the energy from the battlefield, which flowed into him like a river. His battle power surged beyond 100 million. The androids were finally vanquished. Henceforth, the people would no longer need to live in constant fear. Those hiding in basements could emerge to embrace a new life. After venting his emotions, Trunks howled towards the sky, eager to share this joyous news with everyone. Still in his Super Saiyan state, his voice resonated like a broadcast across the land. This is Trunks. I have defeated the androids. Cheers erupted. Hooray! The androids have been defeated. Lord Trunks, you are our hero. Finally, Earth is safe. The people rejoiced, overwhelmed with joy. Some shouted in celebration, while others danced with glee. The news brought tears of happiness. The people were finally free, no longer needing to hide or scrape by in fear. Chapter 56. Future Timeline. Poor Chi-Chi. In the future timeline, what? The time machine is out of energy? It will take a year to recharge? Gohan looked at Trunks, bewildered. He had not anticipated that recharging would require such a lengthy period. I'm sorry, Master Gohan. The androids have caused widespread destruction, leading to a scarcity of energy, Trunks said apologetically. He had not considered this issue when inviting Gohan. That's all right. Let us just treat it as a vacation here. Son Gohan gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering words of solace. There is no way to alter the past, so we must accept it. Allow me to take you to meet my mother. She will surely be delighted to see you. Trunks responded with a face alight with excitement. And together they soared towards West City. West City, once a vibrant metropolis, had long since been reduced to ruins. The citizens of West City need no longer live in fear and hiding, proclaimed Trunks, his voice echoing through the air. The androids have been vanquished. You can now begin anew, free from worry. He intended for this message to reach every ear, heralding a new dawn. What is that? Some exclaimed. It's Lord Trunks' voice. This is wonderful news. The androids have finally been defeated. We can cease our furtive existence. Thank you, Lord Trunks. As he spoke, Trunks noticed a group of people approaching from the ground. Men and women, their garments tattered, yet their faces radiated joy and an eagerness for life. The crowd buzzed with ecstatic chatter, tears of happiness streaming down their cheeks, having lived in constant fear, akin to mice scurrying from predators. Where do you reside, given that this place lies in ruins? Son Gohan inquired, observing the pockmarked ground littered with bones. No building remained intact. All were in shambles. You'll find out soon enough, Trunks replied, beckoning Gohan to follow. They descended into a basement, which was brightly lit. Trunks navigated through a maze of corridors and arrived at a laboratory. Presently, Bulma was the sole scientist on Earth. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in research. Together, we have defeated the androids. No longer need we live in fear within these confines, Trunks exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he approached Bulma. He was eager to showcase his triumph to his mother, his joy reminiscent of a child's. Child, you have endured much hardship these years, Bulma said tenderly. Setting aside her work to gently ruffle Trunks' hair, her heart aching for her son. It had been far too long since she had seen him smile. Hello, Aunt Bulma. Gohan greeted warmly, his face aglow with a smile upon encountering the future version of Bulma. Though the vibrancy of youth had faded, the elegance of maturity remained. With faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, a testament to the harsh conditions of this timeline. Thank you, Gohan. I never anticipated seeing you again. Your arrival in this timeline to aid us against the androids is truly a blessing, Bulma expressed sincerely, grateful for the support that had come from afar. How long must I endure this life? Bulma, you are exceedingly gracious. May I inquire if my mother exists in this timeline? Son Gohan gazed at Bulma with a smile, curious about the fate of Chi-Chi in the future. Your mother is still with us. I once urged her to move in with me for mutual support, but she declined my invitation. If she were to see you, her joy would know no bounds. Bulma, too, anticipated the reunion of Chi-Chi and Son Gohan. For a mother's happiness in seeing her son once more is truly profound. Please, continue your conversation. I shall visit the mother of this timeline, Son Gohan mused. Reflecting on Chi-Chi, she must be the most unfortunate woman in this realm. In her youth, the future Goku succumbed to illness. In her middle age, her son, the future Son Gohan, was slain by an android. Truly, it is the sorrow of a parent burying their child. In an instant, Son Gohan vanished from the basement of Capsule Corporation. Why, Goku, Gohan, you two have such callous hearts, leaving me to suffer alone here. How I long for you both. Chi-Chi lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks, her sorrowful visage evoking deep sympathy. She often found solace in reminiscing about her husband and son. Bulma had suggested she join her, but Chi-Chi refused, declaring that Capsule Corporation was her true home. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was Son Gohan. Having utilized his instant transmission technique to arrive at Capsule Corporation, Chi-Chi seemed to sense his presence, slowly turning her gaze towards the entrance. Ah, Gohan. It seems my longing for you has conjured an image of your younger self, she mused, a smile gracing her lips. As she rose, she approached Son Gohan, cautious that if she moved too swiftly, this dream might dissolve, and he would vanish. Mother, Son Gohan called, his heart aching for this pitiable woman. Tears streamed down his face, stirred by the memories of their bond. Oh, Gohan, how I yearn for you. I never imagined dreams could feel so real, Chi-Chi whispered, gently caressing her son's face. Mother, I miss you so dearly. I am truly Son Gohan, he declared, embracing her tightly. The plight of this mother in this timeline was heart-wrenching. I know you are my son. I hope this dream never ends, for then I could remain with Gohan forever. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face alight with joy, feeling blessed by fate. Mother, you are not dreaming. Feel my heartbeat. I am real. It is Bulma's invention, a time machine. Son Gohan reassured her. I followed Trunks into the future timeline. After embracing each other for a moment, Chi-Chi's emotions began to settle. Gohan recounted the entire sequence of events to Chi-Chi. Chapter 57. The True Strength of Gohan. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Now that the androids had finally been vanquished, it was time to rest. Trunks lay on a large rock atop the Capsule Corporation mountain. The entire Earth was in the process of rebuilding, as the androids had been completely eradicated, leaving the planet's structures in ruins. Trunks seized a moment of respite to visit Master Gohan at Capsule Corporation Mountain, where Gohan now resided with his future mother, Chi-Chi. Trunks, in this timeline, you are the sole warrior. You must not abandon your training. The Earth will continue to need your protection, Gohan urged. He contemplated the looming threat of the malevolent Kaioshin Zamasu and the sinister Black Goku, both of whom would eventually emerge in this future timeline. Zamasu, originally the Kaioshin of Universe 10, was selected as a candidate for Kaioshin due to his immense power. Yet his twisted sense of morality led him to intolerate any perceived evil. As a deity, he harbored a bias against humanity, believing that all non-deity intelligent races would only misuse violence and engender conflict. This discord with his master, Gowasu, regarding the worthiness of humanity culminated in the horrifying Zero Mortals plan, which affected multiple parallel universes. Black Goku was, in fact, the Zamasu from another timeline. The apprentice Kaioshin from that timeline successfully murdered his master, seizing the Patera earrings and the Time Ring to become the Kaioshin of Universe 10. He then utilized the Super Dragon Balls to switch bodies with Goku from a year later in another timeline. Black Goku annihilated all the Kaioshins across the universe. And after Zamasu wished for immortality, he destroyed the Super Dragon Balls. Given that the god of destruction and the Kaioshin share a symbiotic relationship, The death of the Kaioshin resulted in the demise of the god of destruction, and the angels fell into slumber. Thus, in the future timeline, no other gods existed, save for the Omni King, leaving only two Zamasus, the Black Goku from another timeline and the original Zamasu from the future timeline. Master Gohan, do you know something? Trunks asked, a look of confusion on his face. He sensed that his teacher possessed knowledge beyond his comprehension. Trunks, there are certain truths that would serve you no good to know. Focus on your training and safeguard your Earth, Gohan replied earnestly. He hoped that the people of the future Earth, along with Trunks and others, would lead fulfilling lives. I understand, Master Gohan. I hope you can train me once more, Trunks said sincerely, reminiscing about the days spent training with Gohan. Very well. Let us engage in some practice. There is no better place to train than here, especially with a remarkable Super Saiyan like you as my sparring partner. The system's acquisition of combat power attributes yields abundant rewards. Teacher Gohan, might you allow me a glimpse of your true strength? Trunks, performing a swift somersault from the rocks, gazed earnestly at Son Gohan, eager to discern the depths of his teacher's prowess. All right, let me show you my real power, Gohan declared. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. Boom. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a radiant golden flame. This was the full power of Super Saiyan, a state that could be sustained for an extended duration, a most ideal form. The advantage of full power lies in its ability to overcome the rapid stamina depletion characteristic of Super Saiyans during combat, maximizing their latent battle potential while avoiding the energy loss that typically occurs even in non-combat situations. This represents the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, a form that conserves energy remarkably well. Gohan explained, currently, my base power stands at 100 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it increases 50-fold, bringing my combat power to 5 billion. Impressive, Trunks exclaimed, nodding in astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the immense aura that felt as boundless as the cosmos. But that is not all, Gohan continued, as Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. His aura continued to surge. What? How is this possible? Trunks was left utterly stunned, his mouth agape. Boom. A surge of energy shot into the sky, darkening the heavens with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. The ground fissured, revealing gaping chasms, and the very earth began to tremble. Gohan's form radiated blinding light, making it nearly impossible to behold. The ground beneath him sank instantaneously, enveloped in swirling dust. After a minute, the sky returned to normal and the tremors ceased. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Gohan's golden aura transformed into a jet-like form rather than a flame, his hair standing tall, surrounded by crackling energy. Crackling sounds echoed as lightning danced around him. This form exuded a chilling demeanor, with piercing eyes that seemed to cut through the air. Trunks stood dumbfounded, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair that words could scarcely convey. This was Super Saiyan 2, a transformation that amplified his power 100-fold. Gohan's sharp gaze met Trunks. This power is extraordinary, he stated, indicating that his current combat power now reached 10 billion. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks stepped back involuntarily, shaken by the realization that there existed a second form of Super Saiyan. I had always believed that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the ultimate form. It seems my perspective was rather limited. The saga is far from over. The Kaioken. Gohan's body was enveloped in a terrifying crimson aura. The very earth trembled violently, and the skies crackled with thunder. Gohan, please stop. The earth cannot withstand this immense power. Trunks shouted urgently, witnessing the chaos unfold. If this power continues to escalate, it may very well lead to the planet's destruction. Gohan's strength is unfathomable, so potent that even an entire planet struggles to bear such a dreadful presence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan gradually diminished his aura and retracted his Super Saiyan form. Chapter 58, The Future Time of Cell. Trunks, I shall take you to a certain place. In his recent transformation to Super Saiyan 2, Gohan's perception had surged exponentially. He detected a faint presence, intermittent and elusive. Given that all martial artists on Earth had been annihilated by the androids, no other energies remained. The only possibility now was a small creature hiding underground, Cell, created by Dr. Gero. This ultimate android possessed the cells of numerous formidable fighters, with the intent of absorbing Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form. In the anime, Cell eliminated another Trunks from a different timeline. Due to his immense size, he was unable to utilize the time machine, thus reverting to a larval state and traversing to the main timeline. He lay in hiding underground for several years until the emergence of Androids 17 and 18. He forcefully absorbed Android 17, transforming into a semi-perfect being. Later, he seized the opportunity presented by Vegeta to absorb Android 18, attaining his perfect form. He subsequently defeated Vegeta and Trunks, proving to be a formidable match for Goku. After the death of Android 16, Gohan ascended to Super Saiyan 2 and ultimately overpowered and humiliated Cell. Following Cell's failed self-destruction, his Saiyan cells enabled him to revive with significantly enhanced strength. The 3-second hero. Vegeta, consumed by rage upon witnessing his son's demise, unleashed a fierce aura and launched a frenzied assault on Cell. Yet, our valiant Vegeta, in all his splendor, was nearly vanquished in mere moments. In a bid to protect Vegeta, Gohan sustained an injury to his left arm. Ultimately, Cell momentarily gained the upper hand during their Kamehameha clash, but with encouragement from Goku and the collective resolve of Earth's warriors, Gohan unleashed his full power, resulting in Cell's demise. Had Gohan not transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he would have been oblivious to that faint presence. Gohan, have you discovered something? Trunks inquired, a perplexed expression adorning his face. He recognized that his mentor was not only immensely powerful, but also remarkably composed and astute, far beyond that of a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. You will understand soon enough. Let us depart, Gohan replied with a smile, utilizing instant transmission to whisk them away from the Capsule Corporation mountain. In a dilapidated cave, Son Gohan and Trunks found themselves in an environment clearly marred by destruction. The instruments within lay deliberately shattered, and a significant portion of the cave had collapsed. It was evident that this place was exceedingly concealed, shrouded in cobwebs and dust, suggesting it had stood for many years. To the untrained eye, it would have remained unnoticed. This is the laboratory of Dr. Gero, where he conducted his experiments on androids. Trunks surveyed the disarray around him, scrutinizing the apparatus and experimental blueprints. It soon became apparent that this was indeed Dr. Gero's lair, the birthplace of the androids. Let us remain patient. Perhaps a surprise awaits us shortly, Son Gohan said with a smile. The faint energy they had sensed earlier was likely a sign of Cell's impending emergence. If this little insect discovers we are waiting for his arrival, might he not be struck with fear? Surprise? Could there be more androids here? A sudden chill gripped Trunks' heart as he regarded the surroundings with heightened vigilance, attuning himself to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. Abruptly, he stared at Son Gohan in astonishment, having detected a faint aura sporadically surfacing from beneath the ground. Had it not been for Gohan's alertness, Trunks would have overlooked this delicate presence. With a nod from Gohan, they fell into a silence, awaiting the unfolding events. After approximately half an hour, the cave began to tremble. A deep fissure opened in the ground, and an overwhelming energy surged forth. What is this? The essence fluctuated, intertwining with the familiar auras of his father and Uncle Goku, as well as the sinister presence of the tyrant Frieza. The energies of Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and nearly every formidable warrior on Earth resonated within this chaotic energy. What manner of monstrosity had Dr. Gero conceived? Trunks was wholly astonished, recognizing the implications of this moment. In the minds of those from the future, Dr. Gero was a villain of unspeakable infamy. Had it not been for this old scoundrel's creation of the androids, Earth would not have faced such unprecedented peril. It was his existence that allowed androids to seize control of the planet, forcing humanity to endure humiliation and live in despair. With a thunderous roar, a mottled green creature ascended from the depths, hanging in the air. I, Cell, the ultimate android, have finally emerged. From heaven to earth, I reign supreme. Dr. Gero, I shall absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain my perfect form, fulfilling your wishes and conquering the universe. As Cell made his grand entrance, brimming with ambition and confidence, Trunks could not help but scoff. Cell, the ultimate android? Absorb 17 and 18 to become perfect? Who gave you the audacity to claim dominion over the universe? You are merely lost in a daydream. Upon hearing the words of the creature, Trunks let out a furious roar. He had never anticipated that the nefarious Dr. Gero had succeeded in creating an ultimate android. Were it not for Master Gohan bringing him to this place, he would have remained oblivious to this monstrosity. He was determined that the Earth would not suffer the same fate again, living in hiding and merely surviving. He resolved to eradicate this abomination in its infancy. Trunks, Gohan, what brings you two here? Cell exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at them. He had been so overwhelmed with excitement earlier that he had overlooked their presence. What is this? Why does Gohan appear as a child? Shouldn't he be older than Trunks? Cell's gaze fixated on Gohan. You, pesky insect, have finally emerged. We have been waiting for you for quite some time, Gohan said, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Cell. The creature was remarkably repugnant, almost nauseating to behold. How do you know us, monster? And why do you exude the aura of so many powerful beings? Trunks pondered, astonished that this creature could recognize them immediately upon its emergence. Furthermore, how could it possess the essence of so many formidable warriors? Were androids not devoid of energy signatures? With a sudden shift, Cell's eyes darted between Gohan and Trunks. In an instant, a surge of white energy erupted from him, propelling him towards the cave's entrance. Survival was paramount. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. He needed to flee and absorb androids 17 and 18 to reach his perfected form. Chapter 59, Cell's plea for mercy in the future time frame. Inside the cave, thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy, Trunks declared, having anticipated such a move and positioned himself at the cave's mouth. Every action of Cell was under his control. He would not permit the creature birthed by Dr. Gero to endanger the Earth once more. Cell glared at them, his fury barely contained. He had not expected to be cornered so soon after his emergence. His combat power had yet to reach its peak. If he could just absorb some humans outside and grow stronger, then find androids 17 and 18 to merge with them, he would evolve into his perfected form. At that point, neither the Earth nor the universe would fear anyone. Now was not the time for a life-and-death struggle. He needed to devise a way to escape. Within me lies the cells of all-powerful beings. During your previous battles, Dr. Gero utilized advanced technology to collect your cells. He then fused these cells into my embryo, which has now birthed me, Cell succinctly explained, hoping to deceive them. What did you mean when you said you need to absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain your perfected form? Can you really evolve? Is Dr. Gero's ultimate plan to dominate the entire universe? His ambitions are indeed grand, Trunks remarked, astonished as he scrutinized the creature before him. He recalled the words spoken by the monster upon its emergence. Had I uttered such phrases? Perhaps it was merely my disoriented state at birth that led to such nonsensical speech. Might you two allow me to depart for now? Any matters can be addressed later. Cell yearned to vacate this place swiftly, having no desire to engage in further banter with these two individuals. He needed to seek out androids 17 and 18, assimilating them to achieve his perfect form. It mattered not if he spoke the truth. Today, he would forever remain entombed here. Trunks' gaze turned frigid, causing the temperature within the cavern to drop several degrees. In an instant, his form vanished, only to reappear before Cell, delivering a powerful punch. Trunks, you are exceedingly arrogant. This is not your domain, Cell retorted, countering with a punch of his own. He had already been prepared, having maintained a state of vigilance. A tremendous shockwave erupted, causing the cavern to collapse instantaneously. In Trunks' mind, Dr. Gero had long since been sentenced to death. Anything he had created must be annihilated. The earth could not be allowed to descend into peril once more. With a resounding boom, the entire mountain was reduced to dust, revealing three figures. Ding. Combat power attribute of 100,000 has dropped ahead. In their initial clash, Cell discerned Trunks' true strength. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess was formidable. Now was not the time for a mutually destructive confrontation. Trunks, do not overstep your bounds. I have committed no wrongdoing. On what grounds do you seek to kill me? Cell exclaimed, his visage twisted in anger. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary upon his birth. It seemed he must acquiesce and depart from this place. Huh, committed no wrongdoing? By the time you do, it will be far too late. Trunks charged at Cell once more. He resolved instantly that this monster must not be permitted to escape. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Cell's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Is there such logic? Truly, this individual possesses remarkable talent. I find myself at a loss for words. Bam, bam, bam. The two engaged in a furious struggle. Ding. Combat power attribute of 100,000 has dropped. Ding. Combat power attribute has increased by 100,000. As the battle commenced, Son Gohan was inundated with the system's notifications echoing in his mind. It was simply exhilarating. Here, he could comfortably play the role of a bystander and reap the rewards of combat power. Trunks, you are excessively tyrannical. Behold my multiplication technique. Cell leaped backward forcefully, creating distance between himself and Trunks. He assumed a stance reminiscent of Tien Shinhan, unleashing his signature technique, the multiplication technique. Cell's form split into two, then four, and soon four identical cells emerged, each exuding an identical aura as the original, unlike Tien, who divided his energy among his clones. Cell executed the multiplication technique with exquisite finesse, effectively creating four identical versions of himself. Ding. Multiplication technique attribute has dropped. Trunks unleashed his true prowess. An overwhelming and fierce aura erupted from him in an instant, accompanied by a massive shockwave that sent the four-cell duplicates staggering backward several paces. The ground trembled, and dust swirled violently around them. Enveloped in a golden blaze, Trunks' hair and brows transformed to a radiant gold. Super Saiyan, I shall give it my all. The four cells swiftly encircled the Super Saiyan Trunks, raising their hands to unleash energy blasts without any preparatory charge. Everything transpired seamlessly, for beams of energy shot forth, hurtling towards Super Saiyan Trunks. Just as the blasts were about to explode, Trunks ascended skyward. Final flash. The four cells simultaneously conjured spiraling waves of energy, directing them toward Trunks in the air. The attributes of the final flash fell before them. Now, Cell was employing techniques reminiscent of King Piccolo. While Piccolo required a lengthy charge time to execute this ultimate move, Cell accomplished it instantaneously, without the need for any build-up. The execution of such formidable techniques by Cell was nothing short of perfection. You grotesque creature, such long-range attacks are utterly futile against me. Trunks deftly dodged the four beams of light with a mere flicker. After his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his fighting powers surged dramatically, making it effortless to evade such assaults due to the vast disparity between their strengths. Is that so? Then taste my technique. The four cells once again invoked Frisia's signature move, hurling energy discs toward Trunks, aiming to shred him into oblivion. They relentlessly controlled the discs from the ground, pursuing Trunks. Yet, his speed was exceedingly rapid. The four cutting discs, despite their encircling formation, could not keep pace. Such trivial skills, it is time for you to fall. Trunks, growing weary of Cell's incessant attacks, became infuriated and soared toward him, intending to bring the discs close before swiftly evading. What? You scoundrel! Cell shouted in rage upon witnessing Trunks approaching. He never anticipated that Trunks would bring the energy discs closer. In an instant, one Cell failed to evade and was sliced into several pieces. Super Saiyan Trunks then charged at the remaining 3 cells. And no, this cannot be. How can he move so swiftly? Cell watched in disbelief as Trunks flickered closer, his own body trembling in fear. This is the end. What should I do? He was utterly unable to perceive Trunks' movements. With a series of rapid flickers, Trunks unleashed a flurry of punches, kicks, and elbow strikes, swiftly incapacitating the 3 bewildered cells. Chapter 60, Future Cell, Annihilated. All attributes collected. Gohan silently chanted within, as the attributes on the ground, resembling the strokes of a script, hurriedly integrated into his being. The combat power continues to surge. The combat skill bar has now expanded to include the magic piercing light cannon and fourfold fist. If I were to engage in battle using the fourfold fist, the system would flawlessly acquire the combat power attributes. Gulp. Son Gohan couldn't help but swallow hard. The thought of 4 identical Super Saiyans was simply astounding. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A strange sound echoed as the dismembered cell miraculously revived. The 4 individuals merged into one. This was due to Piccolo's cells, which possess regenerative abilities. Trunks witnessed the fully revived cell, initially taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. This was indeed Piccolo's essence. Trunks, this battle is utterly unfair. Why not let me go? Once I achieve my perfect form, we can engage in a proper contest. Cell proposed as he rose from the ground, his eyes darting around in search of a cunning plan. Within him lay Saiyan cells. He contemplated exploiting the Saiyans' combative and arrogant nature to persuade Trunks to grant him freedom. Let you go? Do you take me for a fool? You think I would allow you to wreak havoc on Earth? Dream on. I'll let you in on a little secret. Androids 17 and 18 have already been obliterated by me. They have become nothing but cosmic dust. Ha! Trunks hovered in the air, looking down at Cell as if he were a simpleton. Do you truly believe I am as Na'vi as you? Release you so you can threaten the Earth? Upon hearing Trunks' words, Cell felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He never anticipated that androids 17 and 18 could be destroyed. It was inconceivable. The androids possessed limitless energy and formidable combat power. Surely, Trunks was merely trying to intimidate him. It had to be that way. If the androids were indeed destroyed, his aspirations for evolution would be nothing but a farce. Trunks, is it true? Have you truly destroyed 17 and 18? However, as Cell regained his composure, he sensed something amiss. Why were Son Gohan and Trunks present in this cave? Never mind that for now. I must escape this cursed place. Cell's eyes casually glanced at the silent Son Gohan nearby. An idea sparked within him. Why not capture this brat and use him to coerce Trunks into letting him go? Ha! It appears fate has spared me. If I can seize Son Gohan, I may yet find a glimmer of hope. If Trunks were to learn of Cell's scheme, he would surely be amused. Son Gohan's combat power is terrifying. Even I would not stand a chance against him. What is more, you, Cell, are nothing but a fallen adversary of mine. Trunks, I will fight you to the bitter end. Cell relentlessly gathered energy orbs in his hands, unleashing a barrage of attacks aimed at Trunks. Boom, boom, boom. Trunks deftly evaded the energy blasts in the air. Haha, you've fallen for it. Cell ceased his energy assault and charged toward Gohan with lightning speed. Just a mere child, this victory is within my grasp. He could already envision triumph shining brightly before him. You insufferable pest, are you seeking death? Gohan's gaze turned icy, a surge of formidable energy erupting from him. Boom. An explosion of power soared into the sky as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A powerful shockwave surged forth to meet Cell. Incredible. This little brat can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Cell landed on his heels, using his legs to halt his momentum, carving 2 deep trenches into the ground. He was now thoroughly unnerved by the sight of a Super Saiyan. Come at me. Gohan pointed a finger at Cell, his expression unyielding as he shouted. Oh, how terrifying. Cell was momentarily paralyzed by Gohan's piercing gaze and overwhelming aura. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, a chilling sense of impending doom washing over him. He began to retreat, feeling as though Gohan were a primal beast fixated on its prey. Gohan, please, calm your fury. Leave this scoundrel to me. Trunks suddenly appeared beside Gohan, wearing a reassuring smile. Very well, Gohan nodded, relinquishing his Super Saiyan form. He had little interest in a foe of this caliber, preferring the comfort of awaiting the conclusion of the battle. Trunks, must you pursue total annihilation? We bear no grudge. Is it truly necessary to fight to the death? Observing the situation, Cell could only bow his head in submission to save his life. A direct confrontation was futile. Survival was paramount. Total annihilation? If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at Dr. Gero. His creations have wrought catastrophic devastation upon Earth. I shall not permit these androids to inflict further harm, Trunks declared, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. He harbored a mindset of preferring to kill 100 innocents rather than let one escape. All of Dr. Gero's androids must perish. The people of Earth could no longer endure their torment. Haha, if you refuse to let me live, then we shall perish together. Cell laughed maniacally. Recognizing the Frisia cells within himself, he contemplated obliterating the Earth, ensuring mutual destruction. He prepared to unleash an energy attack upon the ground. Fool, you think you can take us down with you? You're far too Navi. Trunks swiftly appeared before Cell, seizing his hand as he concentrated energy. Crack! A bone-snapping sound echoed as Cell's arm broke, and the energy sphere vanished instantly. The disparity in their combat prowess was staggering. It was akin to a child battling an adult. The two individuals were clearly not on the same level of combat. Ah, my hand. Trunks, you bastard. Cell let out a heart-wrenching cry as his hand instantly transformed into a shape reminiscent of a fried dough stick. If you wish to depart so badly, I shall see you off. Masenko. Trunks hurled Cell into the sky, unleashing colossal beams of energy from his hands towards the airborne foe. No. Cell was swiftly engulfed by the energy beams, emitting a spine-chilling scream. His body was utterly disintegrated, leaving no trace behind. To be revived, he would have to await reincarnation. Trunks, I will take you to another location. Gohan retracted all his battle power attributes. Is there really another place? Goodness, Dr. Gero cannot possibly still have a laboratory. Can he? Trunks gazed at Gohan with a perplexed expression. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Chapter 61. Gohan's instruction to future Trunks. The sacred world of the Kai. This is the dwelling place of the Earth's Kaishins throughout the ages. Presently, it appears desolate, with dilapidated structures scattered about as if no one had resided here for years. Even Mr. Popo, the attendant of the Kaishin, has vanished without a trace, likely having fallen victim to androids 17 and 18. Suddenly, two figures materialized in the plaza of the sacred world, none other than Gohan and future Trunks, who had arrived via instant transmission. Where's this place? Trunks inquired, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He had never set foot here and was unaware that such a location existed on Earth. When the androids emerged in his timeline, Goku had already succumbed to illness. And shortly after Trunks' own troubles began, Vegeta and the others were also slain by the androids. Young Gohan was left to lead a life of evasion alongside Trunks. So it was unsurprising that Trunks was oblivious to this spot's existence. This is the Korin Tower, the residence of the Earth's Kaishins, known as the Sacred World. It is home to Mr. Popo, the attendant of the Kaishin. No one knows from whence he came, only that he served several Kaishins. It seems the androids have wreaked havoc here, leading to Popo's disappearance. Gohan succinctly elucidated the situation, reminiscing about his 7 or 8 days spent with Mr. Popo in the main timeline. Teacher Gohan, is there something peculiar about this place? Trunks asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Still uncertain about Gohan's intentions for bringing him here. There exists an excellent training ground here. I am unsure if it has been damaged by the androids, Gohan explained. Already familiar with the surroundings as he headed towards the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Where's the wonderful place you mentioned, Teacher Gohan? I can hardly wait." After navigating through several twists and turns, they arrived at an ancient, grand entrance, relieved to find it unscathed. "You lad are quite fortunate," Gohan remarked. Son Gohan gazed at the pristine entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Presently, Trunks stood as the sole warrior within the future timeline. And Gohan harbored hopes for Trunks to enhance his combat prowess swiftly, thereby better safeguarding the future realm. "Master Gohan, what makes this place so extraordinary?" Trunks inquired, his expression perplexed. From Gohan's words, he discerned that this was indeed a sanctuary for training, the very hyperbolic time chamber itself. Beyond this grand threshold lay an alternate dimension, where the flow of time differed significantly. 1 year inside equated to a mere day outside. Furthermore, the gravity within was tenfold that of the external world, rendering it an ideal haven for rigorous training. Gohan recounted the principles governing the time chamber, leaving Trunks utterly astounded. He had never imagined that such a training sanctum existed on Earth. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the air as Gohan swiftly struck Trunks with a powerful punch to his abdomen. Taken by surprise, Trunks felt the full force of the blow. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Gohan, utterly unprepared for such an assault. He retched violently, expelling bile as the pain within his gut intensified. As though his insides were entwined in knots. Cradling his midsection, he bent over like a shrimp. "Trunks, remember this pain," Gohan urged solemnly. "It will propel you to grow stronger. In this timeline, you are the only warrior left. The foes of the future will only grow more formidable. If you falter, the Earth will once again descend into a plight reminiscent of the android's reign, its people displaced, living in despair, clinging to fleeting existence. Is this what you desire?" Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, his tone imbued with earnestness. He recalled the formidable adversaries that had emerged in the future, Zamasu and Black Goku. After a brief respite, Trunks finally felt some relief in his abdomen. I must train diligently to grow stronger and protect my home. I cannot allow Earth to face another catastrophe, he declared with unwavering resolve. During their previous encounter at the Capsule Corp, his master had warned him of powerful enemies on the horizon. Yet when he pressed Gohan for details, he was met with reluctance. Gohan insisting that it was better for him to know as little as possible. This marked the second time Gohan had cautioned him, indicating the formidable nature of their foes, perhaps fearing that such knowledge might undermine Trunks' will to survive. Very well, the future world rests upon your shoulders. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek our assistance in that timeline, Gohan advised Trunks. Master, do you know something? Please, I implore you to share it. I can handle the truth. Trunks replied earnestly, eager to comprehend the nature of the enemies that lay ahead. Very well, brace yourself for what is to come. The future will witness the emergence of a trainee Supreme Kai, Zamasu, Gohan revealed. In a parallel universe, another Zamasu has traversed time and space, employing the Super Dragon Balls to exchange bodies with the Dark Goku from the 7th universe. Both are Kaishins named Zamasu, yet they hail from distinct timelines. They have resolved to eliminate all Kais, believing that humanity breeds only violence and war, rendering them unworthy of protection. Thus, they intend to execute the Zero Human Plan. In their future timeline, they aim to eradicate all human life on Earth. At the fervent insistence of future Trunks, Gohan divulges the impending threats that will emerge in their timeline. Zamasu, the immortal being who can recover from any injury? They seek to annihilate all humans on Earth? Such madness, they are unfit to be gods. I shall not allow you to succeed. Future Trunks clenches his fists, his face a mask of fury. He wholeheartedly trusts Gohan's words, for he himself has traversed the past timeline to seek Gohan's guidance. Do not burden yourself so heavily. I share this with you solely to encourage your training, to prepare for the future. When Zamasu arrives, we shall come to your aid, Gohan reassures, placing a comforting hand on Trunks' shoulder. Thank you, Gohan. I shall devote myself to training diligently, to safeguard our future, Trunks replies with unwavering determination. Through the years, his character has become remarkably resilient. After their conversation, the two push open the ancient doors and enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 62, The Marvel of the Fourfold Fist. Inside the future hyperbolic time chamber, a notification sounds. Warning, combat power attribute 1-000-000 detected. The air crackles with the sound of colliding forces as waves of energy radiate outward. Gohan utilizes the fourfold fist technique, manifesting 4 versions of himself as they engage in combat, transforming into 4 Super Saiyans simultaneously. To the naked eye, their movements are imperceptible. Only the echoes of their power clashes resonate. The ground is strewn with fallen combat power attributes, as Gohan employs the fourfold fist to amass energy. Meanwhile, Trunks minimizes his power level to adapt to the gravity within the chamber, sweating profusely as he performs basic exercises like push-ups and one-handed push-ups. After 10 arduous days of training, Trunks has fully acclimated to the chamber's gravity. Their daily existence consists of rigorous training and combat. The chamber reverberates with the sounds of fierce battles as the 2 Super Saiyans flicker through the air, each collision generating a terrifying shockwave. Warning, combat power 1-000-000 detected. Gohan, behold my instantaneous flash. Trunks distances himself and unleashes a powerful energy beam towards Gohan. You wish to contest energy with me? I shall match you blow for blow. Unyielding, Son Gohan unleashed a similar beam of energy, intending to engage in a contest of power with his kin. Though such aspirations were indeed misguided. With a thunderous collision, the 2 forces met, sending forth a terrifying shockwave that reverberated through the very fabric of space. The hyperbolic time chamber trembled under the strain. Gohan, be careful, Trunks cautioned, amplifying his output in a frenzy. The intensity of his energy beam surged dramatically. Come now. If you possess any skill, feel free to unleash it. Son Gohan retorted with a playful reprimand, increasing his own energy output. Gradually, the colossal beam began to engulf the Super Saiyan Trunks. With a resounding boom, the immense energy column erupted, birthing a towering mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. The site of the explosion was engulfed in thick smoke, and a formidable shockwave radiated outward in all directions. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, Trunks' figure emerged. His attire tattered and his body trembling uncontrollably, adorned with wounds and gasping for breath. He swiftly regained his composure. With a loud thud, as he relaxed, he collapsed onto the ground. Trunks, are you alright? Son Gohan, now back to his normal state, approached Trunks, crouching beside him, placing his hands on Trunks' body. A gentle energy flowed into him instantaneously. I'm fine, Trunks replied weakly, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Suddenly, he sensed a comforting energy emanating from Gohan's palms. eliciting involuntary moans of relief as his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. What? My wounds are completely healed, Trunks exclaimed, astonished. And my combat power has significantly increased. Gohan, your ability is extraordinary, truly a portable version of the Senzu Bean. Soon, Trunks was fully revitalized, rising from the ground with an exhilarated expression as he assessed his condition. Ha ha ha, you're quite the chatterbox. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. It's merely a form of healing ability, Son Gohan replied with a chuckle. Feeling quite satisfied, Gohan silently contemplated the gathering energy from the battlefield, which surged into his limbs and spirit. For the past 2 years, both Trunks and Son Gohan had devoted themselves to training and combat. Time and cultivation is timeless. As spring gives way to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Now, Son Gohan was 10 years old, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, with more defined facial features and a striking tuft of hair falling over his forehead. When releasing his energy, a torrent of brilliant silver aura erupted from his body. He had spent a total of 4 years training in both the main timeline and the future timeline's hyperbolic time chamber, followed by an additional year under Piccolo's tutelage. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle echoed continuously from the skies. Gohan, I can hardly believe that after these 2 years, I can't even match your normal state. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Under Gohan's guidance and support, he had successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 2. However, at present, even the Super Saiyan 2 Trunks finds himself unable to triumph over the ordinary Gohan. Ha ha ha. I possess exceptional luck and my training progresses at an astonishing rate. Gohan declared with pride. Over the past 2 years, aside from battling with Trunks, he had harnessed the four-way fist technique, conjuring 4 identical Super Saiyans to engage in combat. The combat attributes he amassed within this year defy quantification through mere data. Gohan has reached a level where he can contend with Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form without the need for transformation. He has successfully surpassed Super Saiyan 3, and by his power calculations, transcending to Super Saiyan 4 poses no challenge. However, the transition to Super Saiyan 4 necessitates transforming into a great ape, and he fears that such a transformation might unleash a berserk state, potentially leading to Trunks' demise and the destruction of their surroundings, an eventuality he wishes to avoid. Thus, Gohan has refrained from attempting this transformation, leaving the limits of his combat prowess shrouded in mystery. Unbelievable. Witness my strength. Trunks shouted in frustration before launching a barrage of fierce attacks, unleashing energy blasts as if they were without cost, relentlessly bombarding Gohan. Ha ha ha, that tactic is futile against me. Gohan evaded with agile movements, swiftly darting left and right before appearing behind Trunks to deliver a powerful punch. Bam! The force of their clash sent shockwaves through the area. Trunks, your reflexes are commendable, Gohan praised generously. Both had made remarkable strides in their training over the past 2 years, and their bout seemed destined to remain unresolved for the time being. They were acutely aware of each other's techniques, having trained together for so long. Let us step outside. One must appreciate the balance between work and rest, Gohan suggested, aware of the limitations of the hyperbolic time chamber, where each individual could only train for 2 years. Once the time elapsed, the door would seal permanently, trapping them inside unless their strength was sufficient to break free from the space. As Gohan opened the chamber's door, he elaborated, referencing the anime where Gotenks attempted to confine Majin Buu within the hyperbolic time chamber, only for Buu's roar to shatter the space and release him. Balance between labor and leisure? I understand now. If one possesses immense strength, they can indeed break free from the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Wonderful, Trunks exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Trunks, once we exit this place, ask your mother to construct a time machine for us, Gohan then proposed, revealing a bold idea. Chapter 63, The Thoughts of Future Chi-Chi, at the lookout. Gohan, it seems you've grown quite a bit taller in just 2 days, and your appearance has become even more handsome, Chi-Chi remarked in astonishment upon seeing Gohan. Evidently, Gohan and Trunks had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Really? I feel much the same, Gohan replied, attributing the change to his mother not having seen him for a couple of days. Son Gohan casually brushed off his mother's concerns, not wishing to burden Chi-Chi with excessive worry. Hee, perhaps that's the case. Mother is simply overjoyed to see you. Chi-Chi beamed with happiness. The sight of her son, whom she had lost, filled her heart with joy. However, Gohan had not been home for the past few days, leaving Chi-Chi with a sense of emptiness and an unsettling feeling of uncertainty. In that moment, a bold thought suddenly crossed her mind. This way, she could be with her son forever. Gohan, actually. Chi-Chi hesitated, her gaze fixed on him, her words caught in her throat. Mother, do you have something on your mind? Gohan, noticing her bashful demeanor, couldn't he help but inquire. Over the past few days, I've been contemplating deeply. This existence in this timeline feels so sorrowful. I often thought that perhaps it would be better to perish alongside you and Goku, rather than live alone in such desolation. Upon seeing Gohan from the past timeline, hope reignited within her. I wish to live with you both, to start anew. Finally, Chi-Chi mustered the courage to voice the thoughts that had been troubling her. After speaking, she anxiously awaited her son's reaction. That is certainly not an issue, Gohan replied, surprised yet understanding of Chi-Chi's desire to revisit the past timeline. After all, it was a rare opportunity to reunite with her son, despite him hailing from an earlier time. No mother would wish to be apart from her child, especially considering that in the other timeline, she could not always be by her side. Goku, Gohan's father, was a fervent practitioner of martial arts, and bringing Chi-Chi from the future timeline to the main timeline could provide companionship and support for both mothers. Just like in the anime, where the kings from both timelines could enjoy their time together, he believed that the two mothers could coexist harmoniously as well. Really? That is wonderful. But I'm worried about my age. Will Goku disdain me? Chi-Chi was taken aback by Gohan's swift agreement, tears streaming down her cheeks. There could be no better news than this. Yet, she couldn't shake off her concern about her age. Hee, how could Dad possibly look down on you? The issue of youth is trivial. Mother, have you forgotten that our timeline is home to the Dragon Shinran? Gohan remarked lightly. With the two timelines now existing independently, Chi-Chi's journey to the past would not alter history. Haha, I doubt Dad would have any objections. Just imagine, finding another mother would mean he could embrace both of you. That would be quite the fortune. You both should consider retiring and enjoy your lives at home. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? You little rascal. All you do is tease me. Chi-Chi's spirits brightened instantly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. After packing her belongings, Chi-Chi instantaneously teleported to Bulma's residence. What? Bulma exclaimed, taken aback by the news. She admired Chi-Chi's audacity and open-mindedness. If it were her, she might not have the same carefree spirit to act upon her desires. However, considering that Chi-Chi, in this timeline, was free from any attachments, having lost both her husband and son, she remained resilient and strong, finally emerging from her trials. Indeed, I have come to a profound realization. In this timeline, I have lost everything. Now that I have a rare opportunity to start anew, I refuse to let it slip away. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with fervor, brimming with a thirst for life. Observing Bulma's teasing expression, son Gohan remarked, "You little rascal, I certainly do not possess the boldness of your mother." Bulma chuckled, playfully scolding him, noting that she still had Trunks as a source of support, unlike Chi-Chi, who was unencumbered by ties. This is your time machine's universal capsule and Dragon Ball radar. Whenever you have time, feel free to visit. Bulma handed the two items to son Gohan, considering the radar was likely unnecessary in this timeline, but might prove useful to Chi-Chi in her own. Son Gohan accepted the items with a smile and tossed a universal capsule. With a resounding bang, a time machine materialized before them. Together, son Gohan and Chi-Chi boarded the time machine. Mr. Gohan, allow me to teach you how to operate it, Future Trunks said as he flew over to son Gohan, explaining the functions and operations of the time machine. Soon, son Gohan grasped the intricacies of its workings. The time is already set. Just press this button. Future Trunks indicated the red button, having thoroughly outlined the machine's functions. Take care, Bulma, Trunks, son Gohan, and Chi-Chi said in unison. The time machine slowly ascended into the sky. Take care, Mr. Gohan, I will miss you both. Bulma and Trunks waved goodbye to the pair as they vanished into the future. In the primary timeline, a time machine suddenly appeared in the sky, gradually descending. The hatch opened slowly, and two figures leaped down. Mom, we have arrived, son Gohan said, holding Chi-Chi's hand as they exited the time machine. He sensed a familiar aura surrounding them, an aura belonging to son Gohan himself. After a year apart, his energy had grown remarkably potent. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors scattered across Earth felt son Gohan's presence, turning their gazes toward one focal point. They were astonished by the sheer strength of his aura. Son Goku wore a broad smile, proud of his son. Gohan, let us seek the Dragon Balls first. I prefer not to let Goku see me in this state. Chi-Chi expressed her anticipation, laced with a hint of concern. She did not wish to leave a negative impression in front of others. All right, let me see where the Dragon Balls are. Gohan stored away the time machine and took out the Dragon Ball radar to locate their whereabouts. Mom, I found them. Let us set off, he said, bending down to speak to Chi-Chi, knowing full well that she could not perform the instant transmission technique. Whoosh. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. With the aid of the radar, Gohan and Chi-Chi swiftly gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned Shinron to make their wish, that future Chi-Chi would remain forever youthful. Chapter 64. The Request from King Kai of the North. At Mount Payaz, when the Chi-Chi from the main timeline saw the future Chi-Chi, they gazed at each other for several seconds. Ahem, allow me to explain. Gohan quickly narrated the entire situation to the main timeline's Chi-Chi and Goku. Upon hearing the tale, the main timeline's Chi-Chi felt profound sympathy for her future self. Ultimately, they all decided to live together. Goku, ever carefree, was unconcerned, focused solely on his training to defeat the androids. Let us battle, he exclaimed with excitement, eager to test his strength against formidable opponents. That is fine. As long as you're happy, Gohan replied with a smile, fully aware of Goku's passion for combat. The two soared into the sky, heading in another direction, understanding that they needed to fight far from home to avoid accidentally destroying it. Both future Chi-Chi and the main timeline Chi-Chi smiled happily as they watched them depart, then retreated indoors to converse. The main timeline Chi-Chi, curious, pondered what events could lead to her future self living in such isolation on this desolate mountain. Suddenly, Goku's body began to radiate energy, a terrifying aura spreading outward. A golden flame erupted from him, transforming his hair and eyebrows to a brilliant yellow, while his pale blue eyes sharpened with intensity. Gohan, how about that? I can transform into a Super Saiyan now, Goku declared with a smug expression, clearly seeking praise. Super Saiyan, quite impressive, Gohan noted, unfazed by his father's transformation. Had he not intervened, Goku would have achieved this form on Namek 2 years prior. Dad, come and see my power, Gohan said, a pleasing smile gracing his face. His current state mirrored that of Gohan when the Elder Kai had awakened his hidden potential in the anime. He needed no transformation to combat Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form. This power emanated from both Goku and Gohan. Such terrifying strength. Could Goku also transform into a Super Saiyan? Earth's warriors, including Krillin, sensed the overwhelming aura and turned to face its source. Incredible, Gohan. Isn't it terrifying that you don't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Goku felt an exhilarating thrill as he observed his son exuding such an intimidating aura without any transformation. Gohan, I'm coming, the Super Saiyan Goku declared with fervor. And in an instant, he vanished from sight. Bring it on, Dad. Let me see just how much you've progressed over these past 2 years, Gohan replied, confidence radiating from him as he shifted into a battle stance, keenly aware of his surroundings. I'm right here, Goku's voice resonated, and he materialized to Gohan's left, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The two clashed fists, with Gohan remaining steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. Ding, combat power attribute drops by 1,000,000. You're a bit off your game, Dad, Gohan remarked with a smirk, observing Goku being pushed back several dozen meters. Hehe. I never expected that this little brat would improve so rapidly in just a year. Goku complimented his son, seemingly unfazed by the setback, and charged at Gohan once more. The exchanges continued. Goku appeared before Gohan in a flash, unleashing a flurry of punches. Dad, put in some effort. Your speed is rather sluggish, Gohan teased, easily evading Goku's attacks. Impossible. I've transformed into a Super Saiyan. I can't possibly miss you, Goku insisted, pushing his speed to the limit, yet it yielded little effect. Nothing is impossible. Am I the only one who's improved? Gohan responded, now ready to counterattack. He was in his regular state, effortlessly matching Goku's Super Saiyan form. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud thud echoed as Gohan delivered a powerful blow to Goku's abdomen. Gasping in pain, Goku doubled over, clutching his stomach, and his body reverted to its normal state. Dad, are you alright? Let me treat you, Gohan said, rushing to his father's side. He unintentionally exerted too much force during the healing process, but in no time, Goku was revitalized, his injuries fully healed. Gohan, I can't believe how formidable your combat power has become. I couldn't withstand even a single punch from you. I must train twice as hard, Goku declared, his eyes filled with determination. He was now entirely focused on his training, having thought that achieving Super Saiyan status would allow him to fight alongside Gohan. Not realizing that Gohan's power was escalating at such a rapid pace, the family continued to live joyfully together. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi had relayed all the events from the future timeline to Chi-Chi of the present. This was due to her insistence on forcing the future Gohan to study, while also preventing him from training. This led to his son having his arm shattered by an android, ultimately resulting in his demise at the hands of that very foe. Consequently, in the future timeline, Chi-Chi would come to deeply regret her decision to hinder Gohan's training. Otherwise, the future would not have fallen into the hands of the androids. Presently, Chi-Chi no longer imposes any demands on Gohan and has ceased to pressure him into his studies. As time swiftly passes, a year elapses. For a year, Gohan lives joyfully with his family. Hello, Gohan, I am King Kai. A voice suddenly resonates in Gohan's mind from afar. King Kai possesses the extraordinary ability to communicate telepathically with anyone, regardless of their location. Furthermore, during the Majin Buu saga, Goku sought to gather energy to annihilate Majin Buu, and King Kai could address all of Earth's inhabitants simultaneously, conveying messages directly into their ears. King Kai, is there something you require of me? Gohan inquires, somewhat astonished that King Kai would reach out to him. Currently, in the South Galaxy, Super Saiyans are wreaking havoc across planets. Ding. Telepathic communication attribute acquired. In the near future, this turmoil threatens to encroach upon our North Galaxy. I implore you to address this matter, King Kai expresses with evident concern. He recognizes Gohan's formidable strength and believes he can resolve the issue. As King Kai speaks, a notification chimes in Gohan's mind. Chapter 65, The Super Saiyan, Broly. No problem. I shall set off immediately to investigate. Gohan replies affirmatively. However, en route, He receives a call from King Kai regarding the perilous state of the universe. In an instant, Goku utilizes instant transmission, vanishing from sight, which provokes an outburst of frustration from Chi-Chi. On behalf of the universe, I thank you. King Kai concludes before hanging up. Gohan is elated, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected benefit of King Kai's call. He uses the newly acquired telepathic ability to inform his family of his intentions to venture outside. Gohan then takes flight into the cosmos, beginning to sense the energies of other planets, seemingly in search of something. Whoosh! Gohan's figure abruptly vanishes from the universe, reappearing on an uncharted planet. This world is lush and teeming with life, an ideal habitat for habitation. Upon his arrival, Gohan senses that this planet is devoid of human presence, inhabited only by various animals, indicating it remains untouched by civilization. Indeed, it is a splendid planet. Gohan nods with a smile, then vanishes once more from this world, as if plotting something. On another planet, a young man clutches his head in agony, a terrifying and domineering aura emanating from him. Alas, Broly is once again on the brink of losing control over his formidable power. Paragus, upon hearing Broly's cry, swiftly rushes over to press the button on his remote control. A crackling sound ensues as the golden collar around Broly's neck emits a fierce current. The overwhelming surge of electricity leaves him feeling somewhat incapacitated, gradually dissipating the strength within him. He slowly rises from the ground, appearing as a shadow of his true self, his eyes dim and his frame frail, likely a consequence of Paragus's manipulation. Broly is compelled to follow the path laid out for him by his father. Any hint of disobedience results in Paragus activating the collar to shock him. Thus, Broly has been reduced to a mere instrument of vengeance for Paragus. Though not particularly robust in stature, he possesses long limbs and stands over 2 meters tall. His upper body is bare, adorned only with golden bracelets and a necklace that Paragus had custom designed through the scientists. His intent is to harness the terrifying power that resides within Broly for his own purposes. Paragus seeks retribution. Although King Vegeta is deceased, his son, Prince Vegeta, remains alive. For years, he has traversed the universe with Broly in search of Vegeta. When Prince Vegeta was born, his combat power was a mere 1,000, whereas Broly emerged with a staggering power level exceeding 10,000. Goku was born alongside Broly, with a power level of just 2. The immense aura emanating from Broly frightened Goku to tears as a child, primarily due to the disturbance Goku caused during Broly's slumber. Consequently, whenever Broly hears Goku's voice in his later years, his temper flares. The overwhelming might of Broly at birth instilled fear in King Vegeta, who worried for the security of his throne. In secret, King Vegeta conspired to eliminate Broly and his father, Paragus. However, when Frieza launched a sudden attack, King Vegeta hastily discarded the bodies of the duo into a refuse heap, never anticipating that they had not perished entirely. As Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Broly, on the brink of death, revived and escaped with Paragus. While it is said that Saiyans can potentially transform into Super Saiyans through their own training, Broly is a prodigy. A Super Saiyan who appears once in a millennium. His power is innate, requiring no training to manifest. As he matures, his combat prowess naturally escalates, allowing him to evolve into a Super Saiyan. Yet, without proper training, Broly is unable to control the ferocious energy coursing through him, often succumbing to bouts of rage that render him a mere force of destruction. Whenever Broly erupts in fury, entire planets face devastation. Paragus seeks to exploit this power to dominate the universe, hence commissioning scientists to create equipment to control Broly. Whenever Broly defies him, Paragus resorts to the remote control to inflict torment upon him. Suddenly, Gohan's presence materializes on the planet. "Who are you?" Paragus exclaims, astonished by Gohan's sudden appearance. Unexpectedly, this individual appeared here without any forewarning. He felt an odd familiarity with the person before him, yet he was certain he had never encountered them before. "Come with me." Son Gohan swiftly seized the weakened Broly and vanished from the spot. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Paragus had yet to react when Broly was taken away, and he could only shout angrily towards the sky, but it was all in vain. Losing Broly meant the dissolution of his dreams. On another planet, the very location Son Gohan had just scouted, this uncharted world was perfectly suited for combat. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized. The instantaneously transported Son Gohan and Broly. "Who are you? Have we met before?" Broly questioned, breaking free from Son Gohan's grasp, his expression one of wariness. "Hello, Broly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Son Gohan, the son of Kakarot." Son Gohan observed Broly with keen interest. Was this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? In the anime, Broly transforms into the fabled Super Saiyan, a force against whom even Super Saiyan Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, and allies like Son Gohan and Piccolo could not prevail. This illustrated the sheer terror of a Super Saiyan, said to emerge only once every millennium. Kakarot. A child's cries echoed in Broly's mind, and his energy surged violently. He incessantly muttered Kakarot's name. Just as in the anime, Hearing Kakarot sent Broly into a frenzy. Son Gohan was not surprised. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Broly's existence was akin to a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Kakarot, Broly roared. Now devoid of Paragus' remote control to activate the current, he was unleashed. A terrifying, chaotic power surged within him. The device around his neck erupted violently. Broly's muscles swelled, transforming him into a veritable colossus. Rocks from the ground began to levitate, crumbling into dust that scattered with the wind. The ground could no longer withstand this overwhelming force. Cracks spread like veins, unfathomable in depth. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder roaring as the entire planet trembled. Broly erupted in a grass-green aura, his black hair morphing into the same vibrant hue. Kakarot, Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. A terrifying energy ascended, and in his raging state, he had completely lost his sanity. Chapter 66, The Awakening of the Legendary Super Saiyan's Bloodline. Boom. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the ground beneath Broly caved in. He charged towards Son Gohan with ferocity. Unyielding, Son Gohan unleashed a formidable aura of his own. The ground instantaneously sank, revealing the terrifying prowess of both combatants. Boom. The two collided, unleashing a formidable shockwave that radiated outward. A deep pit formed beneath them as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Bang, 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 ding. Combat power attribute decreased by 1,000,000. Combat power attribute 1,000,000. As their battle raged on, Son Gohan's mind was filled with the incessant notifications of the system. The legendary Super Saiyan truly lived up to its reputation. In his current state, Son Gohan was evenly matched with the future Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Yet, the present Broly was able to contend with him. They exchanged hundreds of blows, their combat escalating from the ground to the sky, the air filled with the resonant sounds of their power colliding. Broly delivered a punch that pierced through Son Gohan's body. However, there was no bloodshed or injury. Instead, the latter's form gradually faded away, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. Boom. Son Gohan suddenly appeared behind Broly, executing a sweeping kick that sent him flying. Crash. Broly's body was propelled into the heart of a mountain. Kakarot, Broly roared in fury, unleashing a powerful shockwave that obliterated the mountain into nothingness. He was in a berserker state, a true fighting machine. Rumbling, Broly now resembled a rampaging bull. Completely lost to fury, he continuously gathered grass-green energy blasts in his hands, unleashing them chaotically at Son Gohan. Yeah. In response, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and charged at Broly, deftly deflecting the incoming energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was littered with the sounds of explosions. Son Gohan reached Broly and delivered a punch. Bang. His fist made contact with Broly's body. Ding. Combat power attribute decreased by 1,000,000. Combat power attribute 1,000,000. Broly's form was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. In a flash, Son Gohan teleported ahead of him. Boom. He kicked Broly high into the air. In a frenzy, Son Gohan unleashed Frieza's ultimate technique, the Death Beam Net. With both hands, he released countless beams of death energy, weaving them into a net that ensnared his opponent's movement. Any contact would inflict injury. This technique was highly energy-consuming. However, during his time in the future timeline, aided by the system, Son Gohan had acquired the attribute of infinite energy from the androids, rendering him unconcerned about energy expenditure. The air was filled with Broly's heart-wrenching screams. He resembled a trapped beast, thrashing wildly in desperation. Yet, each time his body made contact with the net, he sustained injuries. Kakarot. With each futile struggle, Broly bore more wounds, his aura surging once again. It appears that Broly's immense physical power had been suppressed for far too long by the equipment adorning his neck. Now, liberated from its constraints, his body is poised to once again transcend its limits. The entire planet trembles violently, shrouded beneath ominous clouds that swirl incessantly in the sky. The sea surges ominously, as if heralding the apocalypse. The ground is marred by deep, unfathomable fissures. Suddenly, a notification echoes in Son Gohan's mind. Ding, acquired legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. His heart swells with joy as he instinctively commands, collect all. The attributes of combat power and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline surge into his body. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed a force to be reckoned with. The legendary Super Saiyan stands in stark contrast to the ordinary Super Saiyan. Standing there with his arms crossed, he endures a flurry of attacks from Super Saiyan Son Goku and Piccolo, who, despite their efforts, inflict no damage whatsoever. Akin to a mere scraping of skin. In a display of overwhelming power, Broly effortlessly subdues both warriors, pressing them into the ground. The proud Prince Vegeta, witnessing Broly's transformation into the fabled Saiyan, trembles in fear, abandoning all hope of resistance as despair envelopes him. It is Piccolo who chastises Vegeta, even forcing him into submission. In his Super Saiyan form, Broly is capable of overwhelming Son Goku, Vegeta, Future Trunks, and Son Gohan, alongside the Namekian Piccolo. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly completely dominates them, illustrating just how formidable the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. After integrating the recently acquired legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Son Gohan feels a gradual transformation within his physique. The fabled legendary Super Saiyan, said to appear once in a millennium. Boom. Son Gohan eagerly channels this newfound power. He abandons his previous strategy of employing the Death Beam against Broly, settling into a sturdy stance with clenched fists. A terrifying force surges from his body, as golden energy gradually morphs into a vibrant grass green. His hair, eyebrows, and even his irises transform into this verdant hue. Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? No wonder one individual can outmatch 3 or 4 ordinary Super Saiyans. The magnitude of this power is indeed overwhelming. Yet, he realizes that this formidable strength has not dulled his senses. Son Gohan, as a traveler from another realm, remains rational and composed, devoid of any ferocity or aggression. His transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan feels as natural as breathing. Perhaps his ordinary physique has already allowed him to achieve Super Saiyan 3, rendering him extraordinarily robust. He is now capable of enduring the terrifying power bestowed by the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Son Gohan continues to push towards the second stage of this transformation, eager to discover the limits of his newfound strength. The grass-green aura shifts into a mist-like form, its intensity surging exponentially. With remarkable ease, Son Gohan ascends into the legendary Super Saiyan form 2, as the misty green energy crackles with streaks of lightning. Occasionally, the crackling sound of lightning reverberated through the air. The might of this Super Saiyan transformation was truly formidable. This form could only be countered by a standard Super Saiyan level 3. It appeared that the Super Saiyan forms of the Ultra Instinct surpassed the ordinary Super Saiyans in power. He could feel the surging strength coursing through his body. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai observed as Gohan transformed into his Ultra Instinct form, silently expressing his astonishment. Is this the true extent of Gohan's power? This young man continues to astonish with every encounter. Just how far can he go? With Gohan present, the entire universe seemed secure. The North Kai could hardly fathom such a formidable human emerging within his domain. He nodded with pride. On the battlefield, Broly let out a thunderous roar, finally transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His battle power had doubled, and his grass-green aura morphed into a misty form, crackling with electricity. His presence became overwhelmingly fierce, and his injuries appeared to have healed significantly. He glared menacingly at Gohan. Chapter 67, The Fall of Broly. In the midst of battle, Broly resembled a relentless machine, fixated solely on destruction. The sounds of crackling energy accompanied his every move. He unleashed countless energy blasts, delivering an unrelenting barrage of high-intensity strikes. A multitude of grass-green energy spheres materialized densely in the sky. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the energy blasts were hurled towards Gohan. Trivial techniques, Gohan remarked. Witnessing the onslaught of energy blasts, his protective shield instantly expanded. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless energy blasts were all thwarted by the energy barrier. Gohan's shield stood like an impenetrable fortress, with hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts failing to breach it. Instead, the explosions produced thick clouds of smoke. Broly had completely lost his rationality, grinning wickedly at the billowing smoke. Now that Gohan was in his Ultra Instinct form too, he disregarded the energy blasts entirely. It is my turn to strike, he declared. As the smoke cleared, Gohan emerged unscathed, the protective shield dissipating behind him. He smiled at Broly. In an instant, his form vanished from sight. Broly, now resembling a ferocious beast, regarded Gohan as his prey. With his quarry gone, he unleashed a potent aura. Suddenly, Gohan reappeared right before Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Broly hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Hee, perhaps I struck a bit too hard. I must acclimate to this terrifying power, Gohan mused as he rapidly pursued Broly. Broly struggled to regain his balance, adjusting his posture mid-flight, and charged towards the oncoming Gohan without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Both individuals have attained the form of Super Saiyan 2. Their battle prowess is utterly formidable. Ding. Battle power, 1 million. Battle power attribute, 1 million. The system's notifications reverberated incessantly in Son Gohan's mind. He regarded Broly as his sparring partner, a means to familiarize himself with the ferocious might of this transformation. Broly's colossal fists came crashing down. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly and crossed them before his chest. Bang! The tremendous impact sent him hurtling backward. One must acknowledge the terrifying strength of the Super Saiyan transformation. Broly, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued Son Gohan. Are we done playing? Son Gohan executed a 360-degree turn to dissipate the force that had propelled him. His eyes emitted twin beams of light, aimed directly at the advancing Broly. However, Broly evaded with an unorthodox maneuver, maintaining his speed without faltering. It seems the learning capability of the Super Saiyan transformation is rather exceptional, Son Gohan mused, perplexed that Broly could dodge his energy beams. If one could not sense the energy, evading such an attack would be impossible. Behold my death beam. Son Gohan pointed his finger at the oncoming Broly, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. After firing off over 1,000 death beams, he ceased his assault, sensing that Broly's energy remained unchanged. As the smoke cleared, Broly's figure was revealed. He had activated a protective shield, rendering Son Gohan's energy attack ineffective. To his surprise, Broly's capacity to learn was quite formidable, even allowing him to utilize a shield. With fury blazing in his eyes, Broly charged at Son Gohan. This is a tricky opponent, Son Gohan thought, feeling increasingly familiar with his own power. Your task is complete. With no intention of prolonging the bout, Son Gohan charged toward Broly. Crash! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward, uprooting the ground as if plowed. Not done yet. Prepare to meet your end. Son Gohan had now thoroughly acquainted himself with this energy and saw no need for restraint. In an instant, he appeared above Broly, delivering a powerful kick. Broly's body was driven into the earth with a resounding impact. Boom! A massive crater formed beneath them. Broly erupted with an even greater ferocity, cracks spreading across the ground as he soared towards Son Gohan. Cough, cough. Broly, you are like an unyielding cockroach. Dark Flash. Son Gohan unleashed an energy attack against the charging Broly, who had completely lost his rationality. Having never trained, he was unable to control the raging power within him. Now, he has succumbed to the dominion of power, transforming into a mere combat automaton, akin to a frenzied beast. Kakarot. Broly witnessed a colossal beam of light hurtling towards him. With a mighty roar, he summoned a massive beam of energy and hurled it forth. Boom! The two immense beams collided, unleashing a force that shattered the ground beneath. Fissures spreading uncontrollably, unfathomably deep. The very planet trembled. Die, Broly! Gohan's energy surged exponentially. Broly, gritting his teeth, exhibited a visage of sheer ferocity. He unleashed a frenzied assault. Yet it proved futile. The overwhelming beam of energy swiftly engulfed Broly. Kakarot. His formidable form began to dissolve under the energy's relentless assault, leaving only an anguished cry in its wake. From that moment forth, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly vanished forever from this universe. Gohan, too, relinquished his Super Saiyan form. Yes, victory. The legendary Saiyan transformation is indeed formidable. Far away on King Kai's planet, the North Kai observed the battle with a face etched in apprehension. Fortunately, we have Gohan, a stalwart protector of the North Galaxy. Otherwise, the entire universe would have faced calamity. Broly was akin to a ticking time bomb. If he was not eliminated, the North Galaxy would inevitably succumb to his destruction. The North Kai nodded in satisfaction at Gohan. He even communicated telepathically to express his gratitude. Collect all, Gohan silently affirmed. The attributes of his combat power surged violently within him. The data on his personal attributes escalated dramatically. Now, the diminishing combat data was calculated in the millions. Chapter 68, The Birth of the Androids. Earth. He did not inherit the Scion's competitive spirit. Yet, joyous moments are fleeting. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In a small town in the south, atop a nearby mountain, it was already 8 o'clock. Why had the androids not yet appeared? Gohan. Could there be an error in the information? Indeed, my fists are itching for action. All the Dragon Ball warriors of Earth, except for Vegeta, gathered together. Yamcha, Tien Kaiatsu, Krillin, Piccolo, and Goku, all eager and anxious, gazed at Gohan. Today was the culmination of 3 years of arduous training. They were martial artists, relishing the challenge of surpassing their limits. Among them, only Gohan had traversed the future timeline, possessing the mightiest strength. Thus, all eyes were fixed upon him. The information was not erroneous. The androids are machines, and, therefore, emit no energy signature. We shall now disperse to search. If we encounter the androids, do not engage in prolonged combat. I will utilize instant transmission to provide support at the earliest opportunity. Gohan understood that it was Android 19 and 20 emerging now. Machines. Indeed, it is no wonder that it went unnoticed. Let us heed Gohan's advice. Everyone, find them, do not engage in battle, and await support. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, the others suddenly comprehended. It turned out that the androids were machines. Whoosh. Everyone soared towards the small town. Soon, they arrived and dispersed to search for the androids. Gohan, meanwhile, was attuned to the fluctuations of their energy. Should anything amiss occur, he could utilize instant transmission to rush over. Half an hour later, Yamcha's energy plummeted rapidly. A subtle smile crept upon Gohan's lips as his body abruptly vanished from sight. With a swish, Gohan materialized before the android and Yamcha. Yamcha, upon seeing Gohan's arrival, was filled with a desperate will to survive, believing he was on the brink of death. To his astonishment, Gohan truly sensed his waning energy. Yamcha was being held from behind by the elderly android. One of the elder's hands covered Yamcha's mouth, stifling any cries for help, while the other siphoned his energy. The elder's attire bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Gero, remove your filthy hands. Gohan's figure flickered and appeared beside them. With a deft maneuver, he seized the android's arm and yanked forcefully. Bam! The entire mechanical arm was torn from the android's body. Dr. Gero, once human, sought eternal life and strength. He crafted a mechanical body for himself and extracted his memories from his flesh, transferring them into this machine to attain everlasting existence. Damn you little brat. Dr. Gero snarled, his arm leaking oil, feeling no pain due to his robotic nature. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha delivered an elbow strike to the android's chest. Clang! The android was propelled several meters back before coming to a halt. Thank you, Gohan, Yamcha expressed, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Had Gohan not appeared, he would likely have perished. Cursed humans, I will not let you go. Dr. Gero seethed with rage, his anger escalating as he recalled the loss of his arm. Damn it. It seems that without awakening the dormant androids 17 and 18, we cannot triumph over this group. However, those two are failures and do not obey commands. I wonder if they can be successfully modified this time. Reluctantly, I shall not release these disobedient beings. Dr. Gero's mind raced as he descended to the ground, quickly concealing his presence. Gohan, shall we not pursue? Yamcha exclaimed, anxious to see the android vanish from view. It is of no consequence, he cannot escape. This is merely an appetizer. The main event lies ahead, Gohan replied, with a meaningful glint in his eye. As soon as the words were spoken, his body vanished from the spot. Was there more to come? Could there be an even stronger android? Yamcha gazed at the place where Gohan had disappeared, utterly perplexed. He had no comprehension of what Gohan had just conveyed, and he could not keep pace with his opponent's speed. Yamcha flew towards Goku's direction, sensing fluctuations in his energy. When the androids appeared, future Trunks did not arrive in the main timeline, for he was confident that Gohan's strength would be sufficient to confront the androids. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Are you one of the androids? Meanwhile, as Goku searched for the androids, he was attacked by a rotund figure resembling a pig. His extensive battle experience enabled him to evade the enemy's assault effortlessly. The opponent emitted no energy, akin to a lifeless being. Curiously, Goku inquired, I am Android 19. You must be Goku, correct? The hefty figure smiled at Goku. Dr. Gero had already implanted the data of everyone into their minds. Their primary mission now was to eliminate Goku. Wow, an android? That is certainly correct. There are too many people here. Let us find a place to battle, Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as he swiftly departed the town. He feared that fighting here might obliterate the entire settlement. The rotund android, seeing Goku's departure, made no comment, and took to the skies in pursuit. Do not be misled by his size. He was remarkably agile. The energy signature was unmistakably Goku's. It seemed he had detected the androids. Piccolo and the others sensed Goku unleashing a potent energy surge and hurried towards his direction. Let us fight here, Goku declared as he landed in a desolate area. He turned to face the rotund figure and said, no matter where we fight, you will meet your demise. Android 19 grinned wickedly at Goku. He had been engineered solely for the purpose of annihilating him. It seems you are quite confident. Let us hasten to battle, Goku replied. His eagerness palpable as he charged at Android 19. Boom. The two colossal fists collided, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Remarkable. I did not expect your strength to be so formidable. Upon contact, a wave of soreness surged through Goku's arm, and he was subsequently hurled away. With his adept combat experience, Goku executed a 360-degree roll to dissipate the impact. Goku, it appears you are merely a paper tiger, Android 19 taunted smugly, having sent Goku flying with a single blow. At that moment, Piccolo and the others arrived on the scene, observing the standoff between Goku and the hefty android from a distance. It seemed that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku would be unable to fight effectively. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, emanating a formidable aura. The ground trembled as dust and stones were swept into the air, waves of energy crashing towards the onlookers, who were utterly astonished. Chapter 69, Dr. Gero reaps what he sowed. On a desolate and secluded mountain, Dr. Gero seethed with anger. Damn that Gohan. I never anticipated your fighting prowess to be so formidable. Once I release androids 17 and 18, your doom is sealed. He busied himself with his own arms, swiftly attaching them, as they were readily available and he was well versed in the process. Dr. Gero approached the two dormant capsules, gazing at his modified creations, androids 17 and 18. He pressed a button on the remote, and the capsules slowly opened. Greetings, Dr. Gero, spoke a striking young man with a red scarf around his neck, his eyes gradually opening. He observed his surroundings and respectfully approached Dr. Gero. Hello, Dr. Gero, greeted a beautiful young woman with exquisite features and golden hair, also opening her eyes slowly and bowing respectfully before him. 17, 18, splendid. It appears your bodies have been restored, Dr. Gero exclaimed, elated by their respectful demeanor. It seemed that his modifications had succeeded, otherwise, their attitudes would not have undergone such a drastic transformation. We are ready, and we will obey your commands, Dr. Gero, they affirmed. Once mere siblings, they were transformed from ordinary humans into androids by Dr. Gero. Post-modification, their physical capabilities were significantly enhanced, rendering them nearly perfect in every aspect, albeit with a tendency to resist commands. Aware of this, Dr. Gero had crafted a remote control to ensure their compliance. Should they disobey, he could press the shutdown button, plunging them into eternal slumber. Ha ha ha, splendid. Come, let us eradicate Sun Wukong and his companions. Dr. Gero laughed joyously, feeling bolstered by the addition of these two formidable allies. He no longer feared Gohan and the others. That scoundrel tore off his own arm. He will pay dearly for his insolence. I shall ensure he experiences the agony of losing a limb. Allow me to take the lead, Android 17 declared, and in a flash, he struck Dr. Gero's neck with a swift chop. How dare you? Dr. Gero exclaimed, realizing too late that he was unable to control Androids 17 and 18. His body betrayed him, and his head began to detach. He could hardly comprehend that he would be slain by the very creations he had engineered. With a resounding thud, Dr. Gero's head rolled to the ground. Well done, 17. He chuckled. That old scoundrel had a hidden trick up his sleeve with that remote control device. He got what he deserved. On the 18th, she wore a triumphant smile. She had long harbored disdain for the old man. Dr. Gero, do you not possess a remote control? You can no longer threaten us, can you? Number 17 chimed in, equally smug. They had awaited this day for far too long, and now they could finally extricate themselves from Dr. Gero's grip. At last, the two of them would attain their freedom. You two scoundrels. How dare you treat me this way? Your fate shall be no better than mine, Dr. Gero declared arrogantly. He envisioned the moment when his creation, the ultimate being Cell, would come into existence. By absorbing numbers 17 and 18, he would achieve perfection. Are you attempting to intimidate us? Do you wish for us to live in fear? You overestimate yourself greatly. You may rest assured, you are free to die. Both numbers 17 and 18 believed Drive Gero's words to be mere ramblings. With a resounding crunch, number 17 crushed Drive Gero's skull underfoot. Now, let us activate this behemoth, number 18 said, glancing at the stasis pod beside them, labeled number 16. She noted the imposing figure within, towering over 2 meters tall and robust in stature. Very well, number 17 replied, approaching and pressing the button beside the pod. Slowly, the stasis chamber opened, and the massive figure blinked awake. Without uttering a word, he rose and began to survey his surroundings. Number 16, surely you are not a failure? Why do you remain silent? Number 17 inquired, perplexed. He had rescued this being, yet received no token of gratitude in return, suspecting him to be a flawed creation. Number 18 also regarded number 16 with a look of regret. Just how many androids had Dr. Gero modified? Cough, cough. Have you completed your business? At that moment, a young man entered. Indeed, it was Gohan, who had stealthily followed Dr. Gero into the facility. He had already collected the equipment and valuables, storing them in his system space. Well, what a handsome young man, number 18 remarked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gohan. She had not anticipated his presence within the base. Both she and number 17 had been oblivious to his arrival. Gohan, I did not expect you to be here, number 17 said, displaying no surprise. You are merely a child. Your combat power cannot be formidable. They had simply overlooked the possibility of others being present. Gohan, your combat power is impressive, number 16 stated upon seeing him, sensing the strength emanating from the young warrior. Big guy, I thought you couldn't speak, both numbers 17 and 18 remarked in unison, having presumed him to be a failure incapable of speech. Yet now, this being had surprisingly spoken in Gohan's presence. It seems you are acquainted with me. Therefore, I need not introduce myself further. If you wish to eliminate Sun Wukong, you must first contend with me, declared Son Gohan, gazing intently at the three adversaries before him. In this particular timeline of the anime, androids 16, 17, and 18 refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. They were engineered solely to eradicate Sun Wukong. You are truly filial, young man. I admire your courage, remarked Android 18, stepping forward to plant a playful kiss on Son Gohan's cheek, merely seeking to tease him. Android 18, your actions are rather perilous. Son Gohan responded, feeling the warmth radiating from his flushed face, the spot where she had kissed him now cool to the touch. He had not anticipated being so audaciously flirted with. In the anime, Android 18 had similarly teased Krillin, ultimately leading him to fall head over heels in love with her. Is it dangerous? If you possess the ability, then come at me. Android 18 taunted with a mischievous grin, relishing the sight of Son Gohan's reddened cheeks. Chapter 70. The bewildered androids 17 and 18. Within Dr. Gero's laboratory, Android 17 implored, Android 18, cease your games. We must first subdue Son Gohan before pursuing Sun Wukong. He was eager to eliminate Sun Wukong swiftly. Ha ha ha, defeat me. Son Gohan laughed heartily as he traversed the laboratory. Anything his hands touched vanished into thin air. revealing that he had absorbed everything into his system space. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded by Son Gohan's display. What is happening? Is he robbing us right before our eyes? Son Gohan's formidable strength was palpable. Android 17, you stand no chance against him, echoed the calm voice of Android 16, who sensed Son Gohan's overwhelming combat prowess. You believe I cannot triumph over him? Absurd. I am the strongest android. Android 17 retorted, frustration evident in his tone. It was one thing to be underestimated by an enemy, but now this buffoon disregarded him as well. Truly, the intolerable had become unbearable. Today, I shall demonstrate my might. Son Gohan, you are far too arrogant. Witness as I strike you down to the point where even your mother would fail to recognize you. With that, Android 17 lunged at Son Gohan with a fist raised. Unflinching, Son Gohan met the assault with a punch of his own. The ensuing collision unleashed a powerful wave of energy, reducing everything around them to ashes, leveling the entire mountain. No, this cannot be. How is your power so formidable? Android 17 exclaimed, astonished to see Son Gohan standing resolutely, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He was acutely aware of the force behind his own punch. Yet Son Gohan had effortlessly absorbed it without budging an inch. Android 18 watched in disbelief as the two fists collided, astonished by the strength of this insufferable brat. Android 16 observed the scene with an impassive expression. Ding. Combat power has dropped by 1 million. Android 17, is this truly your strength? It appears to have no effect on me whatsoever. With a smug smile gracing his lips, Gohan spoke with confidence. He had yet to exert his full strength. Otherwise, his opponent might have been utterly obliterated. I won't let you off so easily, Gohan. Android 17 launched a relentless barrage at him, yet every strike was deftly countered. I expected your power to be formidable, but if you wish to eliminate Goku, you'll need to surpass me first. Gohan refrained from attacking as the two ascended from the ground into the air. This is outrageous. How can this be? Android 17, with a fierce grimace, continued his assault. But regardless of how agile and swift his attacks were, he could not land a hit on Gohan. I never anticipated that you spoke the truth, Android 16. Gohan's strength is indeed remarkable. Android 17 was unable to even graze his opponent's clothing. Android 18, witnessing the aerial clash, felt a surge of trepidation. Gohan's combat prowess had far exceeded their expectations. Feel free to unleash any ultimate moves you possess. Otherwise, should I intervene, you may find no opportunity left. Gohan taunted Android 17, who relentlessly pursued him. If it weren't for the fact that these androids from another timeline hadn't committed any heinous acts, he would have already dispatched them. Allow me to assist you. Android 18, observing that Android 17 alone could not contend with Gohan, propelled herself into the air, charging towards the two combatants. You're all the same, no matter where you come from, Gohan remarked, noting Android 18's approach. His base form was already surpassing Super Saiyan 2. Dealing with androids felt like child's play. The onslaught of their attacks resembled a tempest, yet Gohan effortlessly deflected them. You've been striking for long enough. Now it's my turn to attack. Gohan, weary of the playful exchanges, declared as his form vanished from their sight. What? He disappeared? Android 17 and 18 gasped, their faces etched with alarm as they warily scanned their surroundings, unable to sense his energy. I'm right here. Gohan materialized behind Android 17. Look out. Android 18 attempted to warn him, but it was too late. Gohan's movements were extraordinarily swift. With a resounding impact, Android 17's body flew away like a kite severed from its string. Gohan, take this. Android 18 retaliated with a flurry of energy blasts, hoping to deplete Gohan's seemingly limitless stamina. The energy spheres rained down like they were free, causing a cacophony of explosions. Ding, battle power dropped to 1,000,000. Ding, battle power attribute 1,000,000. The ground shook with thunderous roars as dense smoke enveloped Gohan. Let us wear him down, declared Android 17. Witnessing Android 18's fervent assault, he too unleashed waves of energy into the thickening smoke, as explosions echoed continuously, the haze growing ever denser. The two assailed their opponent with countless energy blasts, only to feel a sense of relief afterward. Pausing their onslaught, they gazed with pride at the destruction they had wrought. Their prowess was akin to that of fierce tigers, yet they fell victim to the law of smoke and invulnerability. After a prolonged moment, the thick haze dissipated, revealing a blurred figure. Had the android already exhausted its energy? Standing there, it taunted them. You cannot harm me at all. The voice of Son Gohan resonated, his lips curling into a smug smile. No, it cannot be. How can your battle power still be so formidable? The androids, number 17 and number 18, looked incredulously at Son Gohan, as if they had encountered a specter. They had just unleashed a merciless barrage upon him. How could he have emerged unscathed? Not even a shred of his clothing was torn. It turned out that Son Gohan had activated a protective shield beforehand. Now that you have finished your little display, it is my turn. In an instant, Son Gohan materialized before number 18. With a resounding thud, he landed a punch squarely in her abdomen. Ugh! Number 18 gasped as she expelled a mouthful of bile, doubling over in pain like a shrimp. Number 18. Number 17 noticed her agony and charged towards Sun Gohan, furious. You are but a clay idol crossing a river, unable to save yourself, yet you still have the audacity to shout. Number 17 was quick, but his speed was swiftly matched by Sun Gohan, who retaliated with a punch that sent him crashing away like a cannonball, obliterating a nearby mountain. Number 16. Will you not assist? Sun Gohan inquired, casting a glance at the spectating number 16. I am no match for you, Sun Gohan, number 16 replied, his expression devoid of emotion. His internal systems calculated combat power, yet Sun Gohan's strength surpassed anything he could quantify. It was beyond his computational limits. Wise man knows when to yield, Sun Gohan remarked with a smile at number 16. As if on cue, the battle power attributes from the ground surged into his being, causing his strength to soar dramatically. His system had already absorbed all the instruments and results from Dr. Gero's modifications on the androids, which he would later present to Bulma for further study. With a thunderous roar, a wave of energy shot skyward, reducing the mountain to mere dust. I will give it my all, Sun Gohan. Number 17, consumed by rage, lunged at him once more. Since their creation, they had never encountered a true adversary, and this overwhelming defeat was too much for them to endure. Number 17 and number 18 had always believed themselves to be the strongest beings in existence. Yet now they found themselves humiliated at the hands of Sun Gohan. How could they bear such disgrace? After a moment's respite, number 18 felt her pain subside and charged at Sun Gohan, determined to showcase the disparity in their strengths. As Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, wore a subtle smile on his face, he stood still, unfazed by the relentless assault of androids 17 and 18. Ding! Combat power attribute, 1,000,000, echoed in the air. Have you forgotten to eat? Put a little more effort into your strikes. Gohan remarked with a smug expression, arms crossed over his chest. Even while standing idly, he could still accumulate combat power attributes. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. To him, the two androids resembled mere children. No matter how they struck, they were incapable of inflicting any damage upon him. How infuriating, Gohan. How can you possibly be this strong? It's impossible. We are the strongest. Androids 17 and 18 exerted themselves with all their might. Each powerful punch landed on Gohan felt like a mere scratch, akin to a light massage. Let me show you just how vast our differences truly are, Gohan said, a grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, a burst of white energy erupted from his body, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent both androids flying. No, this cannot be real. 17 shouted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He had never experienced such a crushing blow. They had been modified specifically to defeat Goku, yet now they found themselves unable to even best his son. 17, 18. Cease this at once. Gohan's power far surpasses yours, exclaimed Android 16, drawing everyone's attention. It seemed the towering figure spoke the truth. The two androids paused their assault, wary of the reality before them. Be wise about your choices. If you wish to confront Goku, first overcome me, Gohan declared, his aura gradually dissipating. Are you genuinely allowing us to leave? 18 asked, her eyes widening in astonishment, barely able to believe her ears. Gohan was actually granting them their freedom. If you seek vengeance, come find me at Bowsy Mountain, he added, dismissing any further dialogue with the androids. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Let us depart. The androids exchanged glances before soaring away from the scene. When Gohan reappeared, he found himself in the underground laboratory of Dr. Gero, where he laid eyes on the still embryonic creature, Cell. You ugly little insect, did you expect this? Even before your birth, you are destined to perish, Gohan taunted, collecting all research findings and blueprints into his system space. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the wretched creature. Meanwhile, Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with Android 19. Though the android was robust, he possessed a surprising agility. Initially, he struggled against Goku, but equipped with energy-absorbing technology, Android 19 simultaneously absorbed energy while clashing with Goku. Something feels amiss. This rotund fellow was clearly no match for Sun Wukong moments ago. Yet now, he appears to grow more formidable with each passing moment. Piccolo, having discerned the flaw, exclaimed in astonishment. He had been closely observing the battle between the androids and Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced. An android had attacked him earlier, possessing the ability to absorb energy. Had Gohan not intervened, he would have been in dire straits. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Yamcha recalled how that old man had drained his energy during their encounter. So, this is the nature of their absorption ability? It seems the androids are indeed quite the anomaly. Piccolo and the others came to a realization. The androids possessed yet another skill. If this continued, it could lead to significant trouble. Number 19, I must admit, your tenacity in battle is impressive. Allow me to demonstrate a technique of mine, Sun Wukong declared, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward number 19. Boom, boom, boom. To everyone's astonishment, Number 19 caught each energy blast with his bare hands, causing them to vanish as if absorbed. Although Sun Wukong may be simple-minded in many respects, his combat intellect is unparalleled. He silently admired the genius of Dr. Gero, the creator of these androids. Realizing how his technology had evolved to such an extent that it could siphon energy from others to bolster its own strength, Sun Wukong ceased his energy assault. Previously, when Gohan had wished upon the eternal dragon Porunga on Namek, he had requested for Sun Wukong to be free from illness. Additionally, future Trunks had brought the cure for his chronic heart condition. Thus, Sun Wukong's affliction had not manifested at all. Thank you for the energy blasts. Number 19 said with a sinister grin. He felt his power surging rapidly during this confrontation, brimming with confidence that he could triumph. Number 19. I never expected you to possess such an ability. Today, I shall allow you to absorb to your heart's content. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong began the Kamehameha wave preparation, energy coalescing in his hands. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong, unleash your full might. Number 19 gazed eagerly at the energy wave in Sun Wukong's grasp, realizing that his adversary was aware of his capacity to absorb energy to enhance his strength. It seemed he had underestimated his intelligence. But wait, has Wukong not yet realized that the androids can absorb his energy? Surely not. He is never careless in battle. He must have uncovered the secret of the android's power enhancement. So why, then, does he persist in employing the Kamehameha wave? Krillin and the others observed Sun Wukong's actions, their faces etched with confusion as they engaged in a spirited debate. If this rotund adversary were to continue absorbing energy, it could spell danger. Sun Wukong seems intent on overwhelming the android. This fool is undoubtedly sharp-minded in combat. Piccolo, grasping the implications of Sun Wukong's strategy, understood his intent. As the saying goes, sometimes it is not a friend who knows you best, but rather an enemy. Would Sun Wukong's plan ultimately succeed? Chapter 72, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Kamehameha Wave. With a resounding cry, Son Goku propelled the concentrated beam of energy from his hands. Ha! Son Goku, I shall gladly accept your energy. The android number 19 laughed heartily upon witnessing the formidable energy wave hurtling towards him, spreading his arms wide in anticipation of the oncoming force. Boom. The android number 19 frantically absorbed the energy with both hands. The onlookers watched in trepidation, aware that Son Goku had only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 years prior. No one had witnessed his true power yet. Meanwhile, in the sky, a figure approached the battlefield, our proud prince, Vegeta. As fate would have it, androids number 16, 17, and 18 unexpectedly crossed paths with Vegeta in midair. You scoundrels! Are you androids? Vegeta roared fiercely, unable to sense the energy signatures of the three. Brimming with confidence, he felt undaunted even against three adversaries. What is happening to this world? Have we appeared too benevolent? Even the most insignificant creatures dare to impede our path. Number 17 exclaimed, launching a punch towards Vegeta. Having just endured a frustrating encounter with Son Gohan, they were eager to unleash their pent-up aggression. Wow, what? Such speed. Vegeta had anticipated an attack. Yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent. He could only clench his fists to guard against number 17's strike. Thud. Vegeta's body was sent hurtling backward like a swift arrow. In a remarkable display, he executed a 360-degree roll to dissipate the force of the impact. Hee, number 17. I managed to get ahead of you this time. My temper could hardly tolerate his presence any longer. Number 18 remarked triumphantly as she watched Vegeta fly away. Both she and number 17 had been left questioning their very existence after their encounter with Son Gohan, and now they finally had a means to vent their frustrations. Bah! What an oblivious fool. With such meager fighting capabilities, he dares to block our way. Number 17 spat disdainfully at Vegeta, his mood evidently lifted. How infuriating! Vegeta bellowed, astonished by the android's overwhelming strength that had sent him flying. His pride, as the prince of the warrior race of Scions, had been severely bruised. How could he, a Scion prince, be bested by a mere human? A potent aura erupted from Vegeta's being, with golden flames enveloping him in an instant. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was indeed our Vegeta, now embracing the power of the Super Saiyan. He felt invigorated by this newfound strength. Could it be that he, too, faced androids? Just how many androids were there? As Vegeta unleashed his formidable and domineering Super Saiyan aura, everyone sensed his overwhelming presence. Just moments ago, Gohan had also emitted a powerful energy, yet there was no concern among the onlookers. Now, however, apprehension gripped them, fearing that Vegeta, like Goku, was about to confront a formidable foe. After all, they had only recently transformed into Super Saiyans. It seems our Vegeta is on the verge of unleashing his fury. Are you frightened? Androids 17 and 18 charged directly at Vegeta, their own rage simmering beneath the surface. Observing the impending clash, Android 16 found a vantage point to watch, devoid of any desire to engage unless a special circumstance arose. Die all of you, Vegeta roared, gathering spheres of energy in his hands and hurling them towards the charging 17 and 18. A mere parlor trick. Are you intimidated? We fear no one, boasted the androids. Confidence etched on their faces. Their energy reserves were boundless, and even if they could not secure victory, they intended to outlast their adversaries. Yet, they had just been disregarded by Gohan, and now they faced another foe willing to match their energy. Boom, boom, boom. The three combatants relentlessly unleashed their energies. The air filled with the cacophony of explosive collisions. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, shockwaves sweeping down towards the ground, leaving devastation in their wake. Let us now shift our gaze to Goku's battlefield. Ha ha ha, what tremendous energy, laughed Android 19, reveling in the power he was absorbing from Goku's Kamehameha wave. His combat prowess surged continuously. Oh no, this is escalating dangerously, Goku realized, feeling his stamina wane as the Kamehameha's energy began to dwindle. The emergence of Gohan had altered the timeline of Goku's Super Saiyan transformation. He had attained this form only 2 years ago, a significant reduction in time compared to the anime. Thus, his strength paled in comparison to his animated counterpart. What? The android is absorbing all of Goku's Kamehameha energy. This is disastrous. Gohan is the reliable one. Krillin and the others observed the energy beam diminishing, anxiety settling among them. Goku had been reckless, fully aware of the android's ability to absorb energy, yet still launching attacks. Was he courting death? It appeared that he had truly overstepped this time. Ha ha ha, thank you so much. Goku, exclaimed Android 19, having successfully absorbed all of Goku's Kamehameha energy. At that moment, he felt a surge of tremendous power within him. Hee. It seems I may have overdone it, Goku remarked awkwardly, gazing at the invigorated Android 19. He had intended to overwhelm the android, but instead, the tables had turned against him. Alas, the android has engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong, neither side yielding an inch. Now, having absorbed such an immense reservoir of energy, how can one possibly continue this struggle? The spectators watched with bated breath, astonished that Sun Wukong's strategy had faltered. Their hopes now rested solely on Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong, in gratitude for the energy you have provided, I shall take good care of you. Android 19 remarked with a sinister smile, before vanishing from sight. How swift, Sun Wukong thought, his senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. The recent use of the Kamehameha had drained much of his energy. Here I am. The figure of Android 17 materialized behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A tremendous force propelled Sun Wukong through the air. Swiftly, Android 19 pursued the trajectory of Sun Wukong's body and kicked him upward with a single strike. Ack! Sun Wukong cried out in agony as he lost control of his momentum, only to be struck in the rear by Android 19's boot, gritting his teeth in pain. But the assault was far from over. In a flash, Android 19's rotund form appeared in the sky, fingers intertwined and arms raised, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. Bang! Once again, Sun Wukong's abdomen was met with Android 19's heavy fist. He let out a pained scream and spat blood, his body hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The earth was immediately cratered by Sun Wukong's impact. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he trembled in fear. The disparity in power after the android had absorbed Sun Wukong's energy seemed insurmountable. Wufan, where are you? Hurry! Chapter 73, The Might of Android 19. On a desolate mountaintop, Vegeta found himself under relentless assault from androids 17 and 18. The limitations of 1's strength became apparent. In a contest of 3 against 1, Vegeta had overestimated his own capabilities. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The energy blasts he unleashed were dwarfed by the android's onslaught. Rumbling. The combined energy blasts of androids 17 and 18 swiftly overwhelmed Vegeta's efforts. Unwilling to linger in a losing battle, Vegeta recognized the numerical disadvantage of his energy blasts. With a decisive movement, he darted behind the androids and executed a sweeping kick aimed at Android 17's head. Bang! Android 17 raised his arm to block Vegeta's strike. What? You can actually withstand my attack? Vegeta was taken aback, as this reality starkly contrasted with his expectations. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had anticipated a significant increase in his fighting prowess, believing he could easily dominate the 3 androids. To his astonishment, the androids were capable of countering his assaults. Vegeta, you fool, do you truly believe you can ambush us with such feeble strength? Alas, your power is woefully inadequate, mockingly remarked number 17. With his other hand, he conjured an energy blast aimed directly at his adversary. You scoundrel, you underestimate me far too much. Vegeta deftly evaded number 17's energy assault, unleashing a potent and terrifying aura from his being once more. 3 years of grueling training were dedicated to proving to everyone that he was indeed the strongest Saiyan. I refuse to remain a mere spectator. Prince Vegeta is the true protagonist here. Heh, Vegeta, do refrain from such dramatic outbursts. The real spectacle is only just beginning. Number 18 taunted, her expression one of amusement as she regarded Vegeta. No sooner had the words left her lips than she vanished. reappearing before Vegeta to deliver a powerful punch. Androids, today marks your demise. Vegeta, unyielding, retaliated with a punch of his own. He could not fathom that. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength could still be inferior to that of his opponent. A thunderous crash resonated as their fists collided. Vegeta's body was sent spiraling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, propelled by an overwhelming force. In that moment of impact, he realized his naivety. He had underestimated the might of his foe. Number 17 observed as Vegeta hurtled towards him. Vegeta managed only a pained cry before he was sent careening toward number 18. Haha, number 18, shall we play a game of kickball? Number 17 exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely, not a problem at all. Number 18 readily agreed, instantly forgetting the humiliation she had suffered at Gohan's hands. She directed a kick at the approaching Vegeta. The two androids reveled in their aerial amusement, batting Vegeta around like a mere ball. Vegeta let out a heart-wrenching scream as he soared through the air. After finally achieving his Super Saiyan form, he now found himself reduced to a plaything for the androids. Let us now turn our attention to the battle between Goku and number 19. Gohan, where on earth are you? Goku was barely holding on. Krillin, watching as Goku was mercilessly pressed to the ground by number 19, cried out in desperate urgency. The others clenched their fists in anger, realizing that they stood no chance against the androids after witnessing the fierce conflict between them and Goku. Goku, prepare to experience my technique once more. Number 19 grew increasingly emboldened. He suspended himself in the air, bending down to embrace his legs, and in an instant transformed into a round, plump sphere, crashing down toward Goku. Bang! Goku responded with a punch aimed at number 19's form. The immense force sent him hurtling away once again, and the android, now a makeshift ball, launched itself once more at Goku. Sun Wukong, having once tasted defeat, chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he evaded the relentless assault of the spherical projectile with his peculiar agility. Thud, thud, thud. The ground was marred by the creation of numerous craters. Astonishing. The android could play in such a manner? Yamcha gazed in disbelief as Sun Wukong nimbly dodged the attacks of the corpulent android. The adversary's strength was undeniably formidable. After unleashing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong had already drained a significant portion of his energy. Moreover, the android had absorbed that very energy, creating an imbalance in their confrontation. The two warriors were simply not on the same level. Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Android 19, yet the opponent resembled an indomitable iron sphere, effortlessly deflecting the attacks without a hint of concern. Was the android truly so monstrous? What could be done? The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat. Following the absorption of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, the android's combat prowess surged alarmingly. Sun Wukong appeared to be merely a plaything in its hands. Alas, Sun Wukong was struck by the massive form of Android 19, forcing forth a mouthful of blood as he was slammed into the ground. This was dire. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, realizing that each formidable move drained his strength considerably. I'm nearly done playing with you, Sun Wukong. Prepare to meet your demise. Android 19's form rapidly regained composure, gathering a colossal sphere of energy in its hands. What should we do? Where's Gohan? This is truly maddening. The spectators, wringing their hands in frustration, longed to assist but felt utterly powerless. Just as despair began to set in, a flash, Gohan's figure materialized before Sun Wukong. Sensing his father's depleting energy, he had arrived in an instant through teleportation. Cough, cough, Gohan, you've come. Sun Wukong greeted Gohan amidst his coughing fit. Had it not been for his miscalculations, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. His confidence in his own power had led him to underestimate the situation, only to become a means for another's gain. Father, are you all right? Gohan disregarded Android 19 entirely, kneeling to tend to Sun Wukong's wounds. Upon receiving treatment, Sun Wukong's energy was revitalized in an instant. You little brat, how dare you ruin my plans? Android 19, astonished by Gohan's sudden appearance, seethed with rage. Yet, seeing Gohan ignore his presence entirely infuriated him. You insolent child, how dare you disregard me? You shall all perish. With a grotesque expression, Android 19 unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, which swelled to colossal proportions, hurtling towards the father and son duo. Chapter 74, Vegeta's Reluctance and Fury. On the battlefield, Magic Flash. As Sun Wukong faced the energy blast from Android 19, he unleashed a formidable Masenko. A colossal beam of light surged forth, counteracting the gravitational pull of the overwhelming energy sphere. The system's voice echoed in his mind, alerting him to a combat power drop of 1 million. The two energies collided with an explosive force, reverberating throughout the battlefield. Ha ha ha, perish before me. Android 19 cackled, observing that the immense energy blast was not descending as he had anticipated. He exerted every ounce of his power, desperately attempting to suppress the energy. With a resounding boom, a brilliant white aura erupted from Sun Wukong, emanating a commanding and oppressive presence that even sent Sun Wukong himself tumbling backward. Incredible, he marveled. I never imagined Gohan could wield such terrifying power without transforming. Could it be that his base form surpasses my Super Saiyan state? The onlookers gaped in disbelief at Gohan's astonishing progress. His normal state was now comparable to Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. They pondered the magnitude of his strength should he choose to transform into a Super Saiyan. The mere thought was unfathomable. Yet, Android 19's bravado faltered as he swiftly retreated from the blast radius. Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Why the sudden retreat? Gohan taunted him, unfazed by the fact that Sun Wukong had fallen to an artificial being. Given the circumstances, it was unsurprising that Sun Wukong had taken 2 years longer to achieve Super Saiyan status. Thus, it was only natural that he struggled against the likes of the pudgy Android 19. Do not be too cocky, Gohan. I merely allowed you a moment of glory. Android 19 retorted, feigning composure while inwardly trembling, having narrowly escaped the energy wave's wrath. Hilarious. The spectators scoffed at Android 19's audacious claims. They were astounded that an android could be so prideful. Had he not fled swiftly, the energy blast would have obliterated him completely. Silence, Gohan declared, raising his hand to point at Android 19. A surge of purple energy coalesced instantaneously, hurtling towards Android 19. It was Frieza's death beam. Here it comes. Android 19 grinned as he beheld the energy in Gohan's hand. He could hardly believe that both father and son had momentarily lost their wits. Another opportunity to absorb energy had presented itself. If he could just harness this power, no one would stand a chance against him. Elated, Android 19 reached out to absorb Gohan's energy. However, fate took a turn. As his palm made contact with the energy wave, it was instantly decimated, leaving nothing but debris in its wake. Wow, what? This is impossible. Android 19 was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Gohan's death beam continued to rain down unrelentingly. 19 swiftly regained his senses and made a hasty retreat from the scene. Yet, he was akin to a moving target. Gohan, resembling a seasoned hunter, unleashed a barrage of fire upon 19. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 19 was riddled with holes, his body reduced to mere fragments. Within moments, Gohan had obliterated 19 into dust. Hooray for Gohan. The artificial being 19 lay vanquished. Gohan's reliability shone through as the crowd erupted in joyous laughter, showering him with accolades. They collected the remnants of power levels from the ground, which flowed into Gohan's body like swirling tadpoles. The energy readings fluctuated incessantly. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18 toyed with Vegeta, kicking him about like a ball, leaving him disoriented. Ha ha ha, this is entertaining, 18 exclaimed, her long legs landing a kick on Vegeta's back. You wretched fiends, perish. Vegeta snarled, conjuring an energy sphere and hurling it at 17. After 3 arduous years of training, he had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to be treated like a plaything by these androids. Bang! 17 effortlessly deflected the energy sphere and retaliated with a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Vegeta's core, causing him to double over. Retching bile, you insufferable fool, down you go, 17 proclaimed, delivering a heavy blow to Vegeta's back. Vegeta plummeted to the ground like a missile. Boom. Dust and debris erupted as he created a massive crater upon impact. Now, he had reverted to his normal state, entirely devoid of combat capability. 17. Your strikes are excessively harsh. This is no longer a game, 18 scolded, her previous ire dissipating. You're always seeking amusement. When Gohan arrives, we shall be the ones at his mercy. 17 replied, anticipating that the commotion would surely alert Gohan. If he were to arrive, it would be 17 who would be in trouble. Hee, true enough. I almost forgot about that little rascal. Let us depart from here, 18 mischievously suggested, revealing her youthful spirit. Ultimately, 17 and 18, accompanied by 16, left the scene. Lying in the deep pit, Vegeta furiously pounded the ground. After finally achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, he found himself utterly powerless against these lowly androids. The humiliation was unbearable. Overwhelmed by despair, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gohan. Vegeta's energy was alarmingly feeble. Let us proceed to take a look. He may have encountered the androids. At this moment, Sun Wukong approached Son Gohan and spoke, having sensed the fluctuation of Vegeta's energy. Indeed, we should hurry over. If there are more androids, it would be troublesome. Gohan, let us set off swiftly. Yes. Saving lives is of utmost importance. We shall depart immediately. The group reached a consensus, exchanging words. With a swift motion, Son Gohan utilized instant transmission, and they vanished from their location. Chapter 75, Methods to Rapidly Enhance Combat Power. On board a spray-type aircraft, Bulma piloted the plane while Yajirobe held a plump child in his arms at the back. They were both en route to the battlefield. Yajirobe had been dispatched by Master Roshi to deliver Senzu beans to Son Wukong and the others. However, upon failing to locate them, he fortuitously encountered Bulma. The two quickly aligned their intentions and decided to head to the battlefield together. With a flash, Son Gohan and the group arrived near Vegeta using instant transmission. They beheld the battlefield in disarray. The ground was pockmarked and uneven. Vegeta lay in a deep pit, seemingly unconscious, his state uncertain. Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their lingering resentment towards Vegeta. The last time this individual invaded Earth, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others had suffered at the hands of that android, and the blame rested heavily upon Vegeta, despite him not being the one to deliver the fatal blow. Yamcha exhibited a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. If it were not for this man, Bulma would not have parted ways with him. This scoundrel deserves to perish, he thought bitterly. Vegeta, Sun Wukong rushed forward, cradling him and laying him on the ground before Gohan. He.S. just fine. He will recover in an instant. Upon seeing Vegeta's battered form, Gohan's eyes brimmed with reluctant tears. It was evident that this warrior was not willing to accept defeat at the hands of androids 17 and 18. Kneeling beside him, Gohan placed his hands on Vegeta, channeling energy that swiftly permeated through Vegeta's body, healing his wounds at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was restored to full strength, his combat power significantly enhanced. Where are the androids? Vegeta abruptly sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of the androids. Vegeta, were you attacked by the androids? When we arrived, we only saw you lying in that pit. With no sign of the androids, Gohan inquired, puzzled. How many androids are there in total? Kakarot, you fool. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Sun Wukong. The latter had inadvertently struck a nerve, toiling tirelessly to become a Super Saiyan, only to be toyed with by two androids. Enraged, he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before the crowd. Vegeta, how do you insult someone? Son Goku remarked, observing Vegeta's departing figure. He understood that Vegeta was in a foul mood and merely offered a quip. The power of the androids was indeed overwhelming, and they emitted no detectable energy. Now, was their only option to wait to locate them? Gohan, you are the only one capable of dealing with the androids now. As the group engaged in animated discussion, a buzzing sound filled the air. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, a plane descended and landed before them. Bulma emerged, cradling a small child, followed closely by Yajirobe. Vegeta's child? Trunks? Son Goku exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Bulma and the infant. The others were equally astonished, unable to fathom that Bulma had become involved with Vegeta. Wasn't she in a relationship with Yamcha? How could she have had a child with Vegeta? Moreover, given Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, how could he possibly be with Bulma? It was utterly incomprehensible. The group was left speechless. Goku, how did you know his name is Trunks? Bulma, seemingly unfazed by the crowd's astonishment, turned to Goku with a look of disbelief. She had not been in contact with anyone for 3 years and had never disclosed her relationship with Vegeta. Why was Goku able to name Trunks upon seeing her? Surely there was something she was unaware of. You fool. Piccolo sighed, shaking his head at Goku, rendered speechless. This guy was a notorious blabbermouth, incapable of keeping secrets. Heh. Regardless, the matter is settled, and there is no need to worry about Trunks' existence. In fact, the last time future Trunks arrived, he traveled through the time machine you invented to reach our timeline. Son Goku succinctly recounted the events of the future timeline. Bulma was left utterly astounded. The world was indeed full of wonders. She never imagined that beyond their current timeline, there existed a future one, where the fates of its inhabitants were so dire. The Earth's destiny was perilously in the hands of the androids, illustrating the extraordinary prowess of Dr. Gero's inventions. Alas, he had misapplied his genius, ultimately bringing endless calamity upon the Earth. Hey, Goku, I'm here to deliver the sins of beans. At that moment, the courier Yajirobe tossed a bag at Goku's feet. He was merely a delivery person, indifferent to the weighty matters of the world. It's all due to my lack of strength, Piccolo lamented, his spirits dampened. He felt profoundly dejected, realizing that after 3 years of arduous training, he remained a mere spectator. In every battle, he could only watch as an onlooker, utterly unable to contribute. The once mighty reputation of King Piccolo had faded into obscurity, leaving him feeling utterly useless. Was his combat prowess truly so inadequate? Uncle Piccolo, it seems that your body is indeed incomplete. Only by merging with the Supreme Kai can your physique attain perfection, for you have always been one and the same. Once you unite, your training will yield exponential results, and your combat prowess will experience a significant enhancement. The physical constitution of your Namekian lineage is not substantially inferior to that of the Saiyans. Gohan recalled the anime, where Piccolo's fusion with the Supreme Kai greatly amplified his strength, enabling him to contend with Cell's second form. Is this truly the case? How splendid! Piccolo's heart swelled with joy, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. He had never anticipated that the issue lay within his physical form. He had assumed it was merely a lack of talent. Now he comprehended that it was the absence of the Supreme Kai's essence that had hindered his training progress. Gohan, do you possess any means to augment our combat capabilities? We, too, yearn for battle. Tien, having recognized that Piccolo had unearthed the key to enhancing their strength, also sought to discover any methods available to elevate his own power. In truth, the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai is an ideal sanctuary for training. Should we all venture there, our fighting abilities will be greatly enhanced. Gohan's gaze swept over his companions. Their current strength was still insufficient. He proceeded to disclose the training methods of the hyperbolic time chamber. Does such a training sanctuary exist within the Supreme Kai's domain? We must not delay. Let us depart at once. The group wholeheartedly believed Gohan's words and promptly soared toward the Supreme Kai's realm. Chapter 76. The Birth of the Super Namekian. Upon their arrival at the Supreme Kai's domain, the elder being, wrinkled yet benevolent, grasped the staff and addressed the assembly with warmth. Beside him stood Mr. Popo. It turned out that Vegeta had also arrived at the Supreme Kai's realm, prompted by Gohan's telepathic communication during his flight. Upon hearing Gohan mention a method for rapid strength enhancement, Vegeta hastened to the Supreme Kai's domain, eager to assert his dominance over the androids and reclaim his lost pride. As the strongest Scion, he could not allow himself to be bested by Earth's artificial beings. Thank you, Supreme Kai. The group followed the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo until they came to a grand, ancient door. Beyond this door lay an alternate dimensional space. We refer to this dimension as the hyperbolic time chamber. Within, the gravity is tenfold that of Earth, and the passage of time differs. One day outside equates to an entire year inside. Only 2 individuals may enter at a time, and each can train for 2 years within, equivalent to merely 2 days outside. Should the time elapse and the individuals remain inside, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber will vanish forever, trapping its occupants in the dimensional space for all eternity. The celestial deity succinctly conveyed the principles of the time chamber and its temporal regulations to the assemblage. Everyone nodded in disbelief. It was indeed a remarkable training ground. Regrettably, each individual could only cultivate within its confines for 2 years. Decide amongst yourselves who shall enter first, the deity said, casting a glance at Sun Wukong and the others. He had already elucidated the impressive attributes of this dimensional space, leaving the matter of personnel distribution to the group. I, along with Kakarot, shall enter first. You lot are merely a hindrance, Vegeta declared arrogantly, dismissing the others as mere spectators. Even if you trained for 2 years, what difference would it make? You are all just fodder for the androids, he scoffed. Yamcha, undeterred, retorted boldly in front of the gathered crowd. What could Vegeta possibly do with so many witnesses present? He had long found Vegeta insufferable. You insolent fool, Vegeta exclaimed, vanishing in an instant to stand before Yamcha, launching a punch aimed directly at his face, intent on silencing him. Yamcha, caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden aggression, felt a chill run down his spine. Just as Vegeta's fist was mere centimeters from Yamcha's face, Son Gohan seized his hand, preventing any further advance. Vegeta, that is enough. Gohan's gaze was icy, the air around them growing noticeably colder. With a gentle push, he forced Vegeta back several steps. TCH. Vegeta disregarded the others and strode directly to the entrance of the time chamber, pushing the door open and entering. The rest of the group, unwilling to share the experience with him, refrained from following. My apologies, but Kakarot and I will proceed first. Sun Wukong observed the group's reluctance to be near Vegeta and felt compelled to accompany him. The door slowly closed behind them. Thank you, Gohan. Yamcha expressed his gratitude, noting that his earlier fear was merely instinctual. He had calculated that with so many present, Vegeta would not dare to act against him. Uncle Yamcha, you needn't be so courteous. We must train hard. Earth's safety will depend on you all, Gohan encouraged, patting Yamcha on the shoulder. Yamcha, we can still train outside. I propose we spar, Krillin suggested to alleviate the group's tension. Sounds good. I've been itching for a fight. Yamcha readily accepted, eager to vent the frustration that had been building since nearly meeting his demise at the hands of the androids. The two soon engaged in combat. Ding. Battle power attribute dropped. 10,000. Battle power attribute. 10,000. As their clash commenced, Son Gohan's mind resonated with the system's notification. Gohan, I am aware that Piccolo has turned over a new leaf. Now that Earth faces peril, I am duty-bound to act. I consent to merge with Piccolo once more. But Earth cannot be left without a deity. Could you assume the role of the Earth's deity? The Earth's deity spoke earnestly to Gohan, his concern for the planet's safety palpable. After the recent Scion invasion, his perspective on Piccolo had transformed. Now, with Earth once more besieged by the threat of androids, he resolved to empower Piccolo. The latter required greater strength to safeguard their world. Lord Deity, I do not believe I am suitable for this role. However, I have a more fitting candidate in mind, Den from Namek. He would be the perfect choice to become the Earth's deity, Gohan declared with unwavering confidence. In the anime, upon the fusion of the Earth's deity and Piccolo, the position of the Earth's deity became vacant. Goku utilized instant transmission to summon Den from Namek, who subsequently upgraded the Dragon Balls, allowing them to grant 3 wishes, akin to those of Namek. Gohan, I entrust you with the position of Earth's deity. The deity expressed gratitude, his gaze filled with admiration for Gohan's extraordinary potential at such a young age. Rest assured, the Earth shall be under my protection, Gohan affirmed, quietly consolidating all his combat attributes. Oh, I shall miss you, Bubbles said, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at the deity. Having spent many years by his side, the thought of parting weighed heavily on him. Foolish one, I am not departing from this world. There is no need for such sorrow. You will still see me after my fusion with Piccolo, the deity chided with a smile. Finding Bubbles' distress somewhat amusing, turning to Piccolo, he said, let us begin. Very well, Piccolo replied, not one to hesitate. In an instant, he stood before the deity. Their forms began to swirl together, a radiant white light enveloping them. A formidable aura emanated forth, causing the entire deity's temple to tremble. A shockwave spread outwards. Akin to a tempest, Krillin and Yamcha, having long since abandoned the fight, steadied themselves. What a powerful aura. It rivals that of a Super Saiyan, they marveled. Astonished by the fusion of the deity and Piccolo, feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from them. Was the potential of extraterrestrials truly this formidable? Chapter 77, Another Timeline of Cell. On Namek, a group of Namekians toiled diligently in their fields, laughter and camaraderie filling the air as they lived in harmony. The tranquility and peace of their world had been restored, free from the scourge of war and invasion. No unwitting extraterrestrial would dare set their sights on the Dragon Balls, for both the tyrant Frieza and King Cold had met their demise on Namek. Thus, the surrounding planets buzzed with rumors, claiming that the planet Namek was guarded by formidable warriors, causing the inhabitants of neighboring worlds to refrain from approaching. In a flash, Gohan's figure materialized on Namek. Hello, everyone. Gohan greeted the crowd. He had utilized his instant transmission ability to arrive on Namek. Gohan, it's been a while. You've grown taller, the inhabitants of Namek, all familiar with Gohan, exclaimed in unison. Indeed, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Gohan replied with a smile, as the people of Namek warmly welcomed him. In another timeline, one marked by the presence of Cell, the future Trunks had traversed time, resulting in the emergence of 3 parallel universes, the future timeline, the past timeline, and the Cell timeline. On Earth, this timeline mirrored that of the future. Goku had succumbed to illness, while Vegeta and others were gradually slain by the androids, leaving Trunks as the solitary warrior. A peculiar phenomenon occurred in a small town where all its inhabitants vanished without a trace overnight, rendering the entire city lifeless, devoid of any signs of existence. Suddenly, a creature emerged from one of the buildings. Its body was mottled, equipped with a tail and spines designed to siphon human essence, resembling a green insect. If Gohan were here, he would instantly recognize it as the pest he had spoken of, Cell. Dr. Gero had cultivated this ultimate android using the cells of the most powerful fighters. Initially, it existed as an embryo, then as a larva. However, upon absorbing androids 17 and 18, Cell would undergo a profound transformation, experiencing significant alterations in both appearance and physique, alongside a tremendous surge in power, ultimately becoming the perfect form of the ultimate android. At that point, the androids would seek to dominate the Earth and even the universe. Where are you? Androids 17 and 18? I miss you dearly. Hurry and merge with me. Cell roared to the heavens. Due to Gohan's actions, a butterfly effect had led to Cell's premature emergence. In this timeline, androids 17 and 18 had not yet been slain by Trunks. Oh, I sensed the energy of android 17 and Trunks clashing. Cell suddenly perceived 2 powerful energies colliding. He quickly recognized Trunks' presence and felt an overwhelming urge to absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form. A white aura erupted from Cell as he hastened towards the source of the battle. This energy is formidable. It approaches at an astonishing speed. Could it be another android? Impossible, as androids lack energy signatures. Disregarding this for the moment, he resolved to neutralize the android before him. Future Trunks had sensed Cell's presence as it erupted with energy while he was engaged in combat with android 17. He needed to devise a swift strategy to conclude the battle, irrespective of whether the approaching entity was friend or foe. First, he must deal with android 17. 17. Prepare to meet your end. Trunks charged at 17 with a fierce determination. At present, his strength was only sufficient to confront one of the androids. Haha, Trunks. It has been a few days since we last met. I wonder if your skills have improved. However, your tongue has certainly become sharper. If you wish to take my life, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. 17 also rushed toward Trunks, fully aware that in this timeline, no one stood against the androids. All he needed to do was eliminate Trunks, and the Earth would become their playground, ready for their whims. Boom. The two soon engaged in fierce combat. Trunks, the sole warrior of this timeline, had seen his edges smoothed by reality. His strikes were swift, precise, and lethal, aiming to extinguish threats before they could escalate. Unlike other Saiyans, Trunks did not indulge in recklessness. Crash. 17 was struck by Trunks' left hook, sending him flying. But the confrontation was far from over. With a fierce shout, Trunks vanished like a phantom, reappearing just in time to intercept 17. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on 17, propelling him towards the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath him, creating a massive crater. Trunks relentlessly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into the depths of the pit. The explosions were deafening, sending plumes of dust into the air and cracking the ground open, revealing an abyss. 17 will surely suffer from this, Trunks thought. Meanwhile, watching the battle unfold, 18 sighed, not inclined to intervene. She believed 17 deserved a lesson for continually vying for her prey. Trunks paused, slightly out of breath, glancing toward another direction. A formidable power was drawing near. 18 seemed to sense the impending danger as well and turned to follow Trunks' gaze. Just as she was lost in thought, whoosh. Trunks quickly regained his focus, drawing the sword from his back and plunging into the thick smoke on the ground. 18 realized too late to stop him. Trunks understood that this attack alone would not vanquish 17. He needed to act decisively before the unknown yet powerful presence arrived, utilizing the smoke to evade 18's interference and support. Visibility was severely compromised in the haze, forcing both Trunks and 17 to rely on their extensive combat experience. In this moment, 17 was in a dire state, his clothing tattered from the earlier explosion, resembling a beggar. Yet, Trunks paid no heed to this. With his sword in hand, he charged into the smoke. His sole aim was to conclude the battle swiftly, using the cover of the haze to extinguish 17's existence. 17. Prepare to meet your end. Trunks, wielding his sword, slashed wildly through the air. Android 17 had yet to fully comprehend the chaos of the recent bombardment, only vaguely perceiving a shadow darting into the thick smoke. Their line of sight was now obscured. With his sword in hand, Trunks unleashed a flurry of attacks, cutting through the haze with precision. The air crackled with the glint of his blade amidst the swirling smoke. In another dimension, on the battlefield, Android 18 felt a cold sweat bead upon her forehead, instinctively retreating several steps. She sensed an ominous presence approaching. The ground trembled slightly, and debris began to hover ominously. Suddenly, a powerful gust swept through, dispersing the smoke, revealing Trunks' silhouette. The remnants of Android 17 lay scattered across the ground, a grim testament to his fate. Witnessing this devastation, Android 18 was engulfed by a wave of dizziness, her heart wrenched as she cried out in anguish at the sight of the dismembered remains. She could hardly fathom that her only brother had perished in such a manner. In her previous encounters with Trunks, his power had never been so formidable. What could possibly have transpired? She was utterly confounded. What? Android 17 is dead? My perfect form, the arrival of Cell, who had just reached the battlefield, was marked by 18's heart-wrenching scream. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, realizing too late that he had failed to intervene in time. Android 17 lay lifeless at Trunks' hands. What shall become of my perfect form now? Who are you? Why have you come here? Trunks questioned, eyeing the green creature before him. Marked with peculiar spots, a being that radiated an overwhelming aura, unmistakably formidable, on par with the androids. Cell was startled by Trunks' voice, turning to face him. Upon seeing Trunks, a strange glimmer ignited in his eyes. Why have I been so dense? Surely, the Android 17 of the future has yet to meet his demise. Cell mused, gently tapping his head with one hand, amused by his own folly. What are you laughing at, you hideous creature? I'm addressing you, Trunks exclaimed, incensed that Cell dared to disregard him. Jajajaja, I am the ultimate android, created by Dr. Gero, Cell explained to Trunks, having come to terms with the situation. Even if this Dimension-S Android 17 was dead, he could still utilize the time machine to absorb the future version of 17, thus achieving his perfect form. Damn that old bastard, Dr. Gero. He still has tricks up his sleeve. Today, I shall annihilate every last one of you androids, Trunks declared through gritted teeth, his anger boiling at the mention of Dr. Gero, having never anticipated that the mad scientist would create such a monstrosity. Many have tried to kill me. Who do you think you are? Come at me if you dare. Cell taunted, relishing the confrontation that lay ahead. As Cell smiled at Trunks, he reflected on the years of enduring humiliation, secretly consuming the essence of humanity to enhance his combat prowess. His goal was to ultimately defeat Androids 17 and 18, absorbing them to achieve his perfect form. The moment he had awaited had finally arrived. Prepare to meet your end. Trunks rushed toward Cell, seeking to catch him off guard. With a flurry of strikes, Trunks unleashed a series of sword techniques. What is this? Have you not eaten? With such sluggishness, defeating me is utterly impossible. Cell deftly dodged Trunks' attacks amidst the clashing blades, further taunting him. You scoundrel! Trunks unleashed a more formidable aura, intensifying his speed. Yet, Cell continued to evade his assaults with apparent ease. With such paltry speed, you think you can kill me? Dream on, Cell sneered. He then launched a kick at Trunks. You're asking for it. Trunks retaliated with a strike aimed at Cell's leg, determined to incapacitate him. Cell screamed as his leg was severed. However, his tail lashed out at Trunks, delivering a devastating blow. With a thunderous crash, Trunks was sent crashing into a building, which collapsed upon him. He anticipated the sheer strength of the creature's tail. The debris was reduced to dust as Trunks erupted in a radiant golden light. One leg for one attack. I consider myself even, he smirked, wiping the blood from his lips. The creature was no longer a formidable threat. Even if Cell's speed was impressive, defeating him with a single leg was sheer folly. Trunks, how naive you are. Did you really think I would be so foolish? That was merely to amuse you. Cell exerted himself, muscles rippling as a new leg began to regenerate at the sight of his injury. What? You possess regenerative abilities? Trunks gasped in astonishment, realizing the monster's extraordinary power. Such rarity. This is the essence of the Namekians. They can regenerate even severed limbs. Cell reveled in Trunks' shock, relishing the opportunity to flaunt his superiority. Trunks, perish. At that moment, Android 18 awoke from her despair, determined to avenge 17. She unleashed a colossal energy blast towards Trunks. Cell's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although 17 had fallen, 18 remained a threat. Here it comes. Trunks brandished his sword and charged towards the massive energy blast, preparing to counter with a flurry of slashes. The energy blast was instantly shattered into fragments. I will fight you to the end. Upon realizing that her energy blast had no effect on Trunks, Android 18 was ready to charge forward recklessly. This is bad. She is determined to fight with everything she has. I must absorb her quickly, otherwise it would be a pity if Trunks were to perish. With a swift motion, Cell interposed himself between the two. His palms spread wide before his face as he shouted, "Solar flare." A blinding radiance enveloped the area, rendering both Android 18 and Trunks momentarily sightless. My eyes. I can't see. Trunks cried out, wildly swinging his sword in front of him, fearful of an impending ambush. My eyes. Android 18 defended herself against the intense light. A sinister smile crept across Cell's face as he swiftly approached her. The tip of his tail expanded into a funnel shape, descending upon her. Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me. Android 18's body was suddenly ensnared, as if being devoured by some unseen force. Her voice trembled with terror. Do not struggle. Merging with me is the ultimate honor. Cell cackled with delight, his tail writhing as it consumed Android 18. A formidable energy surged from his form, transforming both his physique and appearance dramatically. Though still possessing a tail, he appeared more robust and human-like, with features resembling a human face and full lips, endowed with the ability to alter his voice. Chapter 79, The Last Warrior Falls. Earth, the Sacred Land. In a flash, Gohan and Din from Namek appeared. Greetings were exchanged, revealing that Gohan had traveled to Namek to inform the Grand Elder and Din about the circumstances on Earth. In gratitude, the Namekians sent Din to Earth to serve as its guardian. In another timeline, where is Android 18? What have you done, you monster? As the blinding light dissipated, Trunks was met with a shocking sight. Android 18 had vanished without a trace. From the earlier sounds, it seemed she had been consumed by this creature. Now, this monster had undergone a complete transformation. Though retaining a tail, its physique was robust and appeared increasingly human. Its facial features had evolved to resemble those of a human, with notably large lips, and its energy had escalated to a formidable level. Ha! Android 18, she has fulfilled her purpose and become my nourishment. Cell licked his lips, reveling in the moment. If it weren't for that brat Trunks killing Android 17, I would have achieved my perfect form. However, it matters not. Once I eliminate Trunks, I can return to the past, absorb Android 17, and attain perfection. What? This monster, cursed be it. Trunks charged at Cell, swinging his sword toward his head. Clang. Cell extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching Trunks' sword. No, this cannot be real. Trunks strained with all his might to break free from the opponent's grasp. A fierce, golden aura erupted around him, yet he was utterly unable to wrest the sword from Cell's hold. Trunks, nothing is impossible. Your current strength pales in comparison to that of a mere child before me. Within Cell resides the essence of a scion, having inherited their legacy. He relished the chance to flaunt his superiority before Trunks. I am here to instill fear. Resolutely. Trunks released his grip and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at Cell. However, Cell stood firm like the Eiffel Tower, impervious to Trunks' relentless assault. No matter how ferocious the attacks were, Cell remained unmoved. Die! Trunks shouted, invoking the special beam cannon. Realizing his physical strikes were futile against this monstrosity, he made a swift decision to attack with an energy wave. Such trivial skills. Do you wish to contest energy with me? Cell taunted, releasing his grip on the sword and positioning his hands at his waist to prepare for a counterattack. What? This is the essence of a scion. You abomination. I will end you. Trunks' energy surged exponentially, launching towards Cell. The 2 energy waves collided with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves through the ground. As if a tempest had erupted, Cell's Kamehameha wave gained the upper hand. Die! Trunks summoned all his energy, refusing to accept defeat. If he faltered, the fate of the entire planet would hang in the balance. Trunks, do you intend to kill me? You are still far too inexperienced. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Cell unleashed a torrent of energy, overpowering Trunks' wave with ease. He expertly controlled the energy, refraining from obliterating Trunks just yet. After all, the opponent still possessed a time machine. No, I will not relent. I cannot lose. Trunks roared, colliding with the energy beam. Boom. The Kamehameha wave detonated, propelling Trunks away. Coughing up blood, Trunks swiftly reverted to his normal state. He had exhausted all energy required to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Plummeting to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath, it was clear he had sustained significant injuries. Trunks, did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament? Were it not for your slaying of Android 17, I would have attained my perfect form by now, Cell declared, hovering beside Trunks with a condescending gaze, tinged with a hint of regret. To achieve perfection, perhaps in your next life. Though Trunks lacked combat power at this moment, his indomitable spirit remained intact. He would never bow before the forces of evil. Ah, how naive you are, chuckled Cell, amusement dancing across his features. Have you forgotten about the time machine? Not a chance, Trunks retorted, his hand instinctively reaching for the capsule containing the time machine, intent on its destruction. Yet, he was a moment too late. Boom, boom. Cell had anticipated his move, unleashing two beams of death that obliterated Trunks' shoulders. Ah! Trunks cried out in agony as blood poured from his wounded arms, the pain contorting his face into a mask of fury. You bastard! You will not escape unscathed. The torment coursed through Trunks, sweat beading on his forehead, his teeth clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He appeared as though he wished to devour Cell whole. Trunks understood that losing this battle meant the monster would dominate the entire Earth. He felt a deep-seated unwillingness to accept this fate, yet he was utterly powerless. For now, he could only vent his frustration verbally. Whether you meet a grim fate or not is a matter for another day, Cell taunted, raising a hand and pointing it toward Trunks' head. Energy began to coalesce at his fingertip. Despair mingled with reluctance as tears of defiance flowed from Trunks' eyes. Mother, I'm so sorry. I have done my utmost to fulfill my promise to you. I am about to meet my father. If there is a next life, I would still choose to be your son. Boom. Cell unleashed a devastating energy beam from his fingertip, and Trunks' head exploded like a gourd. Thus, all warriors from Trunks' timeline perished. This timeline was steeped in hopelessness, destined for tragedy. Cell extracted the time capsule from Trunks' remains, seeking to adjust the time to the moment the androids were created. However, his colossal form necessitated a transformation into a larval state, resembling a giant egg, as he boarded the time machine. Whoosh! The time machine whisked Cell's transformed egg away, vanishing from Trunks' timeline. In the primary timeline, Earth, at the sacred world of the Kais, Vegeta and Goku had been training in the hyperbolic time chamber for over a day. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence enveloped the entire planet. Familiar energies permeated the ground, as if they had materialized from thin air. Is that Goku's energy? One wondered. But it felt more akin to that of the tyrant Frieza, with traces of Vegeta's essence as well. How is this possible? They were supposed to be training in the chamber. How could so many energies converge? Could it be the androids? Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien were left disoriented by the powerful auras that surrounded them, each one resonating with the likes of Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza. Gohan, sensing the commotion, merely smiled faintly. Chapter 80, The Crisis of Android 17. In the primary timeline, Earth. Suddenly, a time machine materialized, descending slowly to the ground. Boom. The larval cell's giant egg emitted a surge of energy, shattering the time machine, and the egg leapt onto the surface. Crack. The giant egg burst open in an instant. Ha! Android 17, I have arrived. Just wait patiently for my arrival. A resounding laughter echoed as Cell emerged. A formidable and overwhelming aura permeated the air. Cell was eager to locate Android 17, intending to absorb him to achieve his perfect form. An eruption of white energy enveloped him as he soared towards the southern direction. The sacred world of the Kais. Why is there such a surge of energy signatures? All eyes converged on Gohan, for he was the only one who had traversed the timeline and understood the events that had transpired in the future. This creature was the ultimate android, cultivated from the cells of various powerful warriors by Dr. Gero, which is why they could sense the presence of others. Gohan recounted the situation in broad strokes. That fiend, Dr. Gero, is indeed a scourge upon this world. He has audaciously created a monstrosity from the cells of numerous formidable beings. Krillin exclaimed, his face a mask of outrage. He had never imagined Dr. Gero could sink to such depths of madness. Gohan, it has been a while since I last stretched my muscles. Allow me to take care of this beast, Piccolo declared with unwavering confidence. Now fused with the Kai, he radiated immense power. No problem, Uncle Piccolo. If it makes you happy, Gohan readily agreed. Being a mere spectator could still yield valuable combat insights. Why not partake in such a spectacle? I wonder where this monster intends to go. Let's join in the observations soon, Tien and the others said, brimming with fighting spirit. Even if they did not engage directly, witnessing such high-level confrontations would significantly aid their future training. All right, we shall wait until the monster halts before we set off. Piccolo had now fully integrated himself into this circle. He was no longer the aloof demon king of the past. Androids 17 and 18, where are you? Cell bellowed into the sky, his voice resonating for miles like a loudspeaker. He had flown to Dr. Gero's research facility, only to find it reduced to ruins. It was evident that a fierce battle had occurred here. Yet, Cell was unconcerned, According to the data in his mind, he needed to lure his opponents. Ideally, he hoped that both Android 17 and 18 would come. Like a headless fly, he flew about, shouting incessantly. Meanwhile, Android 16, 17, and 18 leisurely explored the mountains. What bad luck. I come out only to be soundly thrashed by Gohan. Android 17 grumbled, still harboring resentment. He had not yet quelled the anger within him. Gohan clearly knows that we were modified by Dr. Gero to eliminate Goku. Being bested by him is a mild consequence. Had it been anyone else, we would have been doomed. Android 18 reproached her brother, astonished by Gohan's formidable strength, which starkly contrasted with the information they had received. This individual is shrouded in an aura of mystery. Indeed, his combat prowess is formidable beyond measure. In his presence, we appear as mere children. Number 17 bears a look of trepidation. He believed that after being augmented by Dr. Gero, his combat strength had reached its zenith on Earth. To his astonishment, he was met with a crushing blow from Gohan upon his emergence. What exactly is Gohan's combat strength? Number 16. Are you capable of measuring it? Number 18 inquired, directing her gaze towards the reticent number 16. She sensed that he was not an ordinary being. Despite his infrequent speech and lack of combat display, he did not strike her as a failure. I cannot say for certain. When Gohan battled you, he was not utilizing his true strength. His power far exceeds my measurement capabilities, number 16 revealed, astonishing both of them. He possesses the ability to sense energy through an internal energy radar. He can detect the location of specific individuals and gauge their intensity. Number 16 has an affinity for nature and small creatures. Being an old-fashioned android, he is entirely mechanically constructed, equipped with numerous computer cores and mechanical apparatuses, and his database contains extensive information about warriors like Goku. So during our confrontation, Gohan wasn't fighting at full capacity. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Gohan, number 18, mused to herself. He was the first person capable of defeating her since her creation. Is his combat strength truly that formidable? She pondered. I see now. That rascal hasn't even transformed yet. Much like Vegeta, he could become enveloped in golden light. Data indicates that a Scion's power multiplies 50-fold upon transformation, number 17 remarked, visibly shaken. If Gohan were to transform as well, his combat strength would experience a terrifying escalation. Beads of cold sweat adorned number 17's forehead, evoking a feeling of having narrowly escaped death. The Scions are indeed a fearsome species. Now that you mention it, everything is becoming clear, number 18 nodded in agreement, finally comprehending that Gohan had merely been holding back. Otherwise, they would have met their demise. Do you hear that? It seems someone is calling for us. Number 18 observed as she and the others paused to listen intently to the sound echoing from the sky. She faintly discerned someone calling out her and number 17's names. What the? Who is this foolish individual? Do they truly believe we are easy prey? Number 17 fumed, feeling his temper flare. Strange occurrences had been rampant over the past few days. First, he was summoned and soundly beaten by Gohan. Then he encountered Vegeta blocking his path. And now another reckless individual was shouting at them. Let us go and investigate. Number 18 expressed her curiosity, questioning who would seek them out. She had never heard this voice before, nor was it documented in their records. Who could this be calling for us? Number 16 remained silent. Perhaps it is due to the distance that he has yet to perceive it. Whoosh. The three individuals soared toward the source of the sound. Truly, the old adage holds true. Curiosity killed the cat. Chapter 81. The Warning of Number 16. The Temple of the Gods. Little did they expect that this creature was in search of artificial beings. What could Cell possibly want with number 17 and number 18? Piccolo stood in the plaza of the Temple of the Gods, sensing the occurrences of the lower realm. This particular skill was an invention of the deities. He often observed the events unfolding below from this very spot. Have they arrived? Cell spotted three figures swiftly approaching from a distance. He could not ascertain their identities. Number 17 and number 18 possess formidable combat power. We know not whether they are friend or foe. It would be unwise to approach recklessly. It is perilous. Number 16 cautioned. He could detect that their strength surpassed his own and sensed a looming danger. What are we afraid of? We have come this far. It would be foolish to retreat now, number 17 replied to number 16. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. There is no sense in fleeing without even encountering them, he argued. Number 16's reasoning was sound. It would be prudent to exercise caution. We have only just been activated. Where could we find allies? They must surely be adversaries. Perhaps we should first avoid confrontation and reassess later, number 18 suggested to number 17. The situation had spiraled beyond their control. This world was rife with uncertainties. Take Son Gohan's predicament, for instance. It had sounded an alarm for her. Not everyone would show mercy to beings like them. Now that number 16 had declared this individual powerful, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Number 18 intended to tackle the weaker foes first, yet she was taken aback by number 16's assertion of the opponent's immense strength. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, number 17 conceded, aware of the concerns voiced by number 16 and number 18. He chose not to contest their decision, recognizing the wisdom of the majority. After all, just the previous day, without number 16's intervention, Son Gohan had dealt him a severe blow. The trio altered their course, veering toward another direction. However, their presence did not go unnoticed by Cell. No matter who it is, once you arrive, you won't be able to leave, Cell declared, unleashing a powerful aura as he pursued the three. He was unconcerned with their identities. His priority was to ascertain their intentions. Oh no, that individual is closing in. Number 16 warned, quickly sensing an approaching presence. For heaven's sake, do they truly think we are made of mere clay? Number 17 chose not to flee any longer. Being chased like this was excessively vexing. He halted, awaiting the arrival of their pursuer. Let us assess the situation before proceeding. If we cannot prevail, we shall retreat. Number 18 mused, reflecting that fleeing before a conflict had even begun was rather humiliating. Which young individual is devoid of youthful bravado? The three came to a stop, preparing for Cell's arrival. Cackling. It is number 17 and number 18. This is truly splendid. As Shalu beheld the androids number 17 and 18, an unmistakable delight illuminated his countenance, while the presence of number 16 was all but disregarded. Good heavens, what an eyesore! The moment 17 and the others laid eyes on the newcomer, their expressions morphed into one of wariness. This creature, neither fully human nor ghostly, bore a menacing visage that suggested ill intentions. The glint of avarice in his eyes, accompanied by drool trickling from his mouth, evoked a sense of revulsion. In an instant, Shalu, propelled by unparalleled speed, found himself before the androids. Yet, he did not halt. Instead, he lunged toward number 17 as if a primordial beast had encountered its prey, eager to seize control. What on earth? This scoundrel shows no sign of stopping. The trio, witnessing this grotesque figure charging at them, hastily sidestepped. Oh, how delightful it is to see you. I was genuinely worried you might have perished. Shala's attempt to pounce resulted in nothing but air. He paused, turned around, and patted his chest, leering at 17 and the others with a lecherous grin. To his astonishment, his clumsy strategy had indeed summoned the androids he so fervently desired. The prospect of achieving his complete form now seemed within reach. Are you cursing us? You wretch, may you and your family perish. Who are you? What do you want from us? Do we even know you? 17 and 18 retaliated with a barrage of scornful remarks and inquiries, their vigilance heightened. Number 16, however, remained silent, ever watchful for a sudden attack from this perilous creature. Ha! I am Shalu, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. I traversed through time and space to find you. Shalu proclaimed with unbridled arrogance, the weight on his heart now lifted. As long as the 17 of this timeline remained alive, nothing else mattered. What? Time travel? Have you lost your mind? The ultimate android, Shalu? You are nothing more than a failed experiment. 17 and 18 scrutinized him with derision. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Dr. Gero had concealed such a card up his sleeve, crafting the ultimate android. A mere failure, it seemed, with an unstable mind claiming to have crossed dimensions. Failed experiment? That is inconceivable. Once I absorb you, I shall attain my complete form. At that moment, I will be unmatched, reigning supreme over the earth. And even the cosmos shall bow to me. Come, let us merge and fulfill Dr. Gero's long-held ambition. Shalu's gaze was suffused with avarice as he regarded 17. Absorbing his adversary would lead him to his ultimate transformation. Not a chance. I refuse to merge with a grotesque creature like you. Dream on. Number 18 looked at the monstrous figure with disdain. Who would have thought that the old scoundrel, Dr. Gero, spoke the truth before his demise? Ha! This cannot be allowed to stand. Cell charged toward number 17, his target set on the audacious and reckless fool. You are courting death. Number 17 and number 18 refused to back down. They exchanged a determined glance and surged toward Cell. Bang! 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 The air resonated with the sounds of their fierce clash. Waves of energy swept through the battlefield, snapping trees asunder. They battled from the sky to the ground, leaving the earth in disarray, pockmarked with craters. Their combat was intensely ferocious, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions, obliterating flowers and foliage into dust. Chapter 82, Cell Unleashed. Heavenly Temple. Piccolo, what do you see? Why are the androids fighting? Aren't they supposed to be allies? Krillin sensed three immense energies colliding beneath him. Curiosity piqued. He inquired. That creature has crossed over from another dimension. His purpose here is to absorb the androids and attain his perfect form. Piccolo recounted the android's earlier conversation succinctly. Since future Trunks also traversed dimensions, it was only natural for him to believe Cell's claims. Incredulous. Incredible. This creature has indeed crossed over from another dimension, and he can continue to evolve. Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha were all taken aback. This monster is a being from another realm. We must move. As Piccolo's words echoed, he vanished from the heavenly temple. Filled with newfound confidence, he was ready to showcase his prowess. The others followed in the direction of the android's battle, reluctant to overly rely on Gohan's instant transmission ability. Ha! Allow me to demonstrate where our disparities lie. Cell's words were barely spoken when a tremendous aura erupted forth. A wave of energy propelled numbers 17 and 18 away. He sensed multiple presences approaching. In his determination to achieve his perfect form, Cell resolved to unleash his full power. No, it's impossible. How can this hideous creature possess such formidable strength? Numbers 17 and 18 were astonished. They had not anticipated this monster's hidden capabilities. Ha ha ha, this is my true power, Cell declared with a grin. His body vanished from sight, reappearing before number 18, delivering a swift punch. So fast, number 18 was alarmed, too stunned to react, and could only raise her hand to block Cell's assault. Boom. A powerful shockwave sent number 18 flying. Number 18, we cannot withstand this monster. You should escape. Number 16 swiftly caught the airborne number 18 and advised her. No, if we leave together. I will not abandon you. Number 18 stated resolutely. She would never abandon anyone. Number 17 and number 16 were her only relatives in this world. Get lost. Number 17 shouted as he witnessed number 18 being hurled away by that grotesque creature. With a face full of fury, he charged at Cell, unleashing a torrent of punches upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Cell did not retaliate, allowing number 17's small fists to pound against his chest. The battle between them resembled that of a child confronting an adult. As number 17 continued to strike, he grew increasingly alarmed, never anticipating the immense power possessed by this hideous being. A tingling sensation coursed through his arms. Perhaps Cell was too focused on number 17, for he failed to notice number 16 approaching from behind. Number 16 successfully seized Cell's tail. What? You're a robot? Cell exclaimed in astonishment, not realizing that this hulking figure had stealthily grasped his tail. At that moment, number 16 activated battle mode. Silent but fierce, he began to slam Cell's tail against the ground with relentless force. Bang, bang, bang. Like a frenzied whack-a-mole, he hammered the ground mercilessly. Number 16's fighting prowess was unexpectedly formidable. Number 18 watched in awe as number 16 viciously struck Cell's tail. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Could this big oaf really be that powerful? Number 17, too, was taken aback, astonished by number 16's ferocity in battle. Lifting Cell, he prepared to smash him down. Hell Flash Cannon. Having smashed Cell enough, number 16 let out a mighty roar. He spun around in a full circle, launching Cell into the air. With arms crossed, he pulled with great force, dislocating Cell's wrists. Gathering energy within, he unleashed a devastating shockwave filled with concentrated power. Like a machine gun, number 16 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the airborne Cell. Boom. Cell was instantly engulfed by the energy blasts, the explosion echoing deafeningly. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. Run. Number 17. Number 18. Number 16 shouted to the still stunned 17 and 18. He understood that this level of attack would not be sufficient to eliminate the monster. Take care of yourselves. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, fully aware of number 16's keen instincts. They realized that this creature was not so easily vanquished. Without hesitation, they prepared to flee the scene. But leaving would not be so simple. Cell surged forward, charging through the dense barrage of energy. What? Number 16 was taken aback, not expecting Cell to disregard his energy attack. As Cell pressed on, he quickly broke through the range of the energy assault, seizing number 16 by the head and flinging him away with force. Cell spat out, annoying pest. With a swift motion, he fired an energy blast at the discarded number 16. Boom. In an instant, number 16 was obliterated, his parts scattering across the ground. The disparity in their combat abilities was stark. To extinguish the life of 16 was a task of utter simplicity for him. It was merely a matter of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. He sought to incite the wrath of 17, compelling him to confront him in a desperate struggle. The sight of 16 reduced to mere fragments was heart-wrenching for 17 and 18. They had not anticipated the abrupt loss of a companion forged over 2 days. 16 had sacrificed himself to shield his escape, only to be obliterated by this monstrous entity. Ha ha ha, the bothersome fly has been eliminated. 17, cease your futile struggles. After obliterating 16, Cell turned his lecherous gaze towards 17, reveling in the thrill of the cat-and-mouse game. Cell had fully embraced the essence of the Psiots. You scoundrel! I shall avenge 16. 17's eyes blazed crimson as he charged at Cell, consumed by rage, entirely devoid of reason. 17, remain calm. Do not act impulsively, 18 implored. But she was a moment too late to intervene. She could only follow in 17's wake, poised to provide assistance at any moment. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Cell mused, noting that 17 had forsaken all thoughts of retreat, presenting himself on a silver platter. A cunning smile spread across Cell's face. Freak, perish. In the blink of an eye, 17 stood before Cell, unleashing a full-force strike, determined to reduce this wretched creature to nothingness in vengeance for 16. Chapter 83. Cell achieves his perfect form. You dare to challenge me? You are still quite inexperienced, Cell taunted. a sinister smile gracing his lips as he opened his palm to effortlessly absorb 17's furious blow. No, this cannot be. 17 was astounded that Cell had so easily withstood his full-force attack, his heart feeling as if doused in ice water, a chill spreading from head to toe. With a powerful yank, Cell pulled 17 closer. Bam! A fist as large as a sandbag struck 17's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, 17 had not even registered the encounter before Cell's heavy punch landed. Gagging, 17 spat out a mouthful of blood. Had Cell not been gripping one of his hands, he would have surely been sent flying. As Cell released 17, he crumpled to the ground like a lifeless mass, clearly devoid of combat capability. At that moment, 18 had also arrived, shouting as she unleashed a punch aimed at Cell's head. Bam! 18's petite fist struck Cell's skull, yet his head barely shifted. He regarded her with disdain. Get lost. I shall deal with you later. With a single punch, Cell sent 18 hurtling away. Bang! Her body flew like a kite with severed strings, crashing into a massive rock. The impact rendered her bloodied and pale, her face reflecting despair. Ha ha ha! Behold my perfect form. In an instant, Cell's tail expanded, descending upon Android 17. You hideous creature, what do you intend to do? Release me at once. The anguished cries of 17 echoed as half of his body was consumed by Cell's tail. 17. Android 18 shouted in fury, straining her body to unleash an energy blast at Cell's tail, determined to sever it from the beast. Ha! Cell disregarded 18's energy attack entirely. With a powerful inhale, he swallowed 17 whole. A tremendous pillar of energy shot upwards into the sky, and a fierce wave of power swept across the battlefield, sending 18's energy blast flying. The earth itself trembled under the immense force, while the heavens darkened, thunder and lightning clashing ominously. The weather of the entire planet was thrown into chaos, with waves crashing relentlessly against the shores. Overwhelmed by despair, 18 collapsed to the ground. With both 16 and 17 lost, her fate was all but sealed. What the hell? What is this power? Tenshinhan and the others halted their flight, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Piccolo began to regret his earlier arrogance. Had he not been so prideful and utilized Gohan's instant transmission to reach the battlefield sooner, Cell might not have absorbed the androids to achieve his perfect form. The oppressive aura continued to escalate. Gohan, we must use instant transmission to get there quickly. If we delay, unnecessary trouble may arise, Krillin thought, his heart racing at the terrifying pressure that enveloped him. Were it not for Gohan's presence, Krillin might have crumpled to the ground in fear. The group joined hands, awaiting Gohan's teleportation. Let us go, Gohan stated, and in an instant, they vanished. Cell's form erupted with a surge of white energy. His appearance and shape began to transform, completing his evolution into his perfect state. He sprouted wings, retracting his tail within them, capable of releasing smaller cells, and if he wished, extending to absorb others. His feet resembled those of a human, and his face bore little difference from that of a person. Ha! Is this the perfect form? This power is simply magnificent. Cell clenched his fists, reveling in the overwhelming combat prowess surging within him, and unleashed a series of powerful punches to test his new form. You beast! You shall not escape unscathed, 18 thought, feeling the pressure of Cell's transformation as if it were suffocating her. Kik. 18, do you seek to provoke me into killing you? Very well, I shall grant your wish. You have become obsolete now that I am perfect, Cell declared, a smug grin upon his face. He began to gather energy at his fingertips, launching it towards Android 18. Cheru intended to bring an end to Android 18's life. As she sensed the impending doom, she slowly closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. Just as the moment of crisis approached, in a flash, the figures of Son Gohan and his companions materialized before her. They had utilized the instant transmission technique to arrive at this very location. It was indeed a fortuitous coincidence that Son Gohan appeared right before Android 18. The instant he arrived, he perceived a surge of energy hurtling towards him, seeking death. Were they? With a swift motion, Son Gohan deflected the lethal energy beam aimed at him. Tianjin and the others stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded by the sudden ambush upon their arrival. Fortunately, Gohan's formidable strength had averted disaster. That voice, it's Son Gohan, Android 18 thought, momentarily questioning her senses. She opened her eyes wide, only to find Gohan's robust figure shielding her. Why was he here? Was he truly here to rescue her? How fortuitous it was that he had arrived just in time to showcase overwhelming power. Cheru, witnessing the unexpected arrival of Son Gohan and his companions, was momentarily taken aback by the deflection of his energy blast. However, he quickly regained his composure. Having achieved his perfect form, his combat power was now unparalleled on Earth. He was eager to test the terrifying strength of this perfected state, and their arrival was perfectly timed. Ha ha ha! Today I shall demonstrate the might of a Super Namekian. Piccolo, brimming with fighting spirit, was ready to unleash the potent energy he had yet to utilize since merging with the Supreme Kai. It was the perfect moment to exhibit his prowess. Let us depart from this battlefield. Son Gohan crouched down and effortlessly lifted Android 18 in a princess carry. Soaring away from the fray, Android 18's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated being lifted without her consent. After all, she was still a girl who had never experienced such intimate contact with the opposite sex. In Gohan's embrace, she caught a whiff of a pleasant scent, causing her heart to race as if a fawn in the wild. Never before had a man held her in such a manner, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The others, witnessing the beauty of Android 18 for the first time, were left in awe of her stunning visage. As they beheld Son Gohan carrying a beautiful woman, envy and admiration intertwined within them. One by one, they took to the skies, leaving the battlefield behind. The confrontation between Piccolo and Sheru was on the brink of igniting. Chapter 84. The Ultimate Android of the Super Namekian. Piccolo, I never imagined you would serve as my whetstone, Sheru proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor as he regarded Piccolo. He was still acclimating to his perfect form and saw Piccolo as an ideal opportunity to hone his skills. Enough talk. Who sharpens whom remains to be seen, Piccolo retorted confidently. Now merged with the Supreme Kai, he possessed a formidable surge of power. With determination, he charged at Sheru, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his opponent's face. Sheru, employing his uncanny agility, evaded Piccolo's assault, countering with a sweeping kick aimed at him. With a swift motion, Piccolo raised his arm to block Sheru's strike. A wave of energy surged forth instantaneously, revealing the considerable force behind that kick. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, each probing the other's combat prowess. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind. 100 million combat power attributes dropped. The announcement continued. 100 million combat power attributes dropped. As the battle commenced, Son Gohan's lips curled into a subtle smile. It appeared that a group had gathered atop a small hill, observing the spectacle as mere onlookers. Son Gohan chose not to focus on the clash, as he would soon collect the combat power accrued. His attention shifted to Android 18, who grimaced in pain, clutching her abdomen. A surge of energy radiated from Son Gohan's palm, permeating her body and mending her wounds. How delightful! Android 18 exclaimed, feeling the soothing energy coursing through her. Her injuries healed at a visible pace, and the pain in her abdomen gradually dissipated, restoring her strength entirely. Thank you, Son Gohan. I'm feeling much better now. Please set me down, she said, her cheeks flushed. She was taken aback by her own vulnerability, realizing she had unwittingly adopted a demure demeanor. If Android 17 were to witness this scene, he would surely emerge from Cell's belly in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it appropriate for you to be so tender when I am currently consumed by the enemy?" With a nod, Son Gohan gently lowered Android 18, returning his gaze to the ongoing battle. Bang, bang, bang. The conflict between Cell and Piccolo escalated from the ground to the skies, their figures flickering with intensity. Waves of impact collided, reducing the small hill beneath them to dust. Such incredible combat power. Son Gohan marveled. He had not anticipated that Piccolo, after merging with the Supreme Kai, would possess such formidable strength. Were all extraterrestrial beings endowed with such extraordinary talents? Cell's combat power was equally formidable, and the two were evenly matched. Tien, Kairatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin watched in awe, unable to fathom the sheer terror of their capabilities. Observing their unwavering auras, it was evident that neither had yet to unleash their full potential. Due to Son Gohan's presence, Krillin and Android 18 had not yet crossed paths. This was their first encounter. Piccolo, the warm-up is complete. Let us unleash our true abilities, Cell declared, relishing the prospect of an exhilarating battle. Is the show about to begin? Son Gohan mused silently. The combat power attributes from the ground surged into his limbs, causing his strength to escalate rapidly. Ha ha ha. This feels exhilarating. He laughed. Let me demonstrate my true prowess. Piccolo, too, was filled with combat fervor, having not engaged in battle for some time. Clenching his fists, he levitated into the air, a potent force emanating from within. A star-like vortex of energy surrounded him, radiating an ominous wave that rushed toward the spectators. As everyone firmly assumed a stable stance, planting their feet into the ground to prevent being swept away by the overwhelming wave of energy. A sense of terror gripped the air. Is this the true power of their fusion? Surely, this time they would vanquish the android, Cell. Krillin and the others were astounded, not anticipating that Piccolo's aura could be this formidable. They had only felt such immense energy from the Saiyan Son Goku and his companions. Now, let me show you what overwhelming power truly feels like. A deep growl resonated from within. Cell's fists clenched tightly as a ferocious and terrifying aura erupted from his being, sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Krillin and the others were hurled back by this force. Even Android 18 struggled to maintain her footing, on the brink of being blown away, until Son Gohan caught her slender waist, preventing her from being swept off. Her face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. What a terrifying power. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Cell. Is this truly Cell's strength? Suddenly, A golden blaze of energy erupted from Cell's form, resembling the transformation of a scion. Super Scion. The crowd exclaimed in unison, astonished reflections mirrored in their eyes. This colossal power was something they had only sensed from the Scions. To their surprise, this monster could also transform. How about that? This is the essence of Scion cells. I never expected my combat power to surge to such heights. Cell proclaimed with pride, equally astonished by the overwhelming energy coursing through him. It was the first time he had harnessed such power. Damn it, perish. Piccolo unleashed a fierce aura, charging toward Cell without hesitation, eager for an exhilarating battle. Today, you shall witness my true strength. With eyes ablaze, Cell surged toward Piccolo, thirsting for combat, his blood boiling with the Scion spirit he had inherited. The clash of their powers felt like a meteor colliding with Earth, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that fractured the ground beneath them. Cracks spread like a web, deep and unfathomable. As they pursued each other in the air, the sound of their ferocious exchanges reverberated through the atmosphere. Ding. Combat power attribute dropped. 1 million. Combat power attribute. 1 million. The alerts from the system echoed incessantly in Son Gohan's mind. Piccolo, allow me to return your own technique. Special beam cannon. Cell roared, placing his fingertips to his forehead. The energy coalesced instantaneously, and he unleashed it at Piccolo without the lengthy build-up required by the latter. Cell executed it with flawless precision. A piercing scream erupted from Piccolo as he was caught off guard. In an instant, his chest was pierced, and he coughed up blood. Chapter 85. The Perfect Four-Body Fist. In the Temple of the Gods, the door to the Room of Spirit and Time slowly creaked open. Two formidable presences permeated the entire temple as Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerged. Their garments were tattered, yet their spirits were invigorated. At present, Sun Wukong maintained his Super Saiyan form, though he had yet to reach his full power. He sought to acclimate himself to this transformation gradually, aiming for minimal energy consumption. Having realized that sustaining the Super Saiyan state demanded considerable energy. Where has everyone gone? Have the androids caused trouble again? Sun Wukong mused aloud. Commencing to sense the energies of Earth, he discovered that Piccolo was engaged in combat with a powerful presence while Tien and the others were gathered together, evidently spectating from the sidelines. How has Piccolo's energy grown so formidable? Uncle Sun Wukong, you're out. Wonderful. The androids are fighting Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, Dandy, the guardian of Earth, approached Sun Wukong to greet him. He had long heard tales of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's training within the Room of Spirit and Time. Dandy, what brings you here? Super Saiyan Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his head in puzzlement. What could have transpired for the Namekian Dandy to be present? Whoosh. Vegeta erupted with a burst of white energy and soared towards the battlefield. After 2 years of training in the Room of Spirit and Time, he felt prepared. He was not one to dawdle like Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you are far too cunning. Sun Wukong shouted after the departing Vegeta, taken aback that his rival would make a bid for the spoils without so much as a greeting. Dandy, we shall converse later. I must hurry to assist. Sun Wukong's feet danced restlessly as his heart raced. After 2 arduous years of training, he yearned for an exhilarating battle. He exchanged a brief word with Dandy before pursuing Vegeta. I hope everyone is safe. Now under the guidance of Mr. Popo, Dandy had acquired the ability to perceive the happenings of the lower realm, akin to his predecessor. Standing in the plaza of the Temple of the Gods, he sensed the turmoil unfolding below. Piccolo, the onlookers gasped as they witnessed energy blasts pierce through Piccolo's chest, their instincts compelling them to rush to his aid. Stay calm. Uncle Piccolo can regenerate from a severed limb. He is not so easily vanquished, Son Gohan reassured the anxious crowd. For he too bore the bloodline of the Namekians. Is that true? Splendid. You nearly frightened me to death just now. The collective anxiety of the group began to dissipate, as they held unwavering faith in Son Gohan's words. Such overwhelming energy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's auras were palpable, just as the crowd began to regain their composure. They felt the approach of 2 immense presences. Upon hearing the commotion, Android 18 realized that Sun Wukong was en route to the battlefield. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily drifted towards the direction of Son Gohan. At this moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend. Piccolo, stop playing dead, Cell remarked, taunting the pitiful figure of Piccolo. This scoundrel was performing so convincingly, occasionally spitting out purple blood. An unsuspecting onlooker would surely be deceived by this charlatan. Never had she encountered someone so brazen. All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm merely acting, Piccolo admitted, raising his hands in surrender. With a vigorous effort, the gaping wound on his chest healed instantaneously. He was astonished that this monster possessed his cells and was well acquainted with everyone's capabilities. You rascal. If you enjoy acting so much, I shall let you indulge, Cell declared, clenching his fists as a shimmering white aura enveloped him. The light pulsated, and his form began to split, doubling, and then quadrupling, like 4 identical cells. What? Tien's ultimate technique, the multiform, Tien exclaimed. Realizing that this creature had absorbed Tien's cells as well, the 4 cells executed the multiform technique flawlessly, their energy remaining undiminished. Tien and the others were left in utter shock. Truly, this was a monstrous being. Everyone marveled at the perfection of Cell's execution of the technique. How about that? Are you not terrified? Cell boasted with a smug grin, relishing the opportunity to show off before the crowd. The four cells swiftly encircled Piccolo. Ha ha. You scared me to death. I'm so frightened, Piccolo remarked, finding humor in the sight of four identical cells. He had never witnessed such shamelessness, boasting with others' techniques. Kamehameha. The four cells mimicked Tien's signature move, their hands forming a triangular shape aimed at Piccolo. For beams of potent energy surged towards the encircled Piccolo. Cell, never one to follow conventional tactics, utilized others' techniques without the need for charging. Having learned from a previous encounter, Piccolo was prepared this time and soared into the sky with determination. Boom. The energy beams collided, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the heavens. Where do you think you're going? Cell bellowed, raising his gaze to the sky. The four cells unleashed beams of energy from their 8 eyes, targeting Piccolo. A trivial skill. Piccolo dodged left and right in midair, evading the onslaught of energy beams. This was a trick he had mastered himself, and now this fiend was using it against him. Die! Cell shouted in frustration as he realized the energy beams were ineffective against Piccolo. He concentrated and launched a thin disc of light from his palm. This was Frisia's signature move, the cutting disc. What? Energy disc? How many cells has this monster absorbed? The astonishment grew among the onlookers, witnessing Cell's adept handling of each technique. Dr. Gero, what kind of abomination have you created? They were all profoundly shaken by Cell's display of prowess, never anticipating that this creature could be so formidable. Where do you think you're running? In the depths of the battlefield, Cell gestured animatedly, commanding the slicing discs that hovered ominously in the air. Meanwhile, Piccolo darted about, desperately attempting to evade them. Yet, these discs seemed to possess an uncanny ability to track him, relentlessly nipping at his heels. Suddenly, two formidable energy signatures converged upon the scene. Androids? Vegeta charged into the fray, having had little interaction with the Earthlings. Vegeta, Goku, I never expected to see you here, Cell remarked, sensing the two powerful auras approaching. Having attained his perfect form, he was unfazed by the number of adversaries before him. You monster, feel the wrath of my fury, he bellowed. Vegeta, a man of few words, erupted with rage, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. His energy was significantly more potent than it had been just 2 days prior. It seemed that his training in the hyperbolic time chamber had imbued him with newfound confidence. He felt invigorated, ready to subdue the android beneath him. He charged directly at Cell. The two clashed with a flurry of blows. Ding! Combat power attribute falling. 1-0-0-0. 0-0-0. Combat power attribute. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. The notifications echoed in Gohan's mind, and a pleased smirk graced his lips, anticipating another opportunity to reap the rewards of Vegeta's prowess. Just then, Goku descended from the sky, observing 3 identical figures manipulating the discs to assault Piccolo, while another engaged Vegeta in combat. Could they be quadruplets? Chapter 86, Cell's complete form, 1 against 3. Father, you're here. Goku arrived. This is wonderful. The crowd gathered around Super Saiyan Goku, astonished that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan without even fighting. Android 18 gazed at Goku, recalling how this man was the reason Dr. Gero had transformed her into an android. How had Piccolo's strength surged so rapidly? Super Saiyan Goku watched curiously as Piccolo was relentlessly pursued by the slicing discs, his predicament looking dire. Currently, Piccolo had fused with the Supreme Kai, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat power. The Earth's Supreme Kai was now denned from Namek, summoned by Gohan, using instant transmission. Facing Piccolo was the ultimate android, Cell, whose body housed the cells of numerous beings, including those of the Saiyans. The others quickly explained the situation to Goku. This is bad. Piccolo seems to be on the verge of collapse. Krillin shouted suddenly. Everyone turned their gaze towards the battle. One cell was locked in combat with Vegeta, while 3 others manipulated the slicing discs. Ha! Piccolo, I shall chop you into pieces. Cell commanded the discs, accelerating their assault. I must assist. Goku could no longer contain himself, seeing Vegeta already engaged in battle. His heart was filled with an overwhelming excitement. After 2 arduous years of rigorous training, he could finally witness the fruits of his labor. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong charged into battle, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the remaining 3 cell forms. The cacophony of explosions resounded deafeningly, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. The cutting disc had severed Cell's control. Piccolo swiftly extricated himself from the encirclement. As the dust settled, Cell appeared unscathed. Ha ha ha, welcome to the fray, Sun Wukong. Cell exclaimed, recognizing his formidable opponent. A grin spread across his face. The man who instilled fear in the Red Ribbon Army was finally ready to engage. Had it not been for Sun Wukong, Dr. Gero may never have created him. Cell felt like a monumental victor, eager to take on 3 adversaries simultaneously. This battle was indeed exhilarating. With the arrival of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, Piccolo felt a significant alleviation of pressure. He charged at Cell. "Piccolo, you are remarkably naive. I was merely toying with you," Cell remarked with a bemused smile. He raised his hand, directing a barrage of deadly energy beams toward the incoming Piccolo. Boom. The relentless energy blast struck Piccolo, eliciting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Cell aimed to eliminate Piccolo first, allowing him to confront Vegeta and Sun Wukong without distraction. He had fully mastered this form, and now more suitable opponents had arrived. Piccolo. Sun Wukong swiftly attempted to assist, only to be obstructed by another Cell. Piccolo let out a desperate scream. The disparity in their combat power was staggering. Cell had merely used Piccolo as a stepping stone. Now he showed no mercy. Whoosh. Son Gohan's form suddenly vanished, reappearing right in front of Cell. Driven by an instinctive memory upon witnessing his mentor Piccolo in peril, he was engulfed in rage. Bang! One of Cell's duplicates was instantly struck by Gohan's powerful fist. Gah! Cell felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, forcing him to expel a stream of green liquid. What? Gohan, am I dreaming? Or is this an illusion? He was stunned, having been incapacitated by a single blow from Gohan. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Gohan, only to find that he had vanished once more. They had hardly comprehended Gohan's swift movement. The Cell clone attacking Piccolo fell to the ground, defeated. Android 18's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the power of Son Gohan? He was right beside me just moments ago, and now he appears on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. It's terrifying. Such a formidable foe as Cell was struck and bloodied by Gohan's single punch. It was evident that Cell lacked the capacity to continue fighting. Had Gohan not held back initially, they would have all perished long ago. What? This cannot be real. Another clone of Cell was utterly stunned, his mind tumultuous with turmoil. How could he, having transformed into his complete form, be unable to withstand a single blow from Gohan? Was Gohan's power truly so formidable? Or had things gone awry? Almost immediately, Gohan's body flickered again, striking down yet another clone of Cell, who remained in a daze. The gaze of the onlookers shifted towards Gohan. Even the clone engaged in battle with Vegeta turned its attention here. In a duel of masters, distraction is the gravest sin. Damn it, where are you looking? Your opponent is me. Vegeta, disregarding any notions of martial virtue, sent Cell flying with a single punch. He then rapidly pursued the opponent's body, raising both hands above his head to deliver a powerful blow. Boom. Cell's other clone was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? The spectators instinctively rubbed their eyes. Gohan's extraordinary display had completely transformed their understanding of the battle. The first time could be chalked up to luck, but how could the second instance be explained? Vegeta and Goku were still fiercely engaged with one of Cell's clones, while Gohan, with a single strike, had incapacitated 2 of Cell's clones. Gohan. Piccolo. Witnessing Gohan's intervention against the 2 clones, felt a wave of relief wash over him, causing him to plummet from the air. Uncle Piccolo. In an instant, Gohan teleported and caught the descending Piccolo, gently placing him on the ground. He placed his hands on Piccolo's body, a surge of energy permeating through, visibly mending his injuries at an astonishing rate. Boom. With both of Cell's clones gravely injured by Gohan, one was also sent hurtling back by Vegeta. Returning to his original form, Cell unleashed a punch that sent Goku flying. He then turned his gaze towards Gohan, his eyes glinting with the venomous ferocity of a snake. Chapter 87, Cell's Madness. Ha. Who would have thought Tien's ultimate technique would manifest so perfectly in your hands? Goku, lacking in emotional intelligence, remained oblivious to Cell's fierce gaze, expressing admiration instead. Goku had previously encountered Tien's 4-way split technique during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tien utilized this move to divide his power into 4, and with Cell's modification, each of the 4 clones possessed the strength of the original. Ha. Is that all it takes to astonish you? Allow me to demonstrate my own technique. Kamehameha. Cell mimicked Goku's signature move, gathering energy in his hands. With unwavering focus in battle, his strength surged immensely. As Cell concentrated, his eyes instinctively drifted towards Gohan. Realizing that Gohan was the true hidden powerhouse, his combat prowess unfathomable. With merely one punch, Gohan had rendered 2 of his clones powerless. Son Gohan also sensed Cell's gaze and turned his eyes toward him. Their glances collided midair, a silent exchange of intent. Ignoring Cell's thoughts, Gohan focused on absorbing the battle power attributes that surged toward him like a torrential river. He silently urged himself, hurry up. You bastard. The earth cannot withstand this energy. Son Goku, observing Cell accumulating power, was struck with alarm. If this Kamehameha wave were to strike the earth, the entire planet would disintegrate in an instant. It seemed as if Cell was oblivious to the impending danger, continuing to gather energy relentlessly. What the hell is this madman planning? Is he intent on taking us all down with him? This immense energy will annihilate the earth. Is this how it ends? I can't accept this. The onlookers, witnessing the energy coalescing in Cell's hands, were drenched in cold sweat. Fear gripped their hearts, rendering them paralyzed and unable to think. Amidst the chaos, Android 18 noticed Gohan's calm demeanor, as if he were unfazed by the turmoil. Strangely, this seemed to bring her a sense of reassurance. Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead, was consumed by rage. He never anticipated that an android could be so reckless. What are you up to, Cell? If you have the guts, come at me. Goku roared, launching himself into the air, hoping that Cell would direct the Kamehameha wave upward. However, Cell disregarded Goku entirely and unleashed the energy beam toward Gohan. From the moment Gohan had effortlessly dispatched 2 of Cell's clones with a single punch, a sense of danger had enveloped him. It became clear that the most formidable opponent was indeed Gohan himself. You bastard! Goku shouted in desperation, realizing the severity of the situation. As Cell unleashed the massive Kamehameha wave toward him, the crowd gasped, their faces paling. The Kamehameha wave. A deep voice resonated, and Gohan assumed the stance to counter the attack. All eyes were fixed on him, momentarily forgetting that there was another powerful fighter present. Hope reignited within their hearts as they witnessed this miraculous youth preparing to act. Boom! The 2 colossal energy beams collided, generating a fierce gust that swept everyone nearby off their feet. Ding! 1-0-0-0-0-0-0 battle power attributes dropped. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0 battle power attributes dropped. The shockwave pulverized the ground beneath them, turning the soil into dust. Impossible! I am the strongest in this world. Cell raged, pouring energy into the beam. But it was all in vain. No, it can't be. In an instant, Cell was struck by the energy beam, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Have we won? We are still alive? This is incredible. Gohan has once again saved us. The crowd found themselves buried under a layer of dust, rising to shake off the remnants of their ordeal. As they surveyed the transformed wasteland around them, a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death enveloped them. Son Gohan had once again performed a miracle. Shoo, that was dangerously frightening, Goku remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, relieved as the weight in his heart lifted. He had not anticipated Gohan's power to escalate to such terrifying heights. Bah! How infuriating! Vegeta exclaimed, rising from the mound of earth, spitting out the dust with a scowl. He was enraged by the realization that this insufferable brat, Gohan, possessed such formidable combat prowess. Even before transforming, he had managed to overpower this monstrous foe. Wait, Cell's energy has not yet dissipated, Piccolo quickly deduced, sensing the lingering presence of Cell. He was astonished by the creature's tenacity, even after such a colossal energy attack. Cell was still clinging to life. The group gazed upwards, witnessing a shocking sight. Cell now appeared utterly disheveled, bearing various injuries, with one leg and one arm mysteriously vanished, evidently obliterated by the energy wave. How is this even possible? Your power is astonishing. Cell trembled with rage. According to the data, Goku was the strongest. He never imagined that this timeline's Gohan could surpass Goku by several magnitudes. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Gohan was indeed the key to this battle. Cell had merely been testing Gohan's strength, nearly meeting his own demise in the process. Nothing is impossible. Today, you are destined to perish, Gohan stated with a piercing gaze. His expression stoic. He now possessed a power level comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 2. Arrogant, Cell spat. What you witnessed was not my true strength. His face contorted in a grimace, akin to one struggling with constipation. Muscles at the sites of his severed limbs writhed, and in an instant, new limbs began to sprout. His injuries healed completely. Can this monster truly augment his strength? Surely, he cannot be toying with us. The onlookers were astounded by the notion that the Cell of this universe could recover from such severe damage, even regrowing lost limbs. Jealousy and admiration washed over them. Despite Cell's claims of elevating his combat prowess, they dismissed the idea. After all, Gohan was among them. Now, Son Gohan had ascended to a near-divine status in their eyes. As long as he was present, they felt an overwhelming sense of security, confident that no adversary could withstand his might. Gohan, prepare to witness my true power. Cell bellowed. Fists clenched, unleashing a surge of energy that shot skyward. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and the entire planet trembled. The people of Earth were engulfed in terror. Is this the end of the world? It is truly terrifying. A surge of energy has enveloped the Earth in an instant. Chapter 88. Son Gohan, the One-Punch Man. Such formidable combat power. I never imagined that Cell's words would bear truth. He is indeed capable of augmenting his strength. However, with Gohan present, we are safe. Initially, everyone was taken aback by Cell's overwhelming aura. Yet, upon reflection, Gohan's power is also unfathomable. There is no way Cell could triumph over Gohan. How infuriating. This scoundrel has truly concealed his strength. Vegeta clenched his fists in anger, never expecting this monster to possess such incredible power. I, Prince Vegeta, cannot possibly be defeated. I must simply train harder. Astonishing. I cannot believe Cell's combat ability is so formidable. Goku, too, wore a delighted expression, astonished by the strength of the androids. Dr. Gero is truly remarkable. Behold, this is my true power. Cell proclaimed, showcasing his terrifying strength with pride. Yet reality swiftly proved him wrong. He found no shock reflected in Gohan's demeanor. This power is hardly worth boasting about. Clearly, you have not encountered true strength. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Huh. Gohan scoffed, his fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a surge of energy. A tremendous force erupted, causing the very earth to tremble. The shockwave radiated in all directions, sweeping away the dust that had been pulverized by the energy blast moments before. A brilliant white aura enveloped him, reminiscent of the old Kaioshin unlocking Gohan's latent potential in the anime. You little brat, I refuse to believe your power can surpass my perfect form. I am at my most flawless state, with both strength and speed enhanced to their utmost. Cell charged at Gohan, convinced that his might far surpassed that of the young warrior, believing himself to be the ultimate android, incapable of losing to a mere human. Gohan retaliated with a punch, their fists colliding with a resounding crack. In an instant, Cell's arm was shattered, while Gohan remained steadfast and unyielding. Ding! Combat power attribute of 1,000,000 has dropped ahead. My arm, you scoundrel! Cell howled in agony, clutching his severed limb. He had not anticipated Gohan's strength to be so immense. Merely exchanging blows resulted in his arm being broken. This combat power is overwhelmingly potent. One punch had completely crushed his opponent. Gohan's strength had indeed escalated. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he is already terrifying. If he were to transform, what unimaginable power would he wield? The onlookers exchanged awestruck remarks, wholly unconcerned with Cell's injury, their expressions filled with envy and jealousy. Why is there such a vast disparity among individuals? How many years has Gohan trained? His combat prowess has escalated to an astonishing degree. Android 18 is utterly awestruck by Gohan's overwhelming presence. His figure looms larger than life in her mind, revealing an unexpected brilliance. How could he be so extraordinary? It's infuriating. I am supposed to be the strongest. Cell ruthlessly tore off Gohan's broken arm, discarding it like refuse. Miraculously, a new arm sprouted forth from the severed limb. Incredible. The ability to regenerate is a manifestation of sheer arrogance. This monstrosity yanked off his own arm without a flicker of hesitation. Such mercilessness towards oneself is truly formidable. The onlookers on the battlefield winced at Cell's brutal display, all lamenting his ferocity. Cell, in a frenzy, amplified his strength, his muscles bulging like that of a bodybuilder. This technique mirrors future Trunks' relentless pursuit of power in the anime, only to sacrifice speed. No matter how formidable the strength, if one cannot strike the enemy, it is all in vain. Presently, Cell is bewildered, completely incapacitated in thought. He is recklessly augmenting his power solely to vanquish Gohan. Once more, Cell charged at Gohan. Remarkable. This creature's musculature surpasses even that of Master Roshi. Is this monster's strength truly inexhaustible? How can he continue to escalate his power? The intensity of his aura is overwhelming. Time and again, onlookers are left astounded by Cell. Is this truly the pinnacle of human ingenuity? To have birthed such a terrifying creature? Gohan, prepare yourself. Attack, attack, attack. Cell unleashed a flurry of wolf-fang fist strikes, a tempest of blows aimed at Gohan. Yet, Gohan effortlessly thwarted his assault. Ding! Combat Power Attribute 1, 000,000. Combat Power Attribute 1, 000,000. As the duel commenced, the system's notifications echoed in Gohan's mind. Cell gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. Gohan deftly dodged left and right, avoiding Cell's strikes which didn't even graze his clothing. You fool! How can your speed be so swift? Are you merely a coward hiding in your shell? You cannot defeat me like this. Cell snarled at Gohan, fully confident that he could fell him with a single blow. However, this confidence hinged on actually landing a hit. Cell assumed Gohan was evading out of fear of his strength, prompting him to taunt in hopes of inciting Gohan into a confrontation. Gohan replied, "It's not that my speed is superior. Rather, you have become slower. Your singular pursuit of power has diminished your speed. No matter how mighty your strength, if you cannot connect, what good is it?" As he continued to evade, Gohan offered his critique, relishing the chance to appear wise as a seasoned master. Gohan, stop your incessant chatter. If I land a single blow, you will be finished. Cell was utterly incapable of heeding Gohan's words. The euphoria of victory had clouded his judgment. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders often leads to dire consequences. Allow me to demonstrate my strength and speed, Gohan declared, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he delivered a powerful blow to Cell's abdomen. The impact was so fierce that Cell's back arched. Were it not for the remarkable resilience of his body, he might have been grievously wounded. He was sent hurtling 2 meters away, his feet digging into the ground to mitigate the force of the blow, carving deep furrows into the earth. Damn this fiend. How could he inflict such a severe injury with a single punch? Cell spat violently, expelling green liquid in great heaves. His steps faltered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Panic washed over him as he sensed his perfect form beginning to unravel. His stomach churned violently, struggling against the urge to vomit. Chapter 89, Cell's Annihilation. With great effort, Cell pressed his hands against his mouth to stifle the impending eruption, yet he ultimately succumbed, forcefully expelling Android 17. No. Cell's energy plummeted instantaneously. Androids 17 and 18, witnessing the expulsion, were overcome with joy. They had not expected to see their brother again. What an insufferable brat. How has he trained so fiercely? Vegeta seethed, chafing at the sight of Gohan's overwhelming prowess. He was infuriated that he himself was not the one to vanquish this monster. What? Cell's perfect form has disintegrated, and his energy has diminished. Gohan, your power within is truly burgeoning. The onlookers marveled, their eyes alight with astonishment. Gohan had brought them an abundance of surprises. Wherever he stood, safety prevailed. No matter how formidable the adversary, he could dispatch them with ease. Gohan's stature in their hearts soared immeasurably. It was indeed Piccolo, with his discerning eye, who recognized Gohan's potential and nurtured the emergence of such a formidable talent. Son Gohan. Cell ground his teeth, enunciating each syllable of Gohan's name with palpable fury. His anger had reached a fever pitch. The perfect form he had attained through traversing time and space had been shattered by this wretch's singular blow. It was evident that Cell was now bordering on madness. He charged at Gohan, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. In his folly, Cell found himself sent sprawling by a swift kick from Gohan, his momentum carrying him even further away. No. Cell howled in agony, consumed by rage. He had forgotten that his perfect form was no match for Gohan, especially considering this was merely his second transformation. In a flash, Gohan moved with blinding speed, seizing one of Cell's legs and slamming him repeatedly into the ground. The earth erupted beneath them, creating immense craters with each impact. Cell's screams were heart-wrenching. And in that moment, he regretted ever seeking out perfect form through the manipulation of time and space. I never anticipated that this version of Gohan would exhibit such overwhelming ferocity. Even the ultimate androids stand no chance against him. Gohan is truly ruthless. Yet I find it exhilarating. I had no idea he possessed such a violent side. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed Gohan seize one of Cell's legs and mercilessly slam him into the ground, feeling the pain vicariously. It was astonishing to see how effortlessly Cell crumbled under Gohan's might, akin to an adult bullying a child. Cell, I shall now alleviate your suffering, Gohan declared. With a swift, graceful spin, he hurled Cell into the air, raising his hands above his head. He concentrated a massive beam of energy and unleashed it upon the airborne Cell. In an instant, the energy beam engulfed Cell, leaving only a chilling scream in its wake. Cell's form gradually disintegrated beneath the colossal energy, his core fading into oblivion, rendering him reliant on the Dragon Balls for any hope of revival. As the energy dissipated, Cell was reduced to mere cosmic dust, scattered by the winds. Who would have imagined that his quest for perfection across dimensions would culminate in his demise at the hands of Gohan? Hooray, we have triumphed. Earth is finally saved. The crowd erupted in joyous celebration, lauding Gohan for his heroism once more. Power surged from the battlefield, flooding into Gohan's being, enhancing his strength exponentially. 17. As the battle concluded, 18 cried out in alarm. She rushed to the battlefield to assess 17's injuries. Lying unconscious and battered, he was still breathing, much to her relief. Gohan, please help me save 17. 18 implored, her eyes filled with desperation. She was aware of Gohan's healing abilities. If he intervened, there was no injury beyond repair. No problem, Gohan replied, kneeling beside 17 and placing his hands upon him. A wave of energy surged into 17's body, gradually mending his wounds and restoring his strength. 18 was overwhelmed with joy as she witnessed Gohan's willingness to assist. In a matter of moments, 17 awoke, bewildered, glancing between Gohan and 18. 18, where am I? Wasn't I consumed by that grotesque creature? 17's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. 18, brimming with elation, recounted the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, the others gathered around Gohan. Well done, Gohan, Piccolo said, patting him on the shoulder with a proud smile. This is the disciple I have trained. Androids, prepare to meet your end. Vegeta roared at 17 and 18, his ire directed at the two who had tarnished his reputation. Vegeta, have you not learned your lesson from our last encounter? It has only been 2 days since we last met, and yet you seem eager for another thrashing. 17, unaware of Vegeta's evolved prowess, regarded him with disdain and mockery, seeing him merely as a former adversary. Just moments ago, that hideous creature had mercilessly beaten me and then consumed my very essence. The anger still simmered within me, yet Vegeta dared to provoke me again. Truly, he is oblivious to his own mortality. 17, calm yourself, I urged, but 18 swiftly intervened to halt 17's reckless behavior. She had just witnessed the fierce battles between Vegeta and Cell, and she knew full well that their opponent's strength had surged significantly. Should 17 engage now, he would gain nothing but potential humiliation. My temper is flaring. Were it not for 18's restraint, I would have already reduced you to a state of disarray, 17 exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. He believed 18 was merely trying to maintain decorum for the sake of the group, especially after they had been rescued from Cell's clutches. 17 thought of Vegeta and Gohan as allies, oblivious to the deeper dynamics at play. 18, hearing her brother's taunts, could only shake her head in bemusement. With her hand pressed to her forehead, she lamented, "Oh, my foolish brother, it is you I am protecting from harm, not the other way around. Why must you misinterpret my intentions? We are siblings, after all. Is there not even a hint of understanding between us? You fool, I shall end you," Vegeta declared, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. He would not tolerate such insolence. Did they think he was the same Vegeta he had been 2 days prior? The onlookers were bewildered, uncertain of the deep-seated animosity that simmered between these two. 17 and 18 did not appear to be the malevolent androids that legends foretold. Moreover, Gohan had intervened to assist them, and thus far, they had not been seen committing any nefarious acts. What was truly unfolding here? "Vegeta, I fear you not," 17 proclaimed as he assumed a combat-ready stance, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 90. The Method of Resolution Among Men. If you dispute, then come forth to battle. 18 observed her brother's antics with exasperation. If a fight was inevitable, then so be it. "Gohan, what is happening? What should we do?" The onlookers were equally perplexed by the unfolding drama between Vegeta and the androids. In these times, which young man lacks a modicum of pride? The swiftest resolution among men is to settle matters through combat, Gohan asserted, though inwardly, he relished the prospect of yet another opportunity to gauge their battling prowess. "Indeed. If you dispute, then come forth to battle," Gohan echoed. "Let us clear some space for them." The gathering, filled with warriors at heart, found wisdom in Gohan's words. Men are often simple creatures, and a fight is a straightforward solution. Piccolo and others took to the skies, vacating the battlefield, yet 18 remained resolute. She chose to stand by 17's side. 18, what are you doing here? I can handle this defeated foe alone, 17 confidently declared, readying himself for the encounter. Even after the passage of 2 days, he believed he could easily overpower Vegeta. "Arrogance shall be your downfall. Today, I will demonstrate my true strength," Vegeta retorted, unable to endure the unfolding spectacle any longer. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel underestimated himself. With a powerful thrust of his feet, the ground instantly caved beneath him. Vegeta surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging at the two adversaries. "Come on, witness how I will dominate you." Android 17 responded to Vegeta's advance with a punch. The two massive fists collided with a resounding crash. Bang! They opted for a direct confrontation. Android 17 was sent staggering back several meters. At that moment, Android 18 also rushed forward. Bang! 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 The two engaged in combat at once, differing from Android 17's head-on approach. Ding! Battle Power Attribute of 1 million dropped ahead. Battle Power Attribute 1 million. The clash among the three had commenced, and Gohan's mind was filled with the system's notifications. A pleasing smile graced his lips. Another opportunity to harvest battle power had arrived. How could this be? How could Vegeta's battle power escalate so rapidly? It was astonishing that a single punch from him sent him flying. Android 17 rolled to dissipate the impact and quickly rejoined the fray. Bang! 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 With Android 17's participation, Android 18 felt a significant reduction in pressure. It was unexpected that Vegeta's strength had surged to this level. She now engaged in rapid exchanges, matching speed with her opponent. Remarkable. The synergy between Android 17 and Android 18 on the battlefield was beyond expectation. Vegeta seemed to grow more formidable with each clash. Observers nearby commented on the trio's prowess, astonished by the sheer strength displayed by both sides. Get lost, Vegeta roared, seizing the moment to deliver a punch at Android 18. Unprepared for Vegeta's escalating ferocity and the increasing speed and power that accompanied the battle, Android 18 was struck. Bang! Her body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Seeing his sister propelled away, Android 17's movements and force intensified. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, adeptly countering each attack with ease. Android, weren't you intent on knocking my teeth out? Why not put some effort into it? Last time, you seemed to enjoy yourself quite a bit. Now it's my turn, Vegeta sneered, a wicked grin forming on his face. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Android 17. Bang! Ah! Android 17 cried out as he was sent flying. Vegeta aimed to pursue. However, Android 18 had been biding her time. She unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta. Boom! Boom! Vegeta was instantly engulfed by the energy blasts, the explosion deafening. With thick smoke billowing around him, he found himself at a disadvantage. Android 18, perceptive of the situation, realized that she could not best Vegeta in skill. Therefore, her hope rested on an endless supply of energy, intending to wear Vegeta down. Android 18, I shall assist you. With a thunderous roar, Number 17 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the airborne Vegeta. The sheer intensity of their combat power, each registering at a staggering 1 million, was akin to a torrential downpour, cascading downwards. In the recesses of Gohan's mind, the system's alert chimed, prompting a smile as he observed the relentless assault by the androids. The artificial beings, astute in their strategy, sought to deplete Vegeta's seemingly inexhaustible energy reserves. Indeed, their output appeared boundless, having unleashed thousands of blasts without so much as a moment's respite. However, a peculiar anomaly lingered. Their energy signatures remained unwaveringly stable, evidencing an unending reservoir of strength. The genius of Dr. Gero was truly formidable, having crafted such powerful androids. As the onlookers witnessed Vegeta being bombarded for several minutes, a collective moment of silence was observed in his honor. Despite their general disdain for Vegeta, who had previously dealt death and injury during the Scion invasion of Earth alongside Nappa, they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. His aloof demeanor and consistent derision towards others, especially during his taunts at the Supreme Kai's time chamber, had earned him no allies. Yamcha, in particular, seethed with resentment. Had it not been for Vegeta, perhaps Bulma would still be by his side. Yet, the laws of nature dictated that one could not escape unscathed from such explosive encounters. As the smoke began to dissipate, a figure gradually emerged, revealing that Vegeta was encased in a protective white energy shield. Even if number 17 and 18 continued their assault indefinitely, they would not breach his defenses. In disbelief, number 17 beheld Vegeta, who had transformed from a defeated opponent just 2 days prior into a figure of terrifying might. Without further ado, Vegeta unleashed a formidable aura, propelling himself at incredible speed towards number 17. A crushing blow landed squarely in 17's abdomen, sending him careening like a severed kite into the mountainside. The earth trembled as the mountainous soil engulfed him, burying him alive. Chapter 91, Super Saiyan 2. As number 18 witnessed her companion's plight, she charged at Vegeta with a fierce cry. The audacity of the androids was staggering. A malevolent grin crept across Vegeta's face. In an instant, the entire mountainside was reduced to rubble by number 17's earlier blast. Emerging from the debris, he spotted 18 hurtling towards him. The game was at an end. "You shall perish," Vegeta declared, his eyes glinting with lethal intent as he began to gather energy for a devastating attack. He was determined to obliterate these two androids right then and there. Unleashing the energy in his hands towards androids 17 and 18, the two androids roared in response. The energy sphere was immense. If they fled now, they might escape, but at the cost of 18's life. 17, quickly evade. "Do not concern yourself with me," 18 exclaimed, fully aware of the colossal energy orb hurtling towards them. "If death is our fate, let us embrace it together. Sister, I will never abandon you," 17 declared resolutely, catching 18 as she flew through the air, cradling her protectively in his arms while turning his back to the impending energy blast. Even with the slightest chance of survival, he was determined to shield his sister. "You foolish little brother," 18 remarked, though she held her tongue. Realizing escape was no longer an option. Was this truly the end? She gazed at the enormous energy orb drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind 17. 18 recognized him instantly. It was Gohan. With a graceful kick, he sent the energy blast soaring away, as effortlessly as if he were kicking a ball. The elegance of his movement was striking. A memory flashed in 18's mind of Gohan saving her from Cell. A subtle smile graced her lips. "Vegeta, enough," Gohan stated coolly, having redirected the energy blast. Vegeta's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated Gohan's intervention. The sheer power of Gohan was astonishing, capable of deflecting an energy blast launched by Super Saiyan Vegeta with a mere kick. "Gohan, may we witness your true strength?" The spectators, realizing Gohan aimed to protect the androids, knew the battle could not continue. They began to murmur about the extent of Gohan's formidable abilities. "Thank you, Gohan." 17 and 18 expressed their gratitude, astonished that their adversary had once again come to their aid. "No need for thanks. Allow me to heal your wounds," Gohan replied nonchalantly, his gaze settling on 18. "Then I would be most grateful," 18 responded, her cheeks flushing, her voice barely audible. 17 looked at her, puzzled. "What is wrong with you? Sister? Have you been rendered senseless by Vegeta?" Being a naive youth, he couldn't comprehend the implications. Gohan swiftly healed their injuries, and soon everyone gathered around him. "Gohan, just how powerful are you? Can we see your true strength?" they implored, eager for a demonstration of his abilities. Goku, unable to discern the depths of his son's hidden power, was equally curious. "Indeed, Gohan, reveal your might. Show us your strongest form in a spar," Piccolo chimed in, echoing the enthusiasm of the crowd. He was also deeply intrigued by the extent of his disciples' combat prowess. The crowd nodded in unison, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they turned their gazes towards Son Gohan. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He too yearned to uncover the limits of this insufferable brat. Even androids 17 and 18 wore expressions of keen interest, eager to witness the enigmatic man who, despite reports indicating otherwise, had proven to be unexpectedly formidable. "Ha ha ha. Curiosity killed the cat. I hope I don't frighten you into nightmares tonight." Allow me to demonstrate what overwhelming power truly entails. Step back to avoid any unintended casualties. Son Gohan declared with a proud smile. He sought to invigorate the training spirits of Goku and Vegeta, showcasing the potential for further breakthroughs among the Saiyans. The assembled crowd hastily retreated from the battlefield, taking their positions atop a lofty mountain, their faces alight with anticipation for Son Gohan's performance. Oh, the transformation of a Saiyan relies entirely on a roar. A deep sound resonated from Son Gohan's throat. Boom. His entire being radiated with a golden aura. A potent energy surging forth from his body. The skies darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The planet itself began to tremble slightly. Waves of energy erupted from his form, sweeping outward like a tempest. In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his gaze sharp and piercing. The combat power of Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu was woefully inadequate. Had it not been for Goku and Piccolo restraining them, they might have been swept away by the sheer force of the energy. Cold sweat poured down Tien's forehead as he and the others were overwhelmed by the intensity of Son Gohan's aura, which utterly shattered their previous understanding of power. This aura. Vegeta found himself utterly stunned by the overwhelming presence. The disparity between this energy and his own was as vast as the heavens to the earth. Gradually, Son Gohan reigned in his energy. The dark clouds and lightning dissipated, and the ground ceased its trembling. The crowd wiped the sweat from their brows. Was this truly Son Gohan's authentic strength? Though androids 17 and 18 could not perceive the magnitude of his aura, an intense pressure bore down upon them, reminiscent of a superior being, instilling a sense of dread. This was the full power form of Super Saiyan 1, the most refined manifestation among the Saiyans, requiring minimal energy to maintain. I shall now begin my transformation into the Super Saiyan 2 form, Son Gohan stated nonchalantly, as if it were an inconsequential matter. However, this declaration struck the ears of the listeners like a bolt from the blue. The most perfect full power form of Super Saiyan 1? There exists a second form of Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his composure shattered. Was this not the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans? Could there truly be a second form? Son Gohan's aura surged once more, causing the entire earth to tremble anew. The scene has once again descended. With a thunderous roar, the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 manifests as a rapidly expanding aura, capable of displacing any surrounding object and capable of anchoring itself by means of energy. The crowd is pushed back, stumbling under the force of the energy waves. A profound sense of oppression envelopes them. In an instant, Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan 2. His aura takes on a jet-like form rather than a fiery one. His hair stands even more erect, and as he radiates energy, arcs of lightning dance around him. The sparks of electricity signify the intensity of energy release. The more violent the release, the more frequent the sparks appear. Gohan's muscles swell slightly, and his stature seems to rise several inches. He exudes an aura that is both chilling and formidable, his gaze now sharper than ever. Chapter 92, The Clash of the Three Super Saiyans. Goodness, how terrifying. Is this truly Gohan? This power is utterly daunting. Oh my, I might just be scared to death. The overwhelming pressure is suffocating. The spectators tremble in fear, their words stumbling over one another. Gohan's presence evokes the image of a demon risen from the depths of hell. A mere glance from him sends shivers down their spines, his eyes piercing like a predator's. It is as though a primordial beast is fixated upon them, and an aura of forbidding intensity envelopes him. Gohan appears to have transformed into a figure devoid of mercy. The very temperature of the air seems to drop several degrees. The crowd feels a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. Particularly those who lock eyes with Gohan experience an icy chill running down their spines, as if a single glance from him could spell their doom. This sensation is overwhelmingly stifling. Such is the power of Super Saiyan 2, which boasts a combat prowess 100 times that of its norm. After his transformation, Gohan addresses the crowd, his cold and piercing gaze sweeping over them. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, all of whom possess lesser combat abilities, feel an involuntary shudder, retreating step by step. Goodness, that gaze is terrifying. It feels as if a primordial beast has set its sights upon us. The chill of fear courses through them. Androids 17 and 18, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Gohan, silently expressed their relief that he did not unleash his full strength upon their first encounter. Otherwise, even 100 lives would not suffice against such monstrous power. Wow, Gohan, you are truly incredible. I never knew Saiyans had a second transformation. Goku exclaims with palpable excitement, astonished that his son has reached such elevated heights. Gohan, well done. Piccolo beams with pride, amazed at the latent talent of his prized pupil, feeling as if he could awaken from a dream with a smile. Damn it, is this really Super Saiyan 2? A power level 100 times the norm? Vegeta grits his teeth, his expression darkening with rage as he glares at the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Super Saiyan 2, I must attain this transformation. Gohan, is this truly your ultimate strength? At this moment, Android 18 curiously inquired about Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, eager to discern the extent of his power. The attention of the crowd converged upon Gohan. This is not my true strength. The Super Saiyan 3 form can be quite daunting. Would you care to witness it? Gohan teased, revealing that he possessed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, along with an even more formidable hidden form, Super Saiyan God. This form could easily overpower 4 ordinary Super Saiyans. Android 18's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not anticipated Gohan's playful banter. Gohan, you can transform into Super Saiyan 3? Is there a Super Saiyan 4 form as well? Just how far can you go? Are all Saiyans truly monsters? What kind of extraordinary being has Kakarot produced? The mere thought of Super Saiyan 2 was already terrifying. And now Gohan claimed to have the Super Saiyan 3 form. My mind can hardly comprehend this, she mused, as the crowd felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, their hearts in turmoil. Gohan, please refrain from transforming into Super Saiyan 3 for the moment. Allow us to witness the power of this form first, Goku urged, his excitement palpable as he yearned to see the combat prowess of this transformation. Very well. I shall demonstrate the strength of this form. Anyone interested can come at me, Gohan replied with a smile, not out of arrogance, but to convey that there are always greater heights to reach beyond the known. Little brat, I shall exchange a few blows with you, Vegeta declared, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Gohan. I am the prince of all Saiyans, a genius warrior. I will surely surpass both Super Saiyan 2 and 3. Vegeta understood that the fastest way to enhance his combat abilities was through battle. He would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. I'll join in too, Goku exclaimed, launching himself into the fray, invigorated by the presence of a formidable opponent. He had maintained his Super Saiyan form throughout. I'll give it a try as well, Piccolo added, not one to be outdone. Once a fearsome demon king, he sought to identify his own shortcomings through combat. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others exchanged glances, their courage faltering. They realized that to seek a worthy opponent, one must find someone of equal standing. In a battle of this caliber, even a gust of energy could send them flying, leaving little hope for engagement. The Saiyans were inherently combative, charging recklessly at strong adversaries. Androids 17 and 18 observed the unfolding spectacle, witnessing this extraordinary clash. Super Saiyans Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo engaged Gohan in a fierce battle of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan remained suspended in the air, arms crossed, not retaliating. He stood unwavering like the Eiffel Tower, impervious to the assaults of the three, whose attacks could barely shift his stance. The strikes from Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo felt as insubstantial as a gentle massage to Gohan. The system notifications echoed in Gohan's mind. Ding, combat power attribute dropped. 1,000,000. Combat power attribute increased by 1,000,000. Remarkable. Truly astonishing, he mused, astonished by the formidable prowess of his Super Saiyan 2 form. The combined force of 2 Super Saiyans and a Super Namekian bore no effect on him whatsoever. The disparity in combat power was staggering. How could they hope to contend? Were they not merely courting defeat, if they were not his elders? A single punch from him could incapacitate them. Such terrifying strength was not even Gohan's true potential. What a prodigy he was. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Their mouths agape as if one could fit a duck egg within. Damn it, you insolent brat. Cease your arrogance and fight me. Vegeta, his eyes bloodshot, maximized his strength and speed. Gohan's refusal to retaliate felt like a grave insult to him. I am a genius warrior, the prince of the Saiyans. And yet I am belittled. Come on, Gohan, do engage us. Let us pretend we are enemies. Go all out. We won't hold it against you. Piccolo and Goku expressed their anticipation for Gohan to strike. This manner of combat was simply too stifling, akin to a father reprimanding his son, who dare not retaliate and silently endures the blows. Very well, as you wish, Gohan's voice emerged, cold and merciless. A fierce, domineering aura surged within him, his sharp, icy gaze sweeping over the three. Chapter 93, The Saiyan Dallas. Boom. Gohan erupted with a powerful aura, sending Goku and the others flying. What? Such a terrifying aura. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo were taken aback. The power of Super Saiyan 2 was indeed formidable. Here I come. An energy surge erupted from within Gohan, transforming into multiple energy blasts that hurtled towards the trio. Get out of the way, Goku exclaimed, alarmed by the sheer might of the energy blasts. He had anticipated that Gohan could repel them with just his aura, and now he was capable of conjuring energy blasts with a mere roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Goku hastily dodged the barrage of energy blasts. Ding, combat power attribute dropped. 1,000,000. Combat power attribute. 1,000,000. Prepare to receive my attack. Gohan bellowed, akin to a wolf descending upon a flock of sheep, as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta. Impossible. The speed of this brat. I cannot keep up. Vegeta gasped in astonishment, crossing his fists to block Gohan's strike. but he had overestimated his own abilities. As soon as Sun Wukong's fist made contact with Vegeta's body, the latter's composure shattered. A tremendous force instantaneously propelled Vegeta through the air. With a resounding crash, he plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a small hill. His body pierced through the mound, rolling several meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Vegeta! Sun Wukong bellowed, summoning forth a barrage of energy blasts aimed directly at his son, Son Gohan. In the chaotic theater of battle, familial ties were cast aside. Sun Wukong, a true warrior at heart, recognized his son's formidable prowess and showed no mercy. Waves of energy orbs erupted as if they were free of cost, relentlessly bombarding Son Gohan. With unwavering determination, Son Gohan charged forth to confront his father's onslaught. He felt no fear in the face of the energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated as the blast struck Son Gohan, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. Yet, not even the billowing haze could impede his advance. Sun Wukong, taken aback, realized the smoke was closing in on him. His instincts told him that his son was approaching, and he sought to retreat. Suddenly, a massive hand emerged from the swirling smoke. What? So fast. Before Sun Wukong could escape, the hand clasped around his neck. Moments later, Son Gohan emerged from the fog, lifting his father as if he were a mere child. With a series of powerful kicks, Sun Wukong attempted to break free, but Son Gohan effortlessly blocked each strike. A chilling sensation of impending doom coursed through Sun Wukong's body, reddening his face as he struggled for breath, realizing how close death loomed. Sun Wukong! Piccolo shouted, witnessing the dire situation and rushing to assist. Kakarot! Vegeta, now upright and exuding an even more intense aura, soared towards Son Gohan. With a decisive motion, Son Gohan released his grip on Sun Wukong's neck and delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact caused Sun Wukong's eyes to bulge as he expelled a mouthful of blood. The sheer force of the strike caused his hair to revert to its natural state, leaving him hunched over like a cooked shrimp. Such brutality. Was this the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 2? Was its fighting prowess 50 times that of Super Saiyan 1? A single punch had incapacitated the Super Saiyan 1 form. The onlookers were left in shock, their scalps prickling at the sight of Son Gohan's devastating display. They felt a pang of relief that they had not intervened in the battle, for had Gohan lost control, he could have obliterated them with a mere fist. Are you alright, Sun Wukong? Piccolo inquired, catching the battered warrior as he flew towards him. Ever since Piccolo fused with the Supreme Kai, his demeanor had softened considerably, revealing a more humane side. Cough, 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 I am perfectly fine. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form is truly formidable. I could barely withstand a single punch from him. Son Goku coughed a few times and smiled with satisfaction, astonished by his son's incredible fighting prowess. You little rascal, you have such a low opinion of others. Vegeta exclaimed as he charged towards Gohan. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Gohan deftly dodged Vegeta's onslaught with ease. Damn it. Vegeta grimaced, exerting every ounce of his strength, pushing his movements and speed to their utmost limits. In the distant cosmos lies a nondescript planet, Helka Star. Its expanse is comparable to that of Namek. The sky is a vast expanse of blue, unmarred by clouds, and the air is refreshingly pure, making it an ideal habitat. Lush forests cover a significant portion of the planet, with trees flourishing and exuding vibrant vitality. Suddenly, a fiery red beam, resembling a meteorite, shattered the tranquility of this celestial body, crashing into its surface at blistering speed. Boom! The planet was left with a massive crater, from which wisps of black smoke billowed, mingling with the acrid scent of charred earth. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a spacecraft had made the impact. The vessel, though unremarkable, bore a gaudy exterior, emblazoned with the garish inscription sail number in bold red paint, an eyesore to behold. Creak. Cough, cough, cough. Kakao, if you land like this next time, I shall snap your neck. As the hatch slowly opened, several figures emerged, the leader berating as he walked. Each bore a scouter on their face. Lord Dales, I promise to exercise greater caution next time, Kakao said, bowing respectfully, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. The individual referred to as Dales was a scion with a tail, strikingly resembling Son Goku, yet exuding a malevolent aura. To the unacquainted, one might easily mistake him for Goku himself. Dales, one of the surviving scions from the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza, shares a likeness with Goku, but possesses a treacherous and duplicitous nature. Ashamed of being deemed a low-tier warrior, he ultimately defected from planet Vegeta. Dales formed alliances across the cosmos and, by chance, acquired the seed of the Tree of Might. Should he plant this seed on the planet, it would absorb the life force of the entire world, humans, animals, and flora alike, transforming them into sustenance for the tree. The seed would flourish and eventually bear fruit, rendering the planet barren and lifeless, a desolate husk devoid of vitality. Lord Dales, this planet is teeming with life. It is undoubtedly perfect for cultivating the Tree of Might seed. The The resulting fruits will surely be of exceptional quality. His subordinate, Dez, spoke with a face full of flattery. Is the combat power of the inhabitants of this planet barely over 20,000? Haha, after searching for so long, we've finally found a commendable planet. I shall promptly plant the seeds of the spirit tree. When the time comes, the fruits borne by the spirit tree will undoubtedly yield a bountiful harvest. Dales utilized the detector to survey the native inhabitants of this planet. He was astonished to discover such low combat capabilities among the residents. His mind was consumed with visions of the spirit tree's fruits. Soon, their power would surge dramatically, and becoming the sovereign of the cosmos would be within reach. Chapter 94. The terrifying combat power of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, the power of Super Saiyan 2 is beyond your imagination. Now, prepare to witness its terrifying force. As Gohan's words faded, his form abruptly vanished. What? Vegeta gasped in shock, every muscle taut with tension. He remained acutely aware of the fluctuations in the surrounding energy. He never anticipated the speed of Super Saiyan 2 to be so fearsome. I am here. Gohan's voice echoed eerily from all directions. Cold sweat streamed down Vegeta's forehead. He could not grasp the energy signature of his opponent. Where are you looking? I am right behind you. Gohan's voice resonated once more from his rear. Vegeta spun around, unleashing an energy blast towards the source. Boom. Gohan effortlessly deflected the incoming energy blast. With a swift instant transmission, he drove his knee into Vegeta's body, propelling him towards a massive mountain. Crash. Gohan's knee collided with Vegeta, smashing him into a colossal rock. The stone shattered instantaneously, and Vegeta coughed up blood. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan pressed down on Vegeta's head, grinding it against the ground. At this moment, Vegeta had reverted to his normal state, his body limp and exhausted. It seemed he had reached his limit. Magic Light Killing Cannon. Piccolo roared, unleashing his most powerful technique towards Gohan. After rescuing Goku, he had been gathering energy for his ultimate move. Boom. Gohan countered, sending Piccolo's energy wave flying. What? The strongest technique failed to land. Piccolo charged towards Gohan, intent on engaging in close combat. Gohan, holding Vegeta, hurled him towards Piccolo. Get away. Piccolo raised his hand and swatted the oncoming Vegeta aside. He certainly did not enjoy the same privileges as Goku. Gohan's figure glided like a specter, pursuing Vegeta's form as they charged at Piccolo. Piccolo swiftly aimed to deliver a 9-in white bone claw at Gohan, but his speed paled in comparison. Ack! A colossal fist struck Piccolo in the abdomen, eliciting a pain scream from him. The force sent his body flying. Gohan's silhouette followed closely, landing a heavy punch on Piccolo. Piccolo's form hurtled towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The earth erupted in a cloud of dust, instantly creating a vast crater from Piccolo's impact. He lay within the deep pit, clearly too exhausted to continue the fight. Collect everything. He thought his son Gohan retracted his Super Saiyan 2 form. The battle power attributes surged wildly into his body from the ground. The data within the system's battle power attribute bar fluctuated incessantly. The terrifying battle power of Super Saiyan 2 escalated exponentially. 2 Super Saiyans and 1 Super Namekian were utterly dominated. It took a moment for the onlookers to comprehend the outcome of the battle. They soon realized their foreheads were drenched in cold sweat. Incredible. Absolutely thrilling. The brutality of the Saiyan battle is unmatched. The might of Super Saiyan 2 is truly fearsome. The 3 powerful warriors were left with only suffering. My heart can hardly bear it. The crowd expressed their astonishment, their perceptions entirely transformed by this confrontation. Son Gohan, utilizing his healing abilities, restored Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo to full health, significantly enhancing the battle power of both Goku and Vegeta. Such is the extraordinary nature of Saiyan physiology. Gohan, I never anticipated you concealed such depth. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is overwhelmingly formidable. Super Saiyan 1 stands no chance in comparison, Goku remarked, patting his son's shoulder with a mix of admiration and jest. I can't believe Gohan's talent is so prodigious. How many years has he trained? He has become an entity we can only look up to. At that moment, Gohan felt a surge of inspiration to sing. I recall watching Stephen Chow's film The Mermaid in my previous life. He mused aloud. Gohan, do you still sing? I had no idea you were so talented. Come on, give us a performance. The crowd erupted in excitement, eager to discover what song Gohan could offer, wondering if his vocal prowess matched his formidable strength. Ahem. Allow me to showcase my modest talent. Gohan cleared his throat and smiled at the audience. He began to dance with the grace of his elder brother, his voice ringing out with a powerful and masculine melody. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it feels. Alone at the peak, the cold winds blow unceasingly. The spectators were utterly captivated by Gohan's singing. They were astonished that this young man possessed not only overwhelming battle power, but also a beautiful voice, complemented by his flamboyant dance moves. Hey, don't get too cocky. I, Vegeta, will surely surpass you. The aloof Vegeta shouted, visibly irritated by Gohan's display. He could not tolerate Gohan's arrogance. One day, I will defeat you. I am the prince of all Saiyans, a naturally gifted warrior. How could I ever lose to the son of a lowly warrior? The crowd pretended not to hear, disregarding Vegeta's bravado. He was merely a prideful, insufferable character, always boasting upon his entrance, yet consistently ending up on the receiving end of defeat. Impudent child, do you think that a melodious voice will spare you from punishment? It seems you have become rather arrogant, Piccolo chided as he playfully smacked Gohan on the head, a hint of amusement in his tone. He had not anticipated that this young boy possessed such talent, truly a jack of all trades. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at Piccolo's antics. No matter how formidable one's power may be, there are always moments to be schooled. They all envied Piccolo for mentoring such a prodigy as Gohan, who now walked with an air of confidence. Well done. This rascal certainly needs a lesson, Goku remarked, ruffling Gohan's hair with a chuckle, his eyes brimming with pride and affection. In this vast universe, there are countless extraordinary beings. One must never become complacent in their training. Beyond this world, there exist gods. And above them, the Supreme Kai, followed by the Grand Kai. Above the Grand Kai are the Kaioshin, and beyond them, there are other deities. They are said to be powerful rulers of their domains, their strength unfathomable. Since merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo had unearthed many secrets of this world. He earnestly advised, "You must heed my words." "Uncle Piccolo, I understand," Gohan replied sincerely. "I was merely trying to lighten the mood. I will diligently train." His thoughts drifted to the slumbering god of destruction of Universe 7. In the anime, Beerus is the god of destruction, akin to the Supreme Kai, but he is not a malevolent being. Though he can become enraged and unleash chaos, he often reveals a more endearing side, with a wide array of interests, particularly a fondness for gourmet cuisine. Beerus is haughty and capricious, wielding unimaginable destructive power, and will obliterate planets over the slightest displeasure. He awakens every few years or decades, bringing impending doom to many worlds. This creature is a ticking time bomb. I must find a way to surpass him before he awakens. Chapter 95. A Crisis in the Cosmos. The North Kai's plea for help. On the planet Herka. Boom. The entire planet trembled. In a dense forest, a young sapling was visibly growing at an astonishing rate. This was the seed of the spirit tree that Dallas had recently planted. 5 oblivious individuals approached. Is their battle power truly 22,000? Dallas and his subordinates gazed skyward. 5 inhabitants of Herka had arrived on the planet. Whoosh. Soon, the 5 robust Herkans landed before Dallas and his companions. Their appearance resembled that of Dodoria, plump, with pink skin and fleshy spikes adorning their heads and arms. "Aliens, you are not welcome here. Leave our planet at once." A middle-aged Herkan demanded rudely, not bothering to inquire about their purpose. As he had distinctly felt the tremors of the planet moments before, it was evident that these extraterrestrials were up to no good. "Presumptuous. You have no right to converse with Lord Darius," chastised Karasai, one of Darius's subordinates. "Why should we leave? You all shall perish," declared another of Darius's subordinates with an arrogant expression. They had already discerned from the scanner that the combat capabilities of these terrestrial inhabitants were rather meager. "Damn. It seems they come with ill intentions. You are invading our planet. We shall fight back," proclaimed the Helkarans, initiating battle mode and charging at Darius and his cohort. Both sides comprised 5 individuals, and soon they each found their corresponding opponents. Bang, bang, bang. The figures of both parties flickered incessantly. Darius's subordinates were merely toying with them, their combat prowess vastly superior to that of the Helkarans. However, they opted not to immediately obliterate the Helkarans. "Alien, prepare to meet your demise," shouted a middle-aged Helkaran, unleashing an energy wave toward Darius, aiming to eliminate the leader first, for he understood the adage, "Capture the king to catch the thief." Yet, fate had other plans. "How dare you provoke me on such a grand occasion? You must be weary of life," scoffed Darius, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy wave. What? How can your combat power be so formidable?" exclaimed the Helkaran leader, astonished by Darius's strength. "Ha! Let me share a secret with you. My might stems from consuming the fruit of a spiritual tree, a delicacy reserved for the divine. I have already planted this tree on your planet, and soon, its essence will be absorbed, nourishing the tree and rendering all life here as mere sustenance for it." Darius laughed heartily, revealing his intentions without reservation, for the spiritual tree would inevitably drain all vitality from this world. "You vile demons, I shall fight you to the end," cried the Helkaran leader, charging recklessly towards Darius, resolved to perish alongside these fiends. The fate of his people rested upon his shoulders. Bang! Darius seized the leader's arm and yanked it with brutal force. The Helkaran's arm was instantly wrenched from its socket, blood gushing forth as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. "Chief!" The remaining 4 Helkarans, witnessing their leader's grievous injury, attempted to rush to his aid, but Darius's subordinates barred their path, unwilling to let their prey escape. "Fight me? What do you possess to challenge me? Blame your own weakness. This world is governed by the law of the jungle. The strong survive while the weak perish. Had my power been lesser and you vanquished me, I would have accepted my fate. Remember, strive to be strong in your next life." Only then can you seize your destiny, Darius proclaimed, discarding the severed arm as if it were mere refuse. He mocked the Helcaron, exclaiming, "Damn it, even in death, I shall take you with me." The middle-aged Helcaron began to self-destruct, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant. He was determined to perish alongside Dales in a bid to preserve his planet. "Do you wish to die? It won't be so easy," Dales retorted disdainfully. In a flicker, he appeared before the Helcaron and, with a single blow, shattered his opponent's skull. Witnessing their king conclude the battle, Dale's subordinates swiftly dealt with the remaining Helcarans. The spirit tree surged wildly, while the flora of the planet withered rapidly. On Earth, the onlookers were still in shock from Gohan's battle. At that moment, King Kai utilized telepathy to establish a connection. The warriors on Earth, including androids 17 and 18, could hear the voice of the king. "Greetings, everyone. This is King Kai. Gohan, can you hear me?" The antennas atop King Kai's head pointed toward Earth. One by one, planets had inexplicably transformed into lifeless orbs, devoid of life, their surfaces eroded. For days, King Kai had been monitoring cosmic events and had finally identified the culprit. "Who is this King Kai?" Androids 17 and 18 queried, perplexed, having never heard of him before. Moreover, his voice resonated within their minds. However, they soon regained their composure, realizing that the others were familiar with him. It was merely their own ignorance that had kept them in the dark. "Hello, King Kai," they greeted in unison, their gazes converging on Gohan. Unaware of the purpose behind King Kai's summons. "King Kai, I can hear you. What is the matter?" Gohan inquired, knowing that King Kai would not contact him without cause. "A scion named Dales has emerged in the universe, leading a criminal gang. They roam the cosmos, seeking planets to plant seeds of the spirit tree. Once a planet is infected with such seeds, all living entities will have their vital energy absorbed by the spirit tree, rendering the planet barren. I need you to eliminate Dales." King Kai expounded on the gravity of the situation. "Consider it done. I will set off immediately," Gohan affirmed without hesitation. King Kai expressed his gratitude before ending the call, feeling quite pleased to have such a formidable ally within his jurisdiction. Dales. Is he truly after the fruits of the spirit tree, which are meant for deities? Gohan pondered, recalling the individual who bore a striking resemblance to Goku. This character had appeared in the anime when Gohan was merely 6 or 7 years old. Perhaps it was his own transposition into Gohan's form that had delayed Dale's emergence.